Invincible Sect Leader, the demon disciple is covered in wounds at the beginning. Introduction. Chen Yihan entered the fantasy world and discovered that his original self was a very kind person. However, after being possessed by others, his nature changed drastically, and he began to make enemies everywhere. Now he is in charge of this body, and he is now taking on a dangerous mission. But the good news is that he has two beautiful female disciples who have always been by his side. However, due to the previous host's reasons, these two beautiful female disciples have suffered torment over the past 3 years. In order to lead the poor disciples to a better life and revive the former glory of the sect, Chen Yi rebuilt the sect and recruited disciples from all over the world. As a result, he never expected that all of the disciples he received were actually traitors. Traitors against the master. In the eyes of the senior disciple of the enchanting demon, there is always a pink heart looking at him, and he often says astonishing things. The genius of ice magic, the extremely cold second disciple, must advance in cultivation with him every day. The noble and elegant elf princess, willing to set aside her noble appearance for him. The sacred and inviolable angel saint, the most holy existence in the eyes of others, has also revealed a completely different face behind the scenes. I just wanted to take on an apprentice. I didn't expect to end up with such a rebellious disciple. Chapter 1 Beginning with a demon? Useless stuff, get lost. In front of a dilapidated house, Chen Yi held a woman's neck with one hand and threw her out fiercely, cursing in his mouth at the same time. After the woman was thrown to the ground, she coughed up a mouthful of blood heavily. The woman's exquisite beauty is so captivating that all men who see her will be enchanted as if in a trance. Her fair and smooth slender legs were exposed in the air like this. Under the semi-transparent deep purple chiffon long skirt, you can faintly see her well-developed figure. However, on her perfect delicate body, there were hideous scars everywhere, as if she could faint at any moment due to weakness. This is not an ordinary woman, she has a pair of black horns on her head, which is a unique symbol of the demon race. Her eyes welled up with tears as she cried to Chen Yi, pitifully pleading, "Master, please don't drive Shan'er away. Shan'er can do anything for you, as long as she can stay by your side." Sob. Without Master, Shan'er can't go on living. The demon clan woman is named Su Jiqian. Her voice should have been charming and moving, but now it seems particularly miserable. While she was praying, Chen Yi suddenly, without any warning, covered her head in pain. Su Jiqian saw the situation and stood up again, quickly helping Chen Yi to sit down, and asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong with you, Master? Is the wound painful? Let me help you lick it." The saliva of the succubus can heal wounds. As she spoke, she licked her lips and extended her pink and plump tongue. The whole soft body snuggled up on Chen Yi's body like this, the body temperature slowly rising, with a face full of intoxication. At this moment, Chen Yi covered his head, briefly lost consciousness for a while, and then regained consciousness. Chen Yi, who woke up again, had already become a different person. Nowadays, Chen Yi comes from a blue planet. Speaking of which, I met a B2 motorcyclist on the road, asked him if he wanted to go to another world, and then everything went black, and I arrived here. However, coincidentally or not, both people from different worlds are named Chen Yi. After Chen Yi recovered, memories of this body flashed through his mind at lightning speed. Chen Yi's body had been possessed once before, and this time was the second time he had been crossed over. At the beginning, the master was very kind-hearted and adopted two exceptionally talented direct disciples. And the beauty in front of me is Su Jiqian, the first disciple that the master accepted. The master took great care of the two disciples and also established a large sect called the Tianxian sect. But later, somehow, the original body was suddenly taken over by someone else, that is, the previous host of this body. After the host took over, it seemed like he had some serious illness, suddenly declaring war on another major sect, the San Yuan sect, wanting to seize a precious treasure from them. Due to the fact that the host did not understand how to command, the sect's battle was never fought, and not only were the treasures not seized, but after the defeat, all the sect members also ran away. Fortunately, there are still two loyal and devoted disciples who have never left. But the host did something even more brainless, he didn't dare to go himself, so he asked these two disciples to steal the treasures of the 3 Yuan sect. Not going will be tortured over and over again, and will also be threatened to be expelled from the sect. Fortunately, the host seems to naturally not like women, so it's just right not to do anything more excessive to these two loyal female disciples. Now that this body is in Chen Yi's hands, as a time traveler, Chen Yi naturally obtained the system. The system introduction is very concise. As long as the disciple with good talent, he can get system points. And system points can be exchanged for various rare treasures, cultivation, elixirs, and so on, everything is available. At the same time as unlocking the system also assigned him a task. Ask him to comfort the two disciples, and then he will be rewarded with system points and a beginner's gift package. If he remembers correctly, the previous host recently asked Su Jiqian to steal the treasure of the 3 Elements sect alone, and Su Jiqian actually went there in order not to disobey the master's words. That treasure is the treasure of the three elements sect's inheritance, and it is guarded very strictly. Su Jiqian failed without any surprises. After the failure, she used a method that consumed her lifespan, and only then did she escape. The first thing she did after escaping was to seek forgiveness from her master. She was worried that her master would despise her and drive her away. As long as she was not expelled from the sect, she was willing to endure whatever her master did to her. "Master, are you feeling better?" Su Jiqian licked the corner of her mouth, asked with concern, and also showed a seemingly intoxicated expression. She hasn't touched her master for a long time, and just now she not only touched him, but also licked him. However, no matter what, the scent on master's body is so pleasant. Thinking in her heart, she couldn't help but rub against the arm of her master. In the earliest days, she often acted coquettishly with her master, who never found her annoying but instead gently stroked her head. Remembering that time, it was already 3 years ago. That kind of life, it's still beautiful. She gradually fell silent in the breath of her master, and after a long time, she remembered. The current master is no longer the gentle master she used to be. She just touched the master without the master's consent. The master will definitely be angry. Unfortunately, she is likely to suffer another painful beating. Just don't know if she can handle it with her current physical condition. Just thinking about being killed by the master, she will never see the master again. Her heart hurts so much. If the master could recover, how good it would be. Chen Yi, at this moment, looked ahead. Even though there was only a breath left, he still did not forget to care for his Su Jiqian, and an unparalleled sense of self-blame rose in his heart. Faced with such a good senior disciple, the former host unexpectedly beat and scolded him, and even wanted to expel him from the sect. That, in host, still, is a person. How the former host tortured these two disciples, he can no longer redeem, but in the future, he will never do this again. He wants to become the gentlest master again, absolutely cannot disappoint these two disciples. Realm Division, Chi Refining Realm, Acquired Realm, Innate Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Spirit Storage Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Primordial Spirit Realm, Cave Mansion Realm, Tribulation Crossing Realm. Chapter 2 Large-Scale Top Science Fiction Films. Now, he has to transform back into the gentlest master, absolutely cannot disappoint these two disciples. Chen Yexin thought to himself, and then he saw him reach out his hand and touch Su Jiqian's head. Su Jiqian watched the movements of her master, trembling uncontrollably all over her body, her eyes filled with a fearful expression but also with affection. Ever since master's personality changed drastically 3 years ago, every time he reached out, it was basically a beating for her. Her talent was originally extremely outstanding, and at a young age she reached the triple heaven of innate realm. But during these 3 years, the former host constantly tortured her, coupled with never providing any help with cultivation resources, resulting in not only no increase in realm at all, but even falling to the first level of the innate realm. Although she was very afraid of the master's scolding, she never dared to take a step back. Because she was worried, if she did something to avoid it, it would cause the dissatisfaction of the master, and she would be expelled from the sect. No matter how the master scolds and despises her, she is unwilling to leave the master. Because she is not afraid of death, her life was given by her master, she is only afraid of never seeing her master again. In this fantasy world, there are often frictions and conflicts between different races, and different races often view each other with hostility. At that time, the demon clan was besieged by righteous cultivators, and the entire clan was brutally slaughtered. The leader of the demon clan had long heard that Chen Yi did not discriminate against other races, and even the Tianxian sect he established had accepted many cultivators from other races. Therefore, he entrusted his own daughter to Chen Yi, hoping that he could take her away and adopt her. Master is a very powerful cultivator, not only protecting her, but also unconditionally sheltering other surviving clan members afterwards. In other words, the master is not only her savior, but also her mother, and even the benefactor of the whole family. Master was once so gentle and considerate. Although she didn't know why the master suddenly changed so much, she always believed that the master was just confused for a moment, or maybe she had some serious illness. As long as she stays by the side of the master will definitely be able to recover. When the master recovers, she and her junior sister can continue to live happily with the master. But now, master has not recovered yet. Looking at the hand gradually reaching out from the master, she tightly closed her eyes, her body gradually curling up, her arms protecting the already injured parts of herself. Is master going to hit her again? As long as the master feels comfortable, it's okay for her to endure some beatings, as long as the master doesn't drive her away. She was thinking in her heart, her teeth clenched tightly in her mouth, prepared to endure the pain. I waited for a long time, but the pain did not come as she had expected. On the contrary, she felt a slight warmth on her head, a familiar touch coming from the top of her head. She opened her eyes with some confusion, and then she saw the scene she had been dreaming of for the past 3 years. At this moment, the master in front of me is no longer wearing a cold and indifferent expression, but is filled with warmth, kindness, and a hint of helplessness. Looking at this scene that was absolutely impossible to appear, she immediately froze, her heart filled with disbelief. How could her master, who always scolded her, show such a gentle expression? Chunyi appeared somewhat helpless because he felt that he owed his two disciples too much over the years. Although Chunyi came from a different time, he inherited the memories of the past. In other words, he considers those past events as things he did. After all, this body is his now, even if he doesn't admit it, it's not possible. Chunyi looked at the senior disciple in front of him with a face full of disbelief, feeling a deep sense of self-blame in his heart. He immediately embraced her, caressing her back, and said, "It's all over, Xian'er, master won't hate you anymore. Master, I have let you down over the years. It's all my fault." Even though Chunyi has 1,000 words to say to the eldest disciple now, seeing the fragile appearance of the eldest disciple, he feels that 1,000 words are not as good as an apology and comfort. As long as the senior disciple can still forgive him, it is not too late for him to repent now. Su Jiqian listened to the words of her master, and was slightly absent-minded for a while. Master actually said these things to him? Master, with such a gentle tone, could it be that you have recovered? Master really, recovered. After a long time, she finally realized this fact, and tears flowed out in an instant, unable to stop, like raindrops, continuously falling down from the corners of her eyes. Afterwards, she cried while tightly hugging her master, indulging in the warmth of her master's embrace. Over the past 3 years, she has endured a lot of torment. She doesn't know why her master suddenly changed back, or how long the current gentle state of her master will last. But she only knew that if she didn't enjoy the embrace of her master now, she might not have the chance later. However, if possible, she hopes that her master can always remain as he is now. Su Jiqian sniffed and sobbed softly, replying, "Master, you don't need to apologize. It's been Xian'er's fault for the past 3 years, not being able to steal the treasures you wanted. If it had been stolen earlier, Master would have recovered even earlier. These punishments are what Xian'er should bear. As long as the Master does not drive Xian'er away, everything is fine." In her opinion, the reason why the Master turned into a cruel master was all because of the precious treasure of the Three Elements sect, which caused him to have a guilty conscience. If her strength is enough, she would have stolen that treasure earlier, and the master's illness would definitely have been cured early. The reason it took so long is all her fault. Shenya's entire expression became unbearable when he heard the slightly self-blaming tone of the senior disciple, and he blamed himself to the extreme. What kind of a mortal disciple is this? She didn't blame herself for how she treated her before, but instead thought it was her own fault. This is no longer something that can be portrayed in science fiction films. According to the appearance described in his memory, in these 3 years, he considered punches and kicks to the senior disciple to be light. Just look at the large scars covering the snow-white skin of the senior disciple, and you will know that he almost killed the disciple several times. Even tortured with various cruel methods, he dare not think about it in detail. However, the senior disciples have never avoided it once. In the eyes of the senior disciple, every time he looked at his tormenting master, the expression was not filled with hatred, but with affection. The eyes full of affection, any man who sees them will feel extremely sympathetic. But the previous host of this body was completely unmoved, as if naturally disgusted with the opposite sex, and still continued to commit atrocities. Chun Yesan took a deep breath and readjusted his state. He first gently touched a few bleeding wounds on Su Jiqian's body with his hand, poured his own spiritual power into them, and stopped the bleeding. He then took out a healing pill from his storage ring and handed it to Su Jiqian. Shen Yi himself is a cultivator of the 9th heaven of the divine hidden realm, but he also suffered serious injuries due to the previous battle with the Three Elements sect, fell to the first level of the divine hidden realm, but still has a lot of treasures and elixirs on the body. However, Su Jiqian's injuries are too severe. I'm afraid it is impossible to heal them with just one healing pill. In Shenya's system store, there is a healing pill that claims to cure all diseases. He just unlocked the system, but has not accumulated any system points yet. He needs to complete the first task of the system release, comfort 2 disciples, in order to earn system points for redemption. Chapter 3 Healing Su Jiqian's Injury. Su Jiqian took the healing pill from her master, and was slightly dazed. Master has not given her anything about cultivation for a long time. Even every time she was tortured by her master, the healing herbs were picked by her junior sister. When the junior sister was seriously injured, she went to gather herbs. After the change in the master's temperament, she and her junior sister were almost dependent on each other. Both of them refused to leave their master, wanting to stay by their master's side, waiting for the day when their master would recover. Looking at the elixir given by her master, Su Jiqian cried even harder. The master gently comforted her, and now he is treating her injuries with healing medicine. Looking up again at the gentle face of her master, she finally dared to confirm that it seemed like her master had really recovered. Master! Su Jiqian looked at her master affectionately, her charming fox eyes filled with emotions that had never been expressed before. Although she is the disciple of the master, she has actually been in love with the master in her heart. At the beginning, when she expressed her love to her master in a subtle way, the master always treated her like a child and never really saw her as a woman. 3 years ago, after the master's temperament changed drastically, she dared not reveal any feelings to the master. Because whenever she shows a little bit of interest, it will provoke the disgust of the master, and he will beat and kick her for a while. And now that the master has recovered, does it mean that she can continue to pursue the master? Thinking of this, she only felt that the pain on her body had weakened a bit. As long as she can continue to pursue her master, all the suffering she has endured in recent years is worth it. Chunyi saw Su Jiqian holding the healing pill in her hand without taking it. He walked over to her with concern, sat down cross-legged beside her, and gently said, "Your injuries are quite serious. Take the elixir quickly, and I will circulate the spiritual power in your body to replenish your depleted dantian. This will help alleviate the pain and speed up your recovery." Su Jiqian listened to the gentle voice of her master behind her, and finally stopped crying. A hint of happiness gradually appeared at the corners of her mouth. After listening to her master's words, she took the elixir. She has never had any defenses against her master. When her master tortured her before, he also gave her something similar to a healing pill, and she took it without hesitation. As a result, that elixir will damage one's own lifespan in order to enhance the strength of the body, the soul-stealing pill. After taking the elixir, her realm plummeted all the way to the first level of the innate realm, and she lost all sensation for 3 days and 3 nights, with every part of her body aching. It took several months for her to recover from the life-threatening situation. On the first day of regaining her ability to move, she hurried to find her master to see if the master had been harmed by the side effects of the soul-stealing pill. After all, that elixir will also cause some harm to the body. Only when she sees that her master is safe, can she relax. Now that the master has given her the elixir again, she didn't even think about it and continued to take it. Don't say that the master has recovered now, even if she hasn't recovered, even if she knows that it is still the soul-seizing pill. Just thinking about what she could do for her master, she would also take it without hesitation. As the elixir entered the body, its medicinal effects gradually took effect. Su Jiqian felt warm inside her body, and a slight itching sensation came from the bleeding wound, indicating a feeling of recovery. This is a real healing pill, not a soul-stealing pill. At this moment, Su Jiqian completely believed that her master had truly recovered. As soon as she thought of her master's recovery, her expression became extremely excited. Chunyi at this time activated the spiritual power throughout his body, sitting cross-legged behind the senior disciple, and placed one hand on the senior disciple's white back. The girl's skin is fair and soft, as if it would sink in with just a touch. However, despite sitting in front of a top-notch beauty, Chunyi had no evil thoughts at all, but instead fully operated the spiritual power in his body and poured it into the dantian of the senior disciple. The senior disciple had just experienced a bitter battle, even using a method that consumed his lifespan to escape. The spiritual power in his body was already depleted to the extreme. Feeling the spiritual power of the master slowly entering her dantian, Su Jiqian's face gradually showed a hint of blush. Master has not had physical contact with her for a long time. Today, the master not only gently stroked her head, but also transferred his own spiritual power to her. She used to think that if her master could take one more look at her, it would be the best comfort for her. The current sense of happiness makes her feel like she is dreaming. Su Jiqian's breathing gradually became somewhat rapid, and the master's spiritual power was poured into her as if it were free, causing her to feel a bit bloated in her abdomen. She breathed in the fragrance and said in a somewhat soft voice, "Master, the lower dantian is already full, quickly, it's about to overflow." Chunyi heard the words of the senior disciple and suddenly retracted the hand transmitting spiritual power. He has just started to control this body, and is not very used to it, which resulted in accidentally transmitting too much spiritual power. Although this is his fault, but senior brother, why does your words make me feel more and more wrong? It always feels a bit strange. At this time, Chunyi began to recall that his former senior disciple also often said a bunch of strange things. Since my personality changed, I haven't heard her say anything. It seems like this senior disciple is naturally gifted with some understanding, as if born with talent. Cough, let me carry you back to rest first. The injuries you have suffered are quite serious. But don't worry, these injuries are all the fault of the teacher, and the teacher will take responsibility. Soon, I will completely heal your injuries. Chen Xianqi said gently, then gave a princess hug, picked up the senior disciple, and walked towards the senior disciple's residence. Su Jiqian felt a sense of weightlessness coming over her, and couldn't help but let out a soft moan. Ah! Chen Yegang picked her up, listened to her make this sound, and was completely at a loss, immediately looking down. It's okay not to look at it, but if you keep looking, you won't be able to take your eyes off. Su Jiqian is wearing a deep purple long dress, made of thin gauze material, with her skin faintly visible underneath. Her lower body was not wearing stockings, her long and fleshy beautiful legs exposed in the air. wearing a pair of brown breathable hollow high heels on the feet, looking very intriguing. What's even more unbearable is Su Jiqian's eyes, charming like silk, as if they could capture one's soul. In addition to her unique charm and fragrance, Chunyi blushed directly, feeling a bit itchy in her heart, as if she couldn't control herself. Chunyi remembered that the previous host also had a similar system thing, just not quite the same as his. These clothes seem to have been exchanged by the previous host in the system store. Chapter 4, The Disappearing Second Disciple. Chunyi shook his head violently at this moment, dissipating the thoughts in his heart that shouldn't be there. The eldest disciple had suffered so much after him all these years, and he had just actually raised the thought in his mind. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't. If the eldest disciple found out, he would definitely scold him for being a perverted master. What Chunyi didn't know was that Su Jiqian's heart was now excited. Su Jiqian saw the shy look of her master's father who had just flickered away, and was directly excited. Master must have just seen her full body and that's why he was shy. Master must be interested in her. If not, how could he be shy? Su Jiqian had actually known since she was a child that it was as if she was born with a strong attraction to the opposite sex, only that she didn't know why. It never worked on her master. But Fawn looked at it and it didn't seem to be of no use at all. Thinking in her heart, Su Jiqian stretched out her hands and encircled her master's neck, snickering in her heart. Since master has now recovered and appears to have little resistance to her mature body, her plan to push master down must be put on the agenda, but it had to be done gradually. She was worried that if she expressed what was in her heart all at once, her master would not be able to accept it. It would be bad if it had a negative effect. Chunyi just carried his eldest disciple back to the house, but that house was said to be a house, but in reality, it was no different from ruins. Tianxian Sect's old site has been completely destroyed in the Great War, and now he and two disciples are living in seclusion in the deep jungle. The house is even more improvised, to be more simple and more simple. However, Chen Yi wasn't discouraged. He could exchange a newbie gift pack in the system store. It included a perfect clan, and by the time he finished the task of comforting his two disciples, he would be able to bring them with him to live a good life. Chen Yi placed his eldest disciple on the bed and stroked her forehead in comfort. You're too tired. Take a rest first. Wait until you wake up and then look for your master. Master will first go see how your senior sister is doing. Su Jiqian nodded gently. Not long ago, the master asked senior sister to weaken the strength of the Sanyuan sect, and after she failed, she also suffered a severe beating from the master. Things should be pretty bleak now too. If senior sister knew that senior had recovered, she would be very happy. Chunyi comforted the eldest disciple before pushing the door to leave. Standing at the entrance of the great disciple, Chunyi let out a long sigh. For the second disciple, the guilt in her heart was no less than that of the first disciple. The moment he thought of his second disciple being tortured by himself and curled up on top of his bed, Chenyi's heart felt another twinge of pain. Not long after, Chenyi arrived at the door of the second disciple's room. He adjusted himself before pushing his way in. The door of the room was pushed open with a squeak. Chenyi's eyes quickly swept through the room and did not see Lang Luoli's figure. Instead, there were other women standing inside the house, using brooms and cleaning the dusty floor. When that woman saw Chenyi, she hurriedly put down the sweeping tools in her hands and saluted towards Chenyi. Disciple, meet the master. Chenyi had actually not only adopted two personal disciples, he had additionally adopted an elven woman. And the woman in front of him was the one he had once adopted in the elven territory. This woman's name was Hu Jiuyu, and she was considered the eldest princess of the elf clan. Elf clan. The clan is full of handsome men and women, elegant and noble. Their appearance in human beings, only some sharp ears. Life expectancy is longer than ordinary human beings. Although Hu Jiuyu was the princess of the elf race, she was indeed born with wheat-colored skin and her eyes were different from the others. She had double individual pupils, an appearance that stood in stark contrast to the other elves with white, smooth skin. Her birth was considered by the clan to be a detriment to the majesty of the elven royal family and an evil and ominous presence, and she was similarly ostracized by her other sisters at birth. When she was 16, the elven clan kicked her out, and she grew up ostracized and not accepted by the clan. Just when she was so desperate that she wanted to kill herself, Chenyi appeared and reached out to her, while also saying to her, "Your pupils are very pretty." Hu Jiuyu's talent was not excellent, and compared to Chenyi's two disciples, it was considered inferior. Therefore, even if Chenyi wanted to cultivate her into a personal disciple, he couldn't do it, so he simply placed her beside the two personal disciples, taking care of the two disciples. In fact, Chenyi did this more because he wanted Hu Jiuyu to learn alongside the two disciples. After all, There was nothing that the two disciples could need to take care of on a regular basis. Hu Jiuyu was very grateful for Chen Yi's kindness of taking her in. No one discriminated against her here. And even Chen Yi surprisingly didn't give up on her, guiding her cultivation in the face of her average talent. It could be said that everything she had now was given to her by Chen Yi. And if it wasn't for Chen Yi, she would have died on the day she was abandoned by her clan. So she had long since made up her mind to follow Chen Yi forever. Hu Jiuyu was already in a low realm, so it was impossible for her to carry the torment of her former host. If it wasn't for the two disciples looking out for her, I'm afraid she would have died long ago. At the thought of this, Chen Yi blamed himself and hurriedly bent down to help Hu Jiuyu up. Hu Jiuyu's skin is a healthy wheat color, and her ears are somewhat flat and long. As the eldest princess of the elves, she had inherited the beauty that elves should have. Her face was excellent and delicate, her beauty was impeccable, and her figure was even comparable to that of her eldest disciple. She was dressed in a full maid's outfit, and her legs were covered in black silk that came up to her thighs, and the top part of the black silk sunk into her flesh. However, Hu September's shoulders were filled with scars from Chen Yi's torture, and she couldn't help but tremble in pain just as soon as Chen Yi's hand was placed on them. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurriedly relaxed his force, his expression slightly apologetic. Although he was also very worried about Hu Jiuyu's physical condition right now, the disappearing second disciple made him feel even more anxious. The second disciple had been tortured by him only a short while ago, and should be too weak to get out of bed at this time. Lying in bed and resting. Why is he gone? Where did Long Luoli go? Chen Yi asked as he rushed at her in a slightly anxious manner. A bad feeling vaguely arose in his heart. Hu Jiuyu was a bit out of her mind for a moment when she saw her master gently helping her up, his face full of eagerness. The master would actually help her up with his own hands, and looking at that expression, it seemed like he was very concerned about Lang Luoli's safety. That doesn't seem like something a former owner would do, but realizing her master's sincere and tender gaze towards her, she was suddenly a little shy. Her cheeks flushed a little and her eyes averted as she returned back to master. Second senior sister has gone to fulfill the task given by master to steal the Sanyuan sect's greatest treasure. Chapter 5 Long Luoli. As Hu Jiuyu spoke, her face was unconsciously buried downwards, not daring to look directly into her master's eyes. Chen Yi looked at Hu Jiuyu's evasive eyes, and that somewhat scared look, his heart was just a burst of sadness. It must be that Hu Jiuyu had been beaten up before. That's why she was unconsciously afraid as soon as she saw him. He had caused all of this, and from now on, he had to undo it. With that in mind, Chen Yi first took out a pill from his storage ring and handed it to Hu Jiuyu. This is a healing elixir. You take it first. In a moment you and eldest sister will rest here. Remember not to run around. Master will first go and bring your second senior sister back safely. From today on, nothing can happen to any of you three. After handing the elixir to her, Chen Yi tenderly stroked the top of her head before rushing out the door. Judging from the situation of the house just now, Lang Luoli should have already left for a while. It must be that after he tortured the second disciple to the point of unconsciousness last time, as soon as the second disciple regained consciousness, he immediately dragged his severely injured body to the Sanyuan sect to complete the task set out by his master. Given the second disciple's physical condition, not to mention weakening the strength of the Sanyuan sect, I'm afraid it would be difficult to fight against cultivators of the same realm. As soon as he thought that his second disciple might be in danger, Chen Yi's heart hung in the air as he flew towards the direction of the Sanyuan sect at the fastest speed possible. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu, who had just enjoyed her master's gentle touch, remained half-kneeling in place, not getting up. A rich blush emerged on her wheat-colored face, as if she had put on a layer of blush. A pair of jade hands cupped her delicate and flawless face. Hu Jiuyu, like the two disciples, had always held a strong love for Chen Yi. Only in the past 3 years, her only access to her master had been when he beat her. As a result, just now, the master pushed the door to leave with a gentle touch on her forehead. This was simply beyond her tolerance, and for a moment her head went straight down. It was a long time before she came back to her senses and realized something that shocked her greatly. She held the healing elixir her master had given her, and then she realized something. Has the master recovered? She shook her head violently just as the thought rose from her mind. After all these years, the master hasn't changed. How could he suddenly change back today? But again, that gentle look just now did happen right in front of her eyes. Anyway, not sure. Check it out first. The camera pans to the Sanyuan sect, the outskirts. At this time in the evening, under the moonlight, a young girl's eyes were cold and incomparable, and her cool temperament seemed to freeze everything around her. Beside her fell several miserable-looking corpses. Corpses that had just died recently. And blood flowed from the wounds all the way to the young girl's feet, the tips of her toes stained red with blood. That young girl was Langluoli, who had come to weaken the strength of the Sanyuan sect in the name of her master. Her skin was cold white, as if reflecting a silver-white light under the moonlight. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned, and her features were very graceful, but her expression was so cold that it made people numb, and no one dared to look at her more than once. Langluoli's realm was only the second level of the innate realm, so she said that she had come to weaken the strength of the Sanyuan sect, but she only dared to catch some of the Sanyuan sect's outer disciples in a sneak attack. However, despite the fact that the threat she posed was not great, it did indeed weaken the strength of the Sanyuan sect. Because of her existence, there were rumors amongst the cultivators that if they wanted to join the sect, they must not join the Sanyuan sect, because the outer disciples of the Sanyuan sect generally did not survive more than 3 days. This also made it so that the Sanyuan sect had been unable to recruit new disciples for some days now. But Langluoli's sneak attack was not always as expected. In front of her stood 2 elders of the Sanyuan sect. Both of them were strong in the foundation establishment realm. Facing a cultivator who was a whole big realm higher than her, she was simply powerless to fight back. If in the past, she might have been able to use the method of consuming her lifespan to escape, but she had just been tortured by her master, and had only regained her consciousness not long ago, so she really couldn't withstand that kind of consumption. Those 2 elders of the Sanyuan sect, who were constantly approaching Langluoli, said at the same time, "You girl child, you've made us look for you. If it wasn't for using these few outer disciples as bait, we really wouldn't have been able to catch you. Your Tianxian sect lost the war a long time ago, and that waste of a master teacher of yours is even hiding somewhere. So why should a cultivator as talented and intelligent as you still work for that waste of a master teacher? Why don't you come to my Sanyuan sect? Our Sanyuan sect will offer you with the position of elder, and you'll be able to break away from your punk master's control. Why not?" Langluoli's talent was one of the only geniuses in the entire continent, and no matter which clan she went to, she would be treated as a guest of honor and enshrined. And the elder treatment offered by the Sanyuan sect was a treatment that any genius would covet upon hearing about it. As one of the several powerful sects in this continent, the 3-element sect's offerings for elders were more generous than any other small sect leader's treatment. When Langluoli heard the 2 elders' words, she coldly lowered her head, her showy fists clenched. When the 2 elders saw her in this state, they thought that she was pondering whether or not to join the Sanyuan sect, and immediately greeted her with smiles. "Girl child, don't think about it. That waste of a master can't give you anything. Why do you need to waste your youth there? That's right, come on." Before that elder could finish his words, he saw Langluoli violently gazing towards him, that expression so cold that it made him, a cultivator of the foundation establishment realm, feel his spine tingle. Even the temperature around him seemed to have dropped quite a bit. Chapter 6, Master has really recovered. Langluoli's silver teeth clenched in anger as she coldly roared, "Don't you dare insult Master." She was actually just like her elder sister. She had always had an undeserved affection for her master, and it was still very strong. In her heart, her master was everything to her. Anyone who insults the master deserves to die. As soon as she spoke, the temperature around her began to drop in an instant, and the blood under her feet was frozen into ice. Seeing her reach out her hand, she condensed multiple ice cones out of thin air. The ice cones appeared to be ordinary ice, but in fact, they contained strong spiritual power. Even when facing a cultivator, they could cause substantial damage. Langluoli was an ice cultivator who could use the energy of heaven and earth to unleash her feats and skills. The ice cone, under her control, violently shot out towards the 2 elders. At the same time she growled under her breath, "How dare you insult your master? Go to hell! Go to hell!" Even if Langluoli was in her once prime, she couldn't beat the 2 elders, let alone being so weak now. As soon as that ice cone shot in front of the 2 elders, it was instantly slapped to pieces and turned into debris. The 2 elders had thought that it was Langluoli considering his recruitment offer, but it turned out that they didn't realize that she was just storing up her strength in order to release her attack. "Humph, what a meddler. Since we can't use it for ourselves, we don't need to hide it. Eldest, take her top-quality spirit root, turn around and refine pills. We'll both have half each," one of the elders said to the other. "If people in this world want to cultivate, they must have a spiritual root. And the spiritual root is divided into 1 to 6 grades. 1 is the lowest, 6 is the highest, and Langluoli is the top 6 grades of spiritual root. And things like taking someone's spiritual roots to make pills were only used by cultivators who practiced evil cultivation techniques. As a prestigious sect, the Three Elements sect would surely be discredited if others knew that the sect's elders would even know this kind of technique. How unfortunate it would be if the spiritual route was taken directly and the person died. There's no one here. And this girl was born so clear and beautiful. Even if the two of us were in a high position, we wouldn't be able to play with such a superb girl. Why don't we capture her in a while, press her underneath, tear apart her cool and unparalleled appearance, and enjoy a good time before seizing the spirit route is not too late, another elder said. Good offer. The more high-strung she looks, the more excited I get. When it's time to rattle her outer skin, I'll see if she's still cold. Strike. The two elders quickly agreed, and together they spread out their palms and flew towards where Lang Luoli was grabbing. Lang Luoli looked at the incoming two people and wanted to draw back and escape, but the strong pressure of the foundation establishment stage enveloped her body, and it was a waste of effort for her to even straighten her back, let alone escape. Although she had always been fighting against the Sanyuan sect, but the defeat of a cultivator in battle was at best a death. Lang Luolui truly did not expect that the elders of the Sanyuan sect would be so lowly. Hearing the conversation between the two just now, Lang Luoli's fists clenched so tightly that they turned purple, and blood flowed out along her palms. She felt a pang of revulsion at the thought of any man other than her master touching her. At this moment Lang Luoli made up her mind. Since she had been guarding the fruit for her master, and her master wasn't going to pick it, she had no choice but to destroy it here. When the two elders approached in a moment, she would immediately run her entire body's spiritual energy to explode herself, giving them no chance to spoil the corpse. Even though she wasn't afraid of death, she couldn't help but feel a sense of sadness rise in her heart at this time. After accompanying Master Teacher for so long, in the end, did he still not see the day when Master Teacher recovered? Even she hadn't had a chance to express her love to her master. If only she could be allowed to see her gentle Master Teacher for just one more glance while she was dying. Even if it was just one glance, she would be satisfied. The two elders, being foundation establishment stage cultivators, were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they flew to Lang Luoli's eyes. That pale and incomparably large hand directly grabbed towards Lang Luoli's chest, and right at this moment, Lang Luoli also closed her eyes and began to utilize her entire body's spiritual energy in preparation for self-detonation. But as soon as she ran up her spiritual energy, she suddenly realized that her spiritual energy was out of control. She was suddenly puzzled and reopened her eyes to look ahead, finding the two elders motionless and fixed a meter in front of her. Just as she was feeling even more puzzled, a sudden warm touch came from the top of her head. The touch was very familiar to her, and even though it had been a few years since she had felt it, she could still distinguish it at once. Master! Master! Lang Luoli's voice was somewhat surprised, but at the same time, it was somewhat ethereal. Chunyi was behind her and embraced her into his arms while still caressing the top of her head. It was Chunyi who had just arrived in time to stop Lang Luoli, who was preparing to self-destruct, and also used his divine hidden realm's pressure to control the two elders. At this moment, Chunyi tenderly looked at the second disciple in his arms, his heart beating wildly, only to feel a pang of fear in his heart. Just now, he was going to lose the second disciple who had always been unfailingly devoted to him and had accompanied him for so many years. If he came a second later, then he'll blame himself to death inside. Chunyi stroked the top of his second disciple's head while saying gently, "It's all right now. It's all in the past. Master has now recovered. And what I once owed you, Master will make up for it." Ding! System task, comfort 2 disciples. Completed. The newbie gift pack has been issued to the system space. Pay attention to sign for it. Chunyi was slightly puzzled as he listened to the system's voice in his head. He had only just said 2 words to the second disciple, and the other party hadn't even responded yet. So this system was considered to have completed the task? Is this system accurate or not? In fact, what Chunyi didn't know was that the moment Lang Luoli saw him, this mission had already been accomplished. In other words, even if Chunyi didn't say anything, as long as he appeared here, Lang Luoli would forgive him for everything he had done. Or perhaps she had never held a grudge against her master. Master Teacher would always be flawless in her heart. The word delicate was seldom used on the cold as ice frost Lang Luoli, but she was like a delicate young girl at this moment, directly jumping into her master's arms. She hugged her master tightly, and the moment she locked eyes with him, tears flowed out in an instant. As soon as those tears came out, they turned to ice and fell to the ground, crumbling into pieces. Lang Luoli sobbed and choked softly. "Master, Lear misses you so much. Lear thought she would never see you again. Lear almost died just now." "No, could it be that I'm already dead?" Lang Luoli enjoyed the warmth of her master's embrace and looked at her master's gentle expression, and immediately felt a sense of being a world away. She had been tortured to the brink of death by her master not long ago, and it had only been a few days since then. Nothing had happened. So how had her master recovered? Had she just blown herself up? So now she was in an illusion? Langluoli stretched out her hand and stroked it towards her master's cheek. If this was really an illusion, she wanted to do something even bolder. Feeling his second disciple caressing his cheek, Chunyi smiled and extended his hand, holding it on the back of her hand. He could sense that Langluoli's emotions were not very stable, as if she was doubting whether she really existed. It's true, Master has really recovered, Chunyi said gently. Chapter 7, Langluoli's intelligent brain. The moment Langluoli truly touched her master's cheek, she really dared to be sure that her master had really appeared by her side. Looking at her master's gentle and handsome face, Langluoli's thoughts gradually drifted to the past. She still remembered the first time she had met her master, when she was in a secret realm. That secret realm is rumored to have treasures present. The person who captures it can become a dragon in one leap. Langluoli is one of the top geniuses of this continent. Naturally also the first time to participate in the secret realm of the fight. In the secret realm, she used her intelligent qualifications, as well as her superior strength, to defeat a group of other contenders before capturing that treasure. But at the same time, she herself was heavily injured, and with all the crises in the secret realm, it was impossible for her to go out alive with her treasures. Just at the moment of crisis, something even more desperate happened as she saw Chunyi appear with Su Jiqian. Langluoli thought that the two had similarly come to fight for the treasure, and given her physical condition at the time, she wouldn't have been able to defeat any of the cultivators who came, let alone Chunyi, who was originally a strong person of the divine hidden realm. Just when she was so desperate that she closed her eyes and waited for death to come, a warm palm stroked towards the top of her head and at the same time handed over a healing elixir to help heal her injuries. After that she left the secret realm safely under Chunyi's leadership. Langluoli had wanted to give up the treasures in that secret realm in return for saving her life, but it turned out that Chunyi didn't take it. In fact, at that time, Chunyi was a powerful person of the divine hidden realm, and the treasures on his body were already too many to count, and at that time, when he appeared in that secret realm, he mainly went there in order to accompany Su Jiqian's experience. So naturally, he wasn't interested in that so-called treasures. Langluoli was touched by Chunyi's gentleness and resolutely worshipped him as a master after that. In fact, in the midst of this, many other things happened. In short, between the three of them, to spend a very good life. Of course, that good life shattered 3 years ago. Memories were washing over and over again in Langluoli's mind at this moment. Her tears turned into icy spots and kept flowing out from the corners of her eyes. She just hugged her master tightly, not wanting to let go for a moment. She had followed her master over the years, and had never complained even if she had suffered severe beatings from her master all day long. She had never blamed her master teacher either. She only felt that it was her own incompetence that prevented her from helping her master teacher steal the Sanyuan sect's supreme treasure earlier, although she was still in a bit of disbelief that her master had really recovered. Even if it was only for this moment, she wanted to hug and enjoy it for a while longer. Langluoli was wearing a long blue gauze dress. The lower half of her body was white knee-high socks, and the body heat of the young girl was transmitted through the muslin dress. Chunyi saw the frosty beauty in his arms, slumped down in his arms for a while and pouted. He was also heartbroken and hugged her, letting her vent her emotions. Only because of his posture, Chunyi's hand just happened to caress the top of her white stockings, causing him to be a bit shy for a while. A blush gradually surfaced on Chunyi's face, and he was seen shaking his head violently to dismiss that bad thought. The second disciple was in the greatest need of comfort right now, and it turned out that he had just turned red because of that kind of thing. If the second disciple knew about this, he wouldn't scold him for being a perverted master? How can we meet people from now on? What Chunyi didn't know was that Langluoli was always admiring his handsome face and had long since taken in all his subtle changes. Langluoli looked at the way her master teacher had just been a little flustered because of her shyness, and her heart was just bursting with amazement. The current master teacher would be shy. Before, no matter how much she hinted at her master, he would not give her the slightest response, and since 3 years ago, she was even more afraid to show the slightest bit of it, or else she would receive a severe beating. As a result, just now, Master, he was so shy just because he touched her there unintentionally. It looked like Master might have actually recovered, and not only has he recovered, but he has also regained some of the 7 emotions that belong to a man. It always felt like the current Master was going to be even more handsome than before, but since her Master's father liked it, she was actually quite willing to be giving him some other perks. But not now. When Chunyi saw that the second disciple in his arms had stopped crying, While seeming to be pondering something, he felt that she should have finished venting her emotions for the time being, and was sort of relieved. Chunyi wrapped one arm around her slender and moist waist and said softly, "First, wait for Master to take care of these two scumbags first, then I'll take you back. For everything that Master has done to you over the years and owed you, Master will make up for it." The corners of Lang Luoli's mouth lifted slightly when she heard her master's words. Master Teacher still didn't know. In fact, she had never felt that Master Teacher owed her anything, but since the Master has now changed for the better, it's not really a big deal even if she lets the Master misunderstand her for a while. In the future, it might be possible to take advantage of this Master's mentality that he owed her this, and create a good opportunity to do so. For example, "Master, you don't want to upset your poor second disciple, do you?" Lang Luoli was born with an intelligent mind, only at this time she didn't use it in the right place. Chunyi was currently wrapping his arms around his second disciple while his eyes were extremely cold as he looked at the two Sanyuan sect elders in front of him. When he had just arrived here just now, he heard the conversation between these two elders. The content of that is, well, disgusting. If he had come a little later, I'm afraid that the second disciple's current fate would be unimaginable. What these two people had done was unforgivable, and even Chunyi felt that just killing the two of them wouldn't relieve his hatred. At this moment, he even wanted to exterminate the Sanyuan sect's entire clan. Only then could he soothe his anger. In fact, the present-day Chunyi hadn't realized that part of his own thinking had been influenced by the previous host, and this body proper. After all, those memories had indeed passed into his mind, and now he was only as gentle as he could be with his own people, and he wouldn't hold back a bit in the face of any incoming enemies, or even as long as they messed with him. He had to give it back 1,000 times over. Thinking of this, Chunyi spread out his palms to the two elders in front of him, and his spiritual energy converged on top of his palms while saying in a cold voice, "This seed never expected that the so-called orthodox cultivator sect of the Sanyuan sect would have such pandemonium within its gates. This day, this seed will first take the lives of the two of you dogs, and will destroy the entirety of your Sanyuan sect some other day." As soon as Chinye's words fell, his spiritual energy transformed into a shockwave that erupted out of his palm in an instant. The two elders were both cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, and faced with the pressure control of Chunyi at the divine hidden realm, they couldn't even escape for a moment. As the saying goes, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. Chunyi was once the best in the same realm. Even if he had fallen to the first heaven of the divine hidden realm now, it was not something that two foundation establishment stage elders could fight against. The shockwave struck by Chunyi quickly engulfed the two elders, and the two elders transformed into a puddle of mud in a matter of moments. Chapter 8, Lang Luoli's Little Scheme. The shockwave struck by Chunyi quickly engulfed the two elders, and the two elders transformed into a puddle of mud in a matter of moments. In fact, what he had just said about destroying the Sanyuan sect's entire clan was not just words, but currently he did not have the strength to do so. It wouldn't be too late to make a move after regaining his peak state and breaking through to the next realm with absolute power. Chunyi finalized this idea in his heart. After completely resolving the two Sanyuan sect elders, Chunyi saw that his second disciple was in a very weak state, so he picked her up in a princess hug and flew in the direction of their seclusion. Having just been comforting his second disciple, as well as resolving the two elders, Chunyi didn't have the time to check out the newbie gift pack sent by the system for a while. This would be the party that was considered idle. Chunyi said to the system in his mind, "Brother Tuzi, open the gift bag for me. I'll see how it goes." Ding! The newbie gift package is opened. The rewards are as follows: 1 Heavenly Shin Temple, 1 Extreme Spiritual Root, 1 Extreme Special Physique, and 10,000 system points. Please also check the personal panel for details. System, detecting that the host has lived a less than ideal first half of his life, he has specially sent the host a small invincible opening, and I wish the host a happy life. The system's voice sounded in Chenye's mind, and Chenye was slightly confused at this moment. What do you mean by detecting that he hasn't lived the first half of his life as well as he should have? Why do I always feel like I'm being mocked by the system? Wasn't the first half of his life that he had never been in love? Was a bit timid and low self-esteem, and his youth was just one masturbation after another, fantasizing about having a girl to hang out with, when in fact the reality was that he had exploded his parents' gold coins, studied in a lousy junior college, and looked for a class to go to after mucking about, with no ideals, no friends, and was only worthy of burrowing into a sewer to be a rat, and looking at the good life outside the manhole cover? Is this any less than ideal? Woohoo! When Chenye thought of this, he suddenly felt a little sad. At this moment, Long Luoli, who was in his arms, looked at her master's expression that was suddenly incomparably sad, and her heart immediately became worried. Why is master suddenly sad? Although she didn't know why her master was sad, Lang Luoli felt that she should do something at this time. Seeing that she stretched out her hands, she first encircled her master's neck, and then gradually put her lips, tentatively probing over. Seeing that her master didn't hide, she then kissed him, her lips on his cheek. Bu Ingam. She then leaned over to her master's ear and said softly, Lear doesn't know why master's father is sad. But if it's because of Lear's and senior sister's words, or if it's Hu Jiuyu's words, then master's father doesn't need to be sad. We all want master's father to be happy. If it's something else, you can also talk to Lil. Lil will be happy to listen to you. Shen Yi had just been immersed in the sorrows of another world and did not notice the second disciple's movements. It wasn't until he was kissed on the cheek by his second disciple that he snapped back to his senses. Returning to his senses, when he looked at the frosty beauty in his arms, who was cool and incomparable, was showing a very different and tender expression for his sake. All the sadness in his heart dissipated out in an instant. Let bygones be bygones. From now on, he's starting a new life. Chun Yi smiled and shook his head at the second disciple, then spent 1,000 system points to exchange a healing elixir from the system store. The system introduction said that this healing elixir cured all diseases, and I don't know if it's that divine. If it was true, then the two disciples in Hu Jiuyu's injuries could all be recovered. If it was false, then he, Chen Yi, even if he went through the entire continent, would still be able to find medicines that could heal all of their old injuries. He said he'd take responsibility, not just talk about it. With that in mind, Chen Yi took out the healing elixir and handed it to the second disciple. This is a healing elixir. Try taking it. Since Lang Luoli was embracing her master's neck with both hands at this time, she couldn't free her hands, so she said with a bad smile, Master, you feed me. Okay. Her delicate body was already very soft, plus she was looking at her master with a woman's very soft eyes. That look, anyone who saw it would be in pity. Chen Yi was no exception. Hearing the second disciple's request and looking at the second disciple's soft lips that were slightly open, his heart beat wildly for a moment. He and Lang Luoli were master and disciple. Just now she was attacked by the second disciple even if she was sneak attacked, and now he had to come and feed the elixir with his own hands. This was a bit too ambiguous, right? But on second thought, the second disciple couldn't free his hands right now, and it should be a normal thing for her, as a master teacher, to feed her disciple medicine to heal his injuries, right? Yes, it's quite normal. Thinking of this, Chen Yi then handed the elixir to the second disciple's mouth. But before he could draw his hand back, the second disciple had it in his mouth. The teacher is feeding you medicine. How do you still eat the teacher, are you? Lang Luoli couldn't help but snicker in her heart as she looked at her master's face full of panic. It seems that the current master seems to be powerless against her. She had messed up her master's face with just a slight trick, so what about the rest? He. In that case, she'll be rude from now on. Lang Luoli thought in her heart. And after that healing elixir entered her mouth, it instantly melted away and turned into nutrients that began to nourish her entire body. Not a moment later, a golden glow began to emerge from all the wounds on her body, even at the scars. At the same time, her 5 viscera and 6 internal organs, meridians and spiritual roots, every place is undergoing nourishment. This moment she only felt warm, extremely comfortable. Not a moment later, that light gradually dissipated, and Lang Luoli looked at her body in surprise, her mouth open. All the scars on her body, surprisingly, were all repaired. Not even just the scars on her skin, but all the dark wounds left behind by her master over the years when he tortured her. The internal injuries that had pooled in her body had all disappeared without a trace. However, the realm was not restored to what it once was. After all, that realm had fallen down and still required her to break through once more. Master, what grade is this elixir? The medicinal effect is so miraculous. Lang Luoli looked at herself in surprise. The dark disease in her body was almost impossible to recover to the old days, but as a result, she had actually recovered now? Did that mean that she could continue to follow in her master's footsteps and become stronger early so that she could be used by him? When Chen Yi heard her question, he didn't know how to answer for a moment. All the pills, precious weapons, array talismans in this world are divided into immortal, heaven, earth, Xian, yellow, 5 levels. Immortal is the highest, yellow is the lowest, each is divided into the upper, middle and lower 3 levels. But this system sent her a healing pill, which was only labeled with a systematic unity. Does that mean that the grade of this elixir has exceeded the 5 grades of this world's differentiation, and has crossed beyond the 3 realms and is not among the 5 elements? Thinking of this, Chen Yi returned. Ahem. You don't need to ask much about how this came to be. As for the grade, let's call it Unity grade for the time being. Chapter 9, The Second Disciple is. Lang Luwali had always obeyed her master's words, and since her master had told her not to ask more questions, she wouldn't pursue the matter any further. As long as the master can recover and continue to live with her and everyone else. Other than that, it doesn't matter. With that in mind, she slumped down into the middle of her master's chest, feeling the warmth of master's embrace, and the nice aroma that was unique to that master's body. An unparalleled sense of security filled her heart, and she unexpectedly fell asleep without realizing it. Although she had recovered from all her injuries, her mental state, however, was very tired. Over the years, her spirit had been strained at all times. Either she was accomplishing the impossible task set by her master, or she was taking care of her senior sister or Hu Jiuyue, who had been beaten to the point of serious injury by her master, or she was taking a beating herself. Now she can finally settle down and get some sleep. The sound of the young girl's even breathing came from her. She was sleeping very soundly. After Chen Yi healed his second disciple, he likewise fed himself one to restore his injuries completely. As a divine hidden realm cultivator, he flew extremely fast, and the scenes under his feet changed rapidly. The place where Chen Yi and his disciples were secluded was called Spirit Void Mountain. Lingshu Mountain is this continent's famous forbidden place, here inhabited by a variety of powerful demonic beasts. The foundation stage below the cultivator, but any step into, will only be a dead end. The reason why the hermitage of Chen Yi's few people was not infested by demonic beasts was because Chen Yi had released an isolation barrier around it, so that ordinary demonic beasts could not approach. Although the Spirit Void Mountain was full of crises, the scenery was extraordinarily beautiful, with towering giant mountains stretching endlessly, and wisps of mist wrapping around the mountains, as if it was a fairyland. In no time, Chen Yi carried his second disciple back to the secluded place. After Chen Yi landed on the ground, he first probed out with his divine sense to check on the condition of his eldest disciple. The eldest disciple was currently in a deep sleep, but just not in a very elegant position. The slender white legs were casually resting on the quilt, and the underwear on her body was even almost half open. Chen Yi hurriedly withdrew his divine sense when he saw the scene. So close, so close, so close to offending the great disciple. In the future, living with the 3 disciples every day, it would be better to pay more attention to their privacy in the future. How can you move around and just casually release your divine sense to check it out? How rude. If the disciples knew about it, they wouldn't be able to call him a. Forget it. Chen Yi thought in his heart as he first carried his second disciple back to his room. The second disciple's room was in the same state of disrepair as the first disciple's. A small bed, a wooden table and chairs, and a simple dresser were all that was left of the room's furnishings. Chen Yi looked at the wooden basin placed on the ground, half filled with water. That should be used by the second disciple to catch the rain leaking from the roof on rainy days. Looking at this scene, Chen Yi once again couldn't help but let out a sigh. The 2 disciples he had taken in were both excellent geniuses, and could enjoy the supreme treatment of the VIP level wherever they went, almost having whatever they wanted, only to end up with him all these years, living the same life as a beggar. Chen Yi's heart was incomparably self-condemned as he hugged his second disciple and gently placed him on top of the bed. He looked at his second disciple's absolutely beautiful sleeping face, and at this moment, he couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. It must be said that the second disciple who had been restored to a healthy state was even more beautiful than before. To say that it was overwhelming would not be an exaggeration. Chen Yi was all a bit worried about what would happen if he didn't hold back and had other thoughts about the 3 of them in the future. It has to be held in order to work. Now that the second disciple's situation had stabilized, the eldest disciple waited until she woke up from her sleep, and after handing her a healing pill she would be fine. However, there was another person Chen Yi was more worried about right now, and that was Hu Jiuyu. Chen Yi was in Hu Jiuyu's most needy time, reached out a helping hand, gave her hope of life. But 3 years ago, after his temperament changed drastically, what he did to Hu Jiuyu undoubtedly is not another destruction of Hu Jiuyu's aspirations for life. If it wasn't for Hu Jiuyu still holding on to the idea that he would recover, and the attentive care of the 2 disciples, I'm afraid that he would have killed himself once again. Chen Yi's heart was incomparably hard when he thought that he had almost caused a good girl to kill herself. Without delay, he was ready to go to Hu Jiuyu's room first and check on her condition. But just as Chen Yi lifted his leg, he realized that there was a person hanging on his waist. The second disciple was sleeping deeply, and was now tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, her face still rubbing against him from time to time, her mouth drooling. Meanwhile the mouth was slurring dreamy words. Senior, hey, senior, you don't want to be found out by your senior sister, right? So be good. The way the second disciple fell asleep was a far cry from her usual appearance. Waking up as a frosty beauty, she falls asleep as a. Anyway, the contrast is a bit too cute, right? Hey, Chen Yi shouted in his heart. How else could he leave? But then again, what kind of strange dreams are you having? Second disciple. Hey, Chen Yi was too embarrassed to leave for a while, and it was only after a long time that he found the opportunity to pull out. He patted the drool staining his shirt, then gently closed the door to the room. Standing at the door of the second disciple's room, Chen Yi just happened to bump into Hu Jiuyu, who was washing clothes in the courtyard. In fact, Chen Yi, as a cultivator of the divine hidden realm, was already able to do many things that ordinary people couldn't comprehend, such as dirty clothes. He could restore them to cleanliness with just a wave of his hand. Only the former host Dip Big Disease have to torture Hu Jiuyu hand washes. Hu Jiuyu watched her master appear and hurriedly got up, about to kneel in front of her master's body. At this point, she wasn't sure if her master had really recovered, so she still hadn't forgotten the manners she once had. Seeing this, Chen Yi rushed forward and helped her up, while grabbing her hand and softly saying, Master has already recovered. When you see Master again in the future, you don't need to repeat that tedious set of etiquette. Master doesn't care about that. You don't need to wash these clothes either. In the future, Master will personally guide you in your cultivation. Chapter 10 Comforting Hu September. Chen Yi had not had enough time before as the Tianxian sect's patriarch to teach his two personal disciples while dealing with the political affairs of the sect. That's why he didn't personally guide Hu Jiuyu, who had an average talent in her cultivation, but instead placed her beside the two disciples. Now that the clan was also gone and there were just the three of them around, Chen Yi now had the free time to personally guide Hu Jiuyu in her cultivation. Hu Jiuyu looked at Chen Yi's soft expression, and hearing those words of his, the elf's stunningly beautiful face was a bit dumbfounded for a while. If the previous her was still unable to confirm whether Chen Yi had really recovered, then now, the heart she had always been carrying could be considered to have finally been put down. Her emotions towards Chen Yi were actually not lower than the two disciples at all, if not more so. Only she had always felt inferior about her wheat-colored skin and her somewhat bizarre pupils. Previously, when Chen Yi was still a gentle master, he often comforted her, which gradually eased her low self-esteem. But then after Chen Yi's personality changed dramatically, not only was he not comforting, but he was even often insulting, with all kinds of disgusting words of wanton abuse. At that time, Hu Jiuyu watched the most perfect existence in her heart, the existence that she almost worshipped as the hope of her life, turn into that kind of appearance, insulting her in every way. Her outlook on life almost collapsed. In the night, when she prepared everything to kill herself, but when she remembered the once gentle Chen Yi, she couldn't do it. No, Chen Yi wasn't like this. If it was the real Chen Yi, there was no way he would say this to her. Something must have gone wrong with Chen Yi, and since she had once been saved in Chen Yi's company, in return, she must also stay by Chen Yi's side. Save each other the way Chen Yi saved her. Hu Jiuyu was holding this idea, which is tenacious to live until now, and with her enduring companionship, there was finally a light and a glimpse of hope. Chen Yi at this time, in order to prevent her in making the move of kneeling, and always hold her wrist, the two people close to some clothes, plus that action, the scene suddenly showed some ambiguity. Hu Jiuyu didn't dare to look directly into Chen Yi's eyes, even if it was the gentle Chen Yi. Low self-esteem accumulated over a long period of time, which is a kind of heart disease, not only cannot be cured by drugs, but also impossible to transform back for a while. Chen Yi knew that Hu Jiuyu's current condition was all caused by him, and he didn't know how to alleviate Hu Jiuyu's heart disease. Perhaps a warm embrace could alleviate some of it. With that in mind, Chen Yi tenderly took her into his arms and held her tightly. The young girl's soft, delicate body felt excellent to the touch, the elf's skin soft and smooth. Chen Yi had just embraced her in his arms when he only felt a soft touch coming from him. Hu Jiuyu's body exudes the unique fragrance of elves, a kind of nature's clear and beautiful aroma that makes people feel relaxed and happy. Hu Jiuyu, who had learned of Chen Yi's recovery, didn't burst into tears of excitement like the eldest and second disciples. Instead, she was extraordinarily calm. This is actually true of most people who have heart disease. They don't write too many emotions on their faces and show them, but that doesn't mean they don't have a heart. There are some extreme heart patients who look like ordinary people on the surface, but it is impossible to say at what point they will do very extreme behaviors. Hu Jiuyu merely responded to Chen Ye's embrace, leaning her delicate and soft body continuously towards Chen Yi, enjoying the warm embrace. Chen Ye's guess was right. This warm embrace was indeed the help she needed most at this moment. Hu Jiuyu never wanted to ask for anything. She lacked only a ray of warm sunshine can shine on her, and Chen Yi was the only one who could make her feel warm. Blazing sunshine. Chen Yi tenderly stroked the young girl in his arms, and only after a long time did Hu Jiuyu raise her head, and those special pupils looked very beautiful under the illumination of the moonlight. Hu Jiuyu hesitated for a moment, her eyes a little evasive, and said softly, "Master, Master, disciple still wants to call you Master. Is that okay?" Hu Jiuyu liked the title of Master very much, not for any other reason, but simply because it allowed her to feel Chen Yi's presence at all times. Chen Yi had exchanged another healing pill from within the system store at this time and was just about to hand it to her when he heard her words back. "You can call Master whatever you like if you like. By the way, take this elixir first so that your injuries can be healed." Chen Yi handed the elixir to her body while gently stroking the top of her head. Chapter 11, Chen Ye's Night Attack. After Hu Jiuyu took the healing pill, she just quietly lay in Chen Ye's arms. Chen Yi also hugged her like this and returned to the house where she lived. After placing her gently on the bed and couch, he also covered her with a quilt. "I'm sure that after taking this system's healing elixir, Hu Jiuyu should be able to recover as soon as possible. Until then, Hu Jiuyu needs a good rest. Take a good rest first, while Master goes to check on your senior sisters." Hu Jiuyu knew that the senior sisters were also in great need of their master's help. She nodded obediently, her beautiful eyes closing quietly. "Well, Master must come back early." Shortly after her words fell, perhaps due to the exhaustion that had built up over time, she quickly fell asleep. Chen Yi stood by Hu Jiuyu's bedside, looking at her sleeping face and smiling faintly, looking at her being able to recover. Chen Yi was only able to completely put his heart down. Hu Jiuyu's sleeping posture was more honest than both the eldest and second disciples, and also while more quiet, even in a semi-conscious state. Hu Jiuyu was once also the eldest princess of the elf race. Although she was not treated well since she was young, she also went through a lot of royal etiquette training, which had long been imprinted in her brain. After taking care of Hu Jiuyu, Chen Yi left the room, and after gently bringing the door with him, he stood in the doorway in slight thought. After all this time, the eldest disciple should have been sleeping well, but regardless of whether one slept well or not, this systematic cure-all healing elixir had to be delivered to the mouth of the eldest disciple sooner rather than later. Now the eldest disciple was the only one out of the three who hadn't taken it yet. With this in mind, Chen Yi walked towards the house of the eldest disciple. All three had rooms next to each other and it didn't take more than a few steps to get there. Standing in front of the door of the eldest disciple's room, Chen Yi first hesitated for a moment before knocking on the door of the eldest disciple's room. The reason why he hesitated just now was because he was worried that her knocking on the door would wake up the still sleeping eldest disciple. But if you walk in without knocking, it wouldn't be good if you see something you shouldn't. Anyway, better knock down the door and ask. After Chen Yi knocked on the door for a long time, there was no sound coming from inside the house, so Chen Yi laid down on the doorway, intending to listen to the movement inside. If the eldest disciple was still asleep, he would just go straight in and deliver the elixir to the eldest disciple's mouth, and then just retreat in a hurry. He promised not to look at anything, although Chen Yi didn't have any other thoughts. This action of lying on the doorway of a great disciple and eavesdropping was somewhat obscene. It's a good thing no one saw it, or it would have been a bad dish. It's bound to be called out as, okay, can't say anymore. Hearing the even breathing sounds coming from inside the room, Chen Yi concluded that the eldest disciple must still be asleep, so he slowly pushed open the door of the room. Su Jiqian had accompanied him for the past few years, and like the second disciple, he had hardly rested properly, and it was understandable that he slept a little too well on this rare sleep. Chen Yi also didn't want to disturb the big disciple's rare rest. He gently tiptoed towards the big disciple's bedside and leaned in. Looks very much like a demented man raiding a beautiful woman's boudoir at night. Chen Yi always used his hand to block the bed in order not to see the older disciple's more open sleeping position, in case he offended the older disciple. It wasn't that Chen Yi was much of an upright person. It was mainly because the charisma on the eldest disciple was too outrageous. He was a little worried that he would do something bad if he saw the big open disciple. And Chen Yi was blissfully unaware at this moment that Su Jiqian had long since opened one of her eyes and watched him move slowly. In fact, when Chen Yi had just stepped into her house with his front foot, she had already woken up, realizing that a man had entered the house. She had thought to just release her moves and knock him out. But after seeing clearly that it was her master, the corners of her mouth lifted up, and she hurriedly withdrew her spiritual energy while still continuing to pretend to be asleep. She wanted to see what the master was up to when he stayed up in the middle of the night and didn't go to comfort his senior sister in Hujiu, and came to raid her boudoir at night. Chapter 12 Siki. Shen Yi, which knows the big disciple's awake. Muddy still thought she was sleeping. Tiptoe moved to the big disciple's bedside, finally relieved. If the eldest disciple found out that he had touched her in the middle of the night while she was sleeping, he really didn't know how to explain it properly. With that in mind, he exchanged a healing elixir from among the system store and began to do his business. In order to feed the medicine to the eldest disciple, Shen Yi moved his hand that was blocking his eyes away a little bit, so that he could see the eldest disciple's face clearly. But this just as soon as he dodged his hand away, Shen Yi saw his eldest disciple's absolutely beautiful sleeping face, and for a moment, he only felt his heart beating wildly. He had never touched a woman, but it wasn't like he couldn't hold his hand when he saw a beautiful woman's face, right? Shen Yi only felt a little surprised, but then he remembered. It seemed that this great disciple he had taken in was not an ordinary demon race. He vaguely remembered that when he adopted Su Ji Qian at that time, the demon clan patriarch had specifically told him that his daughter was a phantom demon. Moreover, the demon clan patriarch had specifically instructed Chun Yi that when his daughter grew up, if Chun Yi couldn't help but want to pick it would be counted as if he, as a father, had allowed it. Chun Yi snapped back to his senses. What was he thinking just now? The chimeras themselves have an aura which has a certain effect on the opposite sex around them, and the chimera themselves can control the people affected. The reason why Chun Yi lost his concentration just now was actually a deliberate act by Su Jiqian. It was only that Chun Yi was at least a divine hidden realm cultivator and relied on his own will to offset it back. Sensing the failure of her ploy, Su Jiqian couldn't help but think in her mind, worthy of being a master. The charm was actually cancelled out. When Xian'er breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, let's see if master can still cancel it out. After cancelling out the distracting thoughts in his head, Chun Yi took the healing elixir and gradually leaned towards the eldest disciple's mouth. This time the problem came. The eldest disciple sleeps with his mouth closed, and this pill can't be stuffed in. There was no way around it. So Chun Yi had to take the elixir and rub it against his eldest disciple's mouth to see if he could feed it in. The eldest disciple is sleeping so soundly, he shouldn't wake up, right? How could Chun Yi know that the eldest disciple had already woken up a long time ago and was just pretending to sleep with his eyes closed? Su Jiqian felt a round thing around her mouth at this moment, slowly rubbing her lips. The touch was extremely strange. What is master doing? Staying up in the middle of the night? Did he just come to touch her lips? Su Jiqian obviously misunderstood the situation at hand, but she didn't dare to really wake up. If she wakes up and scares the master of the night attack, what should she do if the master doesn't come in the future? Might as well keep pretending to be asleep, only to cater to her master. She slowly opened her mouth a crack. Chen Yi was also finally relieved when he saw that the eldest disciple had finally opened his mouth. After slowly putting the elixir in, Chen Yi wiped the beads of sweat on his head in a fake manner. It's finally done. I'm sure the eldest disciple was exhausted, and I'm surprised he didn't even wake up after all this disturbance. Now that it's done, I won't disturb the great disciple's sleep. With this in mind, Chen Yi helped the eldest disciple cover up the quilt before slowly pushing the door to leave. Inside Su Jiqian's house, it was only after she felt her master leave that she finally opened her eyes. Looking at the quilt that was already covering her body, she broke into a smile and just felt warm and fuzzy inside. Master was really gentle. He didn't even forget to cover her up when he left. Only she was a bit confused now. Just now, it seemed that her master had sent something into her mouth, and then it melted in her mouth. Obviously, master was not here for anything else. But what exactly did master teacher feed her? This doubt had just risen in her mind. And soon, every damaged skin on her body began to shimmer with a golden light. And in no time, she was completely restored to her original state. Su Jiqian stretched out her hand and looked at her skin, which was once covered in scars and had now been restored to flawlessness, and her entire body was shocked beyond words. Master just now, was he worried about her? So he came over to feed her pills. This elixir was so effective and able to cure all diseases. I'm afraid that this is at least a heavenly ranked elixir. In their Tianxian sect, once in its heyday, the heavenly rank pills within the sect could also be counted on one hand, and the one in her mouth just now. How did master get it? Her mind was overwhelmed at the thought. Senior had actually paid so much for her and was so gentle, even going so far as to come in the middle of the night and secretly feed her pills in order not to wake her up for a rest. The current mastermind. So great. So like, Siki. She clutched the covers and rolled frantically on the bed for a long time before falling back to sleep. At this time Chun-Yi stood in the empty courtyard. All three women were resting. His task was considered to be finally completed, and his tight nerves could finally be let down a bit. Chun-Yi looked at the dilapidated small courtyard, and then remembered that in the newbie gift package sent by the system, there seemed to be a Tianxian Hall. Sounds like an oxymoron of a name and I don't know what it's actually like. With that in mind, Chun-Yi exchanged that heavenly Xian Hall from within the system space. As soon as he clicked on redemption, he suddenly only felt that before his eyes. He was enveloped by a burst of golden light, and he couldn't see anything anymore. Not long afterward, the golden light dispersed before he regained a clear view of the scene in front of him, and his eyes directly widened. The place is still the same, only the whole scene has changed. The dilapidated house where the three daughters once lived had now become three extremely luxuriously decorated bedrooms. The dirt ground that he stepped on under his feet had become a stone brick ground, and the room where he himself lived had become a huge hall. The grand hall covered an extremely large area, and the golden tiles on top seemed to be glittering with golden light, emanating extreme majesty at all times. And there are many more distinctive buildings around, such as indoor spas, practice rooms, kitchens, vegetable gardens, and so on and so forth. What was even more outrageous was that since the appearance of this heavenly Xian Hall, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have risen a few levels, as if it had been set up with a spirit-gathering array. Chapter 13, Invincible Strength. What was even more outrageous was that since the appearance of this heavenly Xian Hall, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have risen a few levels, as if it had been set up with a spirit-gathering array. Chun-Yi released his divine sense and checked the surroundings, finding that a large area around the Tianxian temple seemed to have a layer of forbidden restrictions on it. All the demonic beasts of the Spirit Void Mountain were unable to get close to it, forming a safety zone around it. In other words, the demonic beasts formed a natural barrier, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. And this place almost became a world that belonged solely to them. Wait until everyone wakes up and their jaws must drop when they see this, Chun-Yi said with a smile. After placing the heavenly Xian Hall out, Chun-Yi remembered that the system had also gifted him with an extreme spiritual root and talent. So he thought to open the system panel to take a look. Host, Chun-Yi. Race, human. Realm, first heaven of the divine hidden realm. Techniques practiced, none at this time. Spiritual roots, your unicorn's genuine co-branded spiritual roots 2.0+, produced by the system. Special physique, the ultimate invincible super contrarian perverted physique, produced by the system. System points, 7,000. System comment, not doing as well as you'd hoped in the first half of your life? Worried that you'll still be doing nothing after you've crossed over? It doesn't matter. The system is always late but arriving. I'd like to give you a small invincible start. Please check the host's specific strength by yourself. Chun-Yi looked at the system panel in front of him, and the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Come on. Should you be so corny with this spirit root name? And why do I think it looks so familiar? It's just that I don't want to think about this. Since the system said that it gifted me with a small invincible opening, then I'd better try my strength first. Chun-Yi thought to himself and quickly released his divine sense. Previously, he had not released his divine sense on a large scale, and had not yet noticed any changes in himself. This time he released it, he realized that the area covered by his divine sense was tens of times larger. Hundreds of times larger than that compared to before. The entire spiritual void mountain was within the coverage of his divine sense, and no wind or grass could escape his eyes. Soon, his divine sense found a demon king of the first sky of the Violet Mansion realm within the Spirit Void Mountain. Since the system said that he was currently in a state of minor invincibility, he would go ahead and challenge a demon king to try out his strength. Thinking to himself, Chun-Yi directly rose up in the air, and before long, he appeared above the nest of that demon king. This Violet Mansion realm first sky demon king was a giant white tiger, and when Chun-Yi arrived, he happened to come across her fighting for territory with another Violet Mansion realm second sky toad demon king. Chun-Yi looked downwards and realized that his original target, the demon king giant tiger, had already been severely injured by another demon king. Since he was already incapable of resisting, I'm afraid that even if he killed him, he wouldn't have any reference value. So Chun-Yi simply changed his target and attacked the Toad Demon King of the second sky of the Purple Mansion realm. Chun-Yi actually had cultivation techniques of his own. Only the system panel didn't show them for some reason. Maybe the grade is too low to be informative in the eyes of the system. Chun-Yi gathered the spiritual energy around his body on top of his right palm, and an infinite amount of spiritual energy surged out from his body in an instant. This was still the first time he had formally struck out after crossing over, and according to his memories, the person he was once wasn't considered weak, but he definitely didn't have as much spiritual energy in his body as he did now. Moreover, the spiritual energy now was even thicker and stronger than before. Realizing the change in himself now, Chunyi couldn't help but smile while slapping that palm out. The palm went heading straight for that Violet Mansion Realm Second Sky Demon King. That Toad Demon King was originally pressing that giant Tiger Demon King step by step, preparing to swallow him, and did not notice Chen Ye's appearance. However, the moment Chen Ye's palm wind shot out, it immediately only felt an incomparably strong pressure around it, suppressing its body and making it unable to move. The Toad Demon King was filled with horror. It had cultivated in this spiritual void mountain for tens of thousands of years before it reached the Purple Mansion realm, and it had never seen any pressure that could suppress it so much that it couldn't even move. What the hell is going on here? Despite its million-dollar disbelief, Chen Ye's palm wind didn't give it a chance to catch its breath and directly struck its body. The Toad Demon King was directly deflated and penetrated by this palm wind, and was slapped into ashes in an instant. But the palm wind did not stop. Directly into the ground. Heard a rumble. The ground crumbled out like a spider web of cracks. Cracks continue to extend, as if the Grand Canyon in general. It also triggered an earthquake, with countless sky-high trees collapsing and birds and beasts scattering in all directions, as if the world had come to an end. Chunyi looked at his palm with a face full of shock, and then looked at the scene below. That's what he typed. The system is sincere. The Demon King of the Second Sky of the Violet Mansion realm that he had just directly slapped to death would at least top a cultivator of the Sixth Sky of the Violet Mansion realm or above if he were to compare it to a human cultivator. On this continent, the patriarch of the Sanyuan sect, one of the several great sects, only had the strength of the fifth heaven of the divine hidden realm. If it was the Sanyuan sect patriarch that he had just struck with that palm, wouldn't he have directly destroyed him into slag? The main thing was that Chunyi hadn't used his full power yet. If he had struck a palm with full power, he wouldn't even dare to imagine the destructive power. At this moment, Chunyi took a deep breath, and after learning about his current strength, his smile grew even more. With that kind of strength, you should be able to protect them, at least in this continent. Chunyi could no longer imagine anyone being able to catch this palm of his. However, in order to be on the safe side, it was still necessary to quickly train the two disciples, as well as Hu Jiuyue. After all, if Chunyi wanted to continue to improve his strength, he had to obtain system points from them to redeem his cultivation. With this in mind, Chunyi hurriedly rushed in the direction of his home, not knowing if everyone had woken up, and at the same time, that white giant tiger demon king of the first sky of the Purple Mansion realm looked at Chunyi, who was gradually flying away in the sky with a look of gratitude in his eyes. Although it didn't know why Chunyi had helped it defeat the Toad Demon King who had come to fight for its territory, it knew that without Chunyi's appearance, it would definitely be dead by now. This human's kindness, it must remember. Looking at the direction Chunyi disappeared in, it silently noted Chunyi's appearance in its mind. By the time it recovers from its injuries, it should be able to take form to repay the favor. Tianxian Hall. Above the square, Su Jiqian woke up because she had been woken up once by her master, and she had not been sleeping well, plus the earthquake in the square, so she woke up. She opened her eyes in a daze and looked at the scene in front of her. She was a little disoriented for a moment. She rubbed her eyes first, and then she gasped outright. Where is this? I'm traveling through. She should have woken up in a ramshackle cabin. So how did she suddenly end up in a lavishly decorated bedroom? Chapter 14, Su Jiqian's charming technique. She should have woken up in a ramshackle cabin. So how did she suddenly end up in a lavishly decorated bedroom? Su Jiqian was full of disbelief, and with the intention of changing clothes and going out to take a look, she opened the closet. As a result, the inside of the closet was filled with all sorts of clothes, from sect dresses, noble decorations, and even products that came out of a perfect combination of modern textile technology and ancient aesthetics. After Su Jiqian changed into a new outfit, she hurriedly pushed open the door of her room. Arriving at the square and looking at the scene in front of her, she was even more convinced that she had traveled, but none of that mattered. She was more worried about whether or not her master had crossed over together. If this world didn't have a master teacher, then she wouldn't be able to live at all. Just as she had mixed feelings in her heart, Chunyi slowly flew in from above the celestial dome. Chunyi looked at the anxious-faced eldest disciple, so he hurriedly landed in front of her and greeted her with a smile. You're awake. Feeling better? Su Jiqian looked at the appearing master. The words did not even have time to say. Directly 3 steps and 2 steps, pounced over, tightly embraced the master's back. When Chen Yi saw this reaction from his eldest disciple, he thought that she had not recovered from her injuries and hurriedly asked with concern, "Xian'er, but where do you feel uncomfortable? You can talk to Master. Master will think of something." Su Jiqian buried her face in her master's embrace, and only after she had enjoyed her master's breath enough did she then raise her head again and shook her head, saying, "No, the disciple feels good, relaxed as never before. It's just that disciple thought just now that master teacher had disappeared. Disciple is so afraid that master teacher would leave." Her voice was a little soft and flirty at the same time. Chen Yi looked at the petite body in his arms and listened to her slightly coquettish words, only feeling a flutter in his heart. What on earth was this great disciple made of? It was as if one sentence could hook his soul. The words of the key great disciple were not yet false. They were revealed by genuine emotion. That would make it more offensive. Chen Yi only felt his heart beating a little faster, and subconsciously stroked her back, returning with a serious face. "No matter what happens, Master will never leave you." When Su Jiqian heard her master's words, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and those fox eyes looked at her master as if they were discharging electricity, and she said in a coquettish manner, "The master assures the disciple." Chen Yi smiled and earnestly replied back, "Master assures you." As he spoke, he didn't think too much about it. After all, he had owed his eldest disciple so much over the years, it was only natural to accompany him more. But after he took a step back and savored it, he felt that the conversation between the two was a bit ambiguous. That doesn't sound like something a master and disciple should say to each other. Realizing that the scene was somewhat ambiguous, and after associating it with the fact that he had just nightly attacked the boudoir of his eldest disciple not too long ago, Chen Yi suddenly felt a strange feeling rise in his heart and subconsciously tried to push her away. "I'm afraid something will happen if we keep hugging like this." As a master teacher, how could he think otherwise of his eldest disciple? As for Su Jiqian, she had long since taken her master's reaction in her eyes, and she smiled badly as she locked eyes with her master. This is a great opportunity, and if it works out, there's no chance it can take one. As she thought in her heart, the pupils within her eyes suddenly changed color, releasing the phantom demon's charm technique. As an invincible existence in this continent, Chen Yi could naturally easily disintegrate the charm technique of a phantom demon who hadn't even reached the foundation establishment stage. But that would also have to be in light of Chen Yi's own defensive mentality. For his eldest disciple, he had never been the least bit defensive, and had really allowed his eldest disciple's charm technique to take effect. As for the previous time in the eldest disciple's room, the eldest disciple's charm technique didn't work. It was because the two of them didn't have direct contact, so the effect was average. As the charming technique took effect, Chen Yi only felt a strong flame burning in his heart, and he couldn't help but hug the delicate body in his arms tighter. Then the lips took their time, and they pressed forward. Su Jiqian also felt a little surprised when she looked at her master teacher who suddenly attacked. She was still unskilled in the use of the charm technique, and had only used it on her master, not really expecting it to work. Realizing that her skills had worked, Su Jiqian's heart was overwhelmed with excitement as she cupped her master's face and directly greeted him. Chen Yi only felt that on his lips, there came a fragrance that belonged solely to a young girl. Su Jiqian's set of black silk full legs subconsciously together, body temperature gradually rose, holding the master's hand also more and more tightly gripped. 10 minutes later, only then did Chen Yi get out of that charm technique and looked at the big disciple in front of him that he had kissed, only to feel his heart beating wildly. He didn't know what happened just now, but he couldn't hold back and did that kind of thing to his eldest disciple. Having offended the great disciple in such a way, how could he get along with the other party in the future? At this moment, Chen Yi didn't know that the reason why he had just had that reaction was because he had been hit by the eldest disciple's charm technique. The first reaction of Chen Yi, who had regained his senses, was to apologize to the eldest disciple first. "Xian'er, I'm sorry, master." Just before he finished his words, he saw Su Jiqian's jade finger lightly pointing on his lips and said with a delicate smile, "Shu, you don't have to apologize, master. In fact, disciple enjoyed doing what I just did with you. Let's go inside and continue." Su Jiqian licked her lips, feeling the scent of her master's scent still permeating her. Her delicate body began to burn. Su Jiqian took her master's hand and tried to lead him back to his room. At this moment, Chen Yi was a bit confused, not reacting from the words of the eldest disciple for a while. He had just forcibly kissed the eldest disciple. Shouldn't the eldest disciple be crying and flipping him off? Because according to the custom of this world over here, a woman who has kissed a man can't get married. But looking at the reaction of the eldest disciple just now, not only did he not blame him, but instead he was still happy about it. and even had the feeling that he had succeeded in his plot. He's not mistaken, is he? Chunyi held his eldest disciple's hand and was about to be pulled into the house. Chapter 15, Sister Shura. Chunyi's body was likewise a bit heated at this moment, as his mouth was still filled with the aroma of the eldest disciple, and the chimera's saliva had a strange effect. Su Jiqian held her master's hand and was about to push open the door to the room, but just as her ploy was about to succeed, she suddenly heard a female voice coming out from behind her. Lang Luoli rubbed her eyes and walked out from the house. She was wearing an ice blue light gauze dress, the entire butterfly back and the snow-white skin at the collarbone. All of it was exposed. The lower half of her body was even without pantyhose, and her white and well-proportioned slender legs were wantonly exposed in the air. Seeing her master and sister together, she subconsciously greeted them. Good morning, master and sister. When Chunyi saw the second disciple appear, his heart felt bad. His current posture of holding hands with his eldest disciple was very ambiguous. If this let the second disciple know about the things he had just done to Su Jiqian, then how could he face everyone anymore? Su Jiqian looked at her senior sister appearing and interrupting her. The corner of her mouth forced a smile in response. Ahaha, good morning senior sister, she said with her mouth, but in reality, she hated to tie her senior sister back to the house to let her sleep for a few more hours. Lang Luoli awoke from her daze. She looked at the scene in front of her, and her first reaction was not to be surprised by the fact that the scene in the building had changed. She was surprised that even if the two of them, master and sister, were together, why were they holding hands? What's even more outrageous is how it seems like both of them are hiding something on their expressions. She hastily took a few steps forward, looking at the two men's faces as if scrutinizing them. Chunyi was a bit flustered by the second disciple's stare, and it wasn't because he was timid. It was mainly because he really did something he shouldn't have done. Lang Luolui was gifted, but not just in terms of cultivation talent, and seeing her master's face full of weakness, she was even more certain of what was in her heart. Just now, Senior must have done that kind of thing with Senior Sister. With Senior Sister. As for how far it had gotten, she didn't know, and just as she was speculating in her mind, she suddenly saw the stockings on her elder sister's legs, broken in several torn holes. That was accidentally broken by Chunyi when he kissed the eldest disciple earlier. Lang Luoli looked at this scene and was shocked. Master has just actually already done that with sister. Has he done that? Damn it. I can't believe she slept so much that she didn't even notice. Lang Luoli looked at her senior sister with a dissatisfied face. Clearly said that we have to compete fairly. How can you sneak down hey? In fact, as early as 3 years ago, both disciples knew that each other had thoughts about their master. However, given that the two were on good terms themselves, being good sisters who talked about everything, plus both being good disciples of their master, although they were doubly surprised when they learned that each other had thoughts about their master at the time, they ultimately had no choice but to compromise. After discussion, they made a pact that they could only compete fairly and not hurt each other. Only later on, the master's temperament changed drastically, and that rule had to be put to rest. Now that master has recovered, it is only natural that this rule should be reinstated. Su Jiqian looked at her senior sister's expression of being jealous, and only felt a pang of amusement in her heart, and couldn't help but tease. Aya, why did you get up so early? Didn't you sleep a bit more? The implication is that if you sleep for a while, senior sister, senior will be taken down by me. Lang Luoli would not know what her senior sister was implying. She was furious and stomped her feet. She wrapped her hands tightly around her senior's other arm. Her eyes pitifully looked at her senior and said softly, Master, Lear didn't feel well last night and didn't sleep well. Can you help Lil see? Lang Luoli exhaled her aroma in Chenya's chest, the warm breath of the young girl hitting on top of Chenya's chest, making Chenya's heart itch. Chunyi looked at the frosty beauty whose appearance made it impossible for anyone to get close to her, pampering herself in his own arms, and the cheeks that had just gone down resurfaced with a touch of redness. But how could he remember that last night, when he was taking care of the second disciple? The second disciple was sleeping comfortably and talking in his sleep. It was just a matter of time. No matter what, since the second disciple said that he wasn't feeling well, he couldn't be careless. Chunyi thought in his heart and returned. Then master releases a trace of spiritual energy and enters your body to check you for any bruises in your body. So get ready. Lang Luoli nodded, her eyes filled with thirst as she whispered back. Well, Lear is ready. Lear wants master's spiritual power. Give it to Lear quickly. When Chunyi heard the second disciple's words, his hand, which was just about to release his spiritual energy, lurched. Come on, what kind of terrible things are you talking about? Hey, It's fine for the eldest disciple to say something strange. After all, people are chimera. They might be born with a bit of talent. Why are you like this too? It could be that the second disciple didn't have any other ideas. It's just that he, the master, had nasty ideas and misinterpreted normal words. Chen Yi thought in his heart before he probed his spiritual energy into the second disciple's body. Su Ji Qian, who was at the side, looked at her master teacher who was kept in the dark and couldn't help but reveal a helpless smile. She knew her senior sister's situation better than anyone else. Her senior sister just did it on purpose. It was probably because her senior sister had found out she was stealing food, so she was jealous that she was like this. But even if senior sister's schemes were more powerful, there was no way they could compare to her. A natural-born chimera, Chen Yi said seriously after quickly checking the condition of Lang Luoli's body. Your body is healthy, and you feel uncomfortable, probably psychologically, so if you want to talk to someone, you can always come to the master. Even though Chen Yi didn't view any illnesses after checking his second disciple's body, he still wasn't careless. Since the second disciple had said that he wasn't feeling well, then he must be not well somewhere. And a sickness of the heart was also considered a sickness, and he had to always keep an eye on the status of his disciples, which was considered to be a way of compensating everyone. When Lang Luoli heard her master's gentle words, she was instantly moved to the core of her heart. She had expected her master to chastise her for talking nonsense after realizing that she wasn't physically ill. Chapter 16, Still a Perverted Master. Lang Luoli had thought that her master would chastise her for talking nonsense after realizing that she was not physically ill. As it turned out, she didn't expect that not only did the master not chastise her, but she became more concerned about her physical condition. The current master has not only become gentler, but also more attentive. She simply loved her master now. Thinking in her heart, Lang Luoli smilingly hugged her master's arm, constantly rubbing herself into her master's embrace, enjoying her master's temperature and scent. Favorite Master Chief, Su Ji Qian, who was on the side, watched her senior sister's movements and puckered her small mouth in jealousy. She grabbed her master's other arm, her chest thrusting upwards to show off her majesty, and wrapped it directly around her master's arm. Lang Luoli's figure was quite a bit slimmer compared to her elder sister, and all parts of her body were more proportionate, a refreshing beauty type. She looked at her senior sister's purposely puffed out chest, then at her own, and a sense of frustration hit her. The two women stared at each other in the air, as if electric sparks were created in their eyes. Aside, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. At this time, was sandwiched in the middle of Chen Yi's red face, left to see Su Jiqian bust peak, right to see the cold Luoli teenage soft skin. The two beauties' delicate body of the fragrance came, so that he simply cannot move well. He had planned to guide everyone in their cultivation today. How come it's turned into this scene now? Chen Yi lightly coughed twice, interrupting the two and said, Ahem, so energized in the morning. It looks like the body is really returning to a healthy state. Today, Master resumed his guidance on your cultivation. Master, here are 2 books of Gongfu. You first and foremost put them away. Chen Yi hastily changed the topic, and at the same time, exchanged 2 feats out of the system store. The techniques were all customized by the system according to the disciples' current physical condition and which discipline they were suitable to cultivate. And the level grades were all of the unified grade. According to the system, the unification level was one that had already surpassed the current world's highest immortal rank. These 2 techniques should be very strong, right? After Chen Yi exchanged the feats, the knowledge of the 2 feats directly melted into his mind. At the same time, he was surprised to find that he had integrated all the moves in these 2 techniques and reached the realm of great accomplishment. Brother Unicorn is still giving it a go. This top talent isn't for nothing. After Chen Yi sighed in his heart, he first took out the demonic soul technique practiced by Su Ji Qian from within the system space. This was a technique suitable for the demon race to cultivate. As soon as this technique was taken out, it was as if a layer of haze was shrouded all around, and a heavenly aura of fury filled the surroundings. And this technique would give people a feeling of shivering just by placing it here. Su Jiqian had been a little curious as to what kind of technique her master would take out for her, but when she saw the demonic soul technique in her master's hand, she was directly attracted to it. It was as if that gong method was inherently tailor-made for her, with an extremely strong attraction. Chen Yi handed over the gongfu and said, "This gong method is powerful. As long as you cultivate it carefully, crossing a large realm to face the enemy will not be a problem." Chen Yi had already understood this technique to the point of great accomplishment, so he naturally knew how strong it was. In this continent, the strongest gongfu was only around the Xian rank, while this gongfu had already reached above the immortal rank, differing by 4 whole ranks. coupled with the fact that this was a tailor-made technique for a great disciple. If one were to dive into the cultivation, their strength would be immeasurable. Su Jiqian looked at this gongfu and breathed a little sharply in excitement. If it was really as powerful as her master said, wouldn't she soon be able to help her master if she practiced seriously? The thought of being able to share her master's worries excited her. Seeing Su Jiqian standing on her tiptoes, she fiercely booped a mouthful to her master's handsome cheeks, and then received the gongfu, smiling sweetly. Thank you, master. I like you the most. Chen Ye's expression was a bit surprised when he was attacked by his eldest disciple's fragrant kiss. I didn't realize that sending a great disciple's technique would have this benefit. With that in mind, Chen Yi took out the ice heart skill practiced by Lang Luoli from within the system space again. This technique was based on the element of ice, and when cultivated to great completion, it could freeze a continent or even a domain world. As soon as this gongfu was taken out, the temperature of the surroundings dropped a lot along with it. The circumference of the gongfu emitted a blue light, and silk cold air floated from it. Chen Yi handed the gongfu to the second disciple and thought to himself, will the second disciple also have benefits to give away? Even though he knew it was bad to think that way, what was with the little bit of anticipation in his heart? Still really perverted master. Just as he was thinking about it in his mind, before that merit law was handed over to the second disciple, in Chen Ye's line of sight, he saw a stunningly beautiful face coming at him. He hadn't even reacted yet when he felt a softness coming from his lips. Lang Luoli had long been unable to hold back after learning that her master and senior sister had just done that kind of thing here, and that her senior sister had even kissed her master's cheek in front of her just now. Not caring anymore if the senior sister was there or not, he directly kissed her, her arms wrapped tightly around her master, enjoying his warmth and flavor with abandon. Chen Yi subconsciously tried to push the second disciple away. Although he had a little bit of anticipation in his heart, he couldn't really do this kind of thing in front of the eldest disciple, but his hand loosened just as soon as he exerted pressure, and instead subconsciously grabbed the second disciple's beautiful back. The mind says no, but the body is honest. Su Jiqian, who was on the side, was slightly surprised as she looked at her senior sister who suddenly struck out. She also didn't expect her senior sister to be so bold as to dare to face her. Although the two know each other by heart, but also the least you can do is to carry a little bit of people bar leaning. Good for you, sister. But even though Su Jiqian was a bit dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't go forward to stop it. After all, she did say to her senior sister that she wanted to compete fairly for the master, and she had just stolen a bite, so this would be a bit of a stretch if she were to stop it. And she, as a senior sister, has to be a little more generous, doesn't she? After about a few minutes, Su Jiqian finally couldn't help herself. You're not done yet. Sister's still here. You've almost got it. Ahem. Oops. Yuer is awake? Su Jiqian cleared her throat and looked at Hu Jiuyu, who had just walked out of the room, and purposely spoke loudly. Only after Lang Luoli heard her senior sister's words did she loosely let go of her senior. Her soft petite body was a little hot at the moment, and her snow-white skin seemed to be shrouded in a reddish filter. Chapter 17, Another Competitor? Her hand held the gongfu that her master teacher had given her, and she smiled. Thank you, master, for the gongfu. When Lear cultivates the gongfu to great completion, she will be able to stay by master's side forever. Lang Luoli was one of the most famous geniuses in this continent, but her life was somewhat miserable. Her parents had died shortly after giving birth to her, and she'd bounced around from family to family. But having been gifted from a young age, it was obvious to her that all of the families that had adopted her were hungry for what she had in her. Her innate 6th grade ice spirit root was an existence that made everyone's eyes glaze over, and those families that adopted her were all aiming to seize her mature spirit root for their own use when she grew up to adulthood. As a result, she left her home, which was never hers in the first place, alone in her teens and traveled the continent. She participates in secret realms, competes for treasures, and does battle with geniuses from all walks of life, bent on becoming strong enough to protect herself. After that she was in a secret realm and met Chen Yi by chance. At first she was touched by Chen Yi's gentleness and worshipped him as her master, hoping to pursue the farther extreme of martial arts. But at the same time, she who had initially known her master's father still had a strong sense of caution in her heart. She was worried that her master was also deliberately being so gentle with her in order to take away her spiritual roots. But as a little bit of time passed, she gradually integrated into the family, and her master never asked for anything from her, always protecting her from bullying, while teaching her to cultivate. Her master was the only person in her life who had ever been true to her, and that was what caused her to grow up and still snuggle up to her master and love him to death. Perhaps once she had cultivated in order to pursue the ultimate in martial arts. Then now she cultivated in order to be able to follow her master forever. At this moment, Chen Yi licked his lips, and the fragrance of the young girl still filled his mouth, refreshing his heart. Before he kissed the eldest disciple, he initiated it and it was his fault. But that scene just now, it was the second disciple who took the initiative to stick over. Could it be that the second disciple had more than just a master-disciple bond for him? However, when Chen Yi accepted his second disciple as his disciple, the second disciple was still young and should not have received any other education. Perhaps the kiss just now was simply an expression of excited emotion. Thinking about this, Chen Yi himself was a bit uncertain. In short, he was going to be responsible for Lang Luoli anyway, so in order to avoid it being his own fault, it was better not to respond to her too early. Chen Yi finalized the idea in his heart. And just then Hu Jiuyu walked over. Hu Jiuyu came to his body, lifted her skirt, elegantly saluted, and respectfully said, "Good morning, master." The territory of the elves is in the westernmost part of this continent, where the dress is slightly different, but a bit of the medieval style of the Blue Star Europe. Hu Jiuyu rarely wore a maid's outfit, but changed into an aristocratic long dress. Only this aristocratic long dress was different from what was used in terms of material. The upper half of the body was made of light gauze, and the weak-colored healthy skin was revealed from it in a hidden way. The lower half of the skirt was a little shorter, just enough to show the white stockings at the calves. Hu Jiuyu's cheeks blushed a little as she spoke. Yesterday it was the master who carried her to her room. Just thinking about it makes me shy. Chen Yi saw Hu Jiuyu appear and walked over to say hello. Good morning, Moon. At this time, Lang Luoli and Su Jiqin both stood together. Looking at Hu Jiuyu, also the same returned to a healthy state. Also happy smile. The relationship between the three of them are very good. Hu Jiuyu's cultivation talent is average. The strength is weak. Su Jiqin and Lang Luoli, two people, also often protect her, as well as to assist her cultivation. Chen Yi held an elixir in his hand and excitedly handed it to Hu Jiuyu. Hu Jiuyu asked with some confusion, "Master, this is?" Chen Yi grabbed her fragrant shoulders and said happily, "This is a marrow cleansing elixir. After taking it, you'll be able to become as strong as your senior sisters." Chen Yi had similarly discovered this marrow cleansing pill in the system store when he was exchanging the techniques for his disciples in the party. According to the system's introduction, no matter who had any talent, taking this elixir would be able to raise it to a 6th grade spiritual root. After redeeming this elixir, along with the gongfu practiced by Hu Jiuyu, Chen Yi had 1,000 system points left. Although the system points were gone, Chen Yi was not distressed, as long as he could lead his disciples to a good life. If the system points were gone, they were gone. Moreover, when the disciples raised their realms, he would still be able to obtain a steady stream of system points. Hearing her master's words, Hu Jiuyu took the elixir in her master's hand with an expression of excitement. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of pills that could change her talent, but even in the elven royal court where she had once lived, that marrow cleansing pill was a priceless supreme treasure, and it could only enhance a little bit of talent. Something like enhancing several grades of spiritual roots at once was impossible. Chapter 18, The System of Backstabbing. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of pills that could change her talent, but even in the elven royal court where she had once lived, that marrow cleansing pill was a priceless supreme treasure, and it could only enhance a little bit of talent. Something like enhancing several grades of spiritual roots at once was impossible. But according to what the master said, this elixir in the master's hand could make her as powerful as the two elder sisters? This is unbelievable. Hu Jiuyu received her master's marrow cleansing pill and swallowed excitedly before taking it under her master's affirmative gaze. Hu Jiuyu had heard that when taking a marrow cleansing pill, because the spiritual roots in the body would change with it, it would be unusually painful, and life would be worse than death in general. There were even cultivators that would simply die because they didn't make it through. That's why the marrow cleansing pill was usually not given to cultivators at a lower realm. Hu Jiuyu does not know if he can survive, but in order to help the master in the future, this fight, it is nothing. Besides, her master was by her side, and as long as she had her master's company, there was no difficulty that she couldn't overcome. As the elixir entered her body, she subconsciously leaned towards her master's embrace, snuggling close to him. When Chen Yi saw her appearance, he thought that the side effects of the marrow cleansing pill had kicked in, so he hurriedly held her in his arms and gently stroked her back. Chen Yi clearly remembered when he exchanged the marrow cleansing dan. The above introduction said that this marrow cleansing dan will not have any side effects. The Unity Z Brother product must be a fine product. Why does Yuer seem to be in pain now? Not the system. Are you reliable? Hu Jiu Yufeng embraced the master. I thought there would be pain coming from the body, but the result was a burst of warmth that followed in the body, and even some small comfort. There wasn't any discomfort coming from it. She was overthinking it. It was only that she had just held her master tightly because she was a little afraid of pain, and now that there was no pain coming from her, she was too embarrassed to let go. The master's body smelled so good, it was almost as if he was attracting her. Since her master had already misunderstood, she could simply cuddle and enjoy herself for a while. Seeing her hugging herself tightly, Chunyi thought that she was experiencing pain right now, so he frantically questioned the system in his heart. He'd rather doubt his own system than ever doubt the disciples. System, renewal, cleaner. Chen Yi, hey, what do you mean by making an expression? Give me a reasonable explanation. System, nothing, just think you're a little down. Chen Yi. Hu Jiuyue didn't realize that a small move of his own had caused an unknown system to take the blame. Shortly after, the warmth in Hu Jiuyu's body disappeared. It was her spirit root being transformed to completion. When she opened her eyes again, she only felt an incomparable clarity and thoroughness in front of her eyes, and even her five senses had been strengthened quite a bit, and her brain had become more flexible. She tried to exhale the spiritual energy around her and found that the spiritual energy she could now mobilize was more than dozens of times higher than before. She had truly reached the same level of talent as her two senior sisters and was no longer a drag. She would finally be able to assist her master and stay by his side forever, just like her two senior sisters. Hu Jiuyu, who learned this news, was excited beyond words. She raised her head to look at her master's handsome face. Although her eyes were a bit evasive due to her shyness, she still summoned up the courage. Her vermilion lips moved slightly, and slowly pasted over. She didn't really know how her master had gotten this elixir, but the potency of this elixir was simply a supreme treasure that could only be found in the world. It was amazing that the master had given her something so good. She didn't know how else to repay her master. When she had just flopped down in her master's arms, it was obvious that she felt his heartbeat speed up. Since her master's heart was beating faster because of her, it meant that he was interested in her, so she had to give her master a little response as well. But she always felt like it wasn't rewarding her master, but herself. But no matter what, as long as her master wanted it, then she could give him everything she had. Even here, even with two senior sisters watching, she could do bolder things with her master. Here, it's up to the owner to decide if he wants it or not. Hu Jiuyu thought in her heart. Just when her lips were about to press onto her master's face, she suddenly felt a sticky and greasy sensation coming from her body. She looked down and realized that there was a layer of a dirty substance that had surfaced. Ah! Hu Jiuyu shrieked. She had just tried to kiss the perfect master with such a dirty body. What a shame for myself. She was so shy for a moment that she simply collapsed to the ground in shame. Seeing this scene, Chunyi was doubly anxious and hurriedly bent down to hold her up, asking with concern, "Yuer, are you alright? Where are you uncomfortable? You can talk to master." He thought that Hu Jiuyu was in pain because of her body and couldn't bear it, which made her fall to the ground. Hu Jiuyu felt her master's clean hands touching on her dirty skin. Then she was overwhelmed with self-condemnation and whispered, "Master, don't touch. Disciple's body is dirty." Chen Yi didn't care about this, but carefully placed his palm on her forehead and released a trace of spiritual energy to check up on her physical condition while saying, "These stains should be the marrow cleansing pill discharging the impurities in your body to the outside of your body. It's not a big deal. Don't worry." Chen Yi thought that she was frightened by the dirty things on her body, so he carefully explained. Hu Jiuyu felt her master's warm hand on her forehead, and the warm touch came to her. It was surprising that the master didn't dislike her because she was dirty, but instead cared for her so much. The master, now, is really too gentle. How could she resist that? Chen Yi was relieved when he didn't find any abnormalities after checking her body. The reason why Yuer had this reaction was probably because she had just finished changing her spiritual root and wasn't quite used to it. Chen Yi thought in his heart while saying, "Your body is healthy. Don't worry, but if you feel uncomfortable anywhere, you can also come to see master." After checking the injuries on Hu Jiuyu's body, Chen Yi helped her get up. Realizing that Hu Jiuyu might be in great need of a bath right now, she took this opportunity to open her mouth to everyone just in time. "By the way, master has newly built a hot spring for you guys, so you can go and take a bath to get comfortable first." When Lang Luoli heard her master's words, she then asked the doubts that had long been in her heart. "Say, master, did you build all this place, all in one night?" In this world, it was rumored that a powerful cultivator could move mountains, turn seas, construct a building with the lift of a hand, or even a great power who had crossed the threshold to become an immortal was able to create a world out of thin air. Chapter 19, Still need to learn more from senior sister. And Shenyi was once an existence that was one step away from reaching the Purple Mansion realm, creating so many buildings in a single night. Although outrageous, was not unexplainable. Shenyi then used this excuse to explain. It was built for Master. Let's not talk about that for now. Master will show you the hot springs. Worried that this reason would be exposed, he simply changed the subject. The three women were all cultivators born and raised in this world, and had once seen the Tianxian sect established by the previous Chenyi himself. And although the construction speed wasn't as fast as this, it was always acceptable. Seeing that their master was too lazy to explain, they didn't ask any more questions. Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli each held one of their master's arms, smilingly walking along with their master. Hu Jiu, on the other hand, followed behind, looking at everyone with a smile on her face. Shortly after the crowd arrived at the indoor hot springs, and as soon as they arrived around the hot springs, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the three women. This hot spring water was no ordinary spring water, and the wisps of heat emanating from it, if one looked closely, were actually auras that had surfaced as entities, and this spring water, in fact, was all made of spiritual chi embodied. Not daring to imagine how fast one's realm would improve if one cultivated here, Su Jiqian said in surprise. Wow, Master, you even know how to build this? It's too powerful. Chenyi was even a bit shy from being praised. Although this heavenly Xian palace was given by the system was likewise his. It shouldn't be too much to say that he built it. System? Lang Luoli looked at her master's delay in leaving at this time, and thought that her master was going to wash with them, so she looked a bit squirmy at once, hands on his shirt, hesitating to take it off. The thought of showing it to her master was a bit shy, but at the same time she felt an inexplicable sense of excitement. If it's for the master, it should be fine. With that in mind, her long dress slid right down her shoulders, revealing the blue lingerie she wore underneath. Su Jiqian watched her senior sister start bathing and dressing so quickly, her face full of shock. Master hasn't left yet. Why are you taking off your clothes? Good, your senior sister. On purpose you are. Play this hand, is it? You mustn't be allowed to get away with this. With that in mind, she similarly removed her top, revealing the purple lingerie camisole inside. Chenyi was still enjoying the compliments of the eldest disciple when he looked at the two disciples beside him who had already begun to change their clothes, and was suddenly surprised as he retreated several steps, his face reddening. Come on, what the hell is wrong with you guys? You guys don't think that Master stayed here to bathe with you guys? Does that make sense? I'm not that kind of person. Chenyi looked at the two disciples in front of him who were only wearing underwear. The young girl's soft and snow-white skin was almost unobstructed, and the two people's perfect bodies each had their own special features, which simply made it difficult for people to take their eyes off of them. Chenyi only felt a surge of chi and blood, realizing that something bad was going to happen. He hurriedly turned his back. Ahem, you guys wash up first, for the master to return. He cleared his throat awkwardly, then closed the bathroom door as if he were fleeing, standing in the doorway and taking 2 deep breaths and adjusting his form before extinguishing the flames in his mind. If this is in front of the disciples, that would be a shame. At this time, Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian stood inside the bathroom, looking at the master teacher who left in a panic and couldn't help but smile. Now Master Chief is gentle and funny and even more perfect. It was simply too much for them to resist. After Su Jiqian came back to her senses, she looked at her senior sister's slightly shy appearance and teased with a smile. Egu. Senior sister's face is full of shyness. Looking at senior sister's heart is tingling. Now that I think of shyness, just now when you undressed, you were more decisive than anyone. Su Jiqian thought in her heart. Lang Luoli heard her senior sister's mockery, and only then did she come back to her senses from her shyness, her eyes looking at her senior sister's torn stockings that hadn't yet faded away, and she upsetly said back, which is not true. Senior sister still need to learn more from you. Sister, right, your torn pantyhose is a new style? It wouldn't be torn by your master, would it? Although she hadn't seen her senior sister and her master kissing with her own eyes, she dared to conclude that the two must have done something like that, only it was just a step away. Senior sister dared to be so bold. What if senior didn't have any feelings for them and rashly carried out this kind of move, causing senior to be defensive? When the time came, she wouldn't be able to do anything about it, and it would be game over for both of them. At the thought of this, Lang Luoli's heart was still a bit upset. Su Jiqian was asked about this, and did blush a bit as a thief, and hurriedly bathed her body into the hot spring to cover her somewhat blushing face. Lang Luoli didn't delay any longer and bathed into the hot spring. Su Jiqian surveyed her senior sister's appearance and looked like she had recovered just like her, but still asked with concern, "Elder sister, your injuries, are they all healed?" Although the two of them often bickered on some matters, they would always be good sisters in life, especially in these 3 years when the master's temperament had changed drastically. The two women relied on each other for support and formed a deeper friendship. Seeing her senior sister change the topic, Lang Luoli's expression became gentle as she returned, "Well, you've recovered as well, senior sister." Su Jiqian nodded. Then the two of them looked at Hu Jiuyu together. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu had immersed her body in the hot spring, only revealing half of her head. This hot spring has a special purifying effect. All the dirt will be dissolved and eliminated once it enters the hot spring, and the hot spring water will always remain clear and clean. Su Jiqian took the lead and swam over, graciously wrapping her arms around Hu Jiuyu's shoulders and said, "Master has transformed your talent into a 6th grade spiritual root, so we can cultivate together afterward as well. Before, Master also said that he would accept you as his 3rd disciple, so it's not too much for me to call you senior sister, right?" Hu Jiuyu showed some restraint and nodded. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Su Jiqian continued with a bad smile, "Senior sister Hu, you also like senior, don't you?" Hu Jiuyu's cheeks flushed red when she heard her big sister's words, and she hurriedly waved her hand with a shy expression. "Senior sister Su, this can't be said out ah." Su Jiqian said with a smile, "What does it matter? There's only the 3 of us here, since Master has now recovered. The article of fair competition for Master will have to add you to the list. Pay more attention in the future and remember no stealing food," Su Jiqian said while scratching her waist. Hu Jiuyu was caught on the itchy flesh and couldn't stop laughing. At this time, Chunyi had just left the bathroom not too far away, and when he heard the playful sounds coming from inside, he felt a bit curious. "What's going on in there that's so happy? Why don't you take a look?" Chapter 20 Sci-Fi Plus 2. In this heavenly Xian Hall, if Chen Yi wanted to, his divine sense could be released to any place and he would be able to see it clearly. In other words, what happens in the indoor spa, he can also see. Thinking of this, Chen Yes was suddenly a bit excited, but in the end, he shook his head violently, clearing his mind of distracting thoughts. He realized that since he had had contact with the 2 disciples, more strange thoughts had started to come into his head that he simply couldn't control, but reason eventually overcame evil. If the 3 girls knew that they had moved to peek at their baths, then they would not be considered perverted masters? It has to be controlled. With that in mind, Chunyi arrived in the middle of the square and sat on the tea table at the edge of the square. This tea table was very elegant and delicate, with a small stream running on it, and even a model of a mountain peak carved on it, which was very poetic. There is also a tea tree next to the tea table, which has many branches and leaves, so it's a perfect place to cool off on a summer's day. Sitting near this tea tree, Chunyi only felt that his thoughts were all much clearer, and he began to formulate a program in his mind for teaching his disciples to cultivate in the future. At the same time, he also took out the already exchanged Hu Jiuyu's cultivation technique and prepared it in advance. Before he could send it out, Hu Jiuyu suddenly collapsed to the ground, which delayed it. As long as he could pull his disciples' cultivation on the right track, he was barely qualified as a master. It's a way to make up for some of what you owe everyone. Thinking in his heart, Shenyi waited for the disciples to take a bath, a little bored, listening to the rustling sound of the tea trees that resounded with the wind. A very soothing sense of calmness filled his whole body. Although cultivators of the divine hidden realm almost rarely slept and rested, having crossed over he had digested so many memories of his former hosts and experienced all of this. After seeing his disciples regain their health, his hanging heart finally fell, and suddenly a feeling of exhaustion came out, and he unexpectedly fell asleep here. After a while, the 3 women finished their baths and changed into a new set of clothes before they stepped out of the bathroom. The 3 women came to the square together to look for Master Teacher, and found that Master Teacher was already sitting on a stone chair under a tea tree, asleep. Chen Yi wore a green-colored robe, his long hair floating with the breeze, his breathing even and soothing. Su Jiqian took the lead and walked forward. Looking at her master's perfect sleeping face, she was actually a little lost in thought. She still remembered that when her master passed through the demon clan's territory and saved her, he wore a green-colored robe as well. At that time, her master was incomparably tall in her mind, so flawless, and seeing her master wearing a robe of this color again, she felt a little unable to hold on to it. Master Teacher was practically seducing her by dressing like this. Since Master was seducing her, it should be fine for her to sneak a kiss, right? Su Jiqian thought in her heart. and her soft lips leaned towards her master's cheek. Seeing this, Lang Luwali hurriedly stepped forward, grabbed the senior sister who was ready to move her mouth, and whispered, "Senior sister, you're stealing food again." Hu Jiuyu also drummed her mouth and nodded along beside her, as if saying that it's not right for you to do so. Eldest sister. Su Jiqian scratched her head with some worry. Senior sister Lang and senior sister who were not allowed to do so, but she really couldn't control it. What should she do? With that, she had a flash of insight and came up with a good idea. She offered in a small voice, "Why don't we do it this way? The three of us, one on each side. No one steals any food. Is that okay this time?" Lang Luoli's cheeks turned slightly red when she heard her senior sister's proposal. Sister is worthy of being a chimera. This proposal, so bold, but she loved it so much. Lang Luoli smiled and whispered back, "That's more like it," she said, then pressed her lips to the left side of her master's face. Su Jiqian was slightly angry at the sight. Senior sister Lang was really something, even coming before her. Then, not to be outdone, she licked her own lips and smiled as she kissed the right side of her face. At this moment, Hu Jiuyue looked at the two senior sisters' bold moves and stood in place shyly pinching the corners of her clothes. Sisters, this was too bold. She was a bit embarrassed. But looking at his master's delicate and perfectly sleeping eyes was likewise somewhat uncontrollable. She realizes she's going to regret missing this opportunity. She simply forced back her shyness and slowly pressed her lips to her master's forehead and kissed it. It was the first time that Hu Jiuyu did this. The force was not controlled well, and she heard a boo sound. She then saw her master's eyeballs move as if he was about to wake up. She rushed backward in panic, holding her blushing face at a loss for words. At this moment, Chen Yi rubbed his eyes and opened them in a daze. This sleep was only a short rest, but the spirit was replenished to the fullest. When he opened his eyes again, he only felt refreshed. When Chen Yi woke up, he touched his face with some confusion. "How does it feel on the right side of my face? Like it's sticky, like there's drool on it. That's weird. It's just a matter of not thinking about it." Chen Yi regathered his gaze in front of him and realized that the three girls were standing in front of him in a well-behaved manner. However, unlike before, the three women had just gone through a bath, and there were still undried water droplets dripping from their bodies, and because the temperature of the hot springs was a bit high, a slight blush surfaced on all three of their bodies. Su Jiqian changed into a new pair of pantyhose, the same black silk, but unlike before, it even had letter text on it. The still-drying hot spring water stained parts of the pantyhose. Lang Luoli didn't wear pantyhose. Her very slender and well-proportioned legs were just exposed in the air. It was as if she had no shoes on her feet. Outside was a layer of transparent icy high heels. Her good-looking jade feet were hidden from view. Hu Jiuyu, on the other hand, had changed back into a maid's outfit from her aristocratic gown, and her thin white stockings were just barely strung around her thighs. Hu Jiuyu saw her master looking at herself slightly lost in thought. She pursed her lips and shyly twisted her legs together as she softly opened her mouth. "Master, disciples' clothes, do you like them?" Chen Yi was slightly lost in thought for a while before he heard Hu Jiuyue's call, and then he snapped back to his senses, his face full of embarrassment. Chapter 21 Instructing Disciples in Cultivation. Hu Jiuyu was also considered his adopted third disciple, and he himself had just actually looked at her beautiful legs and lost his concentration. What a thing to do! Luckily, the others didn't notice, or else it would have been bad food. Chen Yi thought in his heart, oblivious to the fact that in fact, his every move had long been watched by the three disciples. Chen Yi replied with a smile, "This outfit, it suits you perfectly. That's right, from today onwards, you will officially become a personal disciple of your master. This is a gongfu prepared for you. You can take it and cultivate it." As he spoke, he handed Hu Jiuyu the gongfu that he had prepared long ago. The technique Hu Jiuyu practiced was called the demonic heavenly sword technique, and this technique was different from what the other two disciples were practicing. Su Jiqian's gong method favored demonic gong, with both fury and charm, and Lang Luoli practiced ice elemental gong method, which could induce the chi of heaven and earth, killing people invisibly. Hu Jiuyue's demonic heavenly sword technique, on the other hand, was a technique for practicing giant swords. The giant sword was different from ordinary long swords. The sword body was bigger and wider, and it was very laborious to swing, but relatively, the lethality was also extremely terrifying, and it could break through the mountain gates and cut through the heavenly dome with a single sword. Hu Jiuyue received the gongfu and was first slightly stunned, then she looked at her master in surprise. How did the master know that she had always wanted to cultivate this type of technique? She had always dreamed of being her master's sharpest blade, helping him clear away all obstacles with the huge sword in her hand. but it seems like she never told her master that. The master was also too meticulous, so it turned out that he had been silently paying attention to her, and even the kind of gonfu she preferred had been formulated long ago. The current owner, she simply loved. Chunyi now had 1,000 system points left, and after exchanging another giant sword used for cultivation to Hu Jiuyu, there was nothing left. Seeing that the techniques and weapons had been distributed, Shen Yi spoke to the three of them. You will now open your gong methods, and one by one, Master will guide you in your cultivation. The three disciples did as they were told, and together the three of them turned the gongfu to the first page. As that merit law was flipped open, it instantly turned into a golden stream of light that fled into the minds of the three. The system's feats, which were tailor-made, were likewise bound, and a feat could only be practiced by one person. The three disciples were extraordinarily surprised to see this. This gongfu could be directly imprinted in their minds. When they wanted to cultivate it, they only needed to search for memories in their minds. It's simply not too convenient. In this world, every cultivator could only cultivate one gongfu, and the goodness of the gongfu directly determined the strength and weakness of a cultivator. The three disciples had now switched to a new technique, and Shen Yi intended to try out their strength first, while working out the direction of their cultivation at the same time. Thinking of this, Shen Yi said to the eldest disciple, Xianer, Master will accompany you to spar first. You unleash the first style of the demon break palm from the demon soul technique and attack towards Master to see. When Su Jiqian heard her master's words, her eyes lit up and she excitedly got up. Really? Master wants to personally guide my disciples' cultivation? Fantastic. Thank you, Master. Once upon a time, her favorite thing was to cultivate with her master. Only after his temperament changed drastically, there was no more. Now that her master has recovered, she can be with him again, doing happy things. It's not even exciting to think about. Not long after, the two arrived on top of the square in front of the grand hall, and the two stood opposite each other. Chunyi stood with his arms folded. Coincidentally, a gust of wind whipped by, and the lapels of his green robe fluttered with the wind, making him look extraordinarily immortal. Su Jiqian, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, looked at her master teacher with full concentration, adjusted her body to the best state, and said respectfully, Master, disciple strikes. Chunyi hooked his hand, signaling her to attack at will. Demon break palm. Su Jiqian let out a chirp, then her jade hand stretched out, gathering her entire body's spiritual energy on top of her palm, and slammed out in the direction where her master was. She knew that her master was a divine hidden realm cultivator, so when she struck, she did not hold back a bit and did not have to worry about injuring her master. With the release of Su Jiqian's skill, in an instant, a skyrocketing baleful aura emerged from her palm, which was like a cloud of mist that condensed into the shape of a palm. This baleful palm wind seemed to devour all the surrounding objects. If this Tianxian Hall was not gifted by the system and possessed special defense measures, I'm afraid that the surrounding buildings would have long been swept in and turned into miscellaneous debris. That palm wind whistled and swooped towards where Chunyi was. Chunyi looked at the strong pressure contained in that palm wind and his expression couldn't help but be a little shocked. He guessed that the gongfu sent by the system might be very strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. The realm of the eldest disciple was only the first heavenly realm, and the power of this move of the devil's break palm was at least as powerful as the seventh heavenly realm. You have to know that this gongfu has only just been learned by the eldest disciple, and it can be said that it has not even reached a small chendu. If it is seriously practiced, in a short period of time, I am afraid that it will be able to directly kill the enemy by crossing a large realm. Shen Yi nodded with satisfaction. Seeing his disciples strong and powerful, he himself was extraordinarily happy. The techniques that the three disciples practiced, when Shen Yi exchanged them out, the system directly sent him to the great achievement realm. He followed his eldest disciple's example and raised his hand, casually slapping out a palm, similarly unleashing the devil's break palm. The same baleful aura burst out from Chunyi's palm, but unlike the eldest disciple, the moment his baleful aura appeared, it triggered the heavens and earth to be different, and it was as if the sun was shrouded and lost its color. Su Jiqian looked at her master, only to feel that there was an ancient demon god of the demon race, who was looking directly at her, giving her a shuddering feeling, but at the same time, looking at her master's otherworldly beauty, her heart just blossomed with peach blossoms again. This appearance of the master, but also very seductive. At this time, the devil's break palm that she had struck had long since been shattered and turned into a bit of mist that dissipated into the air. Chunyi retracted his palm wind and said, Continue, for the master to see how strong you are now. When Su Jiqian heard her master's words, She returned to her senses and nodded seriously. This was a rare opportunity for her master to personally teach her cultivation. She couldn't miss it. With that in mind, she unleashed the demon chakra palm once again and attacked towards her master. Chapter 22, Where is Master? Su Jiqian's petulant voice continuously resounded above the square as she unleashed the devil's break palm over and over again, attacking towards her master. And Chen Yi was able to easily defuse it every time, while also instructing on a few loopholes when she released her moves. With the 20th or so release of the move, the spiritual energy in Su Jiqian's body was close to being in deficit, but she still didn't stop attacking and was still releasing the demon break palm. Master hadn't called out to stop, and this was a rare opportunity to practice with Master, so how could she want it to end? Shortly afterward, with the final strike of the devil's break palm, her body had long since been drenched in fragrant sweat. The spiritual energy in her body was released and emptied by her brain. At this moment, she felt so exhausted that she couldn't even stand up. As her eyes went black, her body lightened and she fell towards the back. When Su Jiqian thought of the rare sparring session with her master teacher, she unexpectedly collapsed in weakness. Master teacher would definitely think she was useless when he saw her in this sorry state. If she couldn't even withstand releasing a few attacks, her master would definitely be disappointed in her. The thought of it was hard on her heart. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, the imagined pain did not come. Instead, she unexpectedly felt some warmth and softness around her. She inhaled. A nice fresh-smelling sensation came to her, and she subconsciously rubbed herself inside. Only when she had enjoyed herself enough did she reopen her eyes. As soon as she opened her eyes, she locked eyes with the gentle gaze of her master. Sure enough, only Master Teacher had such a nice scent on him, so she had been in Master Teacher's arms all along. Su Jiqian was instantly attracted by her master's handsome face and froze on the spot. A short time later, she rejoined her voice, full of apologies. Master, it's Qian'er's incompetence that caused her to fall so quickly. Su Jiqian didn't know if it was because of guilt or something else. Her cheeks were red, even to her collarbone. Chen Yi shook his head and said softly, "It's not your problem. The devil's chakra palm consumes spiritual energy horribly, and for you to be able to unleash it 20 or so times in a row is already very good. Relying on this move, as long as it's an enemy of the same realm, you can kill them all with one move, and it's not impossible to go over the level against them. However, it is the fault of Master for not guiding you in your cultivation for too long, and I unexpectedly forgot to tell you to stop just now." After he said that, he lowered his head with an apologetic face and looked at Su Jiqian in his arms again. Su Jiqian was a chimera, in every sense of the word, not only physically, but the scent emanating from its body made it even more difficult for the opposite sex to resist. Chen Yi looked at the disciple in his arms. For some reason his breathing was also a bit rapid, and a burst of evil fire in his heart burned up somehow. He hurriedly ran his surrounding spiritual energy and forced down the evil fire, which calmed him down quite a bit. The eldest disciple in his arms was now very weak and couldn't even stand, so Chen Yi simply picked her up in a princess hug and headed towards her room. Su Jiqian only felt a sense of weightlessness come over her, and subconsciously reached out and wrapped her arms around her master's neck. She was lying on her back in her master's arms, and could even hear his powerful heartbeat, which was obviously much faster than normal. She looked at her master's slightly flushed face again, and her mind couldn't help but think of a possibility. Master's father is carrying her back to the house. It can't be that he's going to. If Master wants it, Qian'er can do it any time. Even in her weakened state, she would have cooperated fully. Even though Su Jiqian was a chimera, she had never experienced the affairs of men and women, and as soon as she thought of what she might do in a while, she only felt her face getting hotter and hotter, and her thoughts drifted even further away. Soon, Chen Yi carried his eldest disciple back to her bedroom, where he placed her on top of the soft bed. He then intended to transmit some spiritual energy to the eldest disciple so that she would not remain in a weakened state. But as soon as Chen Yi's hand was placed on the eldest disciple's back, he saw that the eldest disciple suddenly turned around, his hands tightly wrapped around him, and his soft lips directly and boldly pressed over. Chen Yi did not expect that the eldest disciple who was weak to this point would suddenly hug over, and the defenseless one was directly hit. Chen Yi knew that it was wrong to do so, let alone in the middle of a great disciple's boudoir. After all, even if something happens here, no one will see it. Chen Yi subconsciously wanted to push her away, but Su Jiqian directly held his hand and slid it downward. Just saw Su Jiqian loosened her master's mouth, looked at her master with charming eyes, and softly said, Qian'er is willing to serve Master. Master, Qian'er likes you very much. Let's be together. Master must like Qian'er too, right? Su Jiqian boldly confessed. At this time she did not suppress the love in her heart. Well, all the ideas are told. Chen Yi wasn't elm-brained, and he was very shocked to hear the words of his eldest disciple. If the eldest disciple had always had these thoughts about him, then the frequent, vaguely intimate contact between the two over the past few days turned out to be all deliberate on the part of the eldest disciple? Chen Yi had actually always been very fond of his eldest disciple as well, and the memories of his eldest disciple accompanying him over the years had caused him to likewise have a deep affection for him. Coupled with the intimate touching that had been going on if at all over the past few days, it made his heart, long ago, give birth to male and female feelings that he shouldn't have. It had only been hidden from him. Now that things had progressed this far, there was no need for him to hide anymore. Chen Yi didn't reject his eldest disciple's love, and this time, he boldly responded, "Xianer, Master likes you too." Before he finished his words, Su Jiqian didn't know where the strength came from and directly sat up. The fleshy thighs that were trimmed with black silk wrapped tightly around the master. A flirtatious voice surfaced in Chen Yi's ears. Xianer knows what Master's father thinks of. When Xianer was wearing black silk, Master's father's eyes were looking straight. "Come on, Master Ji, come on, stay with Sinchan." Just then, Su Jiqian suddenly felt that on her lips, a soft touch came. This time it wasn't her who initiated the kiss, but Master Ji who took the lead. Where's the master? Wasn't he still in the square just now, practicing with senior sister? How is it that when you're fixing it, people are missing? Lang Luolifang had been meditating with Hu Zhouyue with her eyes closed, running her spiritual energy within her body, practicing the moves within the Gongfu, and honing her Gongfu memory. This had just finished meditating, and when he opened his eyes, he suddenly realized that two people had disappeared. Chapter 23. Damn those curtains. Strange, where on earth did Master and Sister go? Forget it. It's better to not think about this and focus on cultivation. When I cultivate my technique to great completion, I can use my great technique to fiercely protect my master. Hey! Lang Luoli sneaked a bad smile. This frosty beauty's expression was actually unusually somewhat obscene. Running spiritual energy within the body to cultivate meditation was also a very physically demanding thing. Realizing that she was sweating quite a bit, she thought about going to the indoor spa first to clean herself up. At this time above the square was left Hu Zhouyue alone. She had been immersed in meditation and cultivation. White pantyhose had long been drenched in fragrant sweat, but suddenly in her ears, vaguely could hear, not far from the room, as if there was a sound coming from the room, so that she could not concentrate mentally anymore. Elven ears are very sensitive due to their construction, and subconsciously are able to catch things that normal people can't hear. Hu Zhouyue opened her eyes suspiciously and looked towards her senior sister's room. Where is the sound coming from? Strange, weren't Master and eldest sister just cultivating? How did they cultivate into the room? Hu Zhouyue only felt curiosity for a moment and slowly stood up. She had thought of releasing her divine sense and going in to explore her senior sister's room so that she would know exactly what was going on in there. But when he thought that his master was still inside, releasing his divine sense to probe what his master was doing was a very impolite behavior. Moreover, when others released their divine sense to probe, the person being probed was also able to discover it. No matter what, she couldn't do anything to offend her master. But since she couldn't release her divine sense to probe, she should be fine if she looked with her eyes, right? Thinking in her heart, Hu Zhouyue took a step and walked towards the room of the eldest senior sister. Shortly afterward, she stood in front of the window of her eldest sister's room, full of curiosity, and pressed her eyes to the window. Then she saw a very shocking scene. The inside of the window turned out to be curtains. The curtains blocked the view inside so she couldn't see anything. Hu Zhouyue was lying in front of the window, her cheeks slightly turned red. She had the feeling of being a thief. It was wrong to spy on others like this, but she couldn't help herself. Just then, Hu Zhouyue only felt a tap on her shoulder. She was already a thief, and when she was slapped like this, she directly shrieked in shock and fell limply to the ground. She stiffened and turned her head to find that it was second senior sister Lang Luoli, looking at her suspiciously as she wiped her long, water-stained hair with a towel, and said, "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" She had just taken a shower when she saw Hu Zhouyue lying thievishly in front of the window, so she curiously came over to check it out. Hu Zhouyue shook her head with a red face and sputtered, No, nothing." After Chen Yi redeemed the heavenly Xian Hall, the disciples' bedrooms were extremely refurbished, and the soundproofing became exceptionally good. Hu Zhouyue as an elf can only vaguely hear a little. As a human, Lang Luoli even more cannot be detected at all. Lang Luoli pulled up the fallen Hu Zhouyue and said, Accompany senior sister to cultivate first. Let's come to the square to spar. Really? Master and senior sister don't know where they've gone. Senior sister isn't stealing food again, is she? Lang Luoli muttered. The thought that her senior sister and her master might be secretly kissing somewhere made her heart feel a little uncomfortable. But despite her master's absence, she couldn't slack on her cultivation. After all, she still had to use her great kung fu to fiercely protect her master, Master Shuai. Before long, I'll let you taste the second disciple's great gongfu, changing tricks for non-stop protection, until exhaustion. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli stood opposite each other in the open space of the square. Hu Jiuyu's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at the lewd smile revealed by her second senior sister. Didn't we say that we would practice together? What are you thinking about? Second senior sister that. Second senior sister. Can we start now? Hu Jiuyu softly called out. Hearing her senior sister's voice, Lang Luolui came back to her senses and embarrassedly wiped the saliva from the corner of her mouth. After readjusting herself, she said seriously, that'll do. Senior sister, be careful. Ice drop technique. The ice drop technique, the first stance in the ice heart technique practiced by Lang Luolui, was a very powerful move in terms of killing and injuring. With the release of the skill, snowflakes gradually drifted around Lang Luoli. She slowly rose up in the air, and in her hands she created a staff of pure ice out of thin air. She floated high in the air with her staff in hand, and the temperature of the surrounding environment dropped with her. The ice and snow set off her temperament, and at this moment, she was really like the queen of ice and snow, sacred and inviolable. Soon after, a number of ice cones were created in the mid-air, which were as dense as a storm and could cover the entire range in front of them. Before she threw the moves out, she also covered each of the ice picks with her own spiritual energy, just in case she accidentally hurt her senior sister. Only after she had done her protection did she strike the ice pick out and attack towards where her senior sister was. Hu Jiuyu held a huge sword that was as tall as she was, which looked very heavy, but due to the demonic heavenly sword skill that she practiced, this huge sword could be easily wielded in her hands. The contrast of her wearing a maid outfit and holding a giant longsword was a bit cute, living up to her reputation as a battle maid. Looking at the incoming ice cones, she gathered her spiritual energy around her body on top of the giant sword, which vaguely began to tremble, emitting a ghostly purple light on it that was very appalling. Seeing her hands clenched, she raised the huge sword in her hand and violently swung it over to where the ice cone was. At the same time the mouth shouted, "Execution slash!" As her stance surged out, majestic spiritual energy burst out from within the blade of her giant sword, transforming into a deep purple sword chi that flew towards where the ice cone was. At the same time, the ground she stepped on under her feet collapsed a bit around her because of the force, and the ground crumbled into spiderweb-like cracks that extended out. The sound of the huge sword she wielded was very loud, and the sound of the power was deafening as if it was going to shake the world. It was hard to imagine the power that a well-built and plump elf maid could use back then. Chapter 24, Senior Sister Will Be Envious. One day later, outside the house, Lang Luoli and Hu Jiuyu were still practicing fiercely against each other. Only compared to when they first started, they changed from releasing skills for cultivation to practicing physical art moves against each other. After all, releasing moves continuously consumed too much. Even the extremely talented two could not afford it and needed time to rest. As for Su Jiqian's house, Chen Yi had also just finished sparring. At this time, Su Jiqian was lying on the bed delicately and softly. Her eyes were closed, her breathing was even, and she was in the middle of a deep sleep. Above the bedding, bright red roses bloomed in a few places. Only a smile of joy spread across the corners of her mouth despite her semi-sleepy state. After so long of companionship and so much suffering, she was finally, truly together with her master. And she was the first. But even though she was a chimera and was gifted in her own right, it wasn't until after the second morning that she half fainted. I'm afraid that if the two senior sisters came, they might not be able to withstand it. So this blood, it's better for her to take it. This is also for the sake of the physical safety of the two sisters. At this moment, Shen Yi was sitting on the edge of the bed, looking at his eldest disciple who was revealing a smile in his sleep, and similarly smiled in relief. Now that he has developed this relationship with the great disciple, then he will certainly be responsible in the future. I'm afraid that in the future, I'll have to compensate my eldest disciple not only with the love of master and disciple, but also with something else. But no matter what, as long as he could see his eldest disciple thrive, he would be satisfied. Chunyi looked at her sleeping face and tenderly went up and kissed her forehead. Su Jiqian felt her master kissing her in her sleep. Half asleep and half awake, she said in a blur. Master still wants either. Can continue. Chenya's mouth twitched twice as he listened to her vague words. Come on, is I that horny in your mind? Sneaking up on a great disciple who's been working all night. How could he do such a thing? That's a definite no. Chenyi smiled and helped her cover the quilt. Before he put on his clothes, pushed open the door of the room, and walked out. The two disciples hadn't seen him for a day and didn't know how it was going. To be honest, Chenyi hadn't figured out how he was going to explain his relationship with Su Jiqian to the two disciples. Wouldn't it be a bit too much to say it outright? In this world, it was a shame to have that kind of relationship between master and disciple. What if the two disciples can't accept it and think he's a perverted master-teacher? Anyway, it's better to leave it at that for now. It's not too late to talk about it when you really can't hide it anymore. After Chenyi left the room of the eldest disciple, he walked in the direction of the square. As soon as he arrived at the square, Chenyi saw Hu Jiuyue holding a huge black sword and waving it in midair. That huge sword was danced by her with a tiger-like wind, as if there was an ancient dragon sleeping in the huge sword, and every time she swung it once, the dragon would wake up and roar on. However, looking at her well-proportioned figure, Chenyi could hardly imagine how that slender wrist could lift this behemoth. It's still a fun sense of contrast. At this time in the early morning, full of vitality of the sunlight shining on Hu Jiuyu's wheat-colored skin. Her maid outfit is not wrapped tightly. All the skin at the belly is exposed. At that moment there were a few drops of fragrant sweat sliding down her waistline at the small of her back, reflecting the color of her otherworldly skin, and the beauty of her feminine-smelling muscles to the fullest. On the contrary, Long Luoli, at this moment, she plopped her legs together and meditated on the ground. Around where she was meditating, the environment was affected by her aura and changed with it. Dots of snowflakes drifting around. The top of her head, and her long eyelashes, were covered with a lot of white snowflakes, and her appearance was very beautiful, just like a hand puppet, as delicate and impeccable. Her long and well-proportioned legs and jade feet, coiled together like that, were very striking. Only at this moment, Chenyi only lingered his eyes slightly on the two's perfect petite bodies before quickly moving away. No one else. It's just sage time. Chenyi walked forward and greeted the two disciples. The two disciples were excited to see their master teacher coming, and they both walked forward to say good morning. Lang Luoli, master. Good morning. Hu Jiuyu, master. Good morning. Chenyi saw two very eye-catching disciples in the morning, coming up together to say good morning to him, and he couldn't help but reveal a joyful smile. The two disciples were now vibrant and vigorous, a far cry from before when he had just crossed over. To be able to see everyone in good health and without worries made him, as the master, doubly happy. However, even with Chenya's protection, this world was still full of crises, and he had to teach his disciples to become stronger so that they could always defend themselves against any crisis that might come their way. Thinking to himself, Chenyi spoke to the two disciples. Let the master see the results of the two of you's cultivation, and the master will personally guide you. Lang Luoli had thought to ask her master what he had gone to do yesterday when people disappeared, but when she heard her master say that he would guide them in their cultivation, she didn't ask about that anymore. After all, master had his personal matters. It was better for her as a disciple not to ask too much. Most of all, she didn't care no matter what her master had gone to do. As long as her master could come back peacefully and still appear by their side the next day, she would be satisfied. She didn't care as long as her master was still there, even if he had gone off to destroy the world yesterday. Lang Luoli and Hu Jiuyue came above the square together and obediently demonstrated their moves. Chen Yi, on the other hand, was sitting behind the tea table next to the plaza, occasionally instructing a few of them on the loopholes when releasing their moves. Time just passed by minute, until noon. Su Jiqian woke up from the middle of the room. She opened her eyes in a daze, feeling her still somewhat tired body as a memory of yesterday's scene resurfaced in her mind. A smile of immense satisfaction came over her as she recalled the events of yesterday. Now that she had done that kind of thing with her senior, then she could perform bolder actions in the future even in front of her two senior sisters, doing what the two senior sisters didn't dare to do. Long Luoli, her senior sister, would definitely envy her to death. Thinking about this, she couldn't wait to meet her master. After redressing her clothes, Su Jiqian straightened her messy hair in the mirror before she pushed out the door. Chapter 25, The Great Disciple's Special Spiked Tea. After redressing her clothes, Su Jiqian straightened her messy hair in the mirror before she pushed out the door. As soon as she arrived at the plaza, she saw that her master teacher was sitting at a tea table beside the plaza, instructing her two senior sisters in cultivation. Su Jiqian quickly walked over, first bowing to her master. Then she saw that her master's teapot was empty. so she intended to help her master make a pot of tea. When Chen Yi saw his eldest disciple appear, he smiled and nodded, asking with concern, "Is your body all right already?" His cheeks flipped slightly red as he asked this, being a little embarrassed. After all, he was the culprit who caused the eldest disciple to wake up at noon. Su Jiqian knew what the master asked meant, so she smiled sweetly, her expression incomparably charming, and softly replied, "Thanks to master's blessing, it's already recovered." She returned her master's words while helping him brew the tea, her slender, moist jade hands constantly fiddling in front of her body, very skillful and professional. While she was making tea for her master, she always used her sleeve to cover the teacup every now and then, as if she was making some kind of small move. Shortly after, Su Jiqian held the base of the teacup in both hands and handed it to her master's body, respectfully saying, "Master, it's brewed, please drink." As she spoke, she looked at her master teacher with excitement, expecting him to drink the tea she had made herself. Chen Yi looked at his eldest disciple with such an exuberant look, and was too embarrassed to spoil her fun, so he simply held up his teacup. Only just now, when the eldest disciple was making the tea, he seemed to have moved something small. He didn't bother to look at exactly what he had done. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. "If I drink it, I'll drink it. Can my eldest disciple harm me?" Chen Yi held the teacup and took a big sip straight from it, the aroma of the tea going down his mouth and into his taste buds. He smacked his lips carefully and savored the flavor. It's the flavor of tea, yes, but there seems to be something else. He couldn't tell exactly what the smell was, but it was somewhat familiar. Chen Yi looked at the eldest disciple in confusion, just about to ask the eldest disciple what exactly he had put in. He then saw that the eldest disciple, who was holding his face with both hands and whose pupils were in the shape of pink love hearts, was looking at himself with a face full of love, while the corners of his mouth were still dripping with the slightest bit of fragrant saliva. Seeing that fragrant saliva, Chen Ye's eyes immediately widened. "I said, why does the flavor taste so familiar? Wait, you're not going to put your own flavor into the tea for your master, are you? Should we be so perverted?" "Chantal, you shouldn't?" Chen Yi asked with a face full of shock. Su Jiqian saw that her master had guessed it, and didn't hide it anymore, saying excitedly, "Master likes the tea that disciple made? If master likes it, disciple will brew it for master to drink every day." The thought of her master drinking the spiked tea she had made herself made her happy. There was a very satisfying sense of possession. Although Chen Yi greatly favored his disciples, he absolutely could not agree on this matter. Without even thinking about it, he waved his hand and refused. "Forget this one, forget it. In the future, it's better to leave the job of making tea to your senior sisters." When Su Jiqian heard her master's refusal, her loss was overwhelming. Why didn't Shifu like her brewed tea? Although she added a little bit of spice, the chimera-scented spit has a function-enhancing effect. Master was busy for so long yesterday, and she just wanted to help master make up for it. Su Jiqian said with a face full of loss, "Is master sire disliking Qianer?" But when master sire and Qianer kissed last night, it was clear that they kissed happily. Taking off the baggage of being a master and disciple, last night Chen Yi really didn't miss much. But that's a different thing. Hello. It's definitely not to be confused with Right at this moment, Lang Luoli and Hu Zhouyue had also just finished their cultivation and planned to come over together to take a rest. Halfway to the road, Hu Zhouyu keenly heard the conversation between the two and asked suspiciously, "Kissing? What are you talking about, master?" When Chen Yi saw that Hu Zhouyue had heard the conversation between him and his eldest disciple, his expression immediately stared. Oops, bad dish. He's not ready to go public with everyone about his affair with his eldest disciple. Chen Yi hurriedly explained. "It's nothing. The two of you should be tired after just finishing your cultivation. I'll teach you a method of meditating and resting, which can stabilize your cultivation as well as restore your strength. Come, learn from your master and sit down cross-legged." Chen Yi was afraid that Hu Zhouyu continued to ask questions. If he did not answer properly, it would not be good to speak out, casually and directly changing the topic. The three disciples were filled with confusion before they were pressed to sit down by their master and began to meditate and regulate. Su Jiqian watched the change in her master's father the entire time, smiling all the time, unable to keep her mouth shut. Sifu had just been shy, afraid that her relationship with Sifu would be exposed. That must be it. Since master wants to hide it, it would be quite interesting for her to accompany master for a bit of drama. She inexplicably felt a lot more excited at the thought of her two lovely senior sisters being kept in the dark. Exactly how long she could keep it from the public, though, she wasn't sure in her mind. Everyone likes Master Chief anyway, so it doesn't matter if he's exposed one day, right? However, the senior master obviously didn't know this yet, so he was afraid that the two senior sisters would know. Su Jiqian thought in her heart and felt that this was quite good. If one day the master noticed that Lang Luoli and Hu Zhou were also fond of the master, it would be difficult for her to enjoy the master's favor alone at that time. So, one more day is one more day that you can hide it. After Su Jiqian decided in her heart, she followed her master's example and sat down cross-legged, and began meditating along with her two senior sisters. The time spent meditating passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye the time came to evening. The evening is very peaceful and people in this situation can always be quiet and drift their thoughts far away. Tonight the full moon hung high above the dome of the sky. Chen Yi remembered that it seemed that in this world, today was a day of family reunion. Chen Yi opened his eyes. He found that both the second and third disciples were seriously meditating and practicing with their eyes closed, and the eldest disciple was the only one with his eyes open, as if he was reminiscing about something, a little distracted, and a little sad. Chen Yi came over and wrapped his arm around her shoulders, embracing her into his arms and asking softly, "What's on your mind? Talk to master." Su Jiqian felt the temperature coming from her master. Smelling the unique fragrance of her master's body, her mood then improved a little. She looked at her master's handsome face and pondered in her heart whether she should confess this matter to him. Chapter 26, No Way. When the demon clan's territory was under siege by the righteous cultivators, Master passed by and saved her, while also protecting the rest of her clan. But then the master's temperament changed drastically, and after losing the war with the Sanyuan sect, his strength plummeted again, and the power of the Tianqian sect was destroyed. The fragile demon clan lost its backing and was once again besieged by the righteous cultivators, and now the clan was scattered in all directions, dead and wounded. In fact, over the years, every time Su Jiqian went on a mission laid down by her master, she would secretly investigate the whereabouts of her clansmen and why the righteous cultivators had besieged them in the first place. Although their name was the Demon Clan, they hadn't done anything to harm the heavens or the earth, and had been running their own territories and living a peaceful life. After a few years of investigation, Su Jiqian found a clue. Is that everything in the beginning? There are three elements of the clan is involved, is the planner of this tragedy, and most of her clansmen were now imprisoned in the dungeon of the Sanyuan sect, not knowing what the situation was. Even more heartbreaking was that Su Jiqian had investigated to the point that the Sanyuan sect might have been utilizing the special physique of the demon race to secretly refine powerful pills. The reason why the Three Elements sect had become one of the several powerful sects in this continent was probably due to this layer. Even though Su Jiqian had already investigated everything clearly, she could always only hide this information in her heart and did not dare to say anything. After all, she didn't have the ability to take revenge. Besides, according to the condition of her master's father at that time, even if she said it, it wouldn't be of much use, and she didn't want to involve her master's father anymore. She could only keep this revenge in secret, hoping that one day after she became stronger, she would avenge herself. It was just that today was a day of reunion, and she was a little nostalgic for the parents she once had. Su Jiqian felt the gentle master, and subconsciously leaned towards master's chest. No matter what, with her master here and her two lovely senior sisters, she was already content. She opened her mouth and spoke softly. There is no need to worry about master. To be able to see master recovering, and master's sisters in good health, Qianer is already satisfied. Chen Yi reached out and rubbed her head while gently kissing her chimera horns with his mouth and softly said, I have said that I will be responsible for you. You can talk to your master about anything that is on your mind. I have become stronger now. I have become very, very strong, and I can take care of all my enemies. You can speak boldly to your master. Don't worry. He could tell that the eldest disciple seemed to be worried about something, so he didn't dare to talk to him about what was on his mind. There was no exaggeration in what he had just said. With his current abilities, he couldn't think of any power in this continent that could match him. After all, the invincible start that the system sends you is not just talk. When Su Jiqian heard her master's words, she looked at her master with a slightly puzzled expression. Although the previous master was strong, he was still far from being able to take care of all his enemies. But now the master dares to speak out so boldly. It must be a great recognition of his own strength. Most of all, Su Jiqian recalled the gongfu that their master teacher had imparted to them. The rank of that gongfu was all something they hadn't seen before, and from what their master said, it could be an existence above the immortal rank. This kind of technique could not be taken out even by a former master teacher, not to mention above the immortal rank. Even the heavenly rank and the earthly rank could not be taken out. However, the current master teacher was able to take it out at will. and even assigned the most reasonable gongfu according to each of them. This in itself is not reasonable. She had been immersed in the joy of her master's recovery before, but she had never quietly thought about this. Now that they thought about it, including this Tianxian temple where they lived was so incredible. Could it be that after recovering this time, Master has not only regained his spirit, but also awakened some superb spiritual root qualification? Encountered a heavenly chance? Or maybe, Master was originally a very strong immortal and had been hiding it from them before? But no matter how one thought about it, Su Jiqian felt that there was a high probability that what the Master said was true. If Master Teacher was really that strong, then it shouldn't be a big deal even if she told Master Teacher about the clansman. Besides, even if Master Teacher hadn't gotten stronger, his mental state had recovered by now, so he shouldn't do anything reckless. Then in that case, it should be okay to say it. In fact, she didn't want to have something to hide from her master. Master was everything in her eyes, and she could give everything to him. Not just her body, but her soul as well. With this in mind, Su Jiqian reached out her hand and cupped her master's face, intending to tell him what was on her mind. But the unparalleled perfection of her current master made her defenseless at all times. Even now, she wanted to claim her master. Thinking to herself, looking at her master's perfect face, she licked her lips and pressed her head against it. Chen Yi only felt that his lips were wrapped in a softness, and he enjoyed the softness. But he hadn't forgotten that there were still Langluoli and Hu Zhouyu meditating next to him now with their eyes closed. Even though you need to concentrate when meditating, there's definitely the possibility of being discovered. It's not okay. It's absolutely not okay. It's not okay. No way. Chen Yi grabbed the eldest disciple's shoulders with both hands, thinking to push her away, but he was never able to use his strength. The eldest disciple's offense was fierce, as if he was venting the loss he had suffered not long ago. Telling her master that he didn't like to drink her special tea, she fed it all into his mouth this time. Let's see how much more the master can refuse. The night was very silent and the sound of the two kissing was unusually noticeable. Hu Zhouyu's ears were very sensitive, and she saw her delicate and flawless face. Her willow eyebrows frowned, and then she pried her eyes open a small slit and looked to the side suspiciously. On the side was her second senior sister, Long Luoli, who was still meditating with her eyes closed, breathing evenly and very focused. And on the side of the second senior sister was the eldest senior sister, Su Jiqian. Only the eldest sister was no longer sitting there at that moment, and the master was gone. Her eyes darted across the field, and then she saw a very alarming scene. Possibly thanks to her double pupils, her eyes also worked exceptionally well at night. She saw that in the clearing not far away, the eldest sister seemed to be nibbling on her master. Wait, that's not nibbling, it's realizing the current situation. She hastily craned her neck back and closed her eyes tightly. At the same time, her cheeks were blushing so much that they were even red to the roots of her ears. Eldest sister even took advantage of the gap between their meditations to steal food? The rule of not stealing food is obviously set by the eldest sister. How come it seems that the senior sister has not once complied with Chapter 27, Overthrowing the Sanyuan Sect in 3 days. The rule of not stealing food is obviously set by the eldest sister. How come it seems that the eldest sister has not once complied with Even though Hu Zhouyu saw something she shouldn't have seen, she only dared to shyly pretend that she didn't know. This was due to her personality. If Lang Luoli had seen it, she would have definitely gotten over there long ago. Only Lang Luoli was just like the hero in a certain movie at this time. When there was an earthquake outside, she could sleep like a dead pig and couldn't get up. At this time on the side of the open space, Su Jiqian's hands began to be dishonest after she had tasted enough of the fragrance. This time Chen Yi sort of came to his senses and hurriedly stopped it. His breath caught a little too, but she still forced herself to remain composed and whispered, "The two senior sisters are still there. We can't go any further, ahoy." When Su Jiqian heard her master's words, she also looked back and somewhat thievishly looked back at the two senior sisters. Luckily it wasn't discovered. But if master wants to, it's fine even if he's found out. But if the master is still unable to let go, then let it go for now. After ending her attack, Su Jiqian snuggled into her master's arms, which led her to tell him about her heart. Chen Ye's expression gradually became serious after he learned of this news. When the demon clan patriarch entrusted Su Jiqian to him, he was able to obtain such a great disciple. Given his current relationship with his eldest disciple, the demon race was also considered half of his in-laws. And besides, even if he didn't have this relationship, he was going to save it anyway. Now that he had absolute strength, it was indeed time for this revenge of the Sanyuan sect to be avenged. Chen Yi already had a plan in mind. Since he was now so strong that he didn't need to fear any enemies, he might as well take the opportunity of overthrowing the Sanyuan sect to properly display his strength to the world. At that time, there would also be a lot less unnecessary friction. And at that time, even if he wanted to rebuild the clan, he would still be like a fish out of water. Thinking to himself, Chen Yi said to the eldest disciple, "Tell you what, tomorrow you and Lear will go out together and spread the news. Let's say that the Heavenly Xian sect's patriarch came out of seclusion and is going to overthrow the Sanyuan sect within 3 days, and that all the Sanyuan sect disciples who voluntarily withdraw now can live, or else it'll be too late. By the way, all of the embarrassing things that the Sanyuan sect has been secretly doing will be rumored together. The Three Elements sect had done so many bad things behind their backs, but it turned out to be a world-famous residence of righteous cultivators on the surface. It was just the right opportunity to disgrace him, and he could be a little more honorable. Giving him 3 days, that was because Chen Yi felt that the Sanyuan sect still had a lot of disciples who didn't know the truth, and he gave those people 3 days to leave. However, whether or not those disciples would actually leave, that Chen Yi couldn't care less, and he was also too lazy to care. In this world, cultivators either killed or were killed, and those like him who still gave out the news in advance were already benevolent. Su Jiqian listened to her master's words and nodded seriously. At the same time her heart was very shocked. Overthrowing the Sanyuan sect was not a small matter. It was a headline that was enough to startle this continent, and as a result, Master Teacher just said it so flatly, as if he was talking about a small and insignificant matter. What kind of backbone did the current master have to dare to say this so easily? With that in mind, she was all the more looking forward to it. The night was spent in meditating and toning, and early the next morning Su Jiqian went out of the mountain with Leng Luoli. Now that both disciples had cultivated unification level techniques, they would hardly encounter any opponents in the same realm in this continent. Even if it was an enemy one realm higher, they could easily get away, let alone if they were still traveling in pairs. Moreover, Chen Yi had long ago left spiritual power imprints on the 3 disciples, so if they encountered a life-threatening situation, he would be able to discover it at any time. As soon as the first and second disciples left, this Tianxian hall was slightly cooler, leaving Hu Zhouyu to accompany him. Hu Zhouyu was the lowest realm among the 3 disciples, only the first heavenly realm of the Hotian realm, and when she practiced with Leng Luolui before, Leng Luolui had deliberately suppressed her realm as well. After the recent cultivation down, she had already felt that she was vaguely showing signs of breaking through to the second sky. Hu Zhouyu half-kneeled by the tea table and helped her master brew the tea. When Chen Yi saw this movement, he wanted her to sit down, but Hu Zhouyu shook her head and insisted that she wanted to stay by her master's side. Moon, love serving your master like this. Master, can you touch Moon's head? Hu Zhouyu put the brewed cup of tea in front of her master, and then said as if inviting credit. Now that the 2 senior sisters in the Great Hall were gone, she was much bolder, even had the nerve to offer to touch his head. An action like touching his head was still normal, and Chen Yi naturally had no reason to refuse. He reached out and rubbed his hand on Hu Zhouyu's head while tasting the tea that Hu Zhouyu had made. Tasted it and it was a very normal tea. Instead of being normal, it felt as if there was less flavor. And so on. As soon as this thought popped into Chen Yi's head, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why did he seem to be kind of enjoying the tea brewed by his eldest disciple? No way, no way. It has to be corrected. At this time, Hu Zhouyu felt her master's gentle touch. Her expression became more and more enjoyable, and gradually leaned on her master's leg. After enjoying herself enough, Hu Zhouyu opened her mouth. Master, Yuer feels like she's about to make a breakthrough. Can you help Yuer along? Breaking through a realm was not an easy task, and if one encountered bottlenecks and obstacles, one could rely on elixirs and the help of higher realm cultivators to break through. Such times generally reflect the importance of worship. It was only that Hu Zhouyu was now a genius as a 6th grade spiritual root, and merely breaking through the Hotian realm from the first heavenly realm to the second heavenly realm was almost impossible to encounter difficulties. She said that, in fact, on purpose. Chen Yi was also idle and a bit bored right now, and when he saw Hu Zhouyu say that he was about to make a breakthrough, he was likewise a bit excited. There's an immediate sense that the egg you've hatched is finally going to break out of its shell. Strange metaphors have increased. Chen Yi and Hu Zhouyu came together on top of the square, and the 2 of them sat cross-legged. Chen Yi used one of his fingers to point above Hu Zhouyu's brow, releasing his spiritual energy and beginning to guide the spiritual energy within her body for a breakthrough. Hu Zhouyu could feel a trace of warm spiritual energy entering her body, traveling in various places within her body. It gave her the feeling of being looked at. No, It wasn't just looked at, it was looked through. Breaking through the realm would sometimes be accompanied by pain. Hu Jiuyu's expression grew more and more grave. It should be reaching the tipping point. If she had broken through on her own, Hu Jiuyu would have gritted her teeth and pushed through. But with her master in front of her, and with her master's spiritual energy guiding her, she only felt more empowered. The breakthrough of a small realm proceeded very quickly, and after a short period of pain, Hu Jiuyu felt a sense of relief pass through her body. Chapter 28, Strange Thoughts. The breakthrough of a small realm proceeded very quickly, and after a short period of pain, Hu Jiuyu felt a sense of relief pass through her body. When she revved up the spiritual energy in her body again, she obviously felt that it was much more abundant and ferocious than before. It was already a successful breakthrough, reaching the second sky of the Hotian realm. Realizing that she had succeeded in her breakthrough, she smiled happily and hugged her master in front of her happily and excitedly. Thank you, Master. Yuer has broken through. Master is the best. If it weren't for Master's strong and ferocious great spiritual power pouring into Yuer's body, Yuer couldn't have broken through so smoothly. The moment she made her breakthrough, a system beep sounded in Chen Ye's mind. Third disciple Hu Jiuyue breaks through to the second level of the Hotian realm, rewarded with system points, 1000. Although Chen Ye's current strength was already an unrivaled existence in this continent, there was no guarantee that there were any supreme immortals and great emperors or the like out there. Due to the difference in Chen Ye's spiritual root talent, if he wanted to increase his strength, he would have to rely on system points to exchange for realms. That is to say that he was now teaching his disciples not only to compensate the three disciples, but likewise for him to become stronger, strong enough to protect those around you no matter what. Hearing that there were system points in the account, Chen Yi was also happy to be happy and hugged Hu Jiuyu with the same excitement while saying, as long as Yuer refuels her cultivation, I believe that you will be able to quickly keep up with your senior sisters. Seeing that she was on a roll, Chen Yi helped cheer her up. Hu Jiuyu felt the warmth of her master's body heat and looked at her master's handsome face. She was close to her master's lips. It was as if it would touch with the slightest movement. Hearing that her master had just mentioned senior sister, Hu Jiuyu recalled the scene from last night. Big sister stole food while they were all meditating and toning. She also envied eldest sister as well. There's no one here now, so even if she accidentally kisses the master, nothing will happen. With that in mind, Hu Jiuyu's face slowly pressed over. Chen Yi felt that the hug just now was caused by Hu Jiuyu's breakthrough and was too excited, and didn't realize that there was this trick behind it. Originally, he was thinking about how to encourage Hu Jiuyu more, but in the end, he was directly kissed over. He didn't even have time to defend himself before his lips were wrapped in a softness and the tips of their noses touched. The warm breath was close at hand. Hu Jiuyu's hand was against her master's chest, and she could even feel her master's powerful heartbeat. She kissed for the first time for real, with too much force, and accidentally they both fell to the ground. Even though she knew that as a disciple, for her to do something like pressing her master to the ground was a great disrespect and an abominable and rebellious act, but she couldn't help it. Chen Yi only felt that the delicate body in his arms was unusually hot, and his breath was mixed with rolling waves of heat. Chen Yi also came back to his senses at this time, and realizing what was happening in front of him, he felt bad. Now that he had sent that kind of relationship with the eldest disciple, he should have immediately rejected Hu Jiuyu. He's definitely cheating on his wife when he does that. And even worse, he was the one who supported Su Ji Qian and Lang Luolia, although Chen Yi didn't mean anything else by supporting the two. But if the two knew that he had done this kind of thing with Hu Jiuyu after they left, I'm afraid I can't explain it anyway. Chen Yi fantasized in his mind about how the eldest disciple would look when he learned of his cheating. In the back of his mind, the delicate eldest disciple was looking at him with a look of abhorrence like he was looking at garbage. As soon as Chen Yi fantasized about this scene, he inexplicably had a strange feeling. It always felt like the expression, "It's kinda tasteful." Of course, this scene could only ever exist in Chen Yi's fantasies, and the eldest disciple would never be able to show this kind of expression to his master in any way, so his perverted idea just had to fizzle out. At this point, Hu Jiuyu had just finished a round of offense and was about to stick it over again. If it was her usual self, she would never be so bold. But today, both senior sisters were absent, which gave her a chance to attack. Chen Yi looked at Hu Jiuyu in front of him, and the unique fragrance of the elf girl wafted right at the tip of his nose. Very nice, but he couldn't go on, no matter how good it smelled. In Chen Ye's opinion, Hu Jiuyu, like Long Luoli, had stayed with him for so many years and had never received that kind of education, which was why she had done such a thing. It was a dereliction of duty. It was wrong of him, and he should have put a stop to it instead of enjoying it. As for whether Hu Zhou had feelings for him that transcended those between master and disciple, Chen Yi wasn't sure. After all, there's the foregone conclusion of the great disciple, but whether or not, it wasn't a reason for him to cheat. And besides, he, as a master teacher, couldn't jump to conclusions. In case Hu Zhou didn't have that kind of emotion towards him, wouldn't that be him making a fool of himself? Chen Yi thought a lot at this moment, and he knew very clearly and definitely that he had to refuse. But as he watched the delicate, unmistakable elven face in front of him, slowly closing in, his hand, which he had wanted to push away with force, only felt looser and looser. Sage time has long passed and he can't control it. Hello. At the same time, Hu Zhou's elf ears were seen to move. Her mouth, which she had intended to kiss, snapped back. Her ears were very sensitive, and she sensed that there were two figures right in the middle of it, flying towards this side in a hurry. It's the two senior sisters who have returned. Chapter 29 Sci-Fi. Again, realizing that her senior sisters had returned, Hu Zhou's demeanor grew more and more flustered, and she hurriedly climbed up from her master's body, and at this time Chen Yi was still in that action of preparing for a kiss, without slowing down. The look is very funny. Hu Zhou had originally looked a little flustered because of stealing food, but when she saw her master in this state, she couldn't help but laugh. The master is so cute. Every time I acted like I absolutely couldn't do it, I ended up enjoying it immensely every time. Hu Zhou's heart became more and more determined that she could do something to her master. Something that was even more against the master-disciple bond. The master will surely not refuse. Hu Zhou's ears were long, so he could subconsciously hear a lot of things. As for Chen Yi, although his divine sense could be released very far, it would have to be a situation where he released his divine sense when he wanted to see. That's why it appeared. Hu Zhou more he found out Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli back this matter first. At this moment, Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli were already very close to the Tianqian Hall. The two of them rushed together, and Lang Luolui was idle and bored, so she chatted with her senior sister. Senior sister, when we meditated together last night, did you hear any strange movements around you? I think I vaguely heard it, but I didn't pay attention to it at the time when I was meditating and was concentrating. Last night while meditating, Lang Luoli actually heard a little sound just like Hu Zhou. It wasn't how good her hearing was, but it was the two of them, Su Jiqian and Chen Yi, who made too much noise. But at that time, Lang Luoli didn't think much about it, thinking that there was still a master beside her, so it shouldn't be a big deal, so she didn't open her eyes to check it out. Luckily she didn't open her eyes or she would have seen a scene that would have made her hard. When Su Jiqian heard her senior sister's words, she pursed her lips and snickered, and her cheeks also slightly had a hint of turning red. Turns out it was almost discovered yesterday. It's kinda exciting to think about. Stealing her master's food in front of her senior sister gave her a great sense of accomplishment. Although Su Jiqian had always enjoyed having her master all to herself, she had never thought that her master would really belong to her alone. It was only a matter of time before senior sister Lang and senior sister Hu got their hands on them. And like her, the two senior sisters have accompanied master for so long, it would be really unfair if she was the only one enjoying it. Therefore, she wanted to cherish this moment, the opportunity to enjoy her master alone, before her two senior sisters also pursued her master. Otherwise you won't get a chance later. With that in mind, Su Jiqian intended to continue to hide it from her senior sister and returned. I didn't hear it. There are many demonic beasts in this neighborhood, so it might be haunted by goblins. Su Jiqian lied, her expression having a hint of unnaturalness. Lang Luoli keenly noticed the change in her senior sister, and she brought her face over to look at her carefully. Why did she feel like it wasn't a goblin at work? Rather, it's you, sister, the vixen, that's doing the work. Hello. When Su Jiqian saw her senior sister looking at her with full attention, her expression became even more unnatural, and she scratched the corner of her mouth with her fingers in embarrassment. You, why are you looking at me? Senior sister can still cheat you? Lang Luoli looked at her senior sister's vain appearance, and her heart became even more insecure. However, the senior sister played the trick and refused to admit it, so she had no choice but to call it quits for the time being. The two of them soon flew over the Skyxian Palace. As soon as she arrived home, Su Jiqian looked at her master lying flat on the ground, her face full of surprise, and hurriedly came over. Master, what happened to you? Why are you lying on the ground? The ground is cold. Get up. Lie down on Qian's lap. Qian's thighs are the softest. While Su Jiqian said that, before she could wait for her master to respond, She sat down on her knees and helped her master's head onto her knee pillow. Chen Ye's body directly trembled as he looked at the big disciple who suddenly appeared. The only reason he's lying here isn't because Hu Jiuyu just did. Wait, the eldest disciple came back so quickly. It wouldn't be possible to see what he did with Hu Jiuyu just now, but looking at how gentle the expression of the eldest disciple was, he shouldn't have seen it. But then again, he just laid on the ground for a while and didn't realize there was this perk. It had to be said that the eldest disciple's thighs were indeed very fleshy, gentle and elastic, and there was even a nice smelling body odor around them that belonged uniquely to the eldest disciple. The phantom's body odor is simply irresistible to the opposite sex. At this time, Long Luoli arrived late, looking at her senior sister who had already taken over her master. She angrily puffed out her little mouth and sat down on her knees with the same unwillingness to show weakness. At the same time said, "Master, Lear's thighs are also very comfortable. And Lil isn't wearing pantyhose." Lang Luoli's legs were not wearing pantyhose. Her well-proportioned and slender snow-white legs were exposed in the air, while Su Jiqian was wearing black silk pantyhose. Lang Luoli said as she cupped her master and placed his head on her lap pillow. At the same time, he was also fondling his master's head, his face full of love, his appearance intoxicated to the point of being unable to do so. Chunyi was moved to a different position before he could react. Although the second disciple's thighs were not as full and voluptuous as the eldest disciple's, the soft touch of the skin came directly, and the young girl's skin was warm and moist to the extreme, as if water would come out with a pinch. The second disciple's body had a refreshing scent, and once he smelled it, it was as if his heart was at peace, which was very wonderful. Su Jiqian looked at the master who was taken away and said with some jealousy, "You're cheating. Senior sister, it was clearly me who came first. Damn it." She wanted to stroke her master's hair like that too. Seeing this, Lang Luoli could only come over with a face full of reluctance, and the two of them put their knee pillows together, placing their master in the center, one half each. Chunyi was filled with confusion as he was moved around by the two. The disciple's knee pillow was really comfortable and he sank into it for a while, but now that he had reacted, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Come on, he's the master. Hey! How is it that now it seems like the baby is being fought over by two disciples? Hello? Where's the majesty? The majesty of being a master teacher. You can't just fall into the knee pillow of a beautiful disciple. Gotta break free. Although Chunyi thought this in his heart, he laid down for a while longer before slowly getting up. He began by clearing his throat, trying to save the vanishing majesty, and said solemnly, "Ahem, you two came back quite quickly. Has the task given to you by your master been completed?" The two disciples only felt their hearts beating faster as they looked at their master's fake serious expression. The serious version of Master Chief is just as handsome. Any molded master teacher is perfect and impeccable. Su Jiqian put her hands together and floated in front of her body, looking at her master with love in her eyes, and somewhat absent-mindedly returned back to master's words. "It's already done. And the news that the Sanyuan sect is going to be overthrown in 3 days will soon spread to all the forces in this continent." Chapter 30, The Second Disciple's Little Thoughts. Su Jiqian crossed her arms and floated in front of her body, looking at her master with love in her eyes, and somewhat absent-mindedly returning to master's words. "It's already done. And the news of the overthrow of the Sanyuan sect in 3 days' time will soon spread to all the forces in this continent." Chunyi listened and nodded with a fake seriousness. Disciples aren't generally efficient. However, he always had the feeling that the two disciples were looking at him with a look that was not like respect, but more like they were going to eat him. "Come on, I'm serious, okay?" Master Chunyi is also full of majesty today. Seeing that the three disciples were all together, Chunyi readjusted his state and spoke to the three. "Since there are still 3 days left, the cultivation can't be slowed down. So let's continue to guide you in your cultivation for the master." Hu Jiuyu was only a cultivator of the Hotian realm, and at the time of her breakthrough, she was gifted with 1,000 system points. And Chenyi broke through to the next realm, 20,000 system points. According to the system's rules, the higher the realm of the disciple, the more system points he would receive at the time of breakthrough. Chenyi was already looking forward to the breakthroughs of the other two disciples. He, who was the master teacher, must also make an effort to do so. When Su Jiqian heard her master said that he would guide them in their cultivation, she jumped up in excitement and said happily, "Yay! I like practicing with my master the most." Chunyi looked at his eldest disciple who was so excited, and suddenly remembered the last time he practiced. Halfway through the cultivation, Chunyi carried the frail eldest disciple back to his room, and something indescribable happened afterward. The eldest disciple was so excited, He shouldn't have thought that this kind of thing would happen as well, right? Hey? For the teacher is to seriously guide you to cultivate. There is no other meaning. Lang Luoli stepped forward at this time and pulled the hand of her master, placing the other hand on her chest and said softly, "Senior, the last time you instructed your senior sister in cultivation. It's Lear's turn this time." Su Jiqian's excitement was doused when she saw her senior sister steal the show. I forgot that there are 2 other sisters, but when she thought about it, it was true. Everyone was a good disciple of her master, so how could she keep it all to herself? Let's just give this opportunity to Sis for now. Chen Yi nodded as he listened to his second disciple's words and felt that they made sense. Shortly afterward, the 2 stood opposite each other on top of the square's open space. Chen Yi beckoned to the second disciple, signaling that she could make her move. Lang Luolui stroked her chin with her hand at this moment, as if she was pondering something. Last time when senior sister and senior master were practicing, it seemed that senior sister had been releasing her moves, and after releasing them to the point of spiritual energy deficit, she got the benefit of being princess hugged by senior master. It's her turn this time. Is it just as good if she keeps releasing her skills too and waits until she falls? Not a bad way to go about it. Having thought of the idea, Lang Luoli's mouth revealed a smile that was hard to hide, and she smiled and said to her master, "Be careful, master." As soon as the words left her mouth, she unleashed her own move, the ice drop technique. She first condensed a pure ice staff out of thin air. The staff exuded a silky cold aura, and countless spiritual energy emerged from it, creating large snowflakes in the sky. Soon after, an ice cone containing a murderous aura surfaced, then crackled and stabbed down like rain from a storm. At the same time, with Lang Luolui as the center, it was as if a layer of frost had been put on the surroundings, and if someone was enveloped within the range, all sorts of actions would be significantly restricted, making it difficult to move and attack. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the moves released by his second disciple. It had only not been practiced for a few days, and he could already utilize it so flexibly. And with this move alone, it was not a problem to deal with multiple innate realm enemies at the same time. The difference between Lang Luoli's kung fu moves and Su Jiqian's is that Su Jiqian's moves are more lethal to a single enemy, while Lang Luoli's attacks are more oriented towards group attacks, which can attack and hold multiple enemies at the same time. If the 2 of them were to join forces silently and work together against the enemy, their power would definitely be extremely terrifying. Chen Yi thought in his heart and casually reached out his hand. A spiritual force burst out from his fingertips and directly shattered that piece of ice cone into pieces. "Not bad. Continue," Chen Yi said with satisfaction. Lang Luolui looked at her full-strength strike, but it was shattered so easily by her master, and she couldn't help but be a little surprised as well. Although master was a cultivator 2 great realms higher than her, if she wanted to counter that strike she had just made, she would have to release a skill move at the very least, right? As a result, master teacher didn't even need to release a move. Just a mere tap and it was resolved? Worthy of the master. It's awesome. Having received the affirmation from her master, Lang Luoli became even more excited and continued to unleash her skill attacks, and Chen Yi easily fought against it every single time, while also instructing Lang Luoli, teaching her the deficiencies in releasing her moves. Time passes quickly. Lang Luolui, this large spell move, release it extremely consumes spiritual energy. A dozen rounds down will be tired. Lang Luoli could feel that the spiritual energy in her body was getting emptier and emptier. As long as she unleashed her moves twice, she would surely fall to the ground as weak as her senior sister. When the time comes, you'll enjoy a warm princess hug from your master. Moreover, after elder sister was carried away that day, she didn't know what she did, disappearing for a day before appearing. She also wanted to experience what it was all about. Thinking to herself, Lang Luolui was about to unleash her moves. But then she heard her master's voice. "That's enough. Lear, sit down and rest for a while. You'll get weak if you release any more moves," Chen Yi said to the second disciple. He didn't want to make the same mistake he made last time, forgetting to tell his disciples to stop and ending up with a deficit of their spiritual energy. So it's still a good idea to get some rest. But Lang Luoli froze directly on the spot when she heard her master's words. "What? You can take a break now." That's not what she thought it was. How did it change with her? She also wanted to collapse in vain into her master's arms. How could Chen Yi know the second disciple's small mind? After instructing the second disciple in cultivation, it was already late in the evening, after a busy day, plus being pushed down by the third disciple in the morning. He had also accumulated quite a few beads of sweat on his body, so he thought of going to take a bath to relax before continuing to instruct his disciples in cultivation. "You guys take a rest first. For master to take a bath first." Chen Yi said to the three disciples, then walked in the direction of the hot spring inside the house. Arriving at the indoor hot spring, Chen Yi changed his clothes and then soaked in comfortably. The warm hot spring water wrapped around him, and at this moment he felt unusually relaxed, and the thoughts in his head were much clearer. Chapter 31, Teaching by words is better than teaching by example. Chen Yi had crossed over and inherited the memories from before this body, and he was equally aware of how cruel this metaphysical world was. If it weren't for the fact that he still had the company of three disciples, he actually wouldn't like living in this world at all. In other words, the three disciples were everything he had now, what he had worked and fought for. However, Chen Yi still remembered that there were many disciples and elders in his former Tianxian sect who had died because of him. At that time, the previous host waged war on the Sanyuan sect, and after the previous host was defeated, although many disciples ran away, the disciples and elders who stayed behind to fight and escort the previous host's escape still made up the majority, but without exception, all of them died in battle, and the three disciples beside him now were considered the last survivors. Although Chen Yi had now recovered, he couldn't be compensating for those loyalists who had died. Chen Yi clearly knew that those disciples and elders who died to escort him did not do that for him, because what the previous host did has broken the hearts of the loyalists. The reason why the loyalists were bent on saving Chen Yi was rather that they hoped that he would one day be able to recover and rebuild what was once the Tianxian sect. The once heavenly Xian sect was undoubtedly the most special existence on this continent, and it was as if the original owner of this body had a mind that did not belong to this world. He treated his compatriots well and did not discriminate against other races, and the Tianxian sect established in this continent was the best harbor of refuge, the only paradise, for countless cultivators of different races, countless disciples and elders who had been exterminated, hunted down, and discriminated against had found a new home here, a new hope of living. Chen Yi felt that now that he had recovered, he should rebuild the Tianxian sect, and at the very least, live up to those disciples and elders who had died for him, or the Tianxian sect. Even in this cruel metaphysical world, he wanted to rebuild that harmonious Tianxian sect. It's also a way to give credit to the ones who died. At this moment, Chen Yi soaked half of his head in the hot spring, thinking a lot. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and it seemed like he had a lot more to do in the future. At this moment, outside the hot springs, above the square, Su Jiqian watched the two senior sisters meditating and toning seriously, while she herself stood up playfully and walked out with cat-like steps without being noticed. She walked straight towards the indoor hot springs, and after arriving at the door of the indoor hot springs, Su Jiqian knew that her master was still inside, but she still didn't even knock on the door, and directly pushed it open and walked in. And when he went in, he unlocked the door by hand. Chen Yi also did not expect that he would encounter a sneak attack when he took a bath, so he did not lock the door, and looking at the big disciple who suddenly killed him, he was full of confusion and said, "Qianer, why are you here? Wait, master hasn't washed up yet." Su Jiqian looked at her master's flustered appearance and said with a smiling face as she walked towards the front, "It's fine, master, it's not just right." Hearing the words of the eldest disciple, Chen Yi was even more confused. What did he mean by just right? But then, he heard a splash, and there was another figure in the hot spring pool. Then his lips were wrapped in a softness, and it was the great disciple who embraced. Feeling the aroma from the chimera's body, Chen Yi also knew what the situation was now. The eldest disciple was sneaking out while his other people weren't paying attention and coming to him. Su Jiqian's face was slightly jealous, and after their lips parted, she said delicately, "I was going to cultivate with Master Teacher today, but it turned out that Senior Sister Ling beat me to it." Watching Master Teacher and Senior Sister Ling being sweet, Qianer is so envious. Sin doesn't care, wants it. Su Jiqian was no longer a fledgling chimera, and had become more bold when expressing herself with her master. Although Su Jiqian knew that she couldn't monopolize the Master Teacher alone. After all, the two senior sisters were also to guide the cultivation. Still, she wanted to spend more time with her master. Watching Senior Sister Lang and her master cultivate together for so long made her envious. That's why she decided to make it up to herself. After all, she now had the ability, and the right, to get something from her master that was unattainable for both of her sisters. Let the sisters be envious. He. When Su Jiqian thought of this, the smile on her face all became a few points more delicate. When Chen Yi saw his eldest disciple being so direct, he was also flushed with old age, and at the same time, he also heard why his eldest disciple was jealous. But it was inevitable and unavoidable for him to guide Lang Luoli and Hu Zhouyue in their cultivation. You must teach your eldest disciple well and correct her mind before you can do that. as the saying goes, words are not as good as example. Chen Yi thought in his heart and looked at the big disciple in front of him and took the initiative to kiss him. At this moment, outside the indoor hot springs, above the square of Tianxian Hall, the indoor hot springs are actually not far from the plaza, and it is possible that the system was originally designed to allow for timely bathing and cleansing after practicing. At this time, Hu Zhouyu and Lang Luoli had just finished meditating, and the two of them were planning to spar and cultivate for a bit. The two of them stood opposite each other, and the place where Hu Zhouyu stood was just close to the side of the indoor hot spring. Hu Zhouyu adjusted her breath, and had planned to summon the giant sword that her master had given her and start cultivating, but suddenly she seemed to hear something moving. It sounded as if it was elder sister's voice, and a little miserable, as if begging for mercy. Lang Luoli stood opposite of Hu Zhouyu. She looked at Hu Zhouyu being dumbfounded, so she reminded, "Senior sister, be careful. Senior sister is going to start." Hu Zhouyu waved her hand at senior sister Lang, with a somewhat surprised, or nervous, expression, and said, "Wait, senior sister Lang, I think I heard something. Master seems to be, again, beating up senior sister Su." When Lang Luoli heard her senior sister's words, she also hurriedly walked over and asked suspiciously, "Are you serious? Why didn't I hear that?" "Oh yeah, forgot you have extra sensitive ears. But I don't think so. Master has recovered. How could he hit senior sister Su?" Lang Luoli looked at her with a half-hearted expression, as if to say you must have heard wrong. Seeing that senior sister Lang didn't believe her, Hu Zhouyu hurriedly explained, "It's true. I really heard it. Right over there. I'll take you." With that, the two came together to the door of the indoor spa. Chapter 32 Uncontrollable Hu Zhouyu. Lang Luoli and Hu Zhouyu arrived at the door of the indoor hot spring together. The two men stood in the doorway, simultaneously pressing their ears to the door. Both of them looked at each other, their expressions a bit overwhelmed. In the past, when Master Teacher hadn't recovered, even if they had learned that Master Teacher was beating someone up, they didn't have the right to go up and stop him. Usually after the master has finished whipping, the others are going up to help with the healing. But how could Master Teacher still hit people now that he's recovered? Hu Zhouyu at this time, listening to the voices inside the door. For some reason, her cheeks were slightly flushed as she asked Lang Luoli in a small voice, "Senior sister Lang, what should we do?" Hu Zhouyu did not dare to make a decision without authorization. If this time to push open the door to go in, outside one saw the master bathing, outer one saw the master taking a shower. Thinking of this, her jade hand couldn't help but grab towards the door handle. Meanwhile the expression grew more and more mesmerized. Unsure of what he was smiling about, Lang Luoli watched her movements, and just as she was about to get her hands on her, she hurriedly grabbed her wrist, while saying with slight surprise, "Senior sister, what are you doing? If you disturb the master, you will be punished." Hu Zhouyu was interrupted and snapped back to her senses, explaining in a panic, "Sigma, surprised face, winky face, senior sister Lang, I don't know why, my hand moved on its own. So, what do we do now?" Hu Zhouyu couldn't decide herself, so she asked senior sister Lang. Lang Luoli's expression was a bit sad, and after thinking for a while, she opened her mouth. "Although we don't know what's going on, in order to avoid eldest sister from getting hurt, let's prepare medicines and tonics in advance and wait for eldest sister to come out so that we can help her heal her injuries at the first opportunity." This set of processes was often utilized before Master Teacher had recovered, and I never thought it would be useful now. It was the thought that the gentle master was gone that made Lang Luoli lose her mind. She hadn't taken down her masters. Is there no chance? But it was okay, after all. Neither she nor eldest sister got it, so it balanced out. When her master's father recovered the next time, she would definitely take first place. Hu Zhouyu nodded, feeling that senior sister Lang's method was reliable, and that was all that could be done for now. With that, the two men prepared their medication ahead of time and waited at the door. The time came early in the morning of the second day. At this time, Su Jiqian had already gotten dressed and was looking into the mirror of the indoor spa, arranging her hair. The expression was again one of immense satisfaction. Even the color of the breath is better. After straightening her appearance, Su Jiqian slowly stood up from her chair. For some reason, her legs trembled slightly and she failed to stand on one. Chen Yi held her up from the side, which prevented her from falling. Chen Yi's expression was slightly apologetic as he asked gently, "Are you okay? Do you want to take a break?" Su Jiqian supported her master's body and readjusted her state. Granted, she didn't pass out straight away this time, but she was exhausted afterwards is all. If others knew that she, a cultivator of the innate realm, couldn't even stand anymore. She would definitely be mocked. After having the experience twice, Su Jiqian also realized that she herself was afraid that she really couldn't withstand her master's affection. In the future, it would be better for her not to disturb the cultivation of her master and the two senior sisters. It's only fair to set them up early and share them with a few more sisters. Su Jiqian looked up at her master, her expression incomparably charming, and said in a delicate voice, "Yesterday when Master Teacher taught his disciple values, he wasn't this gentle." Hearing the eldest disciple's rebuke, Chen Yi scratched his cheeks in some embarrassment. Chen Yi explained, "That's because." Before he could finish, Su Jiqian directly stood on her tiptoes and kissed her. It was a long time before the two separated again. Su Jiqian licked her lips and said in a seductive voice, "No explanations allowed. The disciple is fine now. Let's go out." The two senior sisters haven't seen anyone for another day, so they've probably been waiting for a long time. Chen Yi's face was flushed by the eldest disciple's sudden attack of kisses. I have to say, the eldest disciple is really getting good at this. Just like that, Chen Yi supported Su Jiqian and pushed open the door of the indoor hot spring together. As soon as she pushed open the door, Su Jiqian saw two senior sisters standing in the corridor at the entrance of the indoor spa. When Lang Luoli saw her eldest senior sister appear, she handed up the blanket at the first opportunity and wrapped her tightly. The blanket was specially made to keep out the wind and dust and reduce the pain of wounds. Su Jiqian was directly confused when she saw senior sister Lang's actions. What's going on here? If sister Lang doesn't go to rest, what's the point of waiting here to drape a blanket over her? Before Su Jiqian could think of a reason, she saw Hu Zhouyue also walk up and put the healing dan, which had been prepared long ago, into her mouth. Su Jiqian, well, you too, doing what? She slurred as a healing potion was shoved in her mouth. Su Jiqian was confused at this time. When did the two senior sisters care about her so much? This is worrying that she has just been with her master. After finishing, her body was weak, so she prepared the healing pills in advance? That's not right. Senior sister Lang isn't that kind. According to her memory of senior sister Lang, if she knew that she, as a senior sister, was stealing food, she would definitely be angry. When did you get so generous? After Hu Zhouyue finished delivering the healing pills to eldest sister, she came back to her master's body, looking at her master softly and gently holding his master's hand, saying, "Master Sama, if you haven't lost your temper yet, come and beat Yue-chan. Moon, it can take it." Listening to Hu Zhouyue's words, Chen Yi's face was filled with questions. What the hell? He's just been satisfied. He's in the middle of a good time. What's he mad about? Hu Zhouyu is she pampering him? Chen Yi thought that Hu Zhouyu was pampering him, so he extended his hand with the intention of rubbing her head. When Hu Zhouyu saw her master reaching out, she thought that her master was going to hit her and closed her eyes nervously. But soon after, Hu Zhouyu did not feel the pain, but instead had a very comfortable feeling that came from the top of her head. It was the master who was tenderly stroking the top of her head. Hu Zhouyu looked at her master's gentle expression, and realized that her master had not changed. She was still the same gentle master. Realizing that her master hadn't changed back, Hu Zhouyu excitedly hugged her master and rubbed herself hard in her arms. Chen Yi doggedly stroked her back while saying doubtfully, Okay, by the way, what's going on with you guys? Chapter 33, Sci-Fi 3.0 Plath. Lang Luoli looked at the bewildered master teacher in front of her and gradually understood. Didn't master beat up eldest sister? Master is still the same gentle master? But she had, last night, clearly heard the, not sure. Just look at it. Thinking to herself, Lang Luoli peeled off the blanket she had draped over her eldest senior sister and burrowed in, carefully observing. Su Jiqian looked at senior sister Lang, who suddenly drilled over and only felt itchy, pushing her with her hand and said, "Ha ha, what are you doing, senior sister?" Shortly after, Lang Luoli re-emerged from the blanket and looked at eldest sister excitedly, grabbing her and saying, "You're really fine, senior sister. It's really great that you're fine." While saying that, Lang Luolui was still excited and hugged her tightly. The two are often at loggerheads during the day, but their relationship never falters because of it. Last night it was hard for her to think that her senior sister was suffering. Seeing that both her senior sister and master teacher were fine today, the big stone in her heart had fallen. Su Jiqian looked at senior sister Lang, who was so agitated, and patted her back suspiciously. After carefully thinking about the causes and consequences of the incident, Su Jiqian then came back to her senses. Yesterday's conversation between her and her master teacher might have been overheard by the two senior sisters. That's what brought us to this point. When she thought of this, Su Jiqian was still a little ashamed and shy. In the future, we still need to be more careful, not to cause Tu senior sister to worry in vain. Lang Luoli hugged her senior sister, and before she could hug her for more than a moment, the person violently disappeared. Su Jiqian puzzled look in front of her, just now also in her arms pampering it. People how no shadow? She twisted her head and realized that senior sister Lang had long since run into her master's arms to be pampered. Good man. Good for you. Sister. Fake me out huh? I was moved for nothing. Beware of big sister me in front of you in the future. Ah hey. Lang Luolui had a plotting expression on her face at this time, and the corners of her mouth snickered. Sister is still too young. Thinking in her heart, Lang Luoli held one hand on her master's chest. Her expression was soft and tender as she looked at her master. Her voice was very clear and crisp as she said, Senior, disciple is still a bit worried about your condition. Can I show the disciple? Chen Yi didn't quite understand the second disciple's question when he heard it. What's it gonna look like? Before Chen Yi could ask out, Lang Luoli seemed to have read her master's thoughts and her head slowly stuck over. A piece of softness wrapped it up, and the young girl's fragrance exploded in Chen Yi's mouth. The clear and soft body fragrance that uniquely belonged to Lang Luoli filling the tip of his nose. I don't know if it was because of the cultivation technique, the vast majority of the time around Lang Luoli's body, there was a cool sensation. Even in the scorching hot summer days was equally so. However, at this moment, it was because of the direct contact with her master teacher that caused her entire delicate body temperature to rise. It was only after a long time that the two gradually separated. Lang Luoli's face flushed, her eyes shyly looking at her master's chest as she spoke softly. Master, it's just, look at it this way. This is indeed the best way to test the current condition of the master's father. As long as her master kissed over and her master didn't reject it, then her master must still be the same gentle master. Although Chen Yi was in the sage time, the unique cool charm of Lang Luoli's body was equally as tempting to him as the phantom demon great disciple. This one made his face go red too. However, Chen Yi did not forget that he had just finished with him. The big disciple who had finished was still on the side. Did he just count that as cheating on his wife in front of him? Chen Yi twisted his head somewhat as a thief and carefully looked at the condition of the eldest disciple. The eldest disciple's reaction was actually unexpectedly beyond his imagination. The eldest disciple was actually looking at the sky with his eyes, blithely as if he didn't see it. It was as if they were afraid of disturbing the two. Wow go! What a situation! Strange, very strange. How could Chen Yi know that even as strong as the phantom demon's eldest disciple, he had given up on the idea of monopolizing his master not long ago? If you ask why, it's because the body can't take it. At this time, Hu Zhou clasped her fingers and hesitated for a long time before she gathered her courage and said seriously, Master, you err, also once, too, Chen Yi? Chen Yi did not expect that the always shy Hu Zhou would dare to say such bold words, and that's with both sisters present. What Chen Yi didn't know was that Hu Zhou was happy in her heart after learning that her master hadn't changed. With that tension gone, she was desperate for compensation. But no matter what, having Chen Yi go and actively kiss Hu Zhou in front of all the disciples, he was still a bit embarrassed. It would have been fine if they were pro-older disciples. After all, they were already in that kind of relationship, so the big deal was to just come clean. But he took the initiative to kiss Hu Zhou. That means different. More like in the explicit courtship. After all, he wasn't so innocent like the other disciples. Disciples who took the initiative to kiss him might be simply expressing excitement. But he knew everything. Of course, the above sentence is Chen Yi's inner thoughts. He does not know that the disciple knows more than him. At this moment, after Chen Yi had made enough preparations in his heart, as if he had made some kind of determination, his head slowly moved. But before he could take the initiative, he felt his neck being wrapped tightly around him, followed by a soft sensation at his lips. Well, another day of being actively pushed back by disciples. Only after a long time did Hu Zhou let go of her master, and steam seemed to rise from the top of her shy head. At this moment, Chen Yi took a long breath of relief. This time the two disciples shouldn't have to be worried about him, right? Seeing that the two disciples had stabilized, Chen Yi gently stroked their heads and said, You haven't rested all night, right? Go back and take a nap first. At noon master will guide you in your cultivation. The two disciples nodded their heads in unison, and only then did they obediently leave. In Lang Luoli's room, Lang Luoli was finally considered relieved after learning that both her master and senior sister were fine. Returning to the bed, Lang Luoli beautifully hugged the quilt, intending to sleep comfortably. The only way to meet the master in perfect condition is to sleep earlier and get in shape. Lang Luoli's beautiful eyes gradually closed. The decoration of this room was very luxurious, but under her perfect features, it all looked indifferent. When she was about to fall asleep, Lang Luolui thought about what had just happened. Chapter 34, What's Happening? When she was about to fall asleep, Lang Luolui thought about what had just happened. Just now, both she and senior sister who had kissed the master, but eldest sister, there doesn't seem to be one? It was really strange. If it was in the past, big sister would have scrambled up. Today's eldest sister was surprisingly uncharacteristic. But when you think about it, it's pretty pathetic that the eldest sister didn't get to kiss her master. He. Thinking of this, Lang Luoli's expression couldn't help but smile with a face of satisfaction. Tucking in, she planned to get a nice long sleep. Shortly afterward, half asleep, just as she was about to fall asleep, her willow brows became more and more furrowed, as if she had suddenly thought of something, and her face gradually became gloomy. The temperature around them seemed to have dropped a few points with it. Nope, 10 out of 10 is 100% wrong. Just now, she had let her guard down after immersing herself in her master's gentle embrace, as well as realizing that her senior sister was not injured. Ignore these major loopholes. If master hadn't hit sister, then what had happened to master and sister together all day and all night? What's going on? What's going on? The more Lang Luoli thought about it, the more incredible she felt, and she saw her violently sit up from the bed. The expression above his face was full of incredulity. It's like she's trying to understand something. Strange sounds, the two appearing and disappearing together. As long as it's not a cutie, I can see that something is wrong, right? Hu Jiu, who is in the middle of a deep sleep, sneezes violently. Hu Jiu, ha! At this moment, Lang Luoyui's hands tightly grasped the quilt, unable to calm down for a long time, sitting up in a dying dream. The clown is me? No wonder big sister is out of character today. It turns out that she has long been. Have you had enough? Only after a long period of contemplation did Lang Luolui lie down again and cover herself with the quilt. Anyway, must find a chance to ask sister properly. You're not just stealing food anymore. You are already stealing. The time slowly came to noon. After Lang Luoli and Hu Jiuyue took a nap, they came together to the plaza above to see their master. At this time, it just so happened that Chun Yi was instructing Su Ji Qian, who had just recovered, to practice, and when he saw the two of them coming, he planned to let his eldest disciple rest for a while, so that a new person could continue practicing. Chen Yi said to Hu Jiuyue, "It's your turn, Yue, for master to see how well you've juggled your giant sword." Hu Jiuyu's expression was thrilled when she heard it. Finally, I can practice with my master. She had been preparing for this moment for a long time, and was sure to impress her master. The two came to stand opposite each other in the square, and Hu Jiuyu summoned the huge sword that her master had given her. The huge sword was more than one person high, with runic patterns inscribed on its body, and a golden light faintly emanating from above the patterns. A terrifying aura was contained within it, as if by swinging it around, it would be able to destroy everything with an unstoppable momentum. This giant sword was exchanged by Qin Yi in the system store, and its grade level was naturally ridiculously high, already surpassing the strongest existences in the current world. It's just that Hu Jiuyu's realm is still very low and may not be able to unleash the full strength of this giant sword is all. Chun Yi waved his hand at Hu Jiuyu, signaling that she could make her move. Hu Jiuyu bowed respectfully in her master's direction while saying, "Master, be careful. Disciple is rude." In order to be able to display her full strength in front of her master, Hu Jiuyu adjusted the spiritual energy in her body to the best state. She was seen gripping the huge sword in her hand, and after containing all of her spiritual energy in it, she violently lifted it up. A violent air-breaking sound rang out, and the swinging of this huge sword sounded as if an ancient dragon was hissing. Execution slash. After her huge sword was raised, she swung it violently downwards as she unleashed the first stance in the demonic heavenly sword technique, the immortal execution slash. A fierce sword chi burst out from it, and the square beneath his feet was instantly churned into ruins and debris by the sword chi. It was as if this sword chi was a tornado that would destroy everything in its path. The plaza of this heavenly Shin Hall was specially made, and it was difficult for unusual attacks to destroy it, but it still couldn't carry this strike of immortal execution chop. This move was as powerful as its name, and when it was cultivated to great completion, it might be able to put to death the true immortals of this world. The plaza was damaged by the move, but there was no need to worry. Everything that was broken in this heavenly Shin Hall would be repaired on its own and restored to its original state again. Chen Ye's eyes were slightly surprised as he looked at the whistling sword wind. Perhaps it was because of the Gongfu moves. Even though Hu Jiuyue was only at the Hotian realm, one large realm lower than both senior sisters, the power of the moves released did not seem to be much lower. One should know that the three disciples were all cultivating the same grade of Gongfu, so theoretically there shouldn't be too much of a gap between them. However, Chen Yi also saw the loophole when Hu Jiuyu released her moves. It's that the moves she unleashes, while incredibly powerful, take a while to prepare and warm up. There is also a long stiffness when unleashing powerful attacks, making it easy for enemies to take advantage of the situation. Compared to the eldest disciple, although both of them were very strong killing techniques, the eldest disciple's attack moves were going to be a bit more flexible. If the eldest disciple and the second disciple were to hold back while giving the third disciple time to prepare for the outburst when battling the enemy, I'm afraid that if the three of them were to join forces, their power would be ridiculously strong. Moreover, the three disciples had relied on each other together for so many years, and their tacit understanding would only make them tougher against the enemy. If it was a cultivator from this continent, it would be entirely possible to cross two great realms to fight against them. It was only at this time that Chen Yi realized that the system had actually thought of all of this long ago when it came to equipping disciples with specialized feats again. Chen Yi at this time had to sigh. The system is really not generally thoughtful. System, think of my goodness when you use me. Ha! Hearing the system's tirade in his mind, Chen Yi awkwardly scratched his head. Looking at the sword wind that was whistling in front of him, Chen Yi stretched out two fingers and casually pointed them at the sword wind that had already flown in front of him. The sword wind shattered and turned into nothing in an instant. Hu Jiuyue looked at her master teacher in surprise, just as is the same expression that the two senior sisters revealed when they first saw the strength of their master teacher. Just by relying on her physical body and casually making a point, she was able to break her full strength strike? The master is too powerful, right? And so handsome. Who can handle this? Chapter 35 Hu Jiuyu Cultivation. She was even a little lost in thought for a moment as she watched her master's perfection. At this moment, Chen Yi walked over to Hu Jiuyu's side and took over the giant sword in her hand, teaching her about the deficiencies she had just experienced when releasing her moves. Hu Jiuyu looked like she was seriously nodding her head and taking notes, but in reality, she didn't listen at all. Her eyes blazed at her master, her mind full of thoughts on how to tear down his coverings. Shortly after, Chen Yi continued after finishing what he had to say. All memorized right. Then you're releasing the moves for the master to take a look. Hu Jiuyu was directly confused when she heard her master's instructions. She was dealing with her master just now, but in reality, her eyes had been peeking through her master's collar, peeking at the chest inside. In fact, she didn't even listen. What's it going to take now that her master has asked her to release her moves? Never much of a liar. She chose to tell the truth. I'm sorry, master, but Moon didn't learn. Hearing Hu Jiuyu's words, Chen Yi did not get tired of it. In order to better correct her posture, Chen Yi directly grabbed her hand in hand personally guide. Since both of their hands were touching and their bodies were almost pressed together, Chen Yi also supported her waist after correcting the strength of her hands to make her release her moves more powerful. Chen Yi couldn't help but be a little surprised when he touched the skin of her waist. Hu Jiuyu's body is really good. The female muscle lines are reflected in her body. It feels very different and distinctive to the touch. Wait a minute. Chen Yi, what are you all thinking about? Chen Yi shook his head violently and regained his senses. How could one be imagining things when one was teaching a third disciple to practice? The third disciple was learning so seriously, and he himself was even thinking about such things. It's so cheap. After Chen Yi returned to his senses, he said to Hu Jiuyu, "You've memorized everything that master said, right? That's it. You're trying to release the stance to try." As Chen Yi spoke, he realized that Hu Jiuyu seemed to be frozen as well. I don't know what I'm thinking. Must be drilling down on what he just taught. The third disciple's cultivation was really serious. So he, as the master teacher, had to pull himself together as well. Chen Yi, you err? Seeing Hu Jiuyu still looking at herself in a daze, Chen Yi couldn't help but call out. Hearing her master's voice, Hu Jiuyu came back to her senses. Her master and her were too close just now. Her body was full of her master's good smell, and her master even stroked her waist. It made it hard for her not to think about it, unable to help but make the connection in her mind. If she could, she and her master would be in this wide square. That's something else. Obviously, she still hasn't listened to her master's instruction this time. Hu Jiuyu's cheeks were a little blushing. Her master had instructed her twice and she hadn't memorized it once. How is she going to face her master? She, as a disciple, was also too incompetent. but she didn't dare hide it from her master, so she just had to be honest. Master, I'm sorry, you still haven't memorized. As she spoke, her eyes looked unnaturally at the ground, her palms sweating with shame, though she knew it was wrong for her to be out of her mind thinking about other things while her master was teaching her. But her master was so perfect, she loved it so much, can't help it. Chunyi heard her say that she hadn't memorized it yet and still didn't get tired of it. In his opinion, it was a mistake in the way he taught, which led to the disciple not memorizing it even after saying it twice. He's such an incompetent person to be a master teacher. Chunyi's heart at this time is not less ashamed than Hu Jiuyu. With that in mind, Chunyi then planned to instruct Hu Jiuyu once more. Just as Chunyi was about to open his mouth, Hu Jiuyu suddenly grabbed his hand as if she was brewing something. Chunyi asked suspiciously, "You what's wrong? Is there something you want to say?" After Hu Jiuyu briefly tangled in her heart, she gathered her courage to look at her master's eyes and said with a serious face, "You didn't remember her master's teachings and was distracted by other things. You is guilty and should be punished. Please master punish you. You should be punished." Chenya's expression was a bit surprised when he heard her say that she wanted to be punished. Punishment. Now the three disciples are his favorite disciples. Not to mention punishment. Even if he touches one of their hairs, he can't afford to do so. Not to mention things like punishing the lovely Hu Jiuyu. Chunyi shook his head and said gently, "It's okay, you master will just teach you again. If you still can't remember, master can always teach you, so forget about the punishment or whatever." Hu Jiuyu looked at her master's gentle expression. Her heart beat extremely fast and her face was a little hot. When she did something wrong, her master not only didn't get angry, he patiently and gently taught her again and again. Such a master. So gentle. She simply loved it. Chapter 36 Sister and Sister. At this moment, on the other side of the square, Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian were sitting together on a stone chair. Both would have been meditating and practicing, but Su Jiqian always felt that the Lang senior sister beside her seemed to be showing her a bad face. Even while meditating, Lang Luoli's beautiful eyes didn't close. It seemed like it had been like that since the two met today. At first, Su Jiqian didn't take it seriously, but after so much time had passed, she also noticed the abnormality. Today's master cold sister is a bit extra cold. Su Jiqian knew very well the character of the cold senior sister. As soon as she got angry, the temperature around her did not drop by. Based on the temperatures right now, the anger level shouldn't be low. Su Jiqian's neck stiffened as she turned around, her smile somewhat awkward as she looked at senior sister Lang. Senior sister you today, seems to have more temperament. Although she didn't know where she had offended senior sister Lang, looking at senior sister Lang's current mood, she must have done something wrong. It's still a good idea to ask. Seeing her senior sister take the initiative to open her mouth, Lang Luoli revealed a nuclear kind smile and returned. Which is not true. Even if senior sister is dressed up in any way, it's still not as attractive as senior sister. After all, senior sister is able to charm the master. All five of them. My good senior sister, don't you have anything you want to explain? As she spoke, her showy fists were clenched, and the stone chair under the warren was cold at this moment, as if a layer of frost had been put on it. When Su Jiqian heard senior sister Lang's last words, she instantly understood why she was angry. Good lord. So it's her and master's affair that's been exposed. No wonder it's so angry. It all makes sense too. Although Su Jiqian hadn't wanted to hide it from everyone, she hadn't expected it to be exposed so early. Worthy of being senior sister Lang. Icy smart. But things are in trouble now. If she had admitted it to senior sister Lang earlier, even if senior sister Lang would have gotten angry, it would have been manageable. But if she hid it and was discovered by senior sister Lang of her own accord, that would be a different matter. Su Jiqian raised her hands in front of her body in a begging position. That's senior sister. Don't get excited. Listen to my explanation. Explanation. Su Jiqian said in a panic. She now only felt that there was a big jeopardy word above her head. Lang Luoli looked at her senior sister seriously and asked after her. Well then, I'd like to hear what kind of story senior sister can make up. You can't say that it's master's initiative. With my understanding of master, it's absolutely impossible. On normal days, it was fine for her senior sister to go behind her back and kiss and cuddle with her master. But this time, it was a different matter. I can't believe you guys are together. You're all together. At least take her with you. It wasn't like she couldn't take it. Anyway, she had to have a reasonable explanation for the fact that her senior sister was hiding this from her. Su Jiqian's eyes rolled at this time. thinking that unusual lies might not be able to fool senior sister Lang, so she planned to use other methods. The phantom demon's unique charm technique could not only arouse one's desire, but could likewise control one's thoughts and consciousness. Thinking of this, Su Jiqian suddenly had a solution. Just do not know if it is reliable. He saw Su Jiqian pretending to be compassionate and said weakly to his senior sister, Elder sister didn't mean to hide it from you. Don't believe me. Look at elder sister's eyes. Lang Luoli didn't think much about it, so she locked eyes with her senior sister. Chapter 37 Angry Lang Luoli. Suddenly, she saw her senior sister's eyeballs change color and then change back. Lang Luoli was well read in poetry and knew that this was a charm technique that only a phantom demon would unleash. However, Lang Luoli practiced the ice system technique and had long since frozen her heart, and she had long since been unable to have that kind of feeling for anyone other than her master. Even friendships are very difficult to cultivate. If it wasn't for the fact that senior sister Su and senior sister who had befriended her early on and had gone through so much together, it would have been difficult for her to really consider the two as friends. That's why elder sister's charm technique can't even play a single role with her. She was even furious when she learned that her senior sister had actually used the charm technique on her. Good for you, sister. You say you want to explain, but you just want to muddle through, don't you? I'm afraid I can't do that without teaching you a lesson. Su Jiqian watched as senior sister Lang's expression grew more and more terrifying, and realized that something was wrong. She was pretty sure that she had just unleashed the charming technique on senior sister Lang, and by all rights it shouldn't have failed. How come the charm technique doesn't seem to have the slightest effect on senior sister Lang? Not only was it ineffective, it even angered her. Su Jiqian looked at the dark clouds that kept accumulating out above the sky, and there were even spots of ice that had already surfaced from the air. She sensed that something bad was about to happen and clung to her senior sister's thighs the moment she was about to explode. Cry misery at the same time. Senior sister was wrong. Senior sister will never dare again. Senior sister, you should be able to understand senior sister. Senior elder is so perfect. As soon as senior sister couldn't help herself. Just forgive elder sister me. Elder sister promises you that from now on, elder sister won't intervene in whatever you're doing. Lang Luoli had already reached the point of eruption, but as a result, she was directly blinded when she looked at her senior sister who suddenly cried miserably to her. She was genuinely surprised that her senior sister would suddenly come up with this trick of crying misery to her. Besides, you can't help it if you say master is so perfect. Although Lang Luoli was 10,000 times dissatisfied in her heart, but really seeing her senior sister crying miserably, her heart was still a bit uncomfortable. Either way, the two have been close friends for so many years and have relied on each other together for so long. Looking at her senior sister's appearance, Lang Luoli's icy heart couldn't help but soften and reluctantly said, Hey, senior sister, what are you doing? Get off. Don't think I'll forgive you for that. When Su Jiqian heard senior sister Lang's words, she still held her thigh unforgivingly and continued to act miserable. If you don't let go, you don't let go, unless you say you forgive elder sister. But then again, sister is open to interpretation. I'll tell you that day, Master Zun wore a sky blue robe. That piece of clothing I think Master Zun wore is the most handsome. At that time after holding me back to the room dimmed quite a bit. Master Zun's handsome face is hidden. Simply make me even more difficult to resist. After we just, and after that, and after that this and that. Su Jiqian gushed about what happened that day, not at all stingy or shy. After all, it's speaking to one's own senior sister, and besides, senior sister also likes her master, so it's nothing to feel bad about exchanging a little bit, right? Sister should like to hear it, right? Lang Luoli listened to the more outrageous the elder sister spoke. Her face even turned red when she heard the latter, and she hurriedly interrupted her. Wait, sister, stop. I thought you said you were going to explain. What kind of explanation are you giving? Hey, aren't you the inner thoughts of a criminal? A crime fact sheet. Lang Luoli's expression at this time, I do not know whether to cry or laugh. Let you explain the results of your this and directly articulate the crime through what difference I'll rely. Also, senior sister, you want to get up and be honest at this time? And also speak in such detail. That feeling, listening to her heart tingling, it was a little too much to bear. She also wanted to see Master's abs. Su Jiqian saw that her senior sister was not allowed to say anything, and surprisingly, she was still a little disappointed as she asked, Don't you want to hear it? There's more after that, but I can't remember too much after that. I think I passed out. Lang Luoli, drowsy. The past. Langluwali's mindset at this time was no longer the angry one she had been at first, and her expression was filled with a shocked look after being messed up like this by her senior sister. Seeing that her senior sister had more to say, she shuddered to think how outrageous the conversation would be after that. She interrupted in a huff. "Stop, sister, even if I forgive you, please stop talking. Listening to these, I won't be able to sleep at night. Come on." Speaking to her in such detail, how does that make her, an innocent young girl in the middle of her teenage years, have any control? Hello, but I have to say, elder sister is really a chimera. How dare she even talk to her about such things? I also don't know how the master would react if he learned about this. Su Jiqian felt excited when she heard her senior sister say that she had forgiven her. I didn't realize that this was how she was able to muddle through. Senior sister is really innocent. No wonder she hasn't taken down her master until now. According to this progress of the senior sister, I'm afraid that I may not be able to reach the master for another long time. Since this was the case, she, as a senior sister, should still guide it. Chapter 38, Sister Little Theater. According to this progress of the senior sister, I'm afraid that I may not be able to reach the master for another long time. Since this was the case, she, as a senior sister, should still guide it. Su Jiqian thought in her heart. She gradually climbed up along her senior sister's slender and well-proportioned legs. Looking at her senior sister with a smile on her face, she said excitedly, "Senior sister, do you need senior sister to guide you? With just a little trickery, we can definitely take down the master." Aha! Before Su Jiqian could finish her words, she saw Langluwali leaning hard on her face and pushing her to the side while saying with a face full of disgust, "It's my own business. I have to do it my own way. I don't need you to teach me. And go spread your chimera fragrance somewhere else. It's tiresome to be so close." Langluwali had never been a stranger, not even as a senior sister. Although the two of them sometimes touched skin, she was still a little resistant to the idea of deliberately sticking it to her like elder sister did. And the scent on the chimera was so strong that those affected would find it very nice and hard to resist. But not for her. It was far from a stench, but it didn't smell as good as the others. Those who could touch her, other than her master, her elder sister and younger sister, were the last of her bottom line. Master is the most special, and if it's master, it's not just about touching, it's actually about doing something she prefers. Su Jiqian was pushed outward by senior sister Lang, and immediately felt that she was being disliked. She was pitifully lying on the ground, as if she were an abandoned baby, her face full of loss and helplessness. She spoke softly, "Senior sister, I thought we were the best of friends, but it turns out it's all sister's own fault. Just as well, my sister has never had anyone to love or care for her anyway, and has long since gotten used to it." "Ooh-hoo," she cried miserably, her appearance looking miserable, but not a single tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Langluwali looked at her senior sister's appearance and could tell at a glance that she was pretending. "Come on, sister, are you a drama queen? So much drama. Besides, you've already been loved by your master. Who would believe you? I kind of know why you can get the master so quickly. Who can stand this set of moves in a row?" But even though Langluwali knew that her senior sister was pretending, she still couldn't bear to look at her senior sister in this pitiful state a bit. Okay, apologize to you, okay? Senior sister is wrong, not okay," Langluwali said with a face full of helplessness. When Su Jiqian heard her senior sister's apology, her expression suddenly changed 360 degrees, standing up happily and patting the dust on her body. The miserable look from before was gone, and instead, he had a winning expression on his face. She knew that her senior sister wouldn't be able to bear to watch her cry miserably. Her senior sister to them, never a look of not caring, but actually cared in her heart. And she, who was a senior sister, loved to tease this arrogant senior sister the most. Each time she teased successfully, she had a feeling of accomplishment. In a nutshell, it's just that you have to find a way to be with your senior sister every now and then. Langluwali froze slightly as she watched her senior sister's winning expression, and then she realized something. Wait, what's wrong with it? Isn't she the one who came to get a statement from her senior sister today? How did it turn into her apologizing to her senior sister? You've got a good one on your hands. Thinking of this, Langluwali was suddenly exasperated by herself and laughed. Her natural talent was actually a bit higher than her senior sister's, and she was always the first to notice her senior sister's little tricks. It's just that whenever it comes to relationships, she gets led around by the nose and her IQ drops so much. Langluwali sighed and shook her head, treating this matter as having passed for the time being. Otherwise, if she consumed it, she might have to be tricked by her senior sister in some way. Alas, who asked her to be her senior sister. Only although she thought so in her heart, she always felt that she was at a disadvantage, and she couldn't help but be on fire in her heart. Looking at the tea table in front of her, a teapot had just been placed, and the tea had just been brewed not long ago, so she thought of pouring herself a cup of tea to get rid of the fire. Pouring the tea, Lang Luolui was ready to take a small sip, but just when the teacup was about to reach her mouth, she saw Su Jiqian suddenly jumping up, while stopping her hand at the side of senior sister Lang's mouth, looking very agitated and flustered. Master, senior sister, this pot of tea cannot be drunk, it really can't. She was very nervous as she spoke with the slightest hint of cold sweat still breaking out on her forehead. The reason she was so nervous was because the pot of tea was a special spiked tea that she had brewed not too long ago and was preparing to give to her master. If she gave it to her senior sister, although she didn't think it was a big deal, if Lang found out later, she would definitely kill her. So, no matter what, absolutely, positively, can't give it to senior sister Ling to drink. Lang Luoli at this time how to know what her senior sister was thinking. Looking at her senior sister's nervous appearance, she only felt puzzled. She can't even take a sip of tea. What's wrong with senior sister today? Su Jiqian sheepishly said to senior sister Lang. That, senior sister will make you a new pot. Lang Luoli was disturbed by her senior sister so much and lost interest, so she put down the teacup and asked in return. Why do I remember? Master said that he wouldn't let you be making tea anymore, leaving the tea making job to me and senior sister who. That said, I've always been curious as to what you've done that master has specifically instructed you not to make tea. Lang Luoli knew that now that Master Zun had recovered, not only had her character become gentle, but those tedious manners had also instructed them again and again that they were no longer needed. Sometimes, though, out of respect, they would still initiate a salute. Since Master doesn't even care about these etiquettes anymore, how could he have specifically instructed once again to give the job of making tea to someone else? Elder sister must have done something very outrageous, which led to the Master's special instructions. But just making tea, what could elder sister have done out of it? The more Lang Luoli thought about it, the more curious she became, and her gossipy heart was tickled. Su Jiqian's expression grew more and more awkward when she was asked by her senior sister. She felt that it was better not to talk to her senior sister about this matter. If she knew about it, she would definitely look at her with that very disgusted expression. The usual expression of senior sister Lang was cold enough. In making that kind of expression, I dare not imagine how blooming it would be. Su Jiqian snorted, intending to change the topic. Ha ha ha, it's not much la. Senior sister is making a new pot of tea for you just fine. When Lang Luoli saw that her senior sister refused to tell the truth, she only felt more curious. But if her senior sister didn't say anything, she had no choice but to stop for now. She stood up and walked in the direction of the indoor spa, talking as she went. Forget it, I'm not in the mood to drink. I'm going to take a shower to calm down. You're not allowed to steal food while I'm not around senior sister. Chapter 39, The Strange Master. Lang Luoli stood up and walked in the direction of the indoor hot spring, saying as she walked, forget it, I'm not in the mood to drink. I'm going to take a shower to calm down. You're not allowed to steal food while I'm not around senior sister. Being disturbed by her senior sister like this, her mind to drink tea was gone, so she thought of going to take a bath to get comfortable. She was still a bit uneasy when she was leaving, worrying that her senior sister would steal food again, so she purposely instructed her. Seeing that her senior sister had left, Su Jiqian smiled and waved her hand in response. Ahahaha, don't worry senior sister is all. She replied senior sister with her mouth, but in reality, she didn't take it seriously at all in her heart. Lang Luoli naturally also noticed her senior sister's tone and felt that it was 10,000 times unreliable, but she had just questioned her senior sister, so she shouldn't be so quick to steal food again. Right? Should. No, I don't think so. Even if she's a senior sister, she should have stopped for a few days. Only when she thought of this did Lang Luoli slowly leave. Su Jiqian watched as senior sister Lang's figure completely disappeared from the square, and only then did she consider it a long sigh of relief. She had thought that being caught by senior sister Lang would be miserable, but she didn't expect senior sister Lang to be unexpectedly good at fooling around. Actually, if you think about it, it's also true that after spending so much time between the two of them, I guess senior sister Lang had already known what she would do, and was somewhat mentally prepared for it. Didn't think she'd do it so fast though is all. Having temporarily passed the barrier of senior sister Lang, Su Jiqian was able to divert her attention this way. She stood up and walked toward the center of the square. Speaking of which, it's been a while since master teacher and senior sister who have been practicing together. and I don't know how it's going. Not long ago Hu Jiuyue and her master practiced together, but her focus was never on her cultivation, causing her to wander off a lot. Hu Jiuyue thought that she should be punished, but Chunyi didn't punish her. Instead, he kept encouraging. Hu Jiuyue was moved by this, and the wounds in her heart are healing without her realizing it. She happily hugged her master teacher with a happy expression. Regarding Hu Jiuyue's mental illness, Chunyi was naturally clear about it. Since she wants to vent her emotions, let her. Chunyi then subconsciously wrapped his arms around her waist and let her hug him. However, at the same time, Chunyi had a bad feeling in his heart. He had been practicing with his third disciple and so suddenly hugged. If the other two disciples came in a while, they mustn't think she was doing some kind of subterfuge. Just when Chunyi had clearly done nothing, but his heart was weak, suddenly a familiar female voice came from not far away. The person who spoke was Su Jiqian, who looked at her master teacher with a face full of shock. Master, what are you doing? Didn't you say you were going to cultivate with senior sister Hu? Why are you hugging? Ah, I see. You're actually using your position to subvert senior sister Hu. So perverted. Perverted master. Su Jiqian's shocked expression was faked. She knew what had happened a long time ago. However, as she was walking over, she noticed the flustered expression on her master's face, so she had bad intentions and wanted to tease him. Unsurprisingly, Su Jiqian's teasing did work, and Chenya's entire body was a bit shy after being asked by his eldest disciple. Now that she's in that kind of relationship with a great disciple, it's only logical that she shouldn't have other thoughts about other women. But now this is obviously the scene of catching adultery. Chen Yi explained in a panic. Wait, Chantel, it's not what you think. Despite the fact that he couldn't argue with the current scenario, he still felt he should explain. However, Su Jiqian didn't give her master teacher a chance to explain. She directly drilled into his arms and looked at him with a smile on her face. At the same time, while drawing circles with her hand in her master's chest, she smiled badly. It's because disciple alone is not enough. So, the more Su Jiqian talked, the more excited she became. Since the master's father had an expression of having been caught in the act of adultery, she couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Chen Yi was 5 times confused by this set of combos from his eldest disciple. At the same time he was able to notice that the eldest disciple had a new halter black silk today, different from any previous ones. A black thread was attached to the top of the stocking. The main thing was the scent of the eldest disciple's body, making it most difficult for Chen Yi to refuse. But what shocked Chen Yi even more, the big disciples are now so bold. What Chen Yi didn't know was that in Su Jiqian's opinion, there was no need to hide her secret since it had been discovered by senior sister Lang. As for Hu Jiuyu, this second senior sister has always been good at messing around, so don't worry about it. It's just that you have to look at senior sister Lang's face once in a while, or else she'll get mad. It was really hard for Chen Yi to refuse such a request from his eldest disciple. However, when he thought that not long ago, the eldest disciple could not even stand up, he felt that he should let the eldest disciple rest a little longer. The eldest disciple belonged to the kind of person who was full of talk, but in reality, when it came to real driving, his hands shook as he gripped the steering wheel. Seeing the big car coming and trying to stop in fear, the wheels still occasionally run over the roadside plants and flowers. Strange metaphors have increased. But then again, the eldest disciple was surprisingly not angry when he saw this scene. This is a little beyond the imagination of Chen Yi. Since was seen this scene, big disciples are not angry. That is not to do something else also. Chen Yi's brain couldn't help but ramble at this point. But seeing that the eldest disciple wasn't angry, it saved him the effort of trying to explain. Just as Chen Yi sighed in relief. Suddenly on this blazing hot summer day, the eldest disciple in his arms felt an icy cold sensation. As soon as Su Jiqian felt the icy coldness, she realized something horrible. No way. No way. Senior sister Lang wouldn't have finished her bath so quickly. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt, and she saw her slowly, turning her head stiffly away. Chapter 40, Su Jiqian's Charges. As soon as Su Jiqian felt the icy coldness, she realized something horrible. No way. No way. Senior sister Lang wouldn't have finished her bath so quickly. She had just promised senior sister Lang a few minutes ago, only to turn around and get caught? This time she's guilty as charged. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she felt, and she saw her slowly, turning her head stiffly away. As expected, Lang Luoli was still wrapped in a wet bath towel at this moment, gazing at her with a grim expression. The droplets of water that ticked down from her head even condensed into icy spots and fell to the ground in 8 pieces. Lang Luoli's expression, which was already as cold as ice, added a few more points of hideousness at such a moment. Master, sister, you're too divided. Su Jiqian was all but shocked out of her tears by senior sister Lang's expression. She also knew how much she had gone overboard, and was afraid that this time she was in for it. Right at this moment, Chunyi looked at Lang Luoli, who had suddenly appeared, and realized that she had just finished her bath, but was only wrapped in a single thin towel, so he couldn't help but feel a little worried. Even though it's the middle of summer, it's not good to get a cool breeze just after a shower. Thinking to himself, Chunyi walked forward and draped his green-colored robe over Lang Luoli's body. At the same time gently instructed, "Why aren't you dressed? Be careful of catching a cold." Lang Luoli had been watching her senior sister get angry and was about to get to the tipping point to lash out, but then she looked at her master, who had suddenly approached her, and who had even given her a coat. Once the characters in front of her changed, her expression instantly calmed down. From somber, it converted into a gentle smile, with some shyness at the same time. She spoke softly, looking like a different person than before. "Thank you, master, for your concern." Su Jiqian hid behind her master teacher. Looking at the appearance of senior sister Lang, her entire mind was confused. Wow, go. This is just a cold, sister. Was someone took over the right to rely on? You're so quick to change your face. That's a bit of a double standard, isn't it? Wait a minute. She doesn't seem to be qualified to say sister cold, worthy of being from the same clan, with the same lineage of teachers. But no matter what, Su Jiqian wiped the cold sweat from her head. She's kind of muddling through. Got away with it again. Lang Luoli had just been in the shower, gradually calming down. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her senior sister was unreliable. So I planned to come out wrapped in a bath towel to take a look, but I didn't expect to just bump into my senior sister getting ready to steal a bite. Chunyi looked at the second disciple, although he tried his best not to think of anything else, but looking at the second disciple's dress, he still instinctively couldn't help but think. He wondered if the fact that the second disciple was just wrapped in a bath towel meant that the second disciple's body was not as voluptuous as the first disciple's, but it was proportioned just right. The towel wasn't particularly long, and the long, beautifully moist legs were, well, just exposed. Chunyi swallowed his saliva, and when he saw that the second disciple was still red-faced and grasping the jacket he handed over, he instructed, "Why don't you go back and change your clothes first, so that master can continue to guide you in your cultivation?" Lang Luoli was still sniffing the smell on her master's jacket, immersed in it, unable to extricate herself. Both of her hands gripped onto her jacket, and her pretty face couldn't help but blush a little as she softly replied, "Good. Then master, in a moment you must personally guide Leah in her cultivation." Oh. Chunyi nodded after hearing this. It wasn't long until he left the mountain. In the meantime it was better to raise the strength of the three disciples as soon as possible. Although this time the overthrow of the 3 yuan sensei alone can be handled, but with 3 disciples together to go out, more rich and practical experience is also good. Lang Luoli was very excited when she received her master's reply and decided to quickly go back and change her clothes to come, but it was such excitement that distracted her, and with both of her hands gripping her master's jacket, the towel accidentally loosened and slowly slid down. Lang Luoli's eyes were quick, and she hurriedly grabbed the bath towel with one hand before it completely fell off. Although it was still difficult to see, it was this feeling of looming presence that caused Chunyi to take a deep breath. Lang Luoli tightly gripped the bath towel, but to be honest, she didn't look flustered. There is no one else here, and even if it is seen, it is still for master. It's not a big deal. She would have hated for the wind to blow a little stronger and blow the towel right off, although it is possible to achieve this effect by just letting go. But it's not good to be too deliberate in front of master. Lang Luoli did know her master very well, and it was this feeling that had the greater power to attack her master. Lang Luoli looked at her master's face and could clearly feel her master's face reddening. Master is a real piece of work. He doesn't even try to hide it. But that's how she liked her master teacher. No, it was better to say that she liked it any way her master teacher was. Lang Luoli said in a soft, delicate voice, "Master you." It was only when Chen Yi heard the second disciple's voice that he came back from the beauty of the view, realizing that he had actually looked away. Chen Yi was a bit shy for a moment. In order to stop offending the second disciple, he hastily moved his eyes away and looked towards the sky. Chapter 41, Senior Sister and Senior Sister are really close to each other. Lang Luolui couldn't help but feel amused as she watched her master's father raise his head to the sky in order not to offend him. She had just called out to her master, just subconsciously, without reminding her master. In fact, if master wants to take a look, it's nothing, there's no need to hide it so much. However, Her master had just instructed her to change her clothes quickly so that they could cultivate together. Thinking of this, only then did Lang Luolui not slack off any longer. Wrapped in a bath towel and returned to the middle of the room, starting to change. Not long after, Lung Luri changed her clothes and walked out. She was dressed in a long pale blue tulle dress, still bare-legged and without stockings, though this time it was different in that she had tied a leg ring around her thigh. There were also a few ice blue flowers embroidered on top of this leg ring as decoration, setting off her slender legs in a more seductive manner. Lang Luoli always liked to wear those ice blue translucent high heels. Her original height was slightly taller than both her elder sister and younger sister, and in wearing these high heels, she was even more elegant. Her hair was similarly blue, a whole lot of it cascading behind her head and down to her waist. After changing into a beautiful outfit, Lang Luoli was already impatient to cultivate with her master. Arriving at the plaza, Lang Luolui passed by the stone chair she had just sat on with her senior sister. The pot of tea still remained on the tea table in front of the stone chair. Lang Luoli clearly remembered that at that time, when she wanted to drink tea, her senior sister mysteriously stopped her from drinking it. Since this tea was brewed for master teacher, senior sister definitely wouldn't poison it is. Then why don't you let her drink it? What shocking secret is hidden inside? Although Lang Luoli often had a superficial appearance of not caring about anything, sometimes her curiosity was outrageously strong. Her senior sister wouldn't let her drink it, but she wanted to taste it. Driven by curiosity, Lang Luoli picked up the teacup on the tea table and hesitated for a moment before slowly leaning towards her mouth. At this time, Su Jiqian was still laughing at the fact that senior sister whose confession had unexpectedly failed, and her attention was not here, but under her remaining light. She saw the figure of senior sister Lang. She twisted her head in confusion and noticed senior sister Lang's movements. Su Jiqian felt that something bad had happened and hurriedly ran over while shouting, "No, don't drink it!" But she was still a step too late. The tea had already been sipped into Lang Luoyui's mouth. As soon as that tea entered Lang Luoyui's mouth, her brows furrowed. The smell was so strange. It smelled like the body odor of a senior sister's body. Wait, why does the tea have this flavor in it? Wow, sister wouldn't put. I don't think she put it in her tea. At the thought of this, Lang Luoli didn't hold back, and the tea sprayed out directly down her mouth, like a human-sized squirt bottle. And Su Jiqian also just happened to run to her side. That tea directly sprayed all over her, pouring her a soup chicken. Su Jiqian smiled awkwardly, clasped her face with her hand and said, really? Senior sister Lang, senior sister has told you not to drink la. Lang Luoli's eyes grew more and more gloomy as she looked at her senior sister's expression. Even if she doesn't drink it today, that teapot is dirty hey, can't use it and you're giving this to your master? Even if senior could endure it, she couldn't endure it. Su Jiqian looked at senior sister Lang's expression and felt more and more out of place, and directly scurried away. How dare you run? Stand still, Lang Luoli shouted, while reaching out with one hand. An icy staff condensed from her hand and chased after her in the direction of her senior sister. Chen Yu was holding Huzhou Yue at this time, watching Lang Luoli chasing Su Jiqian. He couldn't help but sigh. The relationship between senior sister and senior sister was really good. Just as she was sighing, she saw Lang Luoli summon a huge ice cone with her staff and smashed it towards the back of the house where Su Jiqian was hiding. That house was blown into two halves in an instant, and Su Jiqian trembled in fear. Looking at this scene, Chen Yi smiled awkwardly and couldn't help but sigh once again. The relationship between the senior sister and the junior sister. It's not bad, right? The square of the Tianqian Hall was large enough to accommodate 2 innate realm cultivators running recklessly inside. However, this wasn't a good thing. If it wasn't for the heavenly Xian Palace's self-repairing function, I'm afraid that it would have been demolished by the 4 masters and disciples long ago. Chapter 42 3 Disciples Cultivating Together. The square of the Tianqian Hall was large enough to accommodate 2 innate realm cultivators running recklessly inside. However, this wasn't a good thing. If it wasn't for the heavenly Xian Palace's self-repairing function, I'm afraid that it would have been demolished by the 4 masters and disciples long ago. The Tianqian Hall as a whole was very large, and there were still many rooms that were empty, and it looked very empty if only 4 people were living there. Only with Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian making such a mess, it seemed a lot more lively, as if there were thousands of troops. Tianqian Temple was actually not just this big hall and square in the center. There were also many separate buildings and courtyards around it. Chen Yi hadn't gone to observe it carefully, but the system introduction said that it was a place for other kinds of cultivators to practice. There were many other buildings and compounds similar to this, centered around the Tianqian Hall, forming a huge complex. the entire complex collectively known as the Tianxian sect. Only at this moment, other than the Tianxian Hall, which housed the 4 members of Chunye's master and disciple, all of the other rooms were still empty. It was also unknown when more outstanding disciples could be gathered to make this sect truly lively. Chunye thought in his heart and suddenly felt more energized for the future. There was only 1 day left before the overthrow of the Sanyuan sect, so Chunye felt that he should take advantage of this time to seize the opportunity to improve the strength of his disciples. Chunye waved his hand towards the second disciple and shouted, "Alright, stop playing, it's time to practice." When Lang Luoli heard her master's voice, the ice ball above her staff, which had already condensed and was ready to be unleashed towards her senior sister, was instantly retracted. The grim expression then changed, and he ran towards his master with a smiling, well-behaved face. Lear is here. At this moment, Su Jiqian was hiding behind a piece of rubble, and all of her delicate face looked a lot more wretched. Seeing that senior sister Lang stopped attacking, she then breathed a long sigh of relief. It was fortunate that her master was there, or else she was, this time, afraid that she would be in for a rude awakening. The next time I make spiked tea for master teacher, I still need to carry a little bit of senior sister Lang on my back before I do it. Obsessive Suki Sin increases. A few moments later, the 3 disciples assembled in the square. Once her master teacher was there, Lang Luoli's emotions were much happier, or rather, with her master teacher present, all her other emotions were forgotten. Chunye looked at the 3 disciples in front of him. He had wanted to formulate a cultivation plan, but as a result, he couldn't help but look a little lost in thought. The 3 disciples were all good-looking, especially when they stood together. Hu Jiuyu's features were a bit more three-dimensional compared to her 2 elder sisters. Delicate and unlike anything else, her unique wheat-colored skin was illuminated by the sunlight, and her healthy appearance was extremely seductive. Lang Luoli's features are much colder. There is a kind of beauty that rejects people. The more this type that makes it difficult to get, the more difficult it is to press resistance. Su Jiqian was even more needless to say. Amongst the disciples, she was the most mature type. Her plump figure would not look bloated. Instead it was just right. Her unique fox eyes seemed like they were trying to seduce people's souls away, and the smell on her body was also extremely lethal. Chen Yi felt, without exaggeration, that even if he did nothing but stand here, he could still watch the whole day without closing his eyes. Metamorphosis division has increased. Chen Yi was looking at the 3 disciples, while the 3 disciples were also looking at him with unblinking eyes. The air was extraordinarily silent, and it was assumed that both parties had the same thing on their minds at the moment. Worthy of the 4 masters and disciples, their hearts are in the right place. In the end, it was Chen Yi who was the first to come back to his senses as he shook his head violently and regained his spirit. There were still long days ahead that would show him enough, but now should be the time to practice. Shouldn't be rambling. Thinking of this, Chen Yi beckoned to the 3 disciples and said, "The 3 of you attack towards master at the same time. Let's see how well you work together." Chen Yi first taught the 3 disciples one-on-one about the application of the new gongfu, and now that they had practiced about as much as they could, it was time to see how effective the union would be. The 3 disciples nodded together, then looked at each other and exchanged their experiences in attacking. In the past, Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian had often teamed up to fight against the enemy, and had long since become very tacitly understood, whereas the cases where they were together with Hu Jiuyue to fight against the enemy together were relatively rare. After all, Hu Jiuyue's previous talent was too weak and her strength was relatively poor, so she didn't have a chance. Cultivating together this time around was just the right time to hone in on each other's tacit understanding. The trio eventually adjusted their stance after a brief discussion. Lang Luoli needed to build up powerful spell attacks and had delicate melee strength, so she stood at the very back. And although Hu Jiuyu possessed melee attack power, but the moves needed a longer preparation time, so she stood at the second position, which was beside Lang Luoli, while playing the role of protecting Lang Luoli. As for Su Jiqian, she did her best to take the position of the eldest senior sister and stood at the number 1 position. She possessed both flexibility and aggressiveness, and could respond to all sorts of emergencies at any time. With only 3 disciples at the moment, this was the best setup that could be done. Su Jiqian bowed politely to her master while shouting, "Master beware, disciple strikes." As soon as her words fell, she fiercely scurried out from her original position, her spiritual energy gradually converging on top of her right palm, containing a skyrocketing fury that gradually coalesced. After putting the stance into motion, a strike of Devil's Break palm was used and attacked in the direction of the master. Because the purpose of this practice was to enhance the cooperation of the 3 disciples, Chen Yi did not directly shatter the attack released by the eldest disciple, but instead chose to deftly avoid it. Chen Yi had just darted out of the way and landed on the ground when he saw countless ice cones manifesting around him, zapping towards his surroundings. The ice cones dug into the ground dead center, forming a preliminary spell formation that trapped him firmly within it, making it difficult to move. This was a move from among the feats that he had previously cultivated, and it was fused together by Long Luolui. Lang Luoli's moves naturally couldn't really trap Chen Yi, but Chen Yi didn't dodge at the first opportunity either, but rather curiously wanted to see what would be in it. Soon, Hu Jiuyu's long-accumulated immortal execution chop was released, and a strong chopping strike mixed with countless earth and rocks on the ground, like a whistling dragon, swept towards him. This all happened in a flash, and it took only a few seconds for the three disciples to discuss their cooperation. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel shocked even as he looked at one of the skills in front of him. The cooperation of the three disciples was unexpectedly good. If the person trapped wasn't Chen Yi, with just such a round of attacks, the Foundation Establishment Realm enemy would definitely die. And I'm afraid that the Divine Hidden Realm enemy would either die or be injured. Only now Hu Jiuyu's realm compared to the two senior sisters is still a little low. Once the realm to catch up, the power of the three disciples of the chain of moves will only be more terrifying. Chapter 43, Pre-War Preparations. After seeing the joint attack of the three disciples, Chen Yi clapped his hands in satisfaction, signaling that they had done a good job. They were also further instructed on their deficiencies in releasing moves and coordination. The four masters and disciples were practicing together, no longer disturbed by others, and time passed unusually fast. Monks can often stay awake for a long time and have plenty of energy if they need it, but sometimes it's still a good idea to take a break from work to stay in good shape. In the blink of an eye, a day passed, and the four masters and disciples meditated and rested together, toning up the spiritual energy running in their bodies. It wasn't until the afternoon that Su Jiqian opened her eyes. Today was the day when the Sanyuan sect was to be overthrown, and seeing that her master was slow to act, she asked curiously, "Master, the 3-day period is here. Shouldn't we prepare something?" Chen Yi heard the eldest disciple's reminder and then remembered. The time spent practicing with his disciples always passed quickly, and these 3 days seemed like the blink of an eye in his eyes. Chen Yi was already a divine hidden realm cultivator. His lifespan had long since come to 1,000 years, and the passage of time was already hard to notice in his eyes. And after this period of cultivation, all three disciples had raised a small realm one after another. If one were to follow a normal cultivation speed, breaking through a small realm in just 3 days would be impossible. However, thanks to the unique concentration of spiritual energy in Tianxian Hall and the special indoor hot springs, just one soak in this indoor hot spring was comparable to practicing outside for dozens of days, coupled with Chen Ye's careful guidance. Not to mention the fact that they had once been cultivators of this realm, they were also more experienced when it came to cultivation, so they broke through unusually fast. And although Hu Jiuyue had just made a breakthrough, because the realm was lower and less cultivation was needed to break through, she once again broke through a small realm. Su Jiqian's realm came to the second sky of the innate realm. Lang Luoli was at the third sky of the innate realm, while Hu Jiuyue was at the third sky of the Hotian realm. Incidentally here, in the earliest days, Su Jiqian's realm was actually higher than senior sister Lang's. Only later did the master's temperament change drastically, and Su Jiqian was often desperate in order to protect her senior sister, so the realm fell even more. Now that he has resumed his cultivation, it will take some time for him to catch up with senior sister Lang again. As for the breakthrough of the disciple of the innate realm, Chen Yi gained 2,000 system points, and the three disciples all added a piece for a total of 5,000 points, which was also considered to make his empty deposits a lot richer. Chen Yi slowly stood up and said, "It's so soon to the day, then master will prepare a little, and then we'll set off." Hearing the master teacher say that he needed to prepare, the three disciples all looked over curiously, wanting to see what all the master teacher had to prepare. At first, when they learned that their master was going to overthrow the Sanyuan sect, they were quite surprised about it, but they also found out that there were many mysteries surrounding the current master. However, out of their trust in their master, they never asked or cared about these things. It didn't matter what else the master could do as long as he could stay with them like this all the time. Under the watchful eyes of the three disciples, Chen Yi came to the stone table. Chen Yi possessed the system-produced spiritual root talent, and for all of the techniques in this world, he could instantly integrate them with just one look. That's why he can instruct his disciples with ease. Chen Yi first spent 500 system points to exchange a formation stone disc out of the system store. The formation stone disc can engrave the formation in it, and as long as it is slightly instilled with a little spiritual energy, the formation stone disc can release the formation, which is very portable and useful. Taking out the formation stone disc and placing it on the stone table, Chenyi casually took the tools needed to carve the formation. He then began to carve the formation on this palm-sized formation stone disc. The three disciples watched their master's movements and were all a bit confused for a moment. The portable formation stone discs they certainly recognized, but in a moment they were going to attack one of the several most flourishing sects in this continent. The strength that could be contained in a portable formation stone disc could only be used occasionally to save one's life, or to unleash a surprise attack to disrupt the enemy. What was Master Teacher going to do by carving a formation stone disc? He couldn't use this to attack the Sanyuan sect, could he? Under the puzzled gazes of the three disciples, Chen Ye's hand flew over the formation stone disc. Soon after, a barrier formation took initial shape. Barrier formations, which could isolate the user, were used to defend against external attacks. However, relatively speaking, those trapped inside the barrier were unable to get out of it, and had to take the initiative to disarm the formation in order to do so. So, theoretically, as long as the barrier formation was large enough, it could isolate a large area. Chen Ye's purpose of carving this formation was not for defense, but rather, he intended to carve out an isolation formation that would be enough to cover the entire Sanyuan sect. Wait until the battle starts later in case someone takes advantage of the opportunity to escape. When he had said that he would overthrow the Sanyuan sect, he meant that he was going to exterminate his entire family, and he wasn't going to leave any of them behind. Only by eliminating the roots can we put an end to future troubles. Chen Yi had inherited all the memories of this specific pair, so he was well aware of the sinister nature of this world. Since he had decided to strike, he had no intention of giving the other party any room to live. However, an unusual barrier formation, engraved within this kind of portable formation stone disc, would only be a few meters in range, and it was impossible to cover the Sanyuan sect, which covered an extremely wide area. However, Chen Yi had already studied formation-related knowledge not long ago, and now his understanding of formations could be said to be through the ages. He was both the founder of formations, the master among the mysteries of formations, and belonged to an existence that was outside the three realms and not among the five elements. Under the gaze of the three disciples, their expressions gradually changed from puzzled curiosity to horror. Formation stone discs were generally not too high in the grade of the formations inscribed due to the limitations of the materials and size. In this continent, most of the formation stone discs were still stuck at the yellow rank, and the Xian rank was already a top-level existence. But just as they watched, the stone disc of the formation carved by their master, the grade gradually rose from the Xian rank to the earth rank, the heaven rank, and it didn't even stop there. The three disciples were all looking at their master teacher with incredulity on their faces. To say that they were still skeptical about whether or not they could overthrow the Sanyuan sect before, they were now completely disheartened. Carving a formation stone disc of such a high grade required even more spiritual energy than one could dare to imagine, and the master who was able to mobilize so much spiritual energy, nowadays, I'm afraid that his strength, in this piece of the continent, would have long been an invincible existence. Chapter 44 Master has been sneak attacked. Not long afterward, the power contained within the formation stone disc was still rising, on the way up, though, they didn't know what class that was. Unheard of, unseen. Chen Yi was carving the formation while making improvements to it, blending all of his understanding of formations into it. Done, Chen Yi said. After it was finally over, he looked at the formation stone disc in front of him, and only then did he nod in satisfaction. The formation contained within this formation stone disc was of a grade that exceeded the limit of what could be seen in this world, and it should be easy to trap the people of the Sanyuan sect. The three disciples had long been shocked speechless at this point as they looked at the runic stone disc carved by their master. Master Teacher had carved such a large isolation formation. Presumably he had no intention of leaving the Sanyuan sect a single survivor. The three of them didn't feel a single thing wrong with this practice of their masters, and even felt that what their master did was completely reasonable and sensible. The master of the hand down dry and decisive, simply more handsome. Well, after carving the formation stone disc into place, the sun was already faintly showing signs of going down. In order to be a good and honest cultivator, Chen Yi had to rush to settle the Sanyuan sect before midnight. With that in mind, Chen Yi beckoned to the three disciples, and a wave of spiritual energy emerged from his hands, rolling the three up and flying in the air, then said, "Let's go, for Master to take you guys out for a spin." His voice was casual, as if he was really just taking three disciples out for a bit of fun rather than trying to destroy one of the top clans of this continent. If anyone else was around and saw Chen Yi in this stance, they would definitely think that he was crazy. However, the three disciples were tension-free. Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli were both happily hugging their master's arm, looking very pleasant. It's as if you're actually going on a field trip. Because they believed in their master's strength, they knew there was no need to worry at all. Chen Yi always felt his heartbeat speeding up quite a bit and his body's qi and blood surging continuously when he looked at the eldest disciple again after leaving the Tianxian sect for a distance. The heavenly Xian temple had a unique tranquilizing function, which reduced the effects of Su Jiqian's natural seductive body by quite a bit, and Chen Yi didn't feel like he had any major problems getting along with his eldest disciple on weekdays. However, once they left the heavenly Xian hall, the power of seduction within the eldest disciple's body was unreservedly revealed. The phantom demon branch of the demon race was originally born with the power of seduction, and Su Jiqian was even more special. Not only do they have a racial bonus, but they also have a natural seductive body. These two bonuses together belong to the 1 + 1 is greater than 10, and coupled with the fact that the eldest disciple was hugging his arm intimately, a soft touch came through his arm from time to time, making Chen Yi, who was already having trouble resisting the charm, even more unable to hold back. Looking at the great disciple who was close at hand, Chen Yi's face couldn't help but blush a little and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A strong evil aura surged from his body, and Chen Yi hurriedly operated the spiritual energy in his body to forcefully suppress the evil fire. At the same time the thought crossed his mind, come on, this is the wilderness. You can't just go down on a great disciple here, not to mention the fact that there were two other disciples present. It has to be held back. Just as Chen Yi was ruminating, suddenly he felt a slight coolness coming from his nostrils. Curious, he touched it with his hand and it was red. It was his nosebleed. Don't be so indisputable. Hello? Is it because I just suppressed the evil fire so strongly that it backfired? Chen Yi couldn't help but spit in his heart. At this moment, Lung Luolui hugged her master's arm and could clearly feel her body temperature rising linearly. Curious, she looked up and realized that her master was bleeding. Lang Luoli's face was filled with shock as she held onto her master's chest in surprise. Why are you injured, master? Could it be a sneak attack? She said in horror, while looking around with a guarded face. An existence as powerful as master's would even be sneak attacked. If that was the case, then the person who had sneaked up on him must have been very powerful. However, no matter how strong the other party was, she would do her best to protect her master's safety. Hearing senior sister Lang's words, Hu Zhou similarly tensed up, instantly pulling out her giant sword, ready to fight to the death at any time. Chen Yi looked at the stance of the two disciples and awkwardly released his spiritual energy to remove the nosebleed while clearing his throat and said, Ahem, there is no need to worry about the master. There are no enemies. Maybe the weather is a bit dry. People still need to pay more attention to drinking water. Ha 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 ha. Chen Yi casually found a reason to excuse himself, but it looked full of holes. When Su Jiqian initially heard the reminder from her two senior sisters, she also thought that an enemy had attacked. However, after hearing her master's words, and after looking at where he was bleeding, she quickly came back to her senses. It seemed that ever since leaving the Tianxian Hall for some distance, Master Teacher's eyes had always been a little less than honest. Combined with the explanation of the master's faint-heartedness just now, this was clearly something else. Thinking in her heart, Su Jiqian smiled and came to her master's ear and softly said, Master, you couldn't have gotten a nosebleed because you saw disciples before you got a nosebleed, right? Chen Yi was asked by the eldest disciple, and immediately his old face turned red, redder than before. This really gives the great disciple a, I'm sure he's right, but whether he was told or not, he couldn't admit it. Ahoy! Otherwise where would his master's majesty go? Chen Yi readjusted his state and said with forced composure, How is that possible? Su Jiqian looked at her master's forced composure and became even more certain of the conjecture in her heart. Master is always like that, so tough-mouthed and embarrassed to admit it. Well, let's have him take a little initiative for a change. Thinking in her heart, Su Jiqian still lay on her master's ear and softly whispered, Master, really, it's only been a long time and then again, but if Master Teacher wants to, the woods down there are actually quite secluded. It's just that we have to be careful of demonic beasts out there, but luckily there are senior sisters around, so we can ask them to help keep an eye on things. Chen Ye's eyes couldn't help but grow wider and wider as he listened to the words of the eldest disciple. Wow, Xin Inger, you're so bold. It's fine to propose strange locations, but you even thought of something like asking the senior sisters to watch the spot. I can tell that you sisters are really close to each other. OMG. However, in your eyes, the teacher is so immodest. This kind of offer, how can he refuse? No, he can't accept it. Chenya's mouth slowly opened, intending to refuse the offer, but he said a few times. We're surprised to find that the words he said actually did not sound Aline. It was clearly his body resisting his thoughts. Two systems, each carrying out its own. Chapter 45, The Disciple Can't Run Away Again. Chunyi readjusted his state as he cleared his throat before he spoke his words. Ahem, Master didn't mean it that way. Continue on your way. As he spoke, probably because he felt that it was a very wrong thing to reject the proposal of the eldest disciple, his expression seemed to still have some regret and unwillingness. Su Jiqian looked at her master as if she had rejected a heavenly matter, and only found it amusing to no end. This look of master teacher is not only handsome, but also a bit cute. Thinking in her heart, Su Jiqian lay down on her master's chest and said in a coquettish whisper, Look at master. What's with the look of regret? Disciple can't run away, but as long as master teacher wants to, the disciple can at any time. Chenya's face grew redder and redder as he heard the words of his eldest disciple. Any time? What do you mean any time? Is that what I think it is? The conversation between Su Jiqian and her master's voice was very small. Langluali might not have heard it if she didn't listen carefully, but Hu Jiuyue was at the back and heard it clearly. There's no interference from the walls. Plus it's so close, how can you not hear it? Hello? But although she heard the conversation, the simple girl was always half-informed and didn't understand the meaning of the two men's conversation. When Sifu said any time, she meant, get ready to fight for your master at any time, right? Then so is she. Any time. Strange misunderstandings increased. But then again, would a strong person like the master even get a nosebleed because of the dry weather? In the future, I still need to help my master make more tea to rehydrate. Hu Jiu thought in her heart, oblivious to the fact that her master was lying. This woman is unusually gullible, and compared to third disciple Hu Jiuyue, second disciple Langluali was much more astute. She didn't believe a single bit of master's bull asterisk. Hello. Master often cuddles with elder sister, and I haven't seen master's nosebleed any time. If she got a nosebleed today, then it's definitely not sis problem. So the problem must be because of her. Master's reaction was surprisingly strong. Was it because she was hugging her too tightly? So is she that attractive? Master is really something. He obviously has thoughts about her, but he never said anything. It wasn't a good idea to keep letting the master hold it in, so it seemed like it would be better to wait until she got back from this trip and have her take the initiative. This woman is unusually narcissistic. As for our culprit, Su Jiqian, at this time, she was looking at the two senior sisters with winks and smiles. Compared to this aspect, the two senior sisters were really lame. After the short interlude, Chenya's master and disciple 4 continued on their journey to the Sanyuan sect. The divine hidden realm cultivators took to the air and flew up at full speed. Their speed was extremely fast, and it wouldn't take long for them to arrive within the boundaries of the Sanyuan sect. The Three Elements sect was situated on the source continent, and so was Chenya's Tianxian sect. The source continent was located in the southernmost part of the world and was surrounded by deep seas, so it was also known as the Source Deep Continent. In the middle of the Source Deep Continent, within the Sanyuan sect, Dongfang Huan, the patriarch of the Three Elements sect, had blithely failed to take the news that the Tianxian sect was going to overthrow them seriously after learning about it. Nowadays, the Tianxian sect's clan was less than 10 in number, and there was not even a single elder, and the patriarch Chenyi had also suffered a huge drop in his realm after his defeat, so how could he be his opponent? He even dared to threaten to destroy his Sanyuan sect. In Dongfang Huan's opinion, Chenyi purely couldn't accept the fact that he had lost the battle and went crazy. However, since the news of destroying one of the top clans in the Source Deep Continent was too shocking, it still attracted quite a few onlooker cultivators who stood several kilometers away from the mountain from early in the morning and waited from afar. These cultivators came here, besides eating melons, they also had another purpose, which was to think that if the Sanyuan sect really lost the battle and was overthrown, they didn't live to be able to take advantage of this opportunity to make some oil and water to go back. After all, when the top clans were wiped out, the treasures buried in the ruins, picking up just any one of them would be enough for them to make a fortune. But even though it was said that way, no cultivator really thought that the Sanyuan sect would be overthrown. More than that, it's still holding out for a look at it from an eating perspective. Tianxian sect used to be one of the top sects, and although Patriarch Shenye's realm had plummeted after his defeat, he was at least still a divine hidden realm first heavenly cultivator. So if they really fought, there would still be quite a lot of hilarity to watch, due to the fact that there were too many gourd-eating cultivators gathered. Dongfang Huan also had to pay a little attention to the whole clan's disciples and elders. who all gathered above the square, waiting for Chen Ye's arrival. He didn't do it all for the defense of Chen Yi, but more so, he wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to properly show off his clan's strength to the various loose cultivators. There was also the fact that Chen Yi had sneak attacked 2 elders of their clan not long ago, and Dongfang Huan was worried that other elders or disciples would fall alone and be killed. So in recent days, the clan had placed a grounding order, and all the personnel could only stay within the clan, and not a single one of them went out, because Chen Yi had said that he was overthrowing the Sanyuan sect today, and had not said exactly what time or moment it would be. At this moment, all the Sanyuan sect disciples who had gathered in the plaza had been waiting since early morning. No one showed up until it was sunset and dusk, and a lot of people were already complaining. This sun is about to go down, and there's no one in sight, so I guess the wasteful patriarch of the heavenly Xian sect won't come. The sect leader is really making a big deal out of it. The words of a trash from a fallen clan are not to be taken so seriously. That's right. Don't they say that a high realm cultivator's word is out? A team of horses can't catch up. That trash sovereign would even go back on his word. I'm afraid that in the future. Don't even say being a sovereign. Being a dog will be disliked. Ha 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 ha. In this world, cultivators were very concerned about their reputation, especially those in the higher realms, not to mention those like Chen Yi, who were making a big deal about going to war. So even if they waited until the afternoon, no one ever felt that Chen Yi was bragging. And in reality, the person didn't come at all. But now that the sun is almost down, many people are getting skeptical. At this time, Dongfang Huan sat on the main seat of the square, his temples gray, his appearance a little old, but still looks full of energy. He also didn't expect Chen Ye's claim that he would overthrow his Sanyuan sect to be nothing more than bragging, but looking at the figure that was delayed in appearing, he had to believe this fact. When he thought of being tricked by Chen Yi, he was furious, secretly saying that after this passed, he was digging into the ground and personally moving to uncover Chen Yi and make his life worse than death. Chapter 46, The Late Arrival of Chen Yi. I had long heard that there was a phantom demon disciple beside Chen Yi with excellent natural talent, so it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to refine the immortal pill in front of Chen Yi. This is not enough. Want to make Chen Yi worse than death? Must be in his face. Let his other 2 disciples also. The news that Su Jiqian had investigated was not false. Ever since Chen Ye's defeat and another siege of the demon territory, he had never seen a single living demon clan member. It was reasonable to say that even if they were massacred, there would still be a few survivors after all. But that siege came down, and not only were there no survivors on the spot, there wasn't even much bloodshed. 3 years ago, Dongfang Huan was still a divine hidden realm second heavenly cultivator, and since then, he had broken through 1 minor realm a year for 3 years. A normal cultivator at the divine hidden realm would be considered impressive if he could break through 1 minor realm in 3 years, and a 1-year breakthrough like Dongfang Huan's was already enough to be hailed as the first genius of the Origin Deep Continent. But only those in the know knew that the reason why he broke through so fast was because a certain part of the demon race's body possessed a unique power that could drastically increase cultivation once it was refined into a potion. As for Dongfang Huan, he had been secretly taking this kind of elixir for the past 3 years, even for 3 years at a time, taking more than a few thousand of them during that time. The number of dead demon clansmen was even more numerous. Looking from the outside, the Sanyuan sect was glorious, as if it was a heavenly realm on earth, and it was the most desired place for countless cultivators. But no one knew that there was such a shocking scandal buried underneath the Sanyuan sect. Delayed in waiting for Chen Ye's figure, Dongfang Huan got up from the main seat and said impatiently, "It seems that trashy cargo won't come today. We don't need to wait any longer. All the elders follow me out. Today is the Jedi's 3 feet, but also to pull out that coward Chen Yi." Upon hearing the sect leader's command, the elders also nodded in unison, preparing to search the entire Source Deep continent. But just then, a voice suddenly appeared, interrupting Dongfang Huan and the group of elders. "Old Oriental thief, where are you going in such a hurry? You can't be trying to escape." It was then that 4 figures suddenly appeared above that celestial dome. At the head of the group was a young man with handsome features, dressed in a green robe, with an elegant and easygoing expression, but which contained a strand of murderous aura. This youth was naturally Chen Yi, who had arrived late. Chen Yi maneuvered his spiritual energy to fly extremely fast, and in the eyes of the crowd, he appeared almost out of thin air, as if he was instantly moving. On top of the surrounding peaks, a group of cultivators who had come to watch the show could not help but marvel at the sudden appearance of Chen Yi. "That's Chen Yi. I thought he wouldn't come today. Didn't the rumors say that after his realm plummeted, he turned into a divine hidden realm first heavenly cultivator. How can a divine hidden realm first heavenly cultivator be so fast? This rumor may be false, but one of them is true. I have long heard that beside the heavenly Shinsek's patriarch, there are two stunningly beautiful and heavenly scented disciples. Today, when I saw it, it was true. Wait, how come there seems to be one more? Man, the disciple next to Chunyi with the long horns on her head is too beautiful. If I could touch her, it would be worth it to die. Chunyi suddenly arrived at the venue, but he didn't become the highlight of the crowd. Instead, the three disciples behind him were more eye-catching. Su Jiqian was holding a formation stone disc in her hand, and after she arrived at the venue, she obeyed her master's instructions and immediately drove the formation stone disc, an invisible barrier that enveloped the surroundings in an instant. The array stone disc was a portable treasure weapon, so it could be easily triggered even by cultivators of a low realm. From an initial diameter of a few dozen meters, the barrier gradually swelled and expanded, eventually enveloping the entire Sanyuan sect, and even the surrounding kilometers. As well, the barrier was transparent and had no spiritual power fluctuations, leading to the fact that so far, it still hadn't been discovered by anyone. Dongfang Huan was furious when he saw Chunyi appear. A mere trash patriarch of a fallen clan had actually made him and a group of elder disciples wait for so long. If he didn't make Xinya's life worse than death today, he would be sorry for the time he had wasted. Humph. Today, you or your disciples, none of them will be able to leave. All of them will stay and be buried for your ignorance. After saying that, Dongfang Huan didn't bother to dawdle any longer, so he was ready to leap over and directly exterminate Chunyi. But just before he moved, an elder stopped him and said, "Patriarch, it's just a waste that fell to the first heaven of the divine hidden realm. It's been some time since I broke through to the second heaven of the divine hidden realm. Just leave it to me to deal with it. Don't bother you with the trouble." Dongfang Huan heard this elder's words and pondered for a moment before finally nodding. As the head of a clan, for him to deal with such a waste like Chunyi and still personally take action was a bit too petty and embarrassing. It's just right to leave it in the hands of your men. Thinking to himself, he opened his mouth. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Handle it beautifully and you'll be rewarded when the time comes. By the way, leave that demon race disciple behind. I have another great use for him. The rest is at your disposal. Hearing that there were benefits, that elder was instantly excited. After receiving the patriarch's instructions, he didn't delay and directly got up and flew towards where Chunyi was. The rest of the Sanyuan sect elders looked at that divine hidden realm second sky elder with envy revealed in their eyes. Only needing to deal with a divine hidden realm first heavenly layer waste, plus 3 juniors who were less than foundation establishment stage. In order to obtain the patriarch's appreciation, this deal was not too cost-effective. If only they could have asked the patriarch earlier, this reward would have been theirs. Of all the people present, none of them thought that elder would be unable to defeat Chunyi, because Chinya's divine hidden realm first heaven was a fall from a high realm. His combat power and spiritual reserves, all indicators would be weak as hell, and he was expected to shatter at the touch of a button. That divine hidden realm second sky elder arrived in front of Chunyi in the twinkling of an eye. He playfully taunted at Chunyi. Don't worry, the patriarch has said that other than that demon race disciple behind you, the others are at my disposal. After you die, I will take care of your 2 disciples for you. Become a stepping stone on the old man's path. As he said that, he immediately revolved his surrounding spiritual energy, and the pressure belonging to the second level of the divine hidden realm manifested, enveloping Chenye's surroundings. He then gathered his spiritual energy on top of his palm and grabbed towards Chenye's throat. Chapter 47, The Absolutely Impossible Chenye. After that elder said that, he immediately operated his surrounding spiritual energy, and the pressure belonging to the second level of the divine hidden realm manifested, enveloping Chenye's surroundings. He then gathered his spiritual energy on top of his palm and grabbed towards Chenye's throat. Many of the disciples of the Sanyuan sect felt a bit amused as they watched the scene taking place in the sky. Ha ha ha, I've never seen a clan battle that ended so quickly. That Chunyi is here to be funny, right? Didn't live that waste patriarch, was coming over to surrender? But as a result, I didn't expect that our sect leader pressed the opportunity for him to surrender. Chunyi had yet to make a move, but in their eyes, the victory or defeat of this battle was already predetermined. At this moment, Chenye's eyes never even glanced at the attacking elder. His sight was always below the observer. He was thinking that if the eldest disciple's investigation was correct, then the clansmen of the demon race, 80% of them should be locked up somewhere underground. It's still a good idea to be a little more careful if you're going to start fighting later. After thinking about it, Chenye's eyes afterimage saw the killing elders, and his right hand casually slapped out with a palm. In an instant, a palm wind emerged from his palm, and the moment this invisible palm wind appeared, it seemed as if it was stirring the surrounding space, causing bursts of airborne explosions. That elder looked at the palm wind that was coming in front of him, and his pupils instantly exploded, subconsciously trying to avoid it. But under the pressure of that palm wind, he realized that he couldn't even move. Realizing that it was not good, he hastily manipulated the life-protecting magic treasure he carried on his body, and a golden barrier enveloped his surroundings. After doing that, he still felt unsafe, because the power contained in the palm wind that attacked was completely beyond his imagination. How could Chun Yi, a cultivator of the first sky of the divine hidden realm, unleash such a powerful attack? He rushed below for help. Patriarch, save. Before he could finish his sentence, the golden barrier in front of him was shattered into nothingness in an instant the moment it came into contact with Chun Yi's palm wind. It was he who was then shattered. Countless blood clots and limbs fell from the air, dropping into the crowd above the square. The crowd of Sanyuan sect disciples, looking at the elder's mutilated limbs. Suddenly there was a sudden deathly silence in the arena, and unbelievability was written all over everyone's faces. That Chun Yi, who had been reduced to a waste in their eyes, would kill their proud elder in a single strike. It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It was only after a long time that a disciple opened his mouth. No, it can't be. The elder is an expert of the second level of the divine hidden realm. How could he not be able to defeat that trash sovereign? It must be that Chun Yi used some kind of attacking magic treasure, taking advantage of the elder's inattention to sneak in and win. Yes, it must be that the elder was too gullible, and that's why he ended up like this. Hearing this disciple's words, the others then snapped out of their daze and chose to believe. After all, not to mention that Chun Yi was one realm lower than the elder. Even if he was 2 realms higher, it would be impossible to kill him in a single strike. As for Chun Yi, as a former top clan patriarch, even if he had fallen out of favor, it was very possible for him to carry a few powerful magic treasures on his body. When you look at it that way, it all makes sense. And at this moment, Chun Yi didn't bother to care about what the others thought, as he utilized his divine sense and searched for the traces of the demon clansmen. It had to be said that the Sanyuan sect had hidden them so stealthily that even he had wasted a while before finding them. Chun Yi said to the 3 disciples behind him, "Xianer, my master has found the traces of your clan members. You take 2 of your senior sisters and rescue the clan members now, or else if the fight starts in a while, they might get injured by mistake. Master will help you drag the patriarch and elders. The rest is up to you." Part of the purpose of coming to overthrow the Sanyuan sect this time was to train the disciples, so Chun Yi had given this opportunity to them. It just so happened that Chun Yi also wanted to see how strong the 3 current disciples truly were now. Moreover, with him present, it was unlikely that the 3 disciples' lives would be in danger. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Su Jiqian's expression was very excited when she heard her master's words. The 3 Elements sect used a special method to hide the demon clan members, so unusual cultivators could not see it at all, even if they released their divine sense. And Chun Yi had a special physique from the system, so it didn't stop him. Really? Thank you, Master. Su Jiqian looked at her master teacher with a face full of gratitude. Counting, this was already the 2nd time that her master teacher had saved her clansmen. She had long since been unable to repay her master's kindness. At any time, her heart, her everything, was ready to be devoted to her master. Chun Yi doggedly stroked the top of her head and softly said, "What's the point of being polite with your master? Go on." Su Jiqian nodded her head obediently. "Aha! Don't worry, Master. Xianer will definitely protect the safety of the 2 senior sisters." The thought that the clansmen were still in deep water. Su Jiqian's heart was burning with anxiety. She cupped her master's cheek and kissed it with love and gratitude before she took her 2 senior sisters and flew off together. The 3 women arrived above the square of the Sanyuan sect, and according to their master, the demon clansmen were hiding underneath this square. Only at this moment, the square was filled with the disciples of the Sanyuan sect, so they needed to clear it before they could enter. Su Jiqian looked at the Sanyuan sect disciples above the square. Killing intense surfaced around her body, and a thick fury burst out from her body, already ready to exterminate them. Master hadn't said anything about leaving anyone alive, so there was no room for her to stay. "It's because of you all that master teacher recovered so late. You all deserve to die." Su Jiqian's voice was cold and stern as she shouted at the crowd below, and then she was about to release the demon break palm. At this time, the Sanyuan sect's crowd of disciples, who had not yet realized the danger, looked at Su Jiqian above the mid-air, and for a while, They all felt a little confused. Su Jiqian was a cultivator of the second heavenly realm of the innate realm, which was indeed very outstanding no less. But their Sanyuan sect also had quite a few heavenly prides of the second heavenly realm, or even higher, not to mention that they were even more numerous. Whether it was the number of people, or the realm, Su Jiqian was inferior to them. How did she dare to crotch open her mouth and say that she wanted them to die? This female cultivator has excellent looks, but it's a pity that she's just brain dead. Yes, what a pity. It calls me embarrassed to make a move. Such a good beauty. I really can't bear to kill her. How come she's with that punk sovereign? The disciples were talking. All of them didn't take Su Jiqian, who was at the second level of the innate realm, seriously. And right at this moment, a disciple of the fourth heavenly realm of the innate realm suddenly opened his mouth. The sect leader has named this demon racewoman. If I capture her, I will definitely be rewarded by the sect leader. Chapter 48, Su Jiqian's Worry. After that disciple opened his mouth, he immediately rushed up. In his eyes, he was a cultivator of the fourth heavenly realm of the innate realm, and it was as easy as a slap in the face to capture Su Jiqian. When the time came to place him at the disposal of the sect leader, he would definitely be able to obtain more cultivation resources. The others saw this and murmured, "Worthy of being our clan's first genius, Brother Gu. Your reaction is fast. Brother Gu, don't worry. I'll help you. Brother Gu, don't keep the credit to yourself. Count us in." As he spoke, a dozen more disciples rushed towards Su Jiqian, intending to get a piece of the credit. Su Jiqian looked at the disciples who were scrambling to rush up and threatened to capture her, her expression showing some disdain. All the men except for the master were the same. Either they were attracted to her beauty or they wanted to get its other benefits from her. All she wanted now was for these people to get out of her sight before it was too late. Thinking to herself, she was about to unleash her brute demon break palm. But right at this moment, Langluali suddenly walked up to her and stopped her while saying, "Leave it to me, elder sister. I'm better at dealing with these minions." After saying that, Langluali raised the ice blue staff in her hand high, and countless ice cones gradually emerged from above the sky, releasing the skill ice drop. And at the same time, a blizzard suddenly blew up around them without any warning, and the violent wind blew so hard that all the Sanyuan sect disciples could barely move. Even quite a few disciples with low realms were directly frozen into ice sculptures, turning into scraps in an instant. Soon after, countless ice cones fell down from the sky above, and on top of each one of them, they contained terrifying spiritual energy, incomparably sharp, while also being exceptionally sturdy. The disciples located on top of the square didn't even react before they were pierced through and died in an instant. Some of those who were in a high realm and reacted, wanted to escape, but under Langluali's pressure, it was difficult to act, and they were even more dead or injured. The disciples who were flying in the air, on the other hand, were directly blown down by the gusts of wind triggered by this ice falling art and fell to the ground, while also being supplemented with an ice cone. The only one who was barely able to dodge a few attacks was the fourth heavenly realm cultivator called Brother Gu, but he was still having trouble counterattacking. After a long time, the gale gradually dispersed, and Langluali took her staff back, looking at the scene in front of her with satisfaction. She felt the same way as her senior sister, if not more strongly, and she would feel annoyed to even look at a man other than her senior. At this time on the square, the original neat stone tiles has been smashed by the ice picks are not the same. The surrounding buildings have all collapsed to piece, as if a piece of rubble, and the once bustling square was now dead, wounded, and the blood around it was frozen into ice. Su Jiqian looked at the scene in front of her with surprise, and her expression looked at senior sister Lang with a slight afterthought. Compared to the scene in front of her, the ice cubes that senior sister Lang had thrown at her earlier, although they were equally very appalling, were simply worlds apart in terms of power. It seems that the cold senior sister still has her as a senior sister in her heart. At least she did not lay a hard hand. However, in the future or less to provoke the cold teacher sister's good, outside of which under which not careful, really to the cold teacher sister to provoke anxious. Guy, the first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money to pay for the services you need. The more Su Jiqian thought about it, the more she was a little afraid. She tugged on Hu Jiuyue beside her and whispered, "Senior sister Hu, if I'm making senior sister Lang angry in the future, remember to remind me, or if you can't, hit me twice." Hu Jiuyu said with a somewhat helpless expression when she heard senior sister Su's words. "Since you're scared, why don't you simply not steal the food? Ah hey." Su Jiqian shook her head. "That's not good. Things have to be stolen to taste good." Hu Jiuyu, "Senior sister, what are you saying? Why can't I understand?" Su Jiqian looked at her suspiciously. not knowing if she really didn't understand, or if she was faking. However, with Su Ji-qian's understanding of senior sister Hu, it was not really easy to say. After a brief conversation, the two men moved their attention back to the field. Su Ji-qian first slowly landed on top of the square and began to look around. It was just as well that her afterglow saw the first genius of the Sanyuan sect, Brother Gu, who had just gotten up from the ground. The first thing that person who was called Brother Gu did after getting up from the ground was to try to find his own elder to save his life. As he looked at the wreckage in front of him, he only felt that his three views had been washed away. A mere innate realm cultivator. Even if it was the ninth heaven, it couldn't be this strong. He would never believe, no matter what, that such a powerful attack move would come from a cultivator who was at about the same realm as him. The other party must have released some kind of attacking magic treasure. Definitely. However, the spiritual energy needed to release a powerful attacking magic treasure was also extremely strong. And even if it was utilizing a magic treasure, theoretically speaking, it was impossible for the other party to release such a powerful attack. It was all too much for him to imagine. But there was no time for him to think out of the box at this point. He just wanted to stay alive. Facing such a monster, he simply didn't have the ability to fight. Chapter 49. This is the expression the devil would show. His eyes darted across the field, trying to find the whereabouts of his own elders so that he could seek refuge. As a result, he unexpectedly realized that all of his own elders had been stopped by Chen Yi, and not a single one of them could spare a moment to come over. Moreover, it looked as if Chen Yi was teasing the elder, holding back every strike. In fact, Chen Yi did so because he knew his own strength. The last time he exerted 50% of his power at Spirit Void Mountain, he had already split the ground with a canyon-like crack, as if it was the end of the world. If he were to unleash such a powerful attack at this time, he would probably accidentally injure the demon clansmen who were being held underground. So he had time to have some fun with these elders before the demon clansmen were rescued. Brother Gu learned that he couldn't rely on his own elder, so he had no choice but to turn his head and face Su Ji-qian, who was gradually approaching over. Directly, his expression was grim to the core as he teased Su Ji-qian. Humph, waste is waste. Don't think you can release an attacking magic treasure and really consider yourself a genius. I'm the treasure of the Sanyuan sect, the future successor, and I have just as many magic treasures on me, so I don't believe that you'll still be able to unleash an attack like the one you just did once more. When Su Ji-qian heard his mockery, there wasn't a bit of anger in her heart, or she was too lazy to get angry. Faced with such an ignorant enemy, she didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, and instantly unleashed the devil's break palm, intending to slap him to death. Seeing that he didn't take him seriously, Brother Gu's anger increased, and he similarly revved up his spiritual energy around his body, looking as if he was about to use his full strength. Humph! You will regret your gullibility, he roared at Su Ji-qian. As soon as his words fell, just when everyone thought that he was about to unleash a skill, they saw his right hand fiercely digging towards his pocket, taking out a formation stone disc, and instantly activating it. A beam of light then flashed out in place, followed by the entire silhouette directly disappearing. Su Ji-qian's devil's break palm immediately hit the ground, striking the ground and crumbling out a hideous and terrifying deep ravine. Su Ji-qian looked at the scene in front of her with a slightly confused expression. No, just a moment ago, she looked like she was going to fight her to the death. How come the person ran away? Hello? So the aggressive look just now was all a lie. Su Ji-qian felt that she was being teased, and this time she was really angry. She immediately released her divine sense and began to probe the direction where Brother Gu was. I have to say, it's fortunate that Master Teacher was well prepared and prepared the isolation barrier in advance. So even if Brother Gu utilized his magic treasures, he wouldn't have been able to escape from this realm at all. Soon, Su Ji-qian found out the direction he was in and immediately got up to chase after him. At this moment, Brother Gu still didn't know that danger was approaching, and was still urging his spiritual power, running with all his might. The teleportation formation could only teleport him a short distance away, and if he wanted to completely escape from the danger, he had to grab and run for his life. But before he could run for a while, he suddenly knocked over something, and his whole body fell to the ground in a comical manner. Strange. What is this? Why can't I get out? Brother Gu's face was filled with horror as he looked in front of him, while pounding on the barrier with his fists. It's an isolation barrier. Strange. Such a big barrier. When was it put out? I can't. There's definitely a crack in the barrier. I'm looking for it. He explored along the border of the barrier, but the more he searched, the more fearful the expression on his face became. There wasn't a single crack in the barrier at all. And what was even more terrifying was that he heard a burst of breaking sounds, coming from behind him. "It's Su Jiqian coming after us." A kind of death threat enveloped him. His body involuntarily broke out in a slight cold sweat, and his entire body was constantly trembling. With a very grim and awe-inspiring expression, he twisted his head to look at Su Jiqian behind him. Su Jiqian was obviously a top beauty with an excellent figure and gorgeous features to the extreme, but at this moment in his eyes, which was what beauty? Clearly a bloodthirsty devil that crawled out from inside hell. Su Jiqian's flying speed was extremely fast, and she turned around and chased after him. With a slightly playful expression, she looked as if she was a wild beast that was chasing its prey and sneered. "Found you then, demon break palm." As the future successor of the Sanyuan sect, Brother Gu carries many defensive magic treasures given by the sect master. He threw it out with a brain in this moment. However, as a cultivator of the innate realm, the quality of the magic treasures he could manipulate was limited, and those defensive magic treasures were like soft paper in front of Su Jiqian's attack, unable to withstand a single blow. Shortly afterward, a mournful scream was heard. "No! Brother Gu died." After resolving Brother Gu, Su Jiqian clapped her hands in satisfaction. Master had said that he would overthrow the Sanyuan sect, and she had just not let the fallen disciples go, so she should be considered to have made a merit. When she went back, when the master knew about it, there was no chance that he would reward her. At the thought of receiving a reward from her master, Su Jiqian's smile grew brighter and brighter, and she bounced and flew back. And at this moment, a group of casual cultivators who were on top of the outer peaks, watching the battle, witnessed the entire process of Su Jiqian chasing and killing the first genius of the Sanyuan sect. Above one's expression, shock and incredulity were written all over them, and their mouths were open to the ground. Brother Gu, the first genius of the Three Elements sect, was a very famous existence in this continent. At a young age, he had reached the 4th level of the innate realm, and his other accomplishments were countless. But it was such a genius that in the hands of Su Jiqian, even if he offered all his cards, he could not block a single blow at all. That's a bit too shocking. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. But what shocked them even more was that the murderous, hellish devil like Su Jiqian even revealed a bright smile as if she was a little girl waiting to go home and receive compliments from her elders after resolving Brother Gu. Is this the kind of expression that the murderous devil would have shown just now? Su Jiqian rejoined the square after resolving Brother Gu. The two senior sisters at this time had already explored a dark door above the square, a back door to be exact. After all, the entrance to such a hidden place couldn't possibly open in the most noticeable square. Langluali looked at her belated senior sister and waved her hand in greeting. "Come on, senior sister. We've found the entrance." Su Jiqian came to the entrance and looked at the bottomless steps. Her expression gradually became heavy, and her heartbeat slightly accelerated. If nothing else, her parents and clansmen should be kept down there. After all this time, I wonder how my parents are doing, if they're still alive. Chapter 50 Rescue of the Demon Race. To Su Jiqian's understanding, apart from his master's father, the high realm cultivators in this world look down on foreign races from time to time, and as they, the demon race, were a foreign race, they were imprisoned here, and their clansmen must have suffered a lot. But for that kind of torment, it didn't happen. High realm human cultivators usually didn't lack beautiful women to serve them, so they didn't bother to lust after foreign races. Low realm cultivators were excluded, but this dungeon could only be accessed by the top echelons of the Sanyuan sect, so there shouldn't be any low realm cultivators who knew about it either. That alone wasn't enough to make her relax, and she picked up speed, heading downward. The steps were long, but Su Jiqian's speed was strangely fast, as if she was flying, and in the twinkling of an eye, she saw the end. At the end of the steps was a huge room with countless iron cages built into the corners of the room, most of which were empty, with only a few of them still showing signs of human activity inside. In the very center of the room, there was a huge Dan furnace, surrounded by a number of herbs that were said to be unknown, and some horns that were like goats. Su Jiqian walked forward and picked up the goat horn on the table and looked at it carefully. Those weren't the horns of some goat, they were the horns on the head of her compatriot. It turns out that the formula needed to refine the elixir is this. The horns of the demon clan have a very important meaning to the demon clan, and they cannot be revived after being broken off. And there will not be any demon clan who will hand over their horns by cutting them off easily. That's why Dongfang Huan imprisoned them and filled them directly with his life. Just then, suddenly in a corner of the room, a voice came out. "Daughter, is that you?" It was a mature female voice, somewhat delicate and breathless. When Su Jiqian heard the sound, She hurriedly darted over in the direction the sound came from. The cage from which the voice came from held a total of 2 demons. One of them was a middle-aged man, except that his hair was white, his cheeks were sunken, and his skin was slightly old, so his appearance looked more like an old man. The other is a charming middle-aged woman, full-bodied, skin quality, and a young woman is almost the same, but compared to add a few more flavor, and on her features, there were a few similarities with Su Jiqian. Father, mother, Su Jiqian came to the iron cage and shouted in surprise. These 2 were her parents, and although the meeting of her loved ones made her doubly happy, looking at the pitiful appearance of her parents, she only felt sad for a moment. When she thought of her parents living in this place for the past 3 years, she couldn't wait to kill that Dongfang Huan by 1,000 cuts. Unconsciously, she already had a few tears running down from the corners of her eyes. Su's mother was also very surprised to see her daughter appear and asked, "Daughter, how did you get here? It was so noisy outside just now. What happened?" Su Jiqian wiped the tear stains from the corner of her eyes and released her demon break palm to easily shatter the iron cage. Then said, "Master has come to save everyone. We'll talk about this later. Let's go out first." At this time, Lang Luoli and Hu Jiaoyue also turned this dungeon over and released the rest of the demon clansmen. After that, the group met up and started walking towards the exit, the ground outside the dungeon. Shen Yi was sort of relieved after looking at the demon clansmen who came out of the dungeon entrance one after another. Now there were no more worries, and he could let go and start the fight. At this moment, a Sanyuan sect elder at the 3rd heaven of the divine hidden realm mocked at Shen Yi. "Shen Yi, are you only going to scurry away like a rat holding its head?" Previously, Shen Yi had been dodging the enemy's attacks during this period in order not to accidentally injure the demon clan members imprisoned below, rarely taking the initiative. This made everyone think that it was not even a fight. The reason why Fawn was able to kill one of their elders in a single strike was because Chen Yi had used a magic treasure. And now that the magic treasure was used up, Chen Yi was just a lamb to be slaughtered, with no power to fight back. "Let's strike together. Don't let him have another chance to dodge." One of the elders spoke. The other elders nodded their heads and surrounded Chen Yi one after another, releasing their skills one after another. For a moment, countless auras from the surrounding area surged, and several divine hidden realm elders released their skills at the same time, and the pressure contained within them crushed the surrounding earth and rocks in their entirety. Many of the disciples above the square who still had a breath left in them, even if they were far away from the battlefield, could feel the pressure of it and only felt breathless. "Having killed so many disciples of our Sanyuan sect, no one can protect you today. Suffer death." Immortal Crane Fist. Tui Palm. The Great Palm Seal of Luotian. The elders released their strongest skills one after another, and for a while, Chen Yi was surrounded by attacks coming from all directions, with no place to hide around him. Chen Yi, on the other hand, just stood in place, looking at the attacks coming from all around him, not moving at all, as if he didn't take them seriously at all. And when this scene fell into the eyes of the cultivators watching the battle from afar, they only thought that Chen Yi was scared silly and couldn't escape in time. "Hey, look guys, I'm afraid that Patriarch is bound to die this time. Hey, don't pretend hard if you don't have that strength. Just one person, with 3 disciples, is going to challenge the Sanyuan sect. You guys said that those 3 female cultivators are also unlucky enough. I'm afraid that they all have to be buried here today. Say, did you guys see that above the square? Suddenly appeared a lot of demon clan. The demon clan is not in 3 years ago was overthrown it. Today how to appear here? It's still true. I'll take a good look at it when the big battle is over in a bit." At this time, there were already quite a few cultivators who had realized that something was fishy. 3 years ago, the demonic cultivators had been besieged and exterminated, but it turned out that so many of them had appeared today, and they had also appeared from underneath the Sanyuan sect. This is absolutely hidden. Some good faith in the cultivators. The heart has risen the flame of gossip. Above the mid-air of the Sanyuan sect, those countless attacks with horrifying auras had already landed on Chen Yi's body, who had never moved in the slightest. It was only because there were so many attacks that gouts of smoke rose directly around them, making it impossible to see what was going on inside. The elders of the 3 elements sect looked at this scene and murmured, "Should be dead. It was my attack that hit him first. I'm going to find the Patriarch to claim my reward." "What do you mean it should be? With so many attacks hitting him, it's a Purple Mansion realm powerhouse coming. It's estimated that he'll have to be seriously injured and fall. Not to mention this punk Shen Yi. It's estimated that he'll have been turned into ashes long ago." "Yeah, but it was my attack that hit first. I should be the one to collect the reward." The smoke hadn't cleared yet, and the elders had already begun to discuss who was the party with the most credit. And just as the elders were arguing, they suddenly heard a few coughs coming out of the smoke. Chapter 51 Dongfang Huan can do anything. Cough. What a strong attack. It even made me choke and cough. That said, you guys are fighting just to fight. What's the point of raising sand for nothing? The voice was naturally Chen Ye's. Hearing the voice coming from the smoke, all the elders were filled with horror as they looked towards where the smoke was, and the bickering in their mouths came to an abrupt end. Everyone couldn't believe their ears. It was as if they were hallucinating just now, with the attack launched by a number of their elders together. Even if their patriarch was in there, he would surely die, let alone a Chen Yi who was at the first heavenly level of the divine hidden realm. After a few moments passed, the smoke in that field gradually dispersed. Not a single silhouette appeared in the smoke, as if Chen Yi had already turned into ashes. The elders were relieved when they didn't see Chen Ye's figure. Seeing this, one of the elders wiped the cold sweat from his cheeks and said with a smile, "It must be that I misheard just now. How could Chen Yi still be alive? He must have died in the attack long ago and turned into ashes. It's really true that people are getting old. Their ears are surprisingly not good anymore. I still need to look for the patriarch more often and take some pills before I turn back." At the same time that this elder was speaking, one of the elders floating across from him had a look of fear written on top of his expression at this moment. The elder across from him pointed to his back and spoke vaguely. "You, behind you." He spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, as if he had seen something very horrible. "Behind me?" that elder murmured, his head slowly turning around, and then he saw a figure. Chen Yi was floating behind him at that moment, his expression teasingly smiling as if he was a wild beast teasing his prey. That elder was shocked when he saw Chen Yi's figure and took several steps backward, muttering to himself, You, this can't be." Seeing the look of horror on the faces of the elders, Chen Yi only felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Enough fun has been had, and it's time to get out and clear out the trash. Thinking of this, Chen Yi spread out his palm and slapped it at where the elder was, releasing Su Ji Qian's skill, the Devil's Break Palm among the Devil's Soul technique. With the release of the skill, the elders only felt that their surroundings were all enveloped in dark purple, and an unrivaled and terrifying fury filled their surroundings in no time, making it somewhat difficult for them to breathe. The elder who was enveloped by the center of the pressure had bulging eyeballs and all 7 coincidences began to bleed. At this moment, the moment they saw Chen Yi again, he was no longer a gentle young man, but a bloodthirsty demon god with ram's horns on his head and surrounded by hellish lava. A huge palm print burst out from Chen Yi's palm. The palm print was interspersed with a deep purple rich baleful aura, and wherever it went, no matter what it was, all of it was swallowed up. The elders were so enveloped by Chen Yi's pressure that it was very difficult for them to even move, and they were simply too late to dodge the horrifying baleful palm prints. "Patriarch, save us!" a certain elder shouted at where Dongfang Huan was, praying for the patriarch's shelter. But Dongfang Huan looked at the scene in front of him and had already been dumbfounded. How could he still care about them? He could never have imagined that that waste of a man that he had once defeated, who had even lost the battle of the sect, would suddenly become so strong. Damn it, what is this situation? What kind of chance has that Chen Yi encountered? No, I'll die too if I stay like this, Dongfang Huan murmured with a horrified expression, realizing that if he didn't do something now, he might lose his own little life in a while. He opened his mouth and said to the disciples who were still alive, "Don't just stand there. Go activate the sect protector formation." A Sanyuan sect disciple who heard the instruction asked hesitantly, "But Patriarch, the elders are still outside. We can't." Before he could finish his sentence, Dongfang Huan directly slapped his palm out at him, slapping him into ashes. "Cut the crap and do as I say." The rest of the disciples' faces were filled with fear as they saw their fellow disciples die. They no longer dared to be slow, and they hurriedly drove the sect protector formation together. A barrier slowly emerged from above the square, gradually enveloping the surroundings. This clan protection formation was very similar to the isolation formation that Chen Yi had brought with him, except that both the quality and the range were not even close. While driving the sect protector formation, the people inside the sect protector formation could still clearly hear the screams of the elders outside the formation. The voice was so mournful that it sent shivers down one's spine. Countless disciples felt their hearts tremble as they watched the scene in the sky, fear causing their hands to tremble a little. That Chen Yi, whom they regarded as having been reduced to a waste and had come to give his life away, was now slaughtering their proud elders one by one. The visual impact and mind-blowing shock it caused them was simply unparalleled. Everyone above the square now had a fear of death floating in their hearts. It was only their sect protector formation that could give them a little comfort. Those who had the same shocked mentality as them were also the cultivators watching the battle on top of the outer peaks, watching Chunyi unleash terrifying attacks over and over again. As a divine hidden realm powerhouse fell to this point, they had long since been horrified beyond words. For so many years, there had almost never been such a large-scale fall of divine hidden realm experts, and today, they all died at the hands of Chunyi. Even if a Violet Mansion Realm First Sky Powerhouse came, I guess they wouldn't be able to do it, and deal with multiple divine hidden realm experts at the same time without any injuries. More than that, just now Chunyi had resisted their attacks and was still fine. I'm afraid that his realm has long since reached more than the first sky of the Violet Mansion realm. Shoo, don't make any noise. Observing our senior's strikes from such a close distance will also help us in our realm advancement. At this point, there was no longer anyone who thought that Chunyi was only a divine hidden realm first sky cultivator, and they all felt that he had only hidden his cultivation before. After all, if one could deal with multiple great powers at the same time, it couldn't just be a divine hidden realm first heavenly layer cultivator. And not only did the loose cultivators realize this, Dongfang Huan likewise perceived it, which led him to make the idea of releasing the clan protection formation. Facing an existence above the divine hidden realm, his heart gradually lost its bottom. Shortly afterward, as the last miserable scream came, the last elder of the Sanyuan sect was reduced to ashes. Chunyi easily clapped his hands and looked around with satisfaction. Seeing that Dongfang Huan had already driven the sect protector formation, Chunyi couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It looked like this didn't even use the isolation formation he brought with him, and they locked themselves in. I have to say, Dongfang Huan, this person can place. There is a protective array he really put off. At this time, Su Jiqian had already brought the demon clan crowd to the side of Master Teacher. Chunyi and Su's father and mother were also old acquaintances, and after nodding their heads in greeting, they opened their mouths. You guys back up a bit first. Be careful of accidental injuries. Wait for the seat to wrap up. We'll talk about it in detail back at the sect. Chapter 52, Sect Protector Formation. Su father and Su mother were all looking at Chunyi with gratitude at this moment, while still feeling a bit surprised. A long time ago, Chunyi had passed through the demon clan's territory, adopted Su Jiqian, and also protected the safety of the demon clan members. If Chunyi hadn't appeared at that time, the demon race would have actually become extinct at that point, and wouldn't have been able to survive until now. It was also considered that Chunyi had forcefully renewed their lives. As a result, after so many years had passed, Chunyi had actually come to save them again, and counting. This was already the second time that their entire clan owed Chunyi a huge favor. This favor, that is, they are afraid that what the demon race has given for generations will not be enough to repay. No matter what, the demon race congregation had long since viewed Chunyi as the only god, the supreme being, and what surprised them even more was that the Chunyi they remembered was very strong, but not nearly as strong as what was right in front of them, with one person single-handedly taking on a clan. The reason why the previous Chunyi had been able to protect them was because he had also utilized the forces of his own Tianxian sect. As it turns out, you don't even need it today. A man just killed it. At this moment, they were doubly surprised in their hearts, but no one said anything more, and they all obediently stepped back one after another. Dongfang Huan, who was located below, was furious as he looked at the fleeing demon race crowd. Once he let the demons leave here alive, what he had done for so many years would definitely be made public. And such things as taking the life of a foreigner to make pills was recognized as the lowest act in the immortal cultivation world. Something that was shamed by the world, and very serious. At that time, it would surely attract countless self-appointed righteous cultivators again to come and surround him, calling it the elimination of evil from the world. So no matter what, don't let them leave alive. The sect protector formation could be used for defense, but it could also bring together the spiritual energy of the crowd to unleash a powerful attack. This was their Sanyuan sect's chassis. They had been rooted here for a long time. They had the home field advantage, and the formations, buildings, and defenses they used were among the best. Drive the attack formation, Dongfang Huan shouted at the disciples. When the crowd of disciples heard the patriarch's words, their expressions were all slightly alarmed. Their Sanyuan sect's clan protection formation was a top Xian rank formation, and when it was first drawn, it was designed to be used by their clan's elders. But now it was being used by disciples of their lower realms, and draining their own spiritual energy on such a large scale to transfuse blood for the formation would be very damaging to them. However, they were now also shut up in the sect protector formation, and were considered to be grasshoppers on a rope, so despite their reluctance, they could only compromise after hesitating for a long time. The disciples placed their hands on the formation barrier and began to mobilize their spiritual energy. Dongfang Huan looked at Chen Yi with grim eyes at this moment and roared hysterically. Chen Yi, do you really think that I'm afraid of you? I don't know what kind of luck you've had, what kind of chance you've encountered, but today, even if you're a Purple Mansion realm cultivator, you're bound to die under this patriarchal formation. This time, he had even gone so far as to damage the lives of his own disciples in order to resist Chen Yi's invasion, so it could be said that he had gambled his entire life's work. So when they speak, they are unusually maniacal, and the once refined elegance is gone. At this moment, the casual cultivators who were located on the periphery watching the battle were also surprised after seeing the Sanyuan Sect's Protector Formation. I've long heard that the Sanyuan Sect's Protector Formation is a Xian rank formation, but it turns out that I didn't expect it to be the top Xian rank. More than that, it said that the Sanyuan Sect's Protector Formation was drawn by a formation master of the ninth sky of the Divine Zhang realm, and at the beginning of the drawing, it utilized the 5 elements, the heaven and earth, and the stars and signs, among other factors, and its effect is extremely terrifying. Why isn't Senior Chen Yi running yet? What is he waiting for? Can't it be that he's going to carry that blow hard? Chen Yi said that he was going to overthrow the Sanyuan sect, although he hadn't reached it yet, but with his current accomplishments, even if he retreated with the crowd now, no one would say anything. After all, his accomplishments had surpassed everyone's imagination and were enough to make a name for himself in this continent. However, as the crowd watched, Chen Yi's expression became even more shocked when he didn't have the intention of retreating even in the face of the Sanyuan Sect's Protector Formation. It was hard to believe that he could really smash the Sanyuan Sect to pieces today. At this time, the attack of the Sect Protector Formation had already been brewed, and it only needed Dongfang Huan to drive the final stroke to strike the attack. Humph, you'll regret coming here today. Go to hell. Dongfang Huan snorted coldly and waved his big hand, and at that moment, above the barrier of that patriarchal formation, a golden light gradually flickered. The golden light kept converging towards the center, and the light was exceptionally bright and dazzling, just like a blazing sun, until that light reaches a peak. In an instant a golden pillar of light shot out from it, looking like a golden dragon. Monstrous pressure also at this moment enveloped the surrounding. The rolling waves of heat contained within the golden dragon gave one the feeling of standing in the center of the sun. And even cultivators of a low realm would have their eyes burned if they even glanced at it. Countless cultivators who were outside of the clan protection formation only felt their hearts beating wildly the moment they felt this golden dragon, and couldn't help but take several steps back, their legs trembling and standing unsteadily. They had never seen or heard of such a powerful attack, at least not on this continent, and what they didn't dare to imagine was what kind of terror Chen Yi, who was standing in the center shrouded by the attacks and majesty right now, was facing right now. It's a lie, isn't it? With such a strong attack, it's impossible for any creature to survive. Quickly, release the defense formation, or else the aftershocks of the pressure in a while will strike and injure us. At this moment, the scattered cultivators in the distance began to carve small defense formations in place, attempting to withstand the possible aftermath of the attack in a moment. There were also many cultivators who couldn't carve out formations, and they begged for help. Brother, let me in, please. No. 30 lower grade spirit stones. No one will be allowed to enter without them. Even launched the war fortune in situ. Chen Yi's expression was also slightly surprised as he looked at the golden dragon that gradually attacked in front of him, and he couldn't help but touch the beads of sweat on his forehead. Good. What a strong attack. Damn. It's making me sweat beads from the heat. While spitting, Chen Yi saw that his opponent had used his full strength, and was not planning to hold back himself. After all, the other party had valued him so much. Wouldn't it be very disrespectful to the other party if he didn't give some response? With that in mind, Chen Yi clenched his right hand into a fist and gradually raised it high. This time, he didn't intend to be releasing any feats, but rather, he intended to release the spiritual energy in his body, in a single burst. Chapter 53, Chen Yi's full force strike. He had never mobilized his body's spiritual energy on such a large scale before, and the devil's break palm that he unleashed just now had consumed his spiritual energy almost minimally. In other words, I'm afraid that releasing all of the spiritual energy this time would be able to withstand hundreds or thousands of devil's chakra palms. As Chen Yi mobilized the spiritual energy in his body to the extreme, he looked at the golden swimming dragon that gradually roared and swept in front of him, and he couldn't help but think to himself, this was his first serious strike, and it would be boring if he didn't have an awesome coaxing move name. But what would be a good name for it? Chen Yi thought in his heart. And suddenly the yellow-robed bald guy from a certain anime appeared in his mind. Well, call it that. After coming up with the name of the move, Chunyi smiled in satisfaction and then swung his fist. At this time, the spiritual energy above his fist had already converged into a solid, light green spiritual energy slowly floating above his fist, tumbling, as if it had long been impatient to gush out. Feeling that the mobilization of spiritual energy had reached its limit, Chunyi violently swung his fist down and blasted it out. At the same time the name of the move was shouted. Seriously, a punch! As soon as the words fell, a light green colored fist wind erupted from his fist, and a woo was heard. Sound. This fist wind covered an area like the sky, stirring and distorting space as it rolled. At the beginning of the release of this move, an unparalleled and terrifying pressure enveloped all places within view in an instant. The distant cultivators watching the battle, those who hadn't yet entered the defense formation, were shaken by the pressure in an instant and began to bleed from their mouths and noses. Even in the defense array, the situation is not optimistic. The barrier array above the flickering cracks, as if it is about to break generally. Quickly, join forces to repair the barrier, or we may all die. There were quite a few loose cultivators who were responsible for building the formation shouted and began to organize everyone to pour their own spiritual energy into the formation. Not many people believed in this battle to destroy the Sanyuan sect at first, so it was even more unlikely that there would be any high realm cultivators coming to watch the battle. Those who were able to come to watch the battle were all low realm cultivators who came to watch the fun. As for these low realm cultivators, they were nearly unable to survive in the face of the pressure released by Qingyi, even if they relied on defensive barriers. Although they expected the aftermath of the mighty pressure to be strong, they did not expect it to be so terrifying. At this moment, Dongfang Huan was located under his own clan protection formation, but he did not feel the terror of this pressure. Looking at Chunyi's confident look, he couldn't help but scoff. Thinking that you can be invincible in the world just because you've encountered a bit of chance. Ignoring my Sanyuan sect's heritage that has been passed down for so many years, you will pay for your ignorance. Go to hell. Just as Dongfang Huan roared hysterically, the golden traveling dragon had already rushed to Chenya's eyes, and Chenya's fist wind also struck that golden dragon's face at the same time. In an instant, a violent ringing sound was heard, like the mournful roar of a giant dragon. Rumble. The moment that golden dragon came into contact with the fist wind, it was directly crushed into nothingness, like clouds of smoke, disappearing into the air. The shockwave formed by the collision of the two attacks directly collapsed the surrounding mountains, and countless rumbling sounds came out, as if it was a mournful cry before the twilight of the end. Although the golden dragon disappeared into the air, Chenya's fist wind still did not stop, still tumbling and sweeping towards the bottom. Dongfang Huan's eyes were wide open at this moment, looking at the scene in mid-air, his mouth open and motionless. How could their Sanyuan sect's proudest protector formation, the heart and soul of countless cultivators, not even be able to defeat Chenyi, his former underling? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. That person wasn't Chenyi at all. He was obviously unable to accept the reality, and directly froze in place as his mind began to wander. However, Chenya's fist wind did not give him a chance to think, and in just the blink of an eye, that fist wind had already arrived in front of the barrier of that patriarchal formation. The countless Sanyuan sect disciples located within the barrier looked at this scene and cried out in horror. Patriarch, please, quickly open the sect protector formation and let us out, or we'll all die here. Hearing the pleas for help from the disciples, Dongfang Huan came back to his senses. However, looking at the crumbling scene in front of him, Dongfang Huan did not choose to flee, although his attack was shattered. As long as the protector formation was still in place and could resist Chenya's attack, he still had a chance to counterattack. No walking. Pour your spiritual energy within the clan protection formation. Let's top it together. Quick! When the disciples heard the words of the patriarch, they all trembled. The patriarch was clearly insane. Their counterattack just now was easily shattered. How many times could this patriarchal formation hold up? Right now, they were all regretting each and every one of them. Regretting that they hadn't listened to Chenya's previous words and quit the Sanyuan sect earlier. Regretting that they shouldn't have come to this place in the first place. But regret was useless. So they had to place their hands on top of the barrier, applying spiritual power to it. And at the same time, Chenya's fist wind also roared and blasted on top of the barrier of the clan protection formation. Ka-ching-ching. As soon as the fist wind came into contact with the top of that great protector formation, the barrier made the sound of glass shattering, breaking out into spider-web-like cracks. Then the wind did not stop at all, and heard a click sound. The barrier was instantly disintegrated. Countless golden barrier fragments like glass residue, floating in the air. losing the defense of the sect protector formation. The terrifying pressure contained in the wind of that close fist instantly enveloped Dongfang Huan's body. Dongfang Huan was located at the very center of the pressure that was enveloped by the pressure. And as a cultivator of the fifth heaven of the divine hidden realm, he actually had some difficulty standing under this pressure. His expression was still hideous and terrifying at this point, and he knew he wouldn't survive in the face of such an attack. Dongfang Huan began to manipulate his entire body's spiritual energy, releasing the evil arts he had been secretly practicing. Sacrifice, all of you. Sacrifice to this seat, he shouted maniacally, while his spiritual energy spread rapidly in all directions on the ground like ink dripping onto rice paper. As soon as the disciples of the Three Elements sect came into contact with this spiritual energy, they were instantly absorbed into a dry corpse. All the disciples didn't even have a chance to scream out in shock before they were all absorbed. And Dongfang Huan's cultivation began to skyrocket, gradually rising to the fifth heavenly hall, the sixth heavenly hall, until the ninth heavenly hall. His appearance gradually began to change, and his size began to skyrocket, the muscles on his body expanding wildly. The color of his skin changed from flesh-colored to purple and green, extremely appalling, like a humanoid monster. Chapter 54, Chunyi is an immortal. He hissed and braced himself as if he wanted to resist Chenya's punching wind. Break me! Countless spiritual energy burst out from his body and met him head-on. At this moment, he was only one step away from the Purple Mansion realm. In an instant, the two attacks collided. The light green-colored fist wind rolled with monstrous majesty and ruthlessly smashed on top of Dongfang Huan's arm. Dongfang Huan's arm was twisted and deformed by the wind of the fist, while his legs were also plunged within the ground due to the great force suppressed, and the floor around him was splattered several meters high. In just a moment's effort, he was overwhelmed by the wind of the fist and slammed hard into the ground. But it wasn't over yet. The strength of the tendrils still didn't stop, continuing to tumble and slam down towards the ground below. The ground was smashed and began to split. A huge gully that was so deep it couldn't be seen spread to the end as far as the eye could see, and the rumbling and loud noise traveled out for thousands of miles. Countless birds flew out of the sky screaming in terror, as if it was a great migration, and all the surrounding trees and buildings all collapsed in one piece. This moment is literally the end of the world. A long time passed before the world gradually settled down. Many of the cultivators who were hiding in the distance to watch the battle dared to step out from within the defense formation. Looking at the scene in front of them, their shock was beyond words. The Three Elements sect had completely and utterly disappeared from this world. Not a single trace left behind and not a single living soul. All that was left behind was a big, deep hole. Yes, it's the immortal. Kneel down and worship the immortal, a certain cultivator shouted, while kneeling deeply in Chen Ye's direction. Hearing this cultivator shout, the other cultivators also came back to their senses, and without exception, all of them knelt and kowtowed in Chen Ye's direction. It must be the immortals descending on our continent, coming to punish this heinous Sanyuan sect. Immortals have come to visit. We have been rude. Please don't blame us. Greetings, immortal. In the immortal cultivation world, all those who exceeded the transition stage could be called immortals, and the immortals who succeeded in crossing the tribulation were all existences living in another world. Almighty powers rumored to be able to create a domain of worlds. Although they had never seen a real immortal before, the power of the move that Chunyi had just made was something that only an immortal could do in their perception. Immortals can condescend to come and destroy the Sanyuan sect. It must be because the Sanyuan sect has done something that even the immortals can't look down on. It was just that they, the juniors, were so slow to kneel down when they saw the immortals. That was more than just a breach of etiquette. If the immortals cared, they'd be dead for sure. They could only pray now that they kowtowed loudly enough to make Chunyi spare their lives. At this moment, Chunyi looked at his palm and was a bit confused for a moment. He also did not expect his full force strike to be so strong. If he had known, he would have put it away. After all, the Sanyuan sect is at least still the top sect in this continent, and it is always possible to pick up some good things to go back. Although he and the three disciples all had better system resources to use, there would always be a need for some other resources in the future when more disciples were collected. But if it's gone, it's gone. There's still plenty of opportunity if you want it later. Now that the Sanyuan sect had been completely destroyed, Chen Ye's promise had been completely fulfilled. Once things came to an end, Chen Yi intended to return with the crowd. Su Jiqian also finished catching up with her parents at this time. She came to her master's body and tightly hugged him. Lang Luoli and Hu Zhouyue were also full of concern as they came to the side of their master, their eyes filled with joy after worry. The attack unleashed by the Sanyuan sect's protector formation just now, the golden dragon entrapped in the heat wave, Even if they were far apart they could feel it. Father Su and Mother Su were both divine hidden realm first heavenly cultivators, and if they hadn't released their defensive formations to resist, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for them to resist as well. At that time, they looked at the master who was located in the center of the pressure, and their hearts were worried to no end. If it wasn't for Mother Su stopping them, they would have rushed out to protect the master. Although the matter had passed, the worries in their hearts were slow to dissipate. Su Jiqian hugged her master while rubbing herself into her master's arms, wantonly enjoying her master's warmth and scent. It's great that you're okay, master. Since master is so strong now, we can be together forever, right? When Shenyi saw his eldest disciple pampering himself in his arms, he only felt a piece of softness rolling in his arms, bumping against his heart. He doted on his eldest disciple's head and softly said, "That's for sure. Master will always be there for you, and Master assures you that in the future, Master will not let anyone bully you." When Su Jiqian heard her master's words, she smiled sweetly, as if she was pondering over something, and said in an incomparably charming voice, "Master lies." Qianer every time she said no, Master Teacher did not listen. But more, you also said that you don't allow others to bully Qianer. You don't just bully. Every day. Well, Su Jiqian hadn't even finished speaking when Shenyi reached out and covered her mouth. Are you talking about the same thing I'm talking about? And your parents are watching. Aren't you ashamed to talk? On another note, who can stop this? At this moment, Shenyi stole a glance at Su's father and mother to see their reactions. After all, it shouldn't be too good for you to have secretly stolen the peaches while the two old men were away. Father Su didn't have much of a reaction at this time, and was taking care of the physical condition of each demon clan member one by one. Instead, Su's mother looked at him with a meaningful expression, clearly understanding something. Hello. Shenyi felt that it was better to find an opportunity to talk to the two of you about it. Not now though, the crowd still needed time to rest. At this time, Su Jiqian struggled madly in the heart of her master's hand. Seeing that it did not work, she had to sneak out her pink tongue and licked it. Shenyi suddenly felt a slippery and greasy touch coming from him, and hastily drew his hand back with a panicked expression. "What are you doing, big disciple? Hello." Su Jiqian looked at her master's shy expression and snickered, as if she had succeeded in her plot. She just loved seeing her master's cheeks blush. It was handsome and cute. It simply made her love it. Chapter 55, White-Haired Lori. But then again, Su Jiqian didn't feel that there was anything wrong with pampering her master in front of her parents. As far back as she could remember, as a little girl she had often seen her mother pampering her father. And her mother was a chimera too. She was so old. Her mother should be able to understand how she felt. Besides, she remembered that when she was entrusted to her master by her parents, her mother seemed to have instructed her with some strange words. Can't remember exactly what it was. At this moment, Su Jiqian was still holding her master tightly, without the slightest intention of spreading her hands, wantonly enjoying her master's warm embrace. Lang Luoli watched her senior sister from the side, her fists gradually clenching. Come on, almost. Hey, she's also worried about master and wants a hug from him too. Hey. Su Jiqian suddenly felt a slight chill at her spine, and before she could turn her head back, she felt the clothes at her back being lifted. Then it was just yanked and ripped from the master's body. Lang Luoli was holding her senior sister with one hand, and the other hand was crossed over her waist. Senior sister, you haven't seen your parents for so long. Aren't you going to catch up? It's fine to leave the comforting of the master and whatnot to the senior sister. Su Jiqian scratched her face awkwardly and returned with averted eyes. But, it was my mother-sama who told me to come and keep Master Shifu company. And say, don't hold up business. Lang Luoli's eyes grew more and more grave as she listened to her senior sister's words. How do I feel that sis now has a high level of guidance? One elder sister was hard enough to deal with, but it turned out that there was another mature phantom who helped her out. Can this master still get her turn? At this moment, Hujoyu looked at senior sister Lang's dissatisfied expression and suddenly remembered what senior sister Su had said to her not long ago. In the future, if you're displeasing senior sister Lang, remember to remind her, or it's fine to hit her twice. With that in mind, Hujoyu gradually pulled out the ruler from her pocket. It was elder sister who wanted her to fight, so she had no choice but to obey. With that, she slapped at sister Su's softness. A crisp ringing sound came out, and Su Jiqian's entire body trembled as she was hit, her face full of blush. She asked back, a little confused, "Who? Senior sister who? What are you hitting me for? My mother didn't even hit their ahoy." Hujoyu looked a little flustered, waving her hands in succession and hurriedly explaining, "Isn't that what you said? Senior sister Su, In the future, if you mess with senior sister Lang, just, when Su Ji-qian heard her words, she then remembered and was filled with speechlessness. You also seriously do not be so honest On another note, I meant for you to warn me before I pissed off Lang Luoli, and now it's all too late ahoy. I doubt it. You just want to hit me. Chen Yi, being the protagonist of this incident, had no idea what the three disciples this was because they were causing another ruckus. It was just a matter of being three disciples with good feelings. Come on, let's go back first. Chen Yi opened his mouth, then maneuvered his spiritual energy and led the crowd on the way back. He had just unleashed a full force strike, and the spiritual energy in his body was quite empty, and it would take quite a long time to replenish it to full capacity in such a place where the spiritual energy was thin. However, the remaining spiritual energy to support him in flying with the crowd was still fine. If he wanted to restore his spiritual power to its full strength, he still had to return to the heavenly Xian Palace. The Tianxian Hall was filled with spiritual energy, and it wouldn't take long for it to replenish itself. At this moment, the crowd of casual cultivators who had come to watch the battle were kneeling long and hard as they looked at Chen Yi, who was fading away above the sky dome. It wasn't until Chen Yi had completely left their line of sight that they got up one after another and cleaned the dust from their bodies. The cultivators took one last look back up at the disappearing Sanyuan sect and couldn't help but sigh a little. That terrifying punch, even if the target wasn't them, made them feel like they had been robbed of their lives. This is the legendary immortal, who can open mountains and destroy the earth with the lift of his hand. One after another, the cultivators began to evacuate the scene. Soon afterward, amongst the various taverns and vendors of the Origin Deep Continent, all began to transmit the events of the day. As soon as word spread, all the major clans and state powers also learned of Chen Yi's resurgence and overthrow of the Sanyuan sect in a single battle. But most of the forces stayed skeptical, and no one was willing to believe it. When they sent their personnel to check out the old site of the Sanyuan sect, the fact that it was a wreck scene like Doomsday was right in front of their eyes, and they could not afford to be unconvinced. Many forces began to inquire about where Chen Yi was, wanting to pull some strings. However, Chen Yi was as if he had vaporized on Earth, disappearing without a trace after overthrowing the Sanyuan sect. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Chen Yi was still on his way back to Tianxian Hall with the crowd at this moment, and at the entrance of the heavenly Xian Hall, the figure of a man was already standing. The figure was very small and delicate, with waist-length white hair, eyebrows and eyelashes of pure white, and a pair of black and white striped tiger ears on its head. Although she was shorter, her figure wasn't bad, and if she went by equal proportions, she was only a little bit smaller than Su Jiqian's. She walked alone on top of the square of the Tianxian Hall with a dumbfounded expression, her mouth open and a shocked look on her face. The cute little tiger teeth were just barely showing, molded in such a way that you couldn't help but go up and rub them. The concentration of aura here, it's much more than outside. But where did the savior go? Why can't I see? Previously, when Chen Yi had just unlocked the system, he wanted to go out and try his strength. As a result of the outburst, a demon king white tiger was saved by chance. After the white tiger had recuperated for a short while, he thought of coming to the heavenly Xian Hall to find Chen Yi to thank him. But when she didn't take human form, she couldn't even get close to the vicinity of the heavenly Xian Palace and was directly ejected. She had to use some of her cultivation and time to transform herself into a human form before she was able to walk into the main hall. At this moment, she had walked around the square without seeing Chen Yi's figure. She sniffed her nose, trying to find Chen Yi's scent. Eventually she smelled Chen Yi in the middle of a grand hall. With her bare little feet, she took 3 steps toward the great hall. As a result, the house was empty. There was no figure of Chen Yi, and the odor was emanating from a bed. She stepped forward and grabbed the quilt and sniffed it. Binge suck. It smells so good. The smell of a benefactor. And Jean turned out to smell so good. I want to smell it all the time. Her mouth murmured. And she didn't know if it was because Chen Yi had saved her, so she had a good feeling about it, or because of some other reason. The odor of Chen Yi's body was unusually attractive to her. She slowly burrowed into Chen Yi's comforter and covered her head up, immersing herself in the nice smell and gradually falling asleep. Chapter 56, The Ministry of Devil Cultivation. It was only after some time that dozens of figures gradually flew over in the sky above the heavenly Xian Palace. This was naturally Chen Yi and the demon race crowd. Before even arriving inside the heavenly Xian Hall, the demon race crowd began to marvel at the grandeur of the place. With the Tianxian Hall as the center, the huge complex spreading thousands of meters around came into view, as if it was a large city with tens of thousands of people living there. However, compared to the city, this place was planned differently, and each building complex was designed to supply different kinds of cultivators to practice. Chen Yi led the crowd to slowly land on the square of Tianxian Hall. After landing, Chen Yi looked around at the crowd of demons, numbering around 40 people, all of whom had just finished their prison sentence and looked haggard to the point of emaciation. He also discovered a detail that the still living demon clan members, other than Father Su and Mother Su, were all cultivators of the younger generation and with spirit roots above the third grade. Third grade spiritual root. In this continent, going to any clan, it was considered a middle to high level force. The talent was considered good. Perhaps Dongfang Huan had purposely left behind well-qualified demon clan members for the sake of alchemy. Chen Yi walked up to Father Su's body. He was the leader of the demon clan. It was only natural to discuss something with him. You guys have nowhere else to go now, so why don't you stay in the Tianxian sect? But if you want to stay here, I have a condition. I don't know if you can accept it. Su's father was still considering the matter of where he was going to take his people to settle now that the demon clan's territory was gone. It never even occurred to them that Chen Yi would take them in. After all, this place had such an abundant concentration of spiritual qi. Not everyone could come here, and it was already smoke from his ancestors' graves for him to have a daughter who could cultivate here. As a result, I didn't expect Chen Yi to open his mouth and say that he wanted them to stay. Chen Yi had saved the lives of their entire clan twice, and in their minds, they had long since been unable to repay them, not to mention letting them stay in open conditions. Even if they were to be asked to do anything for free, they would go through fire and water. Su's father held Chen Yi's hand and said seriously, "Benefactor, you may command as you wish. No matter what we can or cannot do, we will do our best, even if we have to risk our lives." Chen Yi couldn't help but be a little confused as he looked at him with a look of going out of his way. In fact, he didn't have anything too serious. The system gave him the requirement to recruit disciples, and to recruit personal disciples, the spiritual root had to be at the 6th grade spiritual root, and he also couldn't rely on pills to enhance it. As for Hu Zhou, she had followed Chen Yi when he crossed over, so she was already counted in. The system's requirements for disciples are not only for pro-disciples, but also for inner disciples and outer disciples, for which the requirements for these two types of disciples are much more lenient. The inner sect must be at least 3rd grade. And for outer sect disciples the requirement is 1st grade or above. Relatively speaking, when the inner disciples raised their realm, the system points that Chen Yi received would also become less, only 1/10 of that of a pro-disciple, and even less for the outer disciples. The techniques practiced by the devil race favored the devil cultivation, with attacking moves that were breaking, and the Heavenly Shen sect happened to have a devil cultivation department for devil cultivators to use. Therefore, Chen Yi planned to take them in as disciples. And it just so happened that he could trust these people. However, worshipping under the sect was a lifelong affair, and one shall not easily withdraw or leave. So for this lifelong matter, Chen Yi thought it necessary to ask them as well. Chen Yi opened his mouth. The Tianxian sect has just been rebuilt and is in desperate need of manpower, and it can't keep outsiders for a long period of time. But if you can join the sect and become inner disciples, you won't be considered outsiders. When Su's father heard Chen Yi's words, he was first slightly stunned. Then his face was filled with joy. He had thought what kind of conditions Chen Yi would put forth, but he hadn't expected it to be just this. What kind of offer is that? It's clearly a reward. Chen Yi's kindness to their demon clan had simply been so much that it was unparalleled. Chen Yi was an existence worthy of being served by their demon clan, from generation to generation, forever. He held Chen Yi's hand and instantly wanted to kneel down for him. "Greetings, Sovereign. Our demon race is unable to repay you for your kindness. From now on we will be at your disposal until the demon race is drained to the last drop of blood." The rest of the demon race clansmen also knelt down at this time, kowtowing to Chen Yi and performing the rite of initiation. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurriedly assisted Su's father, not letting him really kneel down. After all, this was considered his future father-in-law. What was this if he knelt down? As the demon race crowd performed the rite of initiation, Chen Yi also heard the system's beep. Ding! The host is detected to have taken in 46 inner disciples, rewarded with system points, 11,500. When a disciple is first accepted, there will be a system point reward, and there will also still be a reward for the disciple to break through the realm. Chen Yi couldn't stop smiling after hearing the system voice in his head, counting the system points left over from before. He was not far from breaking through to a realm. Based on this progress, I'm afraid that his arrival at a true immortal is just around the corner. With this in mind, Chen Yi opened the system store in a beautiful manner, wanting to see what could be exchanged for everyone. As a result, he accidentally saw a magic cultivation basic technique. According to the system introduction, it was a technique specifically for demonic cultivators to use, and the rank was likewise at the unified level. Chen Yi spent 2,000 system points to redeem it and took a closer look. This basic technique contained every aspect amongst the devil cultivator's moves. Although it wasn't as strong as the devil soul technique practiced by Su Jiqian, the moves contained within it were definitely top-notch in this world as well. And what's even more counterintuitive is that the cultivation directions contained within can be supplied to people who prefer different attack methods to cultivate. And 1,000 people cultivating will all derive 1,000 different moves. This was the system specifically for inner disciples to use for cultivation. Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh at how thoughtful the system was. Chen Yi handed this gongfu to Su's father and instructed, "In the future, you and Mother Su will serve as the elders of the Devil Cultivation Department, and this gong method will be handed over by you to your disciples to cultivate." There were gradually more and more disciples within the sect, and it was impossible for each and every one of them to be taught cultivation by Chen Yi. That's why there have to be elders, to take care of the practice of other disciples. Father Su nodded his head and accepted, although he thought that with his own strength as an elder of the Tianxian sect was still far from qualified. But since the patriarch had given him this important task, he would do his best to do it well. After distributing the gongfu to Father Su, Chen Yi led the crowd out of the Tianxian hall and flew towards the Devil Cultivation Department. The Ministry of Devil Cultivation was underneath a huge mountain that had a huge statue of an angel on top of it. According to Chen Ye's understanding, that giant mountain was also part of the Tianxian sect, only it was not yet known what kind of cultivator it was for. The world of immortal cultivation was vast and boundless. The types of cultivators were even more countless. Tianxian sect had equipped every type of cultivator with a place to cultivate, but there were still a lot of them that Chen Yi didn't recognize either just right. Chapter 57, It's Better to Hide. Chen Yi led the crowd to the Ministry of Devil Cultivation, and when viewed from mid-air, there was a large purple hall in the center of the Ministry of Devil Cultivation, which exuded an extremely horrifying baleful aura, and the surrounding area seemed to be shrouded in a layer of purple filters as well. If an ordinary person came here, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to stay for a few minutes. But this place is an excellent treasure for the devil cultivator type. The courtyard of the magic cultivation department had many rooms that were supplied for the disciples to live in, and there were also many trees planted around it. If it were normal, these trees would have dried up due to the corrosion of the baneful qi, but the trees here absorbed the baneful qi and grew abnormally lush. It's not a lifeless look, but rather a different kind of beauty. After bringing the crowd to the ground, Chen Yi instructed Su's father, "This place will be handed over to you from now on, and it's getting late, so this seat will leave you alone for now. The disciples are also very tired, so you should also rest early." After overthrowing the Sanyuan sect, it was already dark when he came back. Perhaps because he had consumed a lot of spiritual energy, Chen Yi rarely felt a bit tired and wanted to have a good sleep. Only after bidding farewell to the crowd of the demon race did Chen Yi take the 3 disciples back. The crowd of demon race disciples looked at the departing patriarch, their faces filled with gratitude. From now on, they would have to cultivate here, and when they had achieved something, they would definitely do their best to repay the sovereign's favor. After returning to the Tianxian hall, the 3 disciples each went back to their houses and went to bed, and Chen Yi also returned to his room. Yawning, Chen Yi only felt swept away by a wave of drowsiness. He came to the bed and unexpectedly found a handful of white cat hair on the pillow. No, more like a tiger's fur, to be precise. Strange, why was there demonic beast fur in his room? Could it be that a demonic beast had sneaked in while the clan was empty? It doesn't look like it. If a demonic beast had been here, this house would be a mess. It's just a matter of not thinking about it. Maybe some bird has flown in. Chen Yi didn't bother to think about this, lifting the quilt and getting in. Feeling uncomfortable in his position, he moved again, just barely touching something. Wait, what's that? What's that? Chen Yi was full of doubts and grabbed it with his hand. It was soft, comfortable and elastic. The strange touch came, and Chen Yi only felt that his sleepiness had dissipated quite a bit, and he was directly refreshed. He slowly lifted the covers, and then his eyes widened with disbelief. There was a cute loli with white hair under the quilt, looking at her with a flushed face, and Chen Yi's big hand had just been. This white-haired loli seemed to have been scratched in pain, with red eyes and a tearful look that made people pity her to no end. When Chen Yi saw this expression on her face, his first reaction was to apologize first. After all, he was the one who had hurt her. I'm sorry. Wait. No. Why am I apologizing? Why are you in my bed ahoy? After apologizing, Chun Yi then reacted and asked in surprise. And right here and now, outside Chen Ye's room, Su Jiqian changed into a very hot purple short dress and lace-edged stockings. This outfit set off her perfect and soft figure to the extreme. Her hand was on the doorknob and she was about to push open the door to her master's room. Master was so tired from trying to save her people, she had to help her master loosen her muscles before she could do so. It just so happened that both senior sisters were sleeping at the moment, which was a good opportunity to steal food, although the consequences would be very serious if senior sister Lang found out afterward. But it's better not to be found out. Senior sister Lang is still too tender. I'll never be able to do anything but follow my sister. Just at the moment when Su Jiqian was full of complacency, she was about to push open the door of her master's room. She suddenly sensed that the door to one of the houses, not far away, had been opened. The one who came out from inside was clearly her senior sister Lang. Speak of the devil, and he's here. What's Sister Lang doing out so late at night? Just as Su Jiqian was puzzled, she saw senior sister Lang walking towards her position. Lang's sister is also going to attack her master at night. This is bad. If senior sister Lang finds out, the problem will be very serious. The power of the ice drop art that senior sister Lang had summoned in the Sanyuan sect not long ago was still lingering in her mind. It's better to hide. Su Jiqian thought in her heart and hurriedly hid in the bushes on the side of the house. At this moment, Lang Luoli had already walked to the door of her master's room. She was dressed in an ice blue halter dress that looked a bit like a nightgown, with a blue embroidered leg ring purposely tied around her thighs. The beautiful neck that was carved like white jade sent a bow at the neck, as if it was a gift that was about to be unwrapped. Lang Luoli's hand was placed on the door handle, her heart beating a little faster. She had been preparing for this moment for a long time, and now she had finally mustered up the courage. When she thought that her senior sister was even one step ahead of her, and that she had gone behind her back to steal food, she was a little displeased. Really? Senior sister is not just a little bit bigger here, a little bit of warmth there, and looks like a red face only. She's not so bad, alright. Masters should like her type. Lang Luoli took a deep breath and was about to push open the door to her master's room. Either way, she had to express herself to her master and couldn't be hiding it. If the master could accept it, then it would be best. If not, then she would continue to pursue it. Anyway, she and her master were together every day, so sooner or later they would be able to make a meal out of it. The moment she was about to open the door to her master's room, she suddenly saw the door to one of the rooms not far away being opened. A dark silhouette was moving in the night, heading this way. The distance was a bit far, and Lang Luoli didn't use her divine sense, so she was somewhat unable to see the other party's appearance. But this color of skin is definitely Hu Jiuyu without a doubt. What's Hu doing out here in the middle of the night, coming in this direction? Wait, he's not here to see master, is he? The clothes she wore today were a bit shameful. She hadn't let anyone other than her master see them yet. If senior sister Hu saw it, she would absolutely hate to find a crack in the ground. Better find a place to hide. That bush next to Master Chief's house looks pretty hidden. Thinking in her heart, Lang Luoli hurriedly ducked in. Under the night, the bright moonlight shone on the two of them. Two pairs of eyes stared out into the darkness. Su Jiqian, degree? Lang Luoli, degree. Chapter 58, One More Person. Lang Luoli was the first to speak. Master, senior sister, what are you doing here? What are you doing up so late hiding in the bushes? She asked suspiciously. Then before her senior sister could reply, she responded and continued. I see. Senior sister, you're here to steal food again. Hiding because I'm afraid of being discovered. Good, you senior sister. I definitely can't let you off lightly this time. Su Jiqian was caught by senior sister Lang and was a bit flustered for a while. However, when she took a good look at what Lang Luoli was wearing, she directly snorted out a laugh. PFF. Ha. Senior sister Ling, turns out you still wear this kind of clothes. This bow is for master. Trying to get master to open it like a present. Before Su Jiqian finished her words, she saw Lang Luoli blush in a way that was rarely seen. Her mouth was open like a wave, her shyness overflowing. Looking at her senior sister's unrestrained smile, she gradually turned from shyness to irritation, as if she was about to explode at any moment. Senior sister, you still say? Ice drop technique. She instantly unleashed her moves, wanting to teach this unruly senior sister who came to steal food and taunted her a good lesson. Su Jiqian waved her hand in succession at this sight and pointed not far away. Shoo, senior sister who is here, and you don't want senior sister who to find out. Be quiet. Senior sister who has particularly good ears. Hearing her senior sister's words, Lang Luoli reluctantly withdrew her moves and went completely quiet. It was already humiliating enough to have her senior sisters see her. She didn't want to let her senior sister see her again. At this time, Hu Jiuyue had already walked to the door of her master's room. She wore a black and white color scheme made outfit, but the white silk pantyhose had been replaced with black fishnet stockings with white embroidered accents at the top. On top of his head was a wreath of different colored flowers, which had a special significance in the elves. It's usually worn on the wedding night. The silver-white moonlight spread over her face, and the unique three-dimensional features of the elf appeared unusually delicate and beautiful at this moment. Simply unrivaled. But anyone who stops to look at it will have their heart beating more than once. What was even more irresistible was that at that moment it was such an exquisite face that was emanating a slight blush, like a blush embellishing her perfection. Hu Jiuyu stood in her master's doorway, took a deep breath, and made up her mind. You must have the courage to speak your heart out with your master today. Just at the moment she was about to open the door to her master's room, her ears suddenly caught the sound of voices coming out of her master's room. It was a very subtle sound, as if the owner was talking to someone. Hu Jiuyu frowned and pondered for a moment. Could it be that senior sister Su or senior sister Lang had arrived earlier than her? Damn! She'd had a hard time getting up the courage to come today. Just as Hu Jiuyu hesitated again and again, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from inside the room, and someone was approaching the door. Although Hu Jiuyu had gathered enough courage today, she was not ready to meet other people. That is, the two senior sisters could not. It's better to hide for a while. With that in mind, she headed toward the grassy area off to the side of the owner's house. Pushing aside the grass, Hu Jiuyu bumped into two people as soon as she entered. Suji Qian, Lang Luoli, Hu Jiuyu, Sigma, degree. At this moment, in the middle of a quiet and peaceful night, their three good disciples unexpectedly met here. Three men, three pairs of eyes, stared at each other for a long time without one of them speaking. Both were too embarrassed to speak to each other. In the end, it was Lang Luoli who took the lead. Senior sister Su is hiding here because I'm here. I'm hiding here because senior sister Hu is here. Then what are you hiding here because of? Senior sister Hu. A bad feeling gradually rose in Lang Luoli's heart. Hearing senior sister Lang's words, Su Jiqian's expression also grew more and more puzzled, an incredulous look written all over her face. There were only the three of them and their master in this heavenly Xian hall, so it was hard not to have one more person. Who's that extra guy? There's a ghost, Hu Jiuyu said, pointing at her master's doorway. I heard noises in the house and I thought you guys were in there. Blown up. All three of them were blown up at the moment. Master can't be alone in the middle of the night talking to himself. There must be someone else in the house. Master is hiding a woman in a golden house. Is Lang Luoli's temperament not good enough? Or is Phantom Devil's body not great enough? Or is Hu Jiuyu's character not good enough? Master has even found someone else? At this time, the three of them didn't need to hide, and they all crowded to the door of their master's room. The three men lined up and pressed their ears to the doorway to listen inside. Although the fact that their master had an affair was unacceptable to them for a while, their master was the one they admired the most no matter what. Even if they found someone else, they had no right to ask. They could only find a way to accept it. At the same time, in his heart, he secretly said that he was incompetent, to the extent that he let his master hold back to go find other people. At this moment, Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli's eyes gradually looked towards senior sister Su, as if chiding senior sister Su. How did you become a chimera? At this moment, Su Jiqian was filled with confusion. Come on. Usually when she strikes out you two either stop or help. How come this time you start blaming her? But you guys are now using the word fatwater. Hey. The three play mind games with each other when there's no one else, and hate to push each other when someone else shows up. At this point all three men had their ears pressed to the doorway. Su Jiqian's ears weren't as good as senior sister Hu's, but she was still curious and couldn't use her divine sense to offend her master yet. She pressed tighter and tighter, not noticing her surge pressing against the doorknob. Shortly afterward, there was a click. Chen Yi didn't lock the door when he went to bed, and as soon as the door handle was pressed, the door to the room was opened directly. Su Jiqian and Hu Jiuyu didn't react and directly fell to the ground by accident. Perhaps because of the difference in counterweights, only Lang Luoli stabilized herself and didn't make a fool of herself. After the three of them mistakenly entered the master's room together, their expressions were all flustered. Eavesdropping on their master's privacy was very impolite behavior. They were both good disciples of their master. This was clearly an act of rebellion, punching the master and going against his disciples. But the moment they were about to apologize to their master, they looked up. and they were surprised to see their master teacher doing something very shameful. Perverted master teacher. Chapter 59 Pervert Master 2.0. Shen Yi was standing in front of the closet at the moment, holding a piece of clothing that he had just exchanged from the system store and set it on that white-haired lowly. Not long ago, Shen Yi realized that there was suddenly an extra person under his comforter. After the two of them had a brief exchange of words, Shen Yi was able to learn the origin of this white-haired lowly. Although he was surprised by the fact that he had saved an irrelevant demonic beast with one of his random strikes, he had no choice but to accept it. But the problem with demonic beasts' first transformation is that they don't wear clothes. When Shen Yi saw this, he had thought of calling the disciples and helping out. After all, his identity is not very convenient here. But this white-haired lowly had to stick to him and refused to let go for a moment. Shen Yi finally had to help her dress herself. At this moment, Shen Yi had just gotten halfway through putting on his clothes when three disciples stormed into the room. Shen Yi's hands shook at this sudden turn of events, and in the eyes of the three disciples, the scene directly changed flavor. It's as if Shen Yi is undressing her. At this time, Su Jiqian violently climbed up and looked at her master with very strange eyes. And after thinking for a moment she opened her mouth. Master, Xian'er has always thought that you liked Xian'er's type. It turns out that you like this. It's okay, master. Xian'er can understand you. Just next time, please lock the door. Shen Yi was now a yellow mud falling into his pants. It was either or not. Hu Jiuyu at this time was full of curiosity to come to the side of the white-haired lowly, carefully sizing her up. There were very obvious demonic features on the top and back of his head, clearly not human. With a melting expression on her face, Hu Jiuyu stepped forward and stroked the top of her head as she asked her master. Master, how long has she been hiding here? When I cleaned the master's room earlier, why didn't I see? Did the master use some secret technique? Su Jiqian also nodded her head to follow up. Yes. Master, when did you hide it? Before, when I came to your room to steal your clothes. How come I didn't see it? Shen Yi's face was filled with questions when he heard the words of the two. He said how he had a piece of clothing before could not be found. It turned out to let the eldest disciple you stole and you even blatantly said it hey. I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm not sure if you're a good person, and I'm not sure if you're a good person, and I'm not sure if you're a good person. If someone could have heard what was in Shen Yi's heart, they would have nodded their head and said that you look like Su Jiqian, and Hu Jiuyu didn't have a reliable one at this time. In the end it was Lang Luoli who reacted and went up to help that white-haired lowly put her clothes on. Lang Luoli then said with a serious expression as she pinched her senior sister's and junior sister's ears with her two hands, respectively, don't start a ruckus. Listen to master first. Lang Luoli was not as whimsical as her senior sister and junior sister and guessed that there might be something fishy going on here. Seeing that the disciples had finally quieted down, Shen Yi was relieved. But then again, how come it seems like the second disciple is more like the master than him? Master Shen Yi had another day full of majesty today. Soon, Shen Yi told the disciples about the origin of this white-haired lowly. After the disciples learned of her origin, they were also happy to accept it. While looking like they had come to a realization, Su Jiqian's expression was even more obviously relieved in general. The reason she reacted this way was because she was worried that her master was a lelicon and like not her type. But luckily, it's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. After Shen Yi finished explaining everything, he said to Hu Jiuyu, anyway, you take her to find a room to rest for a while, and we'll talk about anything in the morning. Master is a bit sleepy and wants to sleep first. For the sudden white-haired lowly, Shen Yi felt it was better to give her a room first. After all, you can't sleep in your own room. Even though the white-haired lowly didn't want to leave with Shen Yi, in order not to disturb Shen Yi's rest, she had no choice but to hold Hu Jiuyu's hand and leave for the time being. Su Jiqian, at this time, was pushing the back of senior sister Lang as she walked. Then we won't disturb master's rest. Ha ha. While Su Jiqian spoke, she also threw a wink at her master, giving a secret glance. This scene was naturally not seen by Lang Luoli. She was pushed by senior sister Su and left the house of her master. Coming outside the house, Su Jiqian said to senior sister Lang, since all three of us are going to steal food today, we'll call it even. Go back and rest early. We have to practice together tomorrow. Lang Luoli looked at her senior sister with a face full of vigilance. You go back first, or I won't feel comfortable. Su Jiqian, where is the most basic trust between our sisters? Where is the trust? Lang Luoli's face was full of black lines. Senior sister, you really have a lot of drama, but I don't trust you at all. Seeing that senior sister Lang didn't trust her, Su Jiqian patted her chest and assured her, I promise, if I steal food while you're gone, I'll Lang Luoli wrapped her hands around her chest and looked at her senior sister with an expressionless face. You're on what Su Ji-qian's expression was serious, as if she had made up her mind. I'll just make you some tea. Lang Luoli directly gave her a headbutt. How dare you even mention it? Who's going to drink the tea you're making? In the end, Su Ji-qian went back to her room under Lang Luoli's gaze, and only then did Lang Luoli feel relieved to go back to the house to rest. Although this night attack failed, but Lang Luoli still wasn't discouraged. There were long days ahead, and she couldn't believe that she would be disturbed by a light bulb every time. The camera pans to Chenye's room. Chenye had just covered the quilt with the intention of going to sleep when he felt a gust of fresh wind blowing through the window next to his bed. Then there was an additional figure by the bed. This person was naturally Su Ji-qian. She was holding a small bottle in her hand, and was smiling delicately at her master. Hey, master, look at this. This is a spirit liquid. A liquid that surfaces when the concentration of aura fills up to a certain level. Applied to Qian'er's soft and slender hands, it will be of great help in cultivation and other things. Oh, Chenye, 6. Chenye, say, senior disciple, how did you get in here? Su Ji-qian pointed to the window next to her and said, just now, I hid in the bushes over here, and I just happened to realize that there's actually a window here. Other people don't know it. In the future, Master, remember to leave windows for Qian'er. It is said that from today onwards, whether it is windy or rainy, whether it is a cold winter day or a blazing summer day, the window next to Chenye's bed was never closed again. Chapter 60, New Disciple? When the first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on Chenye's face, the time had already come to the next day. Chenye opened his eyes, and beside the bed was lying the eldest disciple, who was in a deep sleep. The eldest disciple's sleeping expression was all smiles, and the look was one of immense contentment. As soon as Chenye left the comforter, intending to dress and organize, the eldest disciple felt as if he had lost something around him and woke up in a daze. Good morning, master. She woke up and rubbed her eyes, greeting her master. Su Ji-qian, who had just woken up, had somewhat disheveled hair, but it wouldn't look unkempt. Instead, it had a lazy beauty. Her skin was also tender to the point of being watery in the vibrant morning, and there was not a single blemish on her delicate face. Chenye went up and rubbed her head, saying gently, it was hard work last night. By the way, that said, yesterday, you and senior sister both, why did you appear in master's room at the same time? Yesterday, Chenye was so busy explaining himself and the white-haired loli that he overlooked this detail. It was only when I thought about it after I got back to it that I realized something was wrong. What were the three disciples doing in his room in the middle of the night? When Su Ji-qian heard her master's father suddenly ask this, her expression suddenly stiffened, and her hazy sleepiness dissipated quite a bit. How is this going to be explained to the master? Master should not yet know that my two sisters also like master. As long as she didn't volunteer to say anything, she'd still be able to enjoy exclusive mastery for a while. It's better not to say anything. Let the two senior sisters go with the flow. Right at this moment, the sounds of playfulness and fun just happened to come from outside the room. So Su Ji-qian digressed. Let's not talk about that for now, master. The senior sisters seem to have woken up, and we have guests to entertain. It's better to get out early so we don't keep everyone waiting. The guest Su Ji-qian was talking about was the white-haired loli that suddenly appeared yesterday. Seeing that the eldest disciple was unwilling to speak, Chenye didn't bother to pursue the matter. After all, what else could the three disciples have come to him for? It couldn't be to take his life. In a sense it does. Chenye put on his clothes and tidied up before pushing open the door and walking out. Outside the door was the square of Tianxian Hall, and at this time, Hu Jiuyu and Lang Luoli woke up early. Lang Luoli was meditating and practicing, while Hu Jiuyu was throwing frisbees. Right under Chenye's gaze, Hu Jiuyu held a frisbee in her hand and threw it towards the distance. The white-haired loli landed on all four paws and happily went up to hold it in her mouth, then ran back. Here Chenye also noticed a detail, that the white-haired loli's arms and legs could be freely changed to look like they came. Very convenient. But more importantly, how did he remember that the white-furred loli was a white tiger before? Feline to be exact, right? Third disciple, how did you play her like a dog? It's a little bit not quite right, hey? At this moment, when the white-haired loli saw Chenye appear, she jumped over happily. Good morning, master. Her body was still wearing the clothes that Chenye had redeemed from the system store yesterday. On top, she wore a pink dress with a big bow at the neckline of the dress, which was just as cute as can be with her image. With pure white pantyhose on her legs and no shoes on her feet, her pink and white silk feet were on display. She also had a wagging, thin, black and white striped tail behind her. and ears on the top of her head that twitched every now and then. Chunyi was in a hurry yesterday when she exchanged her clothes and didn't look carefully, but she didn't expect that when she took a closer look today, the clothes would match her so well. No, it's more like she was born perfect, so she's cute as hell in everything she wears. Seeing this, Chunyi couldn't help but reach out and stroke her head while saying back, "Well, good morning to you too. Say, who taught you to say master?" After Chunyi asked, the two of them shifted their gazes to Hu Jiuyu at the same time. It seems that Hu Jiuyu got along extraordinarily well with the white-haired loli, and even gave her her own catchphrase. Lang Luoli and Hu Jiuyu also came up together to say good morning to their master. At this time, Chunyi unexpectedly found that Lang Luoli unexpectedly did not resent this white-haired loli and unusually stood very close. According to Chunyi's understanding of Lang Luolui, generally, second disciples had always avoided people they just met, and would rarely stand closer. Perhaps it was because of Lang Luoli's personality, or perhaps it was because of the mentality of being wary of outsiders that she had cultivated by practicing alone outside before she met Chunyi. Since even Lang Luoli didn't watch out for this white-haired loli, it meant that she was getting along very well with the disciples. Chunyi remembered that the white-haired loli said that she wanted to come to him to repay his kindness, but to be honest, Chunyi didn't have anything he could use her for. If she wanted to return the favor, there was only one way to do it. What are you guys thinking? Chunyi's right hand happened to be stroking the top of the white-haired loli's head, and he was taking this opportunity to check her physique. If the qualifications were sufficient, it was possible to consider taking on a disciple. When she became a disciple, the output of system points would be counted as repayment for Chunyi. Yes, it's this payback. As Chunyi's spiritual energy gradually probed into her body, her delicate and soft body visibly trembled. The feeling of someone else's spiritual energy entering her body was a first for her. Her voice softened a bit as she asked softly, "Master, is something coming in? It feels so weird." The spiritual energy entered her body, giving the white-haired loli the feeling of being seen through. If anyone else had done that to her, she would have opened her bloody mouth and ripped them into wreckage. Don't look at the fact that she was a petite and cute loli when she took human form, but when she was a demonic beast, she wasn't weak at all when she fought with her own kind for territory. But Chunyi wasn't anyone else. Her life was now saved by Chunyi. There was nothing unacceptable about just being checked for qualifications. Moreover, not only her qualifications, but other things she had also been seen by Chunyi a long time ago. Well, bear with me, it'll be over soon. Chunyi returned. After checking her qualifications, Chunyi slowly withdrew his hand, his expression somewhat surprised. Chunyi remembered that the white-haired loli should have been at the cultivation level of the Purple Mansion realm before she took human form, but now it was only the third heavenly realm. However, her qualifications were unexpectedly good, and she was actually a top-grade 6th grade spiritual root. Soon, Chunyi thought about it. After the demonic beasts took human form, they could cultivate in the same way humans did, and by switching from the cultivation style of demonic beasts to that of humans, the overall cultivation style changed, which was tantamount to practicing again. This was the reason why most demonic beasts were unwilling to take on human form. Doing so would do them little good. Chapter 61 New Disciple by Yue. Although you can obtain a human body and move around more easily, your realm will also decline to a large extent. At the same time, in the immortal cultivation world, there is constant friction between the various races, and they also discriminate against each other. So it was even more unlikely that any demonic beasts would give birth to the idea of taking human form and integrating into human society against discrimination. Thinking of this, Chunyi couldn't help but feel a bit touched inwardly when he looked at the white-haired loli once again. He could imagine that the white-haired loli must have made a great deal of determination when she transformed into her form, and gave just as much. For the creatures of this world, cultivation was everything. She, on the other hand, was willing to put aside her hundreds of years of cultivation and degrade to a cultivator of the innate realm. But she also came to find Chunyi, who had saved her. In Chunyi's eyes, saving the white-haired loli was just a matter of passing. However, in the white-haired loli's opinion, Chunyi was a benefactor worthy of expending 3 great realms of cultivation to meet her. She was willing to drop everything to come to Chunyi as well. This state of mind was enough to move him to the core. I'm sure Lang Luoli also saw this early on, which is why she didn't resent this white-haired loli that suddenly appeared. When Chunyi detected that her qualifications were sufficient, he asked seriously, "This seat wants to take you as a disciple. Do you want to stay in the Tianxian sect and cultivate?" When the white-haired loli heard Chunyi's words, she was first a bit stunned, and then her face was filled with joy. She knew that some human races didn't like demon races, and when she came to Chen Yi in her transformed form, she had actually prepared herself to be kicked out. This Tianxian sect, which had suddenly appeared within the Spirit Void Mountain, was discovered by the crowd of demonic beasts early on. Spiritual energy within the Tianxian sect was incomparably strong, and among the demonic beasts in this Spirit Void Mountain, almost every demon wanted to come over and take a look. She had thought of coming to help Chen Yi do something to repay his kindness, and after that, she would grab and leave, not taking advantage of her benefactor. As it turned out, instead of just throwing her out, Kong was going to keep her. This is not for her to return the favor. This is not another big favor owed to the benefactor. The white-haired lowly followed the human method of worshipping a teacher and kowtow to Chen Yi. I do. Meet Master. After performing the ritual of paying homage to the Master, Chen Yi's mind was reminded of the system beep. Ding! The host is detected to have taken one personal disciple. Rewarded with system points, 20,000. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Chen Yi was slightly surprised. I didn't expect that accepting a personal disciple with a 6th grade spiritual root would give so many system points. It seemed that taking on personal disciples would be the fastest way to gain system points in the future. However, accepting disciples was a responsibility. Chen Yi would not make the mistake of tying up all the 6th grade spiritual root cultivators in the world for the sake of system points and imprisoning them to let them generate system points. This is so evil. After paying her respects to Chen Yi, the white-haired lowly addressed the 3 disciples again. Hello sisters. Her voice was soft and sticky to the ear. When Hu Jiu heard her call out to the senior sister, her heart was simply happy. Previously out of the 3 disciples, she was the youngest one. This time she had actually become a senior sister as well. There was a feeling of being needed that made her happy. Hu Jiu rubbed the white-haired lowly's head and asked Chen Yi, Master, shouldn't we give her a name? Chen Yi nodded after hearing this. Also, she hasn't had a name in all the time she's been here. Chen Yi closed her eyes and contemplated for a moment, thinking of a name that would suit her. She was a white tiger before she transformed, and after she transformed, her skin was also white and soft, and the fur on her body was also white. Just call Bai Yue. Chen Yi spoke. Bai Yue was excited to get the name given by her master and went forward to hug her master. Excitedly, she rubbed her little head against the small of her master's back. Chapter 62, Bai Yue's Technique. Demonic beasts usually didn't have names, and when they once had a name, it meant that they had an owner, and with a master, it's to serve him for the rest of his life. Although Chen Yi didn't know this, Bai Yue was at this point, but she had already secretly decided that she would always stay by her master's side. Langluoli watched the scene of her senior father naming senior sister Bai and slowly recalled the origin of her name. Langluoli was not called Langluoli in the earliest days. This name was given to her later by her master. Unlike the other 2 disciples, she had little memory of her parents, and her earliest name came from nowhere. That's why she asked her master to rename her after she recognized him. It seemed like she was so happy when she got the name given to her by her master at that time. Moreover, when master gave her a name at that time, it seems that he also said that she always had a poker face, so the word cold was added to her name. I have to say, the name that the master teacher came up with was quite unique. Chen Yi had taken in new disciples, and the system store had been updated with new feats. This technique was called Linglong Xin Gong, a technique that favored the agility class, where attack and speed coexisted and could kill the enemy invisibly, and it was tailored to Bai Yue's microscopic size. Chen Yi redeemed it and handed it to Bai Yue. This is the Gung Fu that master gifted you. Keep it. Bai Yue received the merit law with an expression of excitement just like when the 3 disciples received it for the first time. As she flipped the Gung Fu open, it then also turned into a stream of light and merged into her mind. Feeling the power contained within this Gong Fu, Bai Yue said with excitement, Master, can I try the power of this technique? Chen Yi nodded and returned. Of course, I'm your master now, so I'll naturally tutor you in your cultivation. Receiving the affirmation from their master, the 2 came to the square. Chen Yi assumed a stance of, you make a move. The other 3 disciples were also standing aside curiously, observing the 2 sparring. Bai Yue gradually bent down after receiving her master's affirmation. The white fluffy tail waved in the air, and the limbs transformed into adorable tiger paws. Only if one looked closely, there were sharp claw blades hidden underneath the furry tiger claws. If you get caught, you're bound to bleed out. Bai Yue began to mobilize her spiritual energy around her body, and then fiercely scurried out. In the eyes of the 3 disciples, senior sister Bai just disappeared into thin air. There wasn't even a trace of a residual shadow left behind. The eyes of the 3 disciples darted around the field. It was discovered that Bai Yue had already arrived behind master teacher. the tiger claw that was as big as Bai Wei's head just fell. However, she was worried about hurting her master, so the sharp claws, instead of extending, were hidden in the pads of flesh. His fears were naturally overstated. The three disciples couldn't see Bai Wei's movements, but Chen Yi did see them clearly. Chen Yi casually turned around, and with a single reach, he grabbed her furry tiger paw. Well, that's good. That's fast. If the person fighting against you isn't master, even if it's a cultivator around the ninth heaven of the foundation stage, he might not be able to catch you. Well, do you want to continue? Chen Yi said in admiration while asking. Bai Wei's entire body was being carried by one of her master's hands, so she was half hanging in the air, her appearance appearing very cute and interesting. Bai Wei didn't reply, but instead, her entire body swung with force. It landed on the master's body like a swing. With all his strength, he held his master in his arms, and his whole body just hung on to his master's body. Chapter 63, Poor Chen Yi. Bai Wei felt that the odor on Chen Yi's body was like catnip, innately attracting her. This feeling in particular, she simply loved it so much that she couldn't wait to just stick it on for the rest of her life. Bai Wei's arms tightly hugged her master's neck at this time. The white legs that were covered in white silk were also wrapped around the master's waist. The entire petite body was just hanging on to the master's body. The lowly girl had pure white shoulder-length hair, which was vaguely reflecting a silver-white light because of the sunlight. The look was as if a little angel had descended from heaven. Her skin was white and red at the moment, and with the red filter plus the angelic version of her appearance, she was simply breathtakingly beautiful. She chuckled as she sucked in her breath. Thank you, master, for accompanying disciple to cultivate. Disciple is very happy. She looked up at her master's perfect face and soft lips, and an urge grew in her heart. Master's scent she loved so much. She wanted to taste it so badly. The life of a demonic beast has always been more spontaneous, not knowing what to cover up. For example, they eat when they want to eat and sleep when they want to sleep without any constraints or much to do. So at this point, she didn't have any hesitation. Directly into the master's face, he slowly poked his head in. Chen Yi was attacked without any defense, and his entire body was directly confused. Bai Wei's body gradually lost some of its strength, and her legs gradually loosened up, as if she was about to fall. Chen Yi was worried about her falling, so he had to subconsciously support her soft and delicate body. When the three disciples saw this scene, all of them were wide-eyed. Didn't we agree to practice? Just do it, huh? Why are you still moving your mouth? You've gone a little overboard. Sister White, don't do whatever you want just because you're cute. The three disciples looked at each other at this moment. Although they were all displeased with Senior Sister Bai's behavior, none of them were too embarrassed to personally go up and stop Senior Sister Bai. After all, White Senior Sister is so cute. They will have to rua a bit later. Senior White Sister's soft body looked so good to touch. What if it makes Sister White unhappy and she won't give it a touch? After a long time, in the end, it was Su Jiqian, who was the eldest senior sister, who stepped forward. She gently tugged on Bai Wei's neck and lifted her up like a cat. Senior Sister Bai, this is too much of a violation, hey. She first gave a fake lecture, then leaned over and whispered in Senior Sister Bai's ear. Don't worry about what Senior Sister Su said just now. Just pay attention and don't let Senior Sister Lang find out. She has a small heart and a big jealousy. Senior Sister, I don't even care. Also, next time something like this happens, call at least. Su Jiqian said, lifting Senior Sister Bai's neck and placing her safely on the ground. Lang Luoli didn't hear what Senior Sister and Senior Sister Bai said. For some reason, she always felt it wasn't a good thing to say. It's more like there's something in her mind that she's even making a point of saying it behind her back. Although Lang Luoli didn't hear it, Hu Jiuyui really heard it. When she looked at Senior Sister Lang, who was called small-minded by Senior Sister Su, she couldn't hold back for a moment and snorted out a laugh. Lang Luoli's face was full of questions. Senior Sister Hu, what are you laughing at? Do I have something on my face? Senior Sister Hu forced herself to hold it back. PFF. No, it's nothing. Senior Sister Su's description is indeed quite apt. On the other end, Su Jiqian began to be a bit dishonest herself after placing Senior Sister Bai on the ground. She couldn't help but swallow her fragrant saliva as she looked at her master's face, which was a bit flushed from the attack. Then himself just hugged it. Lang Luoli. Senior Sister Su said she was teaching the clueless Senior Sister Bai, but she ended up doing it herself? It's too much. Lang Luoli, Senior Sister. Stealing food in front of me again. Ice drop. Lang Luoli couldn't lay her hands on the lovely white Senior Sister, but she had no mercy on her Senior Sister. It even feels like you're getting off lightly every time. Lang Luoli unleashed her skills without a second thought, intending to teach the senior sister a good lesson. Su Jiqian had thought to take advantage of the cover played by senior sister Bai and take this opportunity to fish in troubled waters for a bit. I didn't expect to be discovered by senior sister Lang after all. A cold pressure descended on Su Jiqian's body. At this moment, she only felt a chill that went straight to the sky. Realizing that she couldn't hide this time, she hurriedly spread her legs and ran. How dare you run? Stop right there. Lang Luoli stomped her foot in anger, and with a single hand, an ice blue ice mace surfaced in her slender, moist hand. She grabbed the beautifully carved ice staff and huffed after it. Perhaps it was because of her more slender legs that she chased after her senior sister effortlessly. The huge ice cones that were summoned smashed into the verdant stone ground countless times, leaving ruins everywhere. After the two living treasures left, only Chen Yi, Hu Jiuyue, and Bai Yue were left in the same place, and the three of them looked at each other in dismay. Hu Jiuyu had obviously long been used to the scene and shrugged helplessly. Master, both senior sisters have gone out to play. Let's continue cultivating. Chen Yi. That's fine. In Chen Ye's opinion, his three disciples were all at their most lively and active age, and it was normal for them to like to fight. He wasn't a strict master teacher, and since his disciples liked to play, it was fine to let them play. Su Jiqian, who's being chased at the moment. Su Jiqian. Master, I don't really like to play. Help! Chen Yi blithely didn't notice the eldest disciple's plea for help and continued to cultivate with the remaining two disciples. Time passed slowly, and it came to afternoon. In the women's soup of the indoor spa, Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli had just come in and had not yet bathed and changed. Lang Luoli said to senior sister Su with a face of impatience, plus a cold expression, "You said you had something nice to make up to me? Then what did you bring me here for?" Just now, Lang Luoli's icy staff was about to slap Su Jiqian's body. As a result, Su Jiqian suddenly begged for forgiveness, saying that she would give her a gift and beg for forgiveness. The two appeared after that. It was then that Su Jiqian rummaged in the corner of the dressing room, and then turned out a dress. She held the dress very dearly, as if she were holding some rare treasure. Suji Sin, nah, that's the one. Lang Luoli? What do you mean? What are you giving clothes for? And it's a man's dress, so I can't wear it? The piece of clothing Su Jiqian was holding was a green-colored robe. She was seen holding that dress while inhaling furiously, her pupils flashing with little pink hearts. Chapter 64, Master. I like you. Su Jiqian said to senior sister Lang. This is not an ordinary dress. I managed to steal it from my master's bedroom. You're allowed to wear it a little bit today. Just a little bit, Su Jiqian said while handing the green-colored robe to Lang Luoli's body like a treasure. Lang Luoli's face was full of questions at this time. Come on, what kind of a gift is that? Also, why did you steal master's clothes and give me something to wear? Why should I wear it? Lang Luoli covered her head helplessly. She was about to be exasperated by this senior sister. I'm not wearing it. Say, what the hell are you hitting on again? Seeing that senior sister Ling didn't want it, Su Jiqian hurriedly took the clothes back and held them like a treasure. It's your own refusal, so I'll wear it myself. With that, she changed into this green-colored robe in front of senior sister Lang. Lang Luoli looked at her senior sister with interest, wanting to see what she was going to do. Just under the gaze of her, Su Jiqian began to do some strange movements. Lang Luoli was immediately startled and hurriedly grabbed her senior sister's hand. You, what are you doing with master's clothes ahoy? Su Jiqian's pupils were filled with pink hearts, as if intoxicated. Once you put on the master's clothes, you are surrounded by the master's smell. You know, master's scent is so good that I can't help but. Lang Luoli, even though we are fellow disciples, senior sister, you're in front of me. This is too much of a boundary to cross. We still don't know exactly what Sujathan did. Perhaps only Lang Luoli knew. The camera pans around and Hu Jiuyu is now standing at the door of the indoor spa. She looked at the sign on the wall and wondered, has the master remodeled the indoor spa? Before, this place was a spa when you pushed the door open. Now it's male on the left and female on the right. She followed the sign, toward female, and walked over. After pushing open the door, Hu Jiuyu walked in without even thinking. And at this moment, inside the dressing room, Su Jiqian was taking off the green-colored robe on her body. When Hu Jiuyu saw the scene, she thought that her master was changing his clothes. His face rubbed red, blocking his eyes and backing away. Master, I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. As she said that, she left the locker room in a hurry. Inside the locker room, Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli looked at each other. There seems to have been a misunderstanding just now. Before they had a chance to explain, they were scared off by senior sister Hu. But it's okay, right? Hu Jiu should react and come back soon. At this moment, Hu Jiu retreated outside in a panic. She leaned against the wall and took a few deep breaths before calming her inner excitement. That was close. Almost offended the master. Maybe I'm going the wrong way. The sisters should be across the street, Hu Jiu murmured, then walked towards the other end. She pushed open the door to the locker room, which was empty. After Hu Jiu changed into her bathing clothes in the locker room, she came to the room with the hot spring pool. At this moment, Chunyi was soaking in the water with a face full of enjoyment, and his thoughts had long drifted to the clouds. Since Chunyi only showed his back, Hu Jiu didn't see who was in the clear water. Is it senior sister Su? Where did senior sister Lang go? Hu Jiu thought that it was senior sister Su in there, and while talking, she dipped into the pool water. Chunyi was filled with confusion when he heard that there was Hu Jiu's voice coming from him. What the hell? Why is there another person in the bath? What made him even more confused was that he could understand if it was the voice of the eldest disciple. But how did the voice of the third disciple appear here? Hu Jiu saw Sister Su did not reply. Some doubt towards Sister Su swim. After all, according to her understanding of senior Sister Su, she was unusually talkative. The rare silence made Hu Jiu feel unusual. Hu Jiu swam to the so-called Sister Su in front of the body. The two people look at each other. Hu Jiu, Chen Yi. Hu Jiu, Lord, Lord, Lord. After seeing who it was clearly, Hu Jiu was immediately shocked. Seeing the fake owner change her clothes earlier had given her shyness to the point of being unable to do so, and this time, seeing the frank and honest one in person, she just felt her head spin. Her face was like a special effect, the flush spreading to her collarbone in moments. Her mouth was open like a wave, and her whole body was shy to the core. It wasn't long before she only felt a spinning of the sky, followed by a direct collapse on her back. A burst of bubbles emerged from the hot spring water. Chen Yi, moon, moon. Seeing this, Chen Yi hurriedly went underwater and fished her out. She was then carried and placed on the shore. Looking at Hu Jiu who was still in a semi-conscious state, Chen Yi was at a loss for words. Although he was a cultivator, this was the first time he had done something like saving a young girl who had fallen into the water. What should we do in this situation? Feed her a healing pill or do artificial respiration? Artificial respiration? Chen Yi looked at Hu Jiu's exquisite face, as well as those soft lips, and for a moment, his heartbeat also accelerated a little. But in order to save the girl in the water, Chen Yi could not care less. Although the status is inappropriate, it's been touched many times before. Yuer should be able to understand him. With that in mind, Chen Yi's head slowly stuck over. And just as Chen Yi was about to touch Hu Jiu also opened her eyes at this moment. A short fall into the water wasn't a thing for ordinary people, let alone cultivators. Hu Jiu was briefly unconscious because she was too shy and had too many strong emotional swings. Recovering, she looked at her near master and her eyes went wide. But in her shyness, she would not refuse her master's request. Hu Jiu stretched out her arms at the last moment and hugged her master tightly. It was only after 10 minutes that Chen Yi broke free from it. It wasn't quite the artificial respiration he was thinking of, but it always accomplished its purpose. Chen Yi asked when he saw that Hu Jiu had almost recovered. Yuer, do you have something urgent? That's why you've come to find master? Hu Jiu shook her head. After getting over the extreme shyness at the beginning, she was getting used to it. She was going to say that the reason she was here was all a misunderstanding. But as things stood, Hu Jiu felt that she should have something more important to say. In this perfect place, she wanted to make her feelings known, and her master. Hu Jiu had been preparing for this moment for a long time. She gathered enough courage and opened her mouth. Master, I love you. Chapter 65, Hu Jiu's Confession. When she finished, she looked at her master with a slightly nervous expression. She didn't know if her master would accept her confession. And what would she do if her master was offended because of her confession? Will you not be able to post stickers with the owner in the future? Chen Yi was slightly stunned after hearing Hu Jiu's confession. He was going to reply that he liked Yuer too, and that Yuer was wonderful disciple. But looking at Hu Jiu's expression and demeanor, as well as the tone of voice, it seems not to mean that. It was more of a confession to him. Chen Yi had long since realized that he had always had a soft spot for the third disciple, just like the eldest disciple. It was only in the way of embarrassment that he never said anything. In this setting with only two people, it's more appropriate to reveal the heart. If Hu Jiu was really confessing to him, Chen Yi felt that he also had the need to speak to her clearly. If Hu Jiu didn't like his emotions, he would avoid and refrain from them in the future. This time, Chunyi took the rare initiative to confess to his disciple. Master likes you a lot too, but sometimes takes on more layers of meaning. In fact, there are times when Master has some other thoughts about you. And of course, Master knows that this is not right, but if you don't like it, Master will avoid it in the future. Chunyi said it clearly, and was not as ambiguous as Hu Jiuyu. There was even less coercion, and the words were full of respect. Hu Jiuyu paused for a long time when she heard her master's words, and then 1,000 thoughts rushed to her heart. With nowhere to vent the thoughts, they eventually turned into little tears and dripped onto the ground. She choked back sobs as she excitedly embraced her master. Master, I've liked you for a long time, and when you first picked up Yuer always had this idea. For so many years, Yuer has not dared to say anything for fear of attracting the master's resentment. To be able to hear master say that, Yuer is so happy. So happy. Master, I love you. Let's be together. In the true sense of the word, she showed her emotions to her master with abandon, and for once she had nothing to hide. She said all the things she had wanted to say to her master all these years, but had not dared to say, and truly said them all. Chunyi saw her cry out in excitement, and his heart was deeply touched. Hu Jiuyu's situation was different from that of the eldest disciple, who was very outgoing and rarely hid his thoughts. The love that the eldest disciple had for Chunyi had never been hidden, so the expression on the eldest disciple's face was one of immense fulfillment and happiness at the moment of obtaining it. Hu Jiuyu is different. She has been burying her love in her heart, hiding it very, very deep. The moment it actually broke out, the stirring within herself was unparalleled, and when Chunyi learned that the person he liked him just as much, he was also very happy inside. Chunyi also said gently, "Well, we're together." As he said that, he kissed once more. I don't know how long it's been. At this time inside another spa house, Su Jiqian and Lang Luoli were full of enjoyment as they dipped into the hot spring pool. As if Lang Luoli suddenly thought of something, she asked suspiciously towards senior sister Su. It's been so long, why haven't we seen senior sister Hu come back? It can't be true that they went across the street, but Master seems to have gone there, right? She had heard Master's voice coming from next door, so she knew that Master should be taking a bath as well. If Master Teacher is next door, Hu Jiuyu should return very quickly. Su Jiqian was soaking in the hot springs at this time, with a melting expression on her face, not bothering to think about this. She returned full of concern. Who knows? Probably went back to bed. It's hard to believe that you still think that senior sister Hu will seek out Master Hu to confess her love? Don't think about it, just with senior sister Hu's character. It's impossible. Lang Luoli hadn't thought about it in this regard, and nodded approvingly. Not that I'm worried about that. It's just that I feel a bit pathetic for making senior sister Hu lose her chance to take a bath. At this moment, Bai Yue was lying on the roof of the indoor spa and sunbathing, all the while licking his hand, which was transformed into a tiger's paw, every now and then. Although she was a white tiger demonic beast, her appearance looked particularly like a white cat. Basking in the sun was her favorite thing to do during the week. After all, there wasn't really much to do just before taking human form. It's either a land grab with their own kind, sunbathing, or playing with their dying prey. Of course, demonic beasts also possessed a high level of intelligence, so they also had languages to communicate with. Only the communication between the Demon King and the Demon King was mostly a hissing before going to war. However, in the Spirit Void Mountain, there was a top-notch existence that surpassed all the Demon Kings, and all the Demon Kings worshipped that one as the Demon Emperor. The realm was also so high that the existence of the crowd of Demon Kings could not be compared. Bai Yue did often look for that Demon Emperor to play with before, and the two were good friends. The last time the two of them met, the Demon Emperor said that he was very curious about the sudden appearance of the Tianqian sect and wanted to see what was going on inside. When they met again next time, Bai Yue would definitely brag to her about what she had seen and heard in the Tianqian sect. Seeing that the master teacher hadn't appeared for a long time, Bai Yue felt a little strange. Is Master taking a bath? Strange. Do humans take so long to bathe? Unlike their demonic beasts, they lick their fur and it's clean. Bai Yue had a thoughtful expression on her face. Her somewhat naturally dull expression, coupled with her white hair, her appearance was adorable to the extreme. Shortly afterward, she suddenly figured something out. The reason why humans don't lick their fur and clean themselves with a bath is because they can't reach it. Good grief. Licking fur is very comforting. It's amazing that Master is not blessed to enjoy this. Since her master's father couldn't do it, then she would help him out a bit as a favor. Bai Yue resolutely affirmed this idea in her heart. Chapter 66, Sci-Fi 4.0 Plath. The time came early the next morning. In the middle of an indoor spa, the red roses had long since been washed clean by the water. Hu Jiuyu had already changed her clothes and was sitting on the dresser that elder sister Su used to use to fix her hair. The expression was one of unparalleled happiness and contentment. She had lost track of how many times she had said yesterday, "Master, I'm so happy." Chunyi came to her side at this moment and tenderly helped her organize the broken hair around her ears. To be honest, Hu Jiuyu's physical ability was exceptionally good. Chunyi had thought that Hu Jiuyue would be like Su Jiqian for the first time, half unconscious. It didn't turn out to be, and it was him who was overthinking it. It might have something to do with the different gong methods practiced. The gong method Hu Jiuyu practiced was originally related to physical strength, so her physical strength was also exceptionally excellent. Also, the body is otherworldly and perfect. The vest line at the small of his back was very toned, with just the right combination of muscle and flesh. Hu Jiuyu stood up at this time and said to her master, "Master, your is ready. Let's go out." "I'm afraid the senior sisters have been waiting impatiently for a long time." Shen Yi nodded when he heard her words. Because of the experience of the previous one, Shen Yi purposely helped her walk out. As he pushed open the doorknob, Shen Yi suddenly had misgivings. How will I explain to Su Jiqian later? Although it was a bit late to think about this now, Shen Yi had no intention of hiding it from the eldest disciple. He still didn't know if the eldest disciple would be furious when he found out the news. But no matter what, since he had done it, he still had to find the eldest disciple to confess. It was not his style to hide from his most trusted great disciple. With this in mind, Shen Yi also no longer hesitated and pushed open the bathroom door. Arriving at the square, Lang Luoli and Su Jiqian had long since woken up and were meditating in the center of the square. Bai Yue also followed the example of her two senior sisters and meditated and cultivated seriously. When everyone saw that Master Teacher had appeared, they all smiled and went forward to greet him. Su Jiqian was crossing her arms in front of her chest. Her pupils were full of careful hearts as she looked at her master. Her eyes were mesmerized as she admired her master in the early morning while saying good morning. Lang Luoli, on the other hand, looked a lot more astringent, and although her movements were not as pompous, it was difficult to restrain the love in her eyes. Bai Yue, on the other hand, bounced and greeted. Her bouncing power was so strong that she could even easily jump to a height that was flush with the second disciple. Shen Yi stood in front of the crowd, looking at the energetic appearance of the disciples. Naturally, he was also physically and mentally happy. He smiled at the crowd. "Good morning to everyone too. By the way, later on, Master will be taking you guys to cultivate. Master wants to go see how the inner disciples are doing first." The demon race crowd had just been admitted to the clan, and they were still weak from before. Now that some time had passed, Shen Yi wanted to go see how well they had recovered. Although they weren't personal disciples, the inner disciples were all Chen Yi's disciples as well, and he naturally valued them highly. After all, they are all live system points. Ah no, it's all the lovely disciples. Lang Luoli shook her head as she heard her master's words. "Master, I feel like I'm about to break through and want to continue cultivating." A breakthrough is usually when the cultivation level reaches a critical point, and if it stops for too long, it will be a bit difficult to break through again. Chen Yi was a bit surprised and asked with concern, "Is there a difficulty? Do you need the help of a teacher?" Lang Luoli's realm was higher than her senior sisters, and both of them had similar talents. Despite the fact that the two of them were separated by a small realm, Lang Luoli was still able to break through faster than her senior sister. It had to be said that Su Jiqian had slacked off quite a bit in her cultivation, but you can't blame Su Jiqian for not taking it seriously. After all, Su Jiqian had much less time available for cultivation compared to Lang Luoli. As for where the time had gone, that could only be asked of the majestic Master Chen Yi. Lang Luoli shook her head again and swore, "It's no problem, Master. An innate realm breakthrough is just that. I can handle it." For a genius with a 6th grade spiritual root, it was usually only when they reached the foundation establishment stage or above that they might encounter difficulties in breaking through. In the case of the innate realm, as long as there was enough spiritual power to boost it, breaking through on would be a breeze. And within this heavenly Xian Hall, the last thing that was lacking was spiritual energy. It was the same as if someone had been pouring spirit stones into the heavenly Xian Hall, which were inexhaustible. Hearing the second disciple say that he was fine, Chen Yi was relieved. "Well then, Master will take the others first. Be more careful when you break through, and if you run into problems, you can always call out to your master." After saying that, Chen Yi then waved his hand and led the crowd into the air, and Lang Luoli also restarted her cultivation. striving for an earlier breakthrough so that she could use it for her master. On the way, Chunyi deliberately slowed down his speed. He looked at Su Jiqian beside him somewhat sheepishly, and after hesitating for a moment, he then said, "Qianer, master wants to talk to you about something." Su Jiqian looked at her master teacher with interest, the corners of her mouth smiling slightly. Very charming and attractive. She had already guessed what her master might say. Phantoms are particularly sensitive to certain aspects of the senses. Just like when Su's mother looked at Su Jiqian, she could tell at a glance. What is it that master wants to say to Qianer? Master, think about it and then say, "Oh, Qianer will definitely not be angry," Su Jiqian said with a smile, her voice incomparably charming and melodious. This last statement of hers, however, was intentionally said to her master. The purpose was to tease the master and see what his reaction would be. Chenyi also did get into the trap, and his expression was incomparably heartfelt when he heard this last sentence from the eldest disciple. The eldest disciple is definitely getting pissed off here. Never mind. If he did it, he had to admit it. Even if the eldest disciple was angry, he still had to say it. Thinking in his heart, Chenyi gathered enough courage and opened his mouth. For master yesterday, he was also with Yue. Hu Zhou was at Chenyi's right-hand side at this moment, and was likewise a bit shy. Senior sister Su liked her master. This was something Hu Zhou also knew. She took the lead and grabbed in front of senior sister Su. She always felt a bit immoral and sorry for senior sister Su. Elder sister Su used to take care of her so well, but it turned out that she actually. At this time, Hu Zhou didn't know that senior sister Su was actually a bit earlier than her. She was always kept in the dark. Su Jiqian's smile widened when she heard her master's confession. Honestly, with her master's character, she had thought that her master would want her to hide it for a while, and she, too, had long been ready to pretend that she didn't know. As it turned out, she didn't expect her master to be unexpectedly honest and speak to her directly. In any case, the honest master seems to be more handsome. Well. Su Jiqian smiled and hugged her master's arm, charmingly smiling and looking at her master, charmingly saying, "Is master afraid that Qianer will be angry? How could it be? Master teacher, don't worry. Rather, it's better to say that Master Zun surprisingly didn't abandon Qianer because he fell in love with another person. Qianer is too happy." Chenya's face was filled with shock when he heard his eldest disciple's words. It's sci-fi. It's definitely sci-fi. It's surprising that the eldest disciple is not only big there, but his heart is outrageously big as well. Wait, those two seem to be the same place. At this time, Chunyi hadn't yet switched over from modern thinking. If placed in the world of immortal cultivation, a strong person of Chenya's strength, except for the cultivators who practiced that kind of emotionless Tao, having more than one Tao couple was a very common thing. After all, cultivators are people who can live for thousands of years, and in the long road of immortal cultivation, they will encounter all kinds of people, too many to count. Chapter 67 Energetic Inner Sect Disciples. And in Su Jiqian's opinion, Chenya's newly befriended Taoist couple was still Hu Zhou, whom she trusted the most. That's even less reason to be angry. While she didn't mind that her master would have a few more Taoists, she did still get angry if it was a stranger she didn't know. You can't have all kinds of savages. At this time, Su Jiqian flew to Hu Zhou's side and said with a smiling face, "I'm still a little surprised, though, senior sister, who you even have the guts to do this, but it doesn't even matter, since you're also master's Taoist now, the three of us will be. Next time, Hu Zhou, what are you talking about, sister Su? It's okay to say well hello. Besides, it's already shameful enough to show it to master teacher alone." At this moment, Bai Yue froze and looked at everyone. She was still not sure what she meant about the topic that her master had just mentioned. After all, she hadn't been completely integrated into human society. But I'm sure it won't take long for her to react to what was said today. Chunyi was relieved to see that his eldest disciple was not angry. As long as the disciples could live in peace and harmony, he, as the master teacher, would be relieved. Chenya's master and disciples accelerated their speed and flew in the direction of the demon cultivation department. And inside the heavenly Xian Hall, above the square, Long Luolui broke through alone, her brows gradually furrowing. For some reason, probably out of a woman's sixth sense, she always felt that her senior sister and elder sister were hiding something from her. It made her sit up a bit. The breakthroughs have all suffered as a result. Although Hu Zhou disappeared for a night with her master, Lang Luoli still didn't suspect Hu Zhou in her heart. In fact, Su Jiqian was also the same. If it wasn't for the chimera's perception, it would have been impossible to suspect Hu Zhou before meeting her master today. After all, who Joyua had previously shown to be too introverted to be proactive towards her master. However, Langluoli still vaguely felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, she seemed to figure something out. It must be that senior sister Su is stealing food behind her back again. It must be. Why else would she feel something was wrong? There must be an opportunity to confront senior sister Su again. The innocent Su Ji-qian didn't know that she had taken the fall for senior sister Hu. Chenya's master and disciple 4 had already arrived above the devil cultivator department. From the heights, Father Su was instructing the neatly organized inner disciples in their cultivation. On the square of the devil cultivation department, the inner disciples still had bandages wrapped around their bodies as they neatly lined up and released their attack moves together. Although these inner disciples were not at a high realm, the unique moves of the devil cultivation technique were unleashed together. A heavenly aura of fury filled the surroundings, a scene that would make even a foundation stage cultivator shiver when they came. Chen Yi nodded his head in satisfaction at this sight. He was also very pleased to see these disciples practicing hard. Chen Yi landed on the square of the devil cultivation department with 3 disciples, intending to take a look at the situation of the crowd of disciples. The disciples saluted when they saw Chen Yi appear. Good day, Sovereign Lord. Greetings, Sovereign Lord. Su Jiqian hadn't met her parents for too long before, and had a lot to say to them, so she left for the time being. Chen Yi came and said to the group of inner disciples, "There's no need to curtsy. This seat came over just to see how you guys are doing. If there's anything you don't understand in cultivation, you can ask this seat." Seeing a group of vibrant disciples, Chen Yi also felt in a good mood and thought to personally instruct everyone. All the techniques that he had exchanged out of his system store, he had all reached the grand completion, and it was naturally not a problem to instruct these disciples. Chen Yi then didn't expect something to appear that he wouldn't. The crowd of inner disciples were all very excited when they heard the words of the patriarch. To be able to receive personal guidance from the patriarch, this was incomparably rare and valuable in their eyes. After all, they weren't like Su Jiqian, who could see the patriarch every day. Then I saw a female disciple come forward. She had horns on her head that were somewhat similar to Su Jiqian's. Her body was perfect, and her appearance was also very good. Although it was still a bit worse than Su Jiqian, it was definitely an absolute beauty. Just listen to her laugh and say to Chen Yi, her voice unusually enchanting. Lord Sovereign, disciple feels as if the meridians are clogged while practicing. I always feel stuffy in my chest. Can Sovereign Lord help me take a look? As she said that, she moved forward. This female disciple was obviously a chimera as well, her body exuding a heart-stopping aroma. The other female disciples saw this and reddened their eyes, secretly saying what a deep heart, and likewise all came over. Lord Patriarch, it seems that when the disciple was releasing his stance, he accidentally injured himself and introduced the baleful energy elsewhere. Can you help probe? Right here. The short-haired female chimera gestured at her own succulent thighs. Sovereign Lord, disciple feels that the corner of my forehead has been a bit uncomfortable lately. I don't know if it's because of the water and soil. Why don't you touch it? Patriarch, disciple also. For a while, Chen Yi was surrounded by many disciples. Chen Yi only felt dazzled by looking at it. What kind of questions do you guys ask for advice on? Hey? After practicing the basic technique of devil cultivation, one is already immune to baneful qi, and you're even saying that you've been baneful into your body? That's a pretty flawed reasoning. 2. Hey, although you guys have just recovered and gotten better, you're not so energized. That's forcing me to make a mistake. At this time on the other side, Su Jiqian was talking to her mother. Mother, are you used to living here? Su Jiqian said to her mother with concern. Mother Su smiled extraordinarily happily when she heard her daughter's words. How can you not get used to it? Mother has just lived here for a day and it's as if she's having a breakthrough. Practicing her feats feels even more rapid. In addition to the abundant concentration of spiritual energy outside the Tianxian Hall, the rest of the Tianxian sect's spiritual energy was also abundant. Although it was still a bit worse than the Heavenly Xian Temple, it was also an excellent cultivation sanctuary when placed in the outside world. And a place where the concentration of aura was abundant would improve one's mind and would be very helpful in practicing the techniques. Su's mother had long since noticed her daughter's change, and when she had the chance, she asked, Daughter, when did you get that Lord's? Mother Su was naturally talking about Chen Yi and Su Jiqian. Hearing her mother's words, Su Jiqian was also a bit shy. Although she had no feelings about her sisters talking about it, it was her own mother and she was still a little shy about talking about it. Chapter 68, just a few days ahead of you. Well, probably a while ago. Su Jiqian red face, bowed his head and said, the appearance is not the usual charming, but seems to be a little restrained and lovely. She didn't want to hide anything about her and her master, nor did she have to. I was a little shy about talking to my biological parents, but I said it anyway. Sue's mother's expression was visibly excited when she learned the news. The demon population had once numbered in the tens of thousands, but now they were the only ones left. Being able to add a new population to the demon race in and revitalize the race made her very happy. And what made her even happier was that the child born from the union between her daughter and the Sovereign Lord would be an absolute top-notch genius. For the devil race to produce another genius was definitely a great thing that could revive the glory of the race. But while the human race carries a child for 10 months, human cultivators take even longer, usually years. As for Su Ji Qian, being a demon, the carrying time was even longer. And the more heaven-defying the quality of the baby's spiritual root was, the carrying time would rise exponentially. I'm afraid it could be decades, hundreds of years, if it's that Lord's heir. But the life of a cultivator is incredibly long. So what if he waits for 100 years? Mother Su had given birth to Su Jiqian, so she naturally knew a lot about such things. She talked to Su Jiqian about many precautions and told her to take care of herself and never make a mistake. And Su Jiqian rubbed her stomach thoughtfully, her mouth smiling. Is she going to be pregnant with Master's child? Just thinking about it made her happy. After Su Jiqian had written down her mother's instructions, she planned to go back to her master. At this moment, Chunyi was being surrounded by a group of phantom demon disciples. The phantom aroma that permeated his surroundings was almost enough to create fantasies in his vision. The chimera's breath is capable of creating illusions that can control those affected. The effect isn't usually that noticeable if you don't release it on purpose, though, but once the numbers get bigger, it's not so good. Chunyi only felt as if he had stabbed the phantom's nest at this time. It was neither to go nor to stay. After all, he was the one who said that he would guide all the disciples in their cultivation. It would be a loss of face for the patriarch if he left without saying anything, but he couldn't really help the lovely disciples with the problem of the fury entering their bodies. Could he? Just then, a sudden light cough came out from not far away. Ahem. The one who made this sound was Su Ji Qian. No sooner had she finished her conversation with her mother than she realized that her fellow sisters were seducing her master. She immediately had a bad feeling in her heart and rushed over. With a light cough from her, the rest of the phantom demon disciples then made way. Su Jiqian has the highest status in the demon clan, and is the personal disciple of the patriarch, and other people naturally don't dare to make her angry. She came to her master's side under the watchful eyes of the crowd and hugged his arm tightly. The look was as if he was swearing sovereignty. She knew these sisters of her kind best herself. Each and every one of them was a seedling with beautiful looks, but any one of them that was released could charm the men outside. The words of the master are even more irresistible. It has to be watched for. Master, let's go back. Su Jiqian raised her head and smiled at her master. Chunyi saw the energetic look of the inner disciples just now, and his heart dispelled his worries. It looked like it was recovering nicely and he didn't have to worry about it. As for cultivation, the basic techniques of the devil race given by the system were simple and easy to learn. Plus they had the elders personally teaching them, so there wouldn't be any hiccups. Since it was fine, Chunyi didn't linger any longer. Chen Yi nodded, then waved his hand at Su's father and mother and said, then this seat will come back some other time, and you guys should also pay more attention to your health. This sentence of Chunyi paying more attention to his health was actually said to Su's father. In fact, when Chunyi first met Su's father, he discovered a problem. It is that Su mother looks at the essence is very good, a 30-year-old mature woman's temperament. Su father on the contrary is a look of 70 years old and 80 years old, and with a thick upper lip and slightly lax eyes. It's clear that there's some heartburn. At first, Chunyi thought that he was the reason why he had been locked up in the dungeon for a long time. Having arrived at the Tianxian sect, where the concentration of aura was so rich, he should have recovered as well. But apparently, it still isn't. Mother Su was able to give birth to such a beautiful daughter as Su Jiqian, and her own looks were as good as it gets. And now the demons are short of population and desperately in need of viable forces. When Chunyi thought of this, he was able to make a guess. The old man still needs to be in moderation. Some other days find some tonic for his old man and send it over. The crowd of phantom devil disciples, looking at Su Jiqian holding the sovereign lord's hand, slowly leaving, their hearts were filled with envy. If only they could be so close to the handsome sovereign lord. Since meeting the sovereign lord, they felt that the men of their own clan could not even enter their eyes. They were already looking forward to the sovereign lord's next visit. Many of the phantom demon disciples had already begun to plan their ghostly ideas in their minds. I guess it's a little difficult for the Su parents to restore the glory of their race. The disciples respectfully bowed in the direction Chunyi had left. Chen Yi also slowly left under the gaze of the crowd. On the way back, Su Jiqian put one arm around Hu Jiuyu's neck and asked, "Senior sister Hu, why didn't you just keep an eye on senior? Master is only for the two of us, you know?" If Su Jiqian had been by the side of the master just now, he would not have given other people the chance to approach the master. But Hu Jiuyu was quiet, as if she didn't see it. Hu Jiuyu listened to senior sister Su's words and thought thoughtfully. Not long ago, when they first went to the Ministry of Magic Cultivation, senior sister Su then said, "You're also senior's Taoist partner." She didn't react at the time. This time the senior sister added, "Master is only for the two of them." It was then that Hu Jiuyu reacted that something was wrong. What senior sister Su meant by that was that she had been with her master for a long time? How do you not know this yourself? And all this time she thought she was the first. Wait, senior sister Su, when did you talk to the master? Hu Jiuyu didn't answer senior sister Su's question, but asked in return. Su Jiqian was also a bit confused when she heard senior sister Hu's words. What? Sister Hu has been kept in the dark all along? She thought that senior sister Hu knew about it already. I should have known to keep it to myself for a while. Su Jiqian clasped her face in embarrassment. Ahahaha, so you just realized. Probably just a few days before you. Chapter 69, Sister Won't Be Cruel. Su Jiqian said while her heart was still a bit weak. After all, she had been stealing food without Hu's sister's knowledge, which was not a very ethical behavior. However, according to her understanding of senior sister Hu was not too overly likely to get angry. It won't be like when senior sister Ling chased after her and beat her up. It is still good for senior sister Hu, gentle and lovely. No wonder senior sister Ling, this fellow has not been able to get the master. Long Luoli, who was meditating for a breakthrough, sneezed. Her sneezes turn into specks of snow that float through the air. Lang Luoli, it must be the senior sister badmouthing her behind her back again. Hu Jiuyu's reaction was indeed the same as what Su Jiqian thought. Although she felt a little lost, there was no big fluctuation. But she couldn't get her mind off of the fact that she had only just found out about it. It looks like senior sister Lang also knew about it a long time ago, and she only just found out? Was she always this stupid? No way. Absolutely no way. Hu Jiuyu thought in her heart as she raised her head to her master. Master, is Yuer stupid? Chen Ye's expression was a bit surprised when he heard her suddenly ask this. However, to say that Hu Jiuyu is stupid or not this matter, Chen Yi does think that it depends on which aspect. If we were talking about cultivation, Hu Jiuyu's comprehension wasn't bad, showing that she wasn't stupid at all. But if it's anything else, then good strong does seem a bit. This falls into the category of being typical and using your brain where it belongs. But no matter what, Chen Yi definitely had to comfort his lovely disciple. Of course Yuer isn't stupid. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? When Hu Jiuyu heard her master's affirmation, she was satisfied and hugged her master's arm. If the master says she's not stupid, then she's not stupid. There was no way the master would lie to her. When Chen Yi saw her face full of happiness, he also couldn't help but secretly say that this third disciple was really good at coaxing. At this moment, Chen Ye's afterglow noticed that Bai Yue had been playing with something in her hands after coming out of the devil cultivation department. Chen Yi asked curiously, what's that in your hand? Bai Yue spread her soft little hands out when she heard her master's words. Inside was a purple pill. The color looked good. The potency unknown. She turned back to her master. A chimera lady just gave it to me. The lady said I was so cute. She gave me a present. But she said the potency would only last 20 minutes. And the ability too. I forget. Here you go, master. As she spoke, Baya smiled and handed the elixir to Chen Yi, wanting to give it to him. Chen Yi didn't take it and waved his hand. Since it's a gift for you, keep it and don't lose it. It had to be said that Bai Yue was born cute and loved by people everywhere she went. The girls, on the other hand, are even more irresistible to this cute appearance. Well, boys too. As for what that elixir was for, Chen Yi didn't look at it in detail. There were no disciples within the sect that Chen Yi couldn't trust, and there wouldn't be anyone he couldn't trust in the sect. So the gift can't be anything bad, I guess. Chen Yi then didn't take it to heart. After the short interlude, Chen Ye's master and disciple returned to the Tianxian Hall. At the center of Tianxian Hall's plaza, Lang Luoli's breakthrough had clearly come to a critical stage. Around Lang Luolui, spiritual energy transformed into a solid body, churning and rolling. There were even large snowflakes that surfaced from her neighborhood and drifted down on her body. A piercingly cold wind blew around them, and the weather seemed to have entered winter at this moment. Lang Luoli's temperament of an icy beauty was emphasized to the extreme at this moment. Somewhat contrastingly, it was in this environment that Lang Luori only wore a long blue muslin dress. If he didn't know that Lang Luoli was a cultivator, Chun Yi would definitely be afraid that she would freeze and come forward to put on a piece of clothing. Soon, the aura around Lang Luolui began to riot, and the snowflakes that fell on top of her head were violently shaken apart. Obviously, the breakthrough was successful, and the realm came to the fourth heaven of the innate realm. And in Chen Ye's mind, he also received the prompt of the disciple's breakthrough and gained 2,000 system points. Su Jiqian watched senior sister Lang make a breakthrough, and suddenly a bad feeling arose in her heart. Normally, senior sister Lan was one realm above her, and she was already overpowering her. This time, she had broken through another realm, 2 higher. I'm afraid she'll be powerless to fight back now. How can I steal food in front of sister Lang in the future? Damn it! She also had to hurry up her cultivation and surpass senior sister Lang before she could do so. Thinking of this, Su Jiqian fantasized about a scene where her realm surpassed that of senior sister Lang. She was in front of senior sister Lang and master, and senior sister Lang could only clutch her ice staff tightly, unable to do anything about it, her teeth itching with anger. Just thinking about that scene, Su Jiqian smiled extraordinarily brightly. Other people cultivate in order to become stronger and pursue the path to immortality, while Su Jiqian cultivates merely to steal food openly and honestly. At this time, Lang Luoli woke up after her breakthrough, and as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw her senior sister's winning smile. That look, it's like you're not holding back anything good. I must teach a good lesson to the senior sister who only has bad ideas in her head and only steals food. Lang Luoli condensed her ice staff, and while caressing the staff with her own delicate jade hand, she said to her senior sister with a bad smile, "Senior sister, you shouldn't be refusing senior sister's request for sparring. Don't worry, it's just a matter of accompanying senior sister to cultivate." Senior sister, for sure, won't, down, I won't be cruel. These last few words, Lang Luolui purposely added accents. Su Jiqian was so frightened at the moment that she only felt her sweaty hair. No, her hair was standing on end. She thought that Lang Luoli was angry because she had found out that she, last time, had stolen food in the middle of the night by sneaking up to her master's window. She quickly opened her mouth to explain. Senior sister Lang, listen to my explanation. The last time I stole and climbed the window by master's grass was an accident. Moreover, senior sister who also stole food, you can't just lecture me. Lang Luoli froze when she heard her senior sister's words. With that, his expression grew more and more hideous and terrifying. What? You turned out to be stealing food behind my back. It was the last time we were all gone that time. What's even more detestable is that you're even trying to use poor senior sister who as a shield. Do you think I'll believe that? Hearing senior sister Lang's words, Su Jiqian hurriedly covered her mouth. Oh, no, that's not true. So that's not what this is about. But then again, why didn't she believe it even if she told the truth? Senior sister Lang, she's telling the truth. Sister who really ate it. Before Su Jiqian could make a response, Lang Luoli took the lead and bowed to her. Senior sister, I'm sorry for my rudeness. It's humility before making a move. Chapter 70, What Gift Lang Luoli Wants. Strong pressure enveloped Su Jiqian's surroundings. Senior sister Lang's strength was obviously much stronger than before. According to Su Jiqian's current speed, I'm afraid that she won't be able to run away at all. Suddenly, Su Jiqian saw Bai Yue beside her. With Bai Yue's speed, in this heavenly Xian sect, only the master would be able to catch up. As long as she could convince senior sister Bai, there was still hope for her. She grabbed Bai Yue's shoulder with one hand and said with a pleading face, "It's too late to explain. Senior sister Bai, senior sister's survival depends on you. Take me and run." How could Bai Yue know what senior sister Su and senior sister Lang were up to? However, looking at senior sister Su's face full of pleading, she didn't refuse. Is it to play with your senior sister? Then senior sister Su, hold on tight. I'm going to start running. Bai Yue's words fell, heard a whoosh sound, directly disappeared in place, leaving only a road shadow, and Su Jiqian's voice screams of misery. Lang Luoli's jade hand grasped the ice staff. Her expression reddened. This time she was angry. Elder sister, you're cheating Oi. The two of us can't bring the innocent senior sister Bai alone. Damn it, stop. Lang Luoli let out a petulant cry and suddenly rose up in the air, chasing after the two in the direction they had disappeared. Bai Yue stepped on the air with all four paws and flew in the air, with Lang Luoli not far behind her. The majestic and solemn heavenly Xian hall that the three of them passed through also passed by the demonic cultivator department that was filled with fury. The surrounding area was filled with rich white aura, and on the mountain next to the Tianxian sect, the golden temple at the top of the mountain reflected a brilliant golden light. At the bottom of the mountain, there was the Tianxian sect that had an unobstructed view, the overbearing sword cultivation department, the alchemy department that had a faint smoke rising, and the forging department that was as hot as a furnace. A building of different styles and colors spread out in all directions with the Tianxian Hall as the center. This scene is as beautiful as a picture, but unfortunately, in the middle of this picture, there are three stains. Langluoli chased after senior sister Su and Baiwei, releasing the ice drop technique and destroying the beautiful scenery in a big way. If the Tianxian sect wasn't able to repair itself, I'm afraid that this place would only be left in ruins. In the end, it was Chun Yi who recaptured the three disciples. Langluoli was the fastest to break through the realm amongst the disciples, and Chun Yi felt that he, as a master teacher, needed to praise her, so as to set an example for other lazy disciples. Second disciple, you made the fastest breakthrough, so master has decided to reward you. If you have any wishes, or things you want, you can mention them to your master, and he will try to fulfill them. Chun Yi smiled and said to Langluoli. The other disciples were all looking at Langluoli with envy. It's true that if you cultivate well, you'll get good fruits. Ah, none of them have ever been rewarded by their master. Langluoli pursed her lips at this time, her heart unusually excited. Is there even a reward for that? Wanting something. She had something to want. She just wanted it now. Wanted it. Yeah, want to. But this wish, can I really mention it to master? She had never been able to compete for a senior sister. And this time, she had to take advantage of the reward. Tough to get back in the game. But now that her senior sister and junior sister are here, I'm afraid that even if she said this wish, her senior father wouldn't accept it. The only way to talk about it is to talk about it at a different time when no one is around. Master, disciple has indeed always had a wish that I've wanted for a long time. But not now. Can the disciple speak another time? As she spoke, her smooth legs couldn't help but come together, and a blush spread across her delicate face. Chun Yi thought that she hadn't thought about it yet, so he nodded his head and allowed it. After all, the gift the second disciple wanted must be related to cultivation, right? In that case, it is indeed something to think about. Alright, it's time to cultivate. Come to the square with master. After such a long delay, the cultivation of the four masters and disciples had finally begun. When a cultivator's realm reached the Hotian realm, exhaling spiritual energy for cultivation was very easy, just like breathing. So they practiced, mostly honing their Gongfu moves, and as they became skilled in their moves, they would also raise their realm. Each department of the Tianxian sect would have a unique practice room that supplied that type of cultivator with cultivation, but in the Tianxian hall, that square was their practice room, comprehensive and practical. The time spent practicing flew by just as fast as the yards. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight. Shenya's personal disciples retained the habit of resting at night. Cultivators of the innate realm could often go for a long time without resting, but they still needed a small amount of sleep in order to maintain their optimal energy. Moreover, the spiritual qi within the heavenly Xian hall was so abundant that even when they were sleeping, they would unconsciously inhale the spiritual energy to assist in their realm advancement. This would be very unfair to the cultivators in the outside world. It was possible for others to go without sleep for months in order to raise their realm, and the rate of improvement couldn't catch up with the speed at which these four disciples slept and practiced. But life is full of unfairness everywhere, right? After Bai Yue transformed into her form, probably because she hadn't fully adapted to the human life yet, she was always unable to sleep when it came to the night time. The more it gets into the night, the more energized she gets. After jumping enough on the eaves, he went to the ground to jump, and after inspecting the Tianxian hall, he was inspecting the Tianxian sect once more, so close to marking territory. In the evening, Bai Yue was bored and lying on the roof of the eaves of the master's great hall, holding the elixir given by Miss Phantom Demon in her hand. She pondered. What the potency was she also forgot, but since it was sent by someone trusted by her master, it must not be something bad. Taste it and see. Bai Yue put the pill into her mouth and it quickly melted in her mouth. Waited a bit, then waited a bit more. She didn't feel a single change. Seeing no change, she assumed it was some ordinary, cultivation increasing elixir, and didn't give it a second thought. She stood up, intending to continue licking her fur somewhere else, but just as she got up, she snapped. It's not right. It's 12 out of 10. How did the distance between her eyes and the ground become so far away? Feeling the difference, She lifted her legs again and realized that her legs had grown longer as well. It's the same as senior sister legs, white and slender, so good that she drools. Quickly, she responded. That's how tall she's gotten. So this is what Miss Mimic's potion does? Since she had become taller now, wouldn't she be able to reach the master without borrowing from her sisters? Wow. The thought of it was starting to make her impatient. Chapter 71, White Female Ghost. She had long been anxious when she had seen her sisters kissing their masters earlier, but she couldn't touch them, although she could also transform into her original demonic beast form. That way not only would she be able to reach her master, but she would also be taller than her elder sisters stacked on top of each other. But can master accept her in demonic beast form? But no matter what, now she's become a great beauty. She remembered that the medicine only lasted for 20 minutes, so she had to hurry up. With that in mind, Bai Yue jumped off the roof. For some reason, it was a height she could easily hold, but now she fell hard. It's as if it's because of the height increase she's not quite used to her body, and her expression is kind of facepalm-like. Maybe the grade of the elixir wasn't good enough for that, but at the very least, it allowed her to experience what it was like to be taller, and the flaws were worth it. Bai Yue stood up again, and in front of her just happened to be senior sister Su's room. She had a sudden flash of inspiration. She had now become as beautiful as senior sister Su, and she had to share this joy with senior sister Su. With that in mind, she flew over to senior sister Su's window. Su Jiqian was currently looking into the mirror of her dresser, organizing her makeup for tomorrow. She was always like that. She liked to work on some different look before she went to bed, ready to show her master tomorrow. Let the master see her at her best at all times. But what she didn't know was that it actually didn't make any difference in Chen Ye's eyes whether she wore makeup or not. It wasn't that Chen Yi didn't know how to appreciate it, but Su Jiqian's bottom was fantastic, beautiful to the bone. The window where Bai Yue was standing was right behind Su Jiqian, and she waved her hand at Su Jiqian, wanting to say hello, but then she unexpectedly realized that words didn't seem to be coming out either. Perhaps because of the change in size, her vocal cords had changed as well, causing her to be unable to make a sound for a while. The side effects of this potion are a bit big. Su Jiqian was originally combing her hair in the mirror. Suddenly she saw a woman in the mirror with gray hair, still covered in stains and dust, stiff, smiling and waving at her. Seeing this scene, Su Jiqian only felt the hairs of sweat stand on end as she hurriedly turned back to look. But just as she turned around, the white-haired woman who should have been standing by the window disappeared. Su Jiqian, who's that guy? Bai Yue? That's not true. She's not that tall. It's not like her demon clanmates have gray hair. Although this Tianxian hall was quiet, it wasn't so much that there were ghosts. Maybe it was a misreading. Su Jiqian wasn't checking it out and continued to fix her hair. At this moment, Bai slightly lowered her head and patted the dust on her clothes. Just now she fell off the roof and fell and got her clothes dirty. A few cuts seemed to have been broken on his face as well, and the blood only slowed down a bit at that point. Bai Yue slapped a few times. How can not get clean? So no longer get. Intending to turn back to wash, she reared her head and waved her hand in greeting at Su Jiqian. At this moment, Su Jiqian was just about to organize her makeup in the mirror, looking at the woman in white who reappeared at the window. The woman's face was surprisingly still covered in blood. Add to that the stiff expression, and the creepy smile. Nope, real ghosts. Su Jiqian recalled the people she had killed. There were hundreds if not thousands, and it's not surprising that a few came looking for her life. Although she's not afraid of people, she's still a bit resistant to unknown ghosts. But as a cultivator, she was not timid. At first she was startled because the white-haired woman appeared so suddenly. The first reaction now, after coming back to his senses, was to try to make a move to attack. She snapped her head back, intending to unleash the devil's chakra palm in one swipe to see if it did any damage to the ghost. But when she turned around again, the woman in white had already disappeared. Strange, which enemy am I being stalked by? It's not scary, but it's dangerous to always be haunted. Su Jiqian's heart has concerns, and without a sense of security, she can't sleep well. She decided to stay awake today, ready to deal with the sudden appearance of the soporific ghost. Seeing that senior sister Su was ignoring her, Bai Yue felt bored and left. Next to it was Hu Jiuyu's room. She wanted to go and see what senior sister Hu was doing. Sister Hu usually loved to play with her the most, so she must have been very happy to learn that she had become taller. Hu Jiuyu was wrapped in a quilt at this time, and was sleeping peacefully, in a half-dream, half-awake state. Her sleeping face was very honest, evenly breathing, and her delicate face looked elegant and noble even as she slept. Next to Hu Jiuyu's bed, there is a window. The moonlight was just enough to shine on her face, and she loved to sleep bathed in it. So never draw the curtains or close the windows. Bayue came to senior sister Hu's window and put her hands on it, her head coming in. Seeing that senior sister Hu was sleeping, she wanted to open her mouth to greet her. This time she actually made a sound. Just a very raspy one, not like her old voice. It was probably the side effects of the drug that were counteracted a bit by her to make the sound. Senior sister Hu, look at me, am I beautiful? The voice was hoarse, as if his throat had been cut with a knife. Hu Jiuyu was already in a half-asleep state, not completely asleep. She frowned at the sound. She had been dreaming, and when she heard this voice, her dream gradually changed due to external influences. She was supposed to be in the middle of a dream where her master was holding a rope, but suddenly the dream shifted and countless white-haired evil spirits appeared and lunged at her. Hu Jiuyu woke up with a jolt. Her forehead was in a cold sweat. Waking up, Hu Jiuyu took a deep breath before reacting to the fact that it was a dream just now, but she was a little disappointed to learn that it was a dream instead. The dreams were a bit scary, but at least the first half was good. Hu Jiuyu woke up and opened her eyes, intending to drink some water before going back to sleep, but just as soon as she opened her eyes, she saw by the window, resting on a thin white hand, on the way up, there was another white-haired woman reflecting the moonlight, with bleeding cheeks, pale skin, and a stiff face that showed a terrible smile. The white-haired woman's stiff smile didn't look like a scary expression one could wear. Although Hu Jiuyu's character was not considered cowardly, her reaction to seeing a ghost for the first time was not much better than that of her eldest sister. Not to mention having just had a nightmare. She trembled and summoned her giant sword, and with a terrified expression, she swung it and slashed towards the window. Whatever her opponent was, she couldn't shy away from it, even though she was afraid. Otherwise, how can I live up to my master's teachings? Chapter 72, Fearful Bayue. Bayue was filled with confusion when she saw the always kind senior sister Hu, suddenly attacking fiercely towards her. She darted out of the way in a hurry, and the giant sword grazed her scalp, nearly cutting her to death. Bayue looked at the huge sword marks on the ground and only felt a pang of fear. Goodness gracious, so senior sister Hu has such a strong sense of humor. It was better for her not to disturb senior sister Hu's sleep in the future. After bidding farewell to senior sister Hu, Bayue walked listlessly towards Lan Luoli's house. Both senior sisters ignored her, and one of them even attacked her. But luckily, there was still senior sister Lang. Although senior sister Lang was usually cold, her heart was actually warm. She could feel it. Senior sister Lang would definitely comfort her. With that in mind, she arrived at senior sister Lang's window. It was extraordinarily cold in senior sister Lang's house, and Bayue even involuntarily shivered. She curiously looked towards the inside, wanting to see what senior sister Lang was doing. The house was so cold. Lang Luoli didn't fall asleep, but sat in front of the table just like Su Jichen. She was sitting at the table, though, not grooming herself, but fiddling with something. There was a piece of ice on the table, and Lang Luoli was using her spiritual power to transform it into a shape, constantly cutting down the size of the top as if she was carving it. At this point, it was halfway done, and Bayue could see that she was carving a person. You can tell from the upper body that it's the face of the master. She could also notice that there were many more ice sculptures of her master on the floor beside the table. Big ones, small ones, different movements, all of them. The reason why the house was so cold was probably because Lang Luoli was worried that the ice sculpture would melt. Bayue didn't expect senior sister Lang to have this hobby, and the carving was also very exquisite. Senior sister Lang's hands were unexpectedly skillful. Seeing senior sister Lang so focused on carving, Bayue was too embarrassed to interrupt with her voice. She just watched in peace and quiet. Not long after, Lang Luolui finished carving, and she looked at her master's statue with an expression of satisfaction. She cradled the statue of her master in her arms with an enraptured look on her face. After she had enjoyed herself enough, she planned to put the statue somewhere else. She went to the window, where she intended to place it in front of the window. Having just put the statue down, she looked up to find a ghastly face staring back at her. That face was twisted together because it was frozen, and with the fact that it had some facial paralysis itself due to the side effects of the elixir, the expression became even more odd. Lang Luoli surprisingly really didn't recognize this face, immediately frowned and chided. Who are you? Why have you appeared in the Tianxian Hall? When Bayue saw that senior sister Su didn't recognize her, she wanted to open her mouth to explain, but that hoarse voice came out moving, which was like talking, more like the hissing of a demon. When Lang Luoli saw this, she thought that a demon was hissing at her. Immediately, He drew his ice staff and grunted coldly. What kind of demons and devils dare to come to the Tianxian Palace to act recklessly? Trying to steal my ice sculpture? No way. With that, she condensed and created ice spikes and stabbed them towards Bai Yue. Bai Yue's entire body trembled at the sight, and she hastily dodged to avoid it. What's going on today? How come all the sisters are so cranky one by one? Besides, who's going to steal your ice sculpture? Don't get any ideas. Lang Luoli inside the house saw that she didn't attack the demon, so she directly opened the door and chased it out. What kind of demon dares to come to the heavenly Xian Palace to spread its wildness? This makes you immortal. With that, she was about to unleash the ice drop technique. She wasn't frightened like Hu Jiuyu and Su Jiqian, and her first reaction to seeing the ghosts and monsters was to step in and get rid of them. It had to be said that this reaction was what a cultivator should have. But the thing is, it would have to be a real demon. When Bai Yue saw that senior sister Lang had chased her out, she was so scared that her entire body jumped up and ran away. How come senior sister Lang reacted more strongly? The look of someone who won't stop until she's killed. Master, help! Wow! She wanted to cry out for help from her master, but her hoarse voice couldn't carry far. She had to run towards the master's hall. How dare you try to murder my favorite master? Stop! When Lang Luoli saw the white-haired demon running in the direction of her master, the killing intent around her body increased. The dense aura of cold ice seemed as if it was going to freeze Bai Yue. Fortunately, Bai Yue practiced the Linglong Xian Gong given by her master, and her speed was extremely fast, which enabled her to rush into her master's house before being frozen into an ice sculpture. Just after pushing open the door to her master's room, she immediately lunged towards his bed. She hugged her master tightly and said with a sobbing voice, "Master, save Wire. Sisters are all so strange today. Wire almost died. Oh, master, I'm so scared." Oh, Bai Yue spoke pitifully, her voice having recovered quite a bit by now. The medication only lasts for 20 minutes and the side effects don't last long. Chun Yi was originally sleeping soundly. He was suddenly held tightly and he woke up in a daze. A lowly girl's fresh scent reached her nostrils at the same time. Chun Yi looked towards his side and saw a very wretched white-haired girl hugging her tightly, mouthing the words "master." Something. He was first a bit puzzled, but he couldn't be wrong about the fresh scent of this white-haired girl's body, and after combining it with her features, it was obvious that it was Bai Yue. Ah, Wheel, what's wrong? Why did you get yourself so buried? Master will wipe it off for you. Say, how did you gotten taller? Chun Yi used his spiritual energy to help her clean the wounds on her body while gently stroking her head and comforting her. Bai Yue felt the warmth of her master's embrace, which made her feel soothed and a little secure. Sure enough, no matter who changed, the gentle master would never change. It was all as she had first seen it. Gentle, handsome, and left her wanting more. She loved mastery the most. Mastery's scent, mastery's chest, every part of mastery's. Thinking of this, Bai Yue only felt a little pressed. She rested her slender legs on her master's body like she was riding a hugger, then lifted his head and his face just pressed into it. Chen Yi only felt the greenish aroma explode in his mouth. Bai Yue just wrapped her arms tightly around her master as if she was a white tiger gnawing on its prey. Only Chen Yi, the prey. Bai Yue could not afford to eat it in one bite. She wanted to take it bit by bit, savor it slowly. Chapter 73, How could Master love to play with ghosts? The young girl's delicate body was incredibly soft at this moment. Bai Yue's body was still wearing the clothes that her master had given her. She has become more voluptuous because she has gotten taller. It also led to that suit, which was held up a little too much. What had been white silk pantyhose became knee-high socks, and the dress that wrapped around her entire body became a revealing dress. The young girl's white and perfect body was revealed, and her soft skin seemed to come out of the water in a flash. Chen Yi subconsciously wrapped his arms around her waist, and with a tight grip, his hands sank in. Before he could enjoy himself for long, Chen Yi heard a tapping sound at the door of his room. Chen Yi remembered that he hadn't locked the door. It should have been Bai Yue who locked the door when she came in out of fear. In that case, I don't think it's a good idea for him to kiss for a while. Chen Yi didn't forget that Bai Yue was also his disciple, and doing so was bad though. But Bai Yue was at least a demonic beast that had lived for a large number of centuries, and that eased the sense of guilt on him. And most of all, Bai Yue's pitiful appearance rose his protective desire as a man. The current Bai Yue simply made him pity her to the point that he couldn't wait to hold her in his arms and pamper her. It was only after a long time that the two separated. Chen Yi looked at the disheveled Bai Yue and said, "These clothes of yours are too small. Master is helping you change." After saying that, Chen Yi exchanged a dress suitable for Bai Yue's height. Bai Yue tightly hugged her master, refusing to separate for a long time, and said in a slightly pleading manner, "Master, help me." When Chen Yi learned of this strange request, he actually refused inwardly. However, once he thought about the fact that Bai Yue had just been a human for not long, he might not be familiar with wearing clothes. Since he was a master teacher, he had to teach his ignorant disciples. Well, it would make sense to help her get dressed, wouldn't it? Okay, but I can't help you if you're hugging master like that, Chen Yi said. When Bai Yue heard her master's words, she let go of her master reluctantly, and the two of them stood up. About a few minutes ago, Lang Luoli tailed the white-haired female ghost and ran until she reached the door of her master's room. A few knocks on the door of the room, none of which would open at all. She hesitated for a moment. The female ghost is now in master's room, and master may be in danger. She was now in a dilemma. If you forcefully break open the door, that's not a normal offense to master. What if the master gets angry? But she was still a little worried about her master's safety if she didn't break open the door. What's to be done about it? And just then, Su Jiqian and Hu Jiuyu also walked out from the room. The commotion was so loud just now that both of them heard it. When the two saw Lang Luoli in front of their master's room, they went up and asked, "Su Jiqian, senior sister Lang, what are you doing here?" And yelling, "Keep your voice down if you want to steal food. No wonder you haven't been able to eat," she said in a teaching tone, as if she was scolding Lang Luoli. Lang Luoli became furious when she heard her senior sister's words. "Good, you senior sister. You still have the nerve to teach me a lesson even if you steal food yourself." If it weren't for more pressing matters, she would have to punish her senior sister for that. "It's not about that. I saw a white-haired female ghost enter master's room. Master may be in danger," Lang Luoli said anxiously. The other two disciples looked at each other with surprise in their eyes. "We saw it too." Soon, the three disciples shared their experiences with each other. Learning that each other had experienced being attacked by white-haired female ghosts, the three faces grew more and more tense. An ordinary ghost monster dared to attack two innate realm and one Hotian realm cultivators one after another. This poltergeist must have had a lot of fury and was a very scary stern ghost. Hu Jiuyue leaned over the doorway while listening to the voices inside. "I didn't hear any sounds of fighting. The master could not have been killed already. If Shifu was fighting the female ghost, there would definitely be sounds of fighting in there. Since it doesn't, it means, can't wait, get out of the way." Lang Luoli felt her heart skip a beat just thinking about this terrible possibility. Master was her everything, the most important everything. Absolutely nothing can go wrong. Even if she offended her master and got his punishment, she still had to do it. Utilizing her spiritual power, she created a huge ice cube out of thin air and slammed it towards the wooden door. The wooden door was smashed and caved in moments, and the entire wall shattered apart with a rumbling sound. For a while the earth and rocks tumbled and smoke rolled. As soon as the wall broke open, the three disciples rushed into their master's room in a fiery rush. "Where's the girl ghost? Where is the female ghost? Don't even think about hurting master." "Wait, guy, I'll go." "Master, you don't even spare female ghosts." When the smoke cleared, he heard Su Jiqian shout in surprise. The reason why this strange sound came out is because Su Jiqian saw that the master was actually undressing that female ghost. At this moment, Chen Yi was helping Bai Yue change into new clothes, and the clothes hadn't even been taken off yet. When he was caught in such a scene, Chen Yi was full of black lines at this moment. He had helped Bai Yue change her clothes a total of 2 times. Once when the disciples broke into the house, and this time, they directly even tore down the wall for him. Before Chen Yi could open his mouth to explain, the rest of the disciples followed the voice and looked over. "Hu Jiuyu, master, you have such heavy tastes, but disciple will understand you." As she spoke, she crossed her arms and floated them over her chest as if she was praying for something, praying that Sifu doesn't go astray. Lang Luoli's reaction was the most intense of the three. She nearly fell to the ground, her face full of desire to cry. She had been with her master for so long that she had never been taken off by him. It's amazing that a female ghost can even outlast her. She was also too much of a failure as a disciple. Was her beauty, in the eyes of her master, even inferior to a female ghost? Just when everyone thought that Chen Yi loved to play ghost, Bai Yue is slowly shrinking in full view of everyone, gradually changing back to her original form. The potency time is only 20 minutes. Counting the time, it should be the potency time. The disciples looked at the female ghost that had become smaller before reacting. These facial features, this level of cuteness, isn't this their white senior sister? Senior sister Bai? This is. What's the situation? Lang Luoli asked in surprise. Chapter 74. 3 Together. As she spoke, she gradually recalled the image of the party in her mind. The white-haired woman was a bit more miserable and horrible looking though, and her expression was a bit stiff. But when you think about it carefully, your facial features can be vaguely seen to be the likeness of the white sister. In that case, Master Teacher isn't playing a ghost. At the thought of this, Langluwali was still a little happy, and her sense of loss dissipated quite a bit. It seems one is not even worse than a ghost. The side effects faded away as the effects of Baiye's medicine passed. The voice is back to normal as well. Looking at everyone's puzzled gazes, she told them the whole story, and the misunderstanding was cleared up. After learning the results, all three disciples had somewhat apologetic expressions. Surprisingly, they didn't recognize senior sister Bai and wanted to attack such a cute senior sister. It really is an abomination. The three disciples took turns going up to stroke Baiye's cute head and apologized to her. Su Jiqian recognized the pill that senior sister Bai had taken. That was a beauty elixir that only a chimera could make. This potion will change her appearance according to the idea of taking it. For example, if the taker is not very happy with her nose, then the nose will become more in line with what she has in mind. And the effects of this elixir are so amazing that it can change other appearances as well. However, her phantom demon clansmen, all of their realms were not high either, so they must have concocted pills of an average grade. That's why there are side effects. It was estimated that the chimera who had given Baiye the elixir wouldn't have thought that what Baiye wanted the most was to become taller, and much less would I have expected to make this mess. Seeing that everyone's concerns were allayed, Chen Yi spoke. Well, since the misunderstandings are all cleared up, let's all go back to rest early. We have to continue practicing tomorrow. Upon hearing their master's words, the disciples bid their master good night before leaving in peace. Chen Yi bid farewell to the disciples and also intended to go back and continue sleeping, but he just turned around, looking at the ruined hall, full of dust and debris. The bed was dirty beyond recognition, and tiles were flying everywhere. How can I sleep? You guys make this big mess. Clap your hands and go back to rest. For the teacher to blow a cool breeze all night off. These disciples of his have really become rebels this time. The Tianxian sect's buildings are repaired, but only after a day, usually refreshed at 0 hour. This night, Chen Yi was afraid that he wouldn't have his own bed to sleep in, but without his own bed to sleep in, he had other beds to sleep in. The third disciple had already developed a Taoist couple with him, so it should be reasonable if she went to spend the night there, right? Thinking in his heart, Chen Yi swallowed his saliva, all the while feeling some anticipation. Chen Yi quickly walked to the third disciple's house. He first leaned over the window and looked. The third disciple was a quick and honest sleeper, and just as soon as he climbed into bed, his well-proportioned breathing was already beginning to sound. It looked like it was just about to go into a deep sleep. Seeing that all three disciples were asleep, Chen Yi was too embarrassed to disturb them for a while. Since the third disciple is asleep, it's better not to disturb. Go to the house of the first disciple, Chen Yi murmured, then walked towards Su Jiqian's house. Hu Zhouyu guessed that she would never think that she had missed the great opportunity to stick it to her master because she had gone to bed too early. I'm afraid she'll regret it if she finds out. Chen Yi pushed open the door to the eldest disciple's room and saw that she was organizing her makeup. Su Jiqian had just painted her red lips, and her makeup was very beautiful and mature. Putting on makeup this late? Chen Yi came to her side and said as he put his hand on her beautiful shoulder. Su Jiqian was a little surprised when she felt her master's aura. Master? She was surprised because she was usually the one who approached her master every time. Today, Master Teacher even turned around and looked for her? Could it be that Master was caught up in her chimera aura and couldn't pull himself out? He. Weak Master. Indeed. She's still being played by her. Master doesn't rest this late. Is that what you want? Su Jiqian got up and her whitened arms wrapped around her master's neck. When Chen Yi heard his eldest disciple's words, he didn't know how to reply for a moment. To say he didn't come here for this would be an absolute lie. But more than that, it's because, well, he's got nowhere else to go. Chen Yi pointed out the window. At the ruins of his great hall. You have torn down Master's great hall. Su Jiqian saw the scene and then remembered. This is indeed what they did. Since she's the one who left her master with nowhere to go, she's responsible for it. Disciples, I apologize to you. Xian'er is the greatest. Let Xian'er atone for the sins of her sisters. Hey. Disciple will, well, atone for his sins. As she said that, her face pressed up against it. On Su Jiqian's long and fleshy legs, she wore knee-high shiny oil socks with red embroidered flower embellishments on the top of them. The top half of her body was dressed in a hip-hugging jumpsuit that was topped off to an unbearable degree, accentuating her voluptuous figure and flavor. Her body temperature gradually rose from the kiss, and her expression became a bit worried. It took a long time before the two slowly let go. Su Jiqian's eyes looked at her master teacher obsessively. Her seductive fox eyes seemed to be trying to take in the heart. She swooned. That said, why hasn't senior master gone to find senior sister who? Surprisingly the first one to think of Qian'er? So Qian'er is the master's favorite disciple? Qian'er is so happy. Chen Ye's expression snapped when he heard his eldest disciple's question. Crap! How is this going to be answered? He couldn't tell the eldest disciple that he had just gone to look for Hu Jiuyue, only that she was sleeping. That's not a very nice thing to say, is it? He feared it would break the heart of the great disciple. What is Chen Ye's great disciple? That's the best chimera in the Demon One clan. She saw the expression of her master's demeanor. How could she not know what was in his heart? Oh, disciple knows. Disciple knows it all. Disciple isn't angry at all. Really? Should disciple go and call senior sister Hu now? And the three of us will be together. Even though senior sister Hu is sleeping, she will definitely be willing to do so when she finds out. And, what about this choice? Chen Ye's heart raced for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel some anticipation. Turns out he doesn't have to choose between the two. Wait, no. When a woman says she's not angry, how can that be true? That latter comment was obviously a setup for him. So close. Almost took the bait. Chapter 75, Grooming. Chen Yi wrapped one hand around the waist of the eldest disciple and wrapped her around. His expression serious. How could the master have thought that? It won't be at all okay? Su Jiqian looked at her master teacher with a smile on her face, and she didn't know whether her heart was angry or laughing. Really? Master teacher would just lie to Qian'er. But no matter what the master thinks, you won't be able to leave tonight, she said with a pout. She wasn't really angry. She was just enjoying the feeling of teasing her master more. Su Jiqian licked her colorful red lips and kissed towards her master once again. Qian'er, your rouge is sticking to it. It's okay. Qian'er helped master teacher clean it up. Senior, will senior sister Hu also help you clean your rouge? Chen Yi, that's not true. She didn't paint. Su Jiqian. Asterisk Omega. Well, you've spoken the truth this time. Master. Day 2. Noon. The sun had already risen to its peak, but Chen Yi had yet to appear in the square to guide his disciples in their cultivation. Hu Jiuyue and Lang Luoli had instead begun meditating and practicing early. The two of them each ran their own spiritual energy to cultivate. Shortly after, Hu Jiuyue was the first to fail to hold back and opened her beautiful eyes. She said with some disappointment, Master said that he told us to rest early so that we could practice tomorrow, but it turns out that Master himself ran off without a trace. I so want to cultivate with Master. In the absence of her master, Hu Jiuyue felt a little distracted even when she meditated. She had begun to look forward to practicing with her master teacher early in the morning, but it turned out that he didn't show up until noon. Lang Luoli also opened her eyes and pointed to the large hall where her master resided and said, I can't blame Master. Master's house is gone, so I guess he didn't rest well. We still need to cultivate seriously in order to be able to help our master soon. When she had cultivated to a point where she was stronger than her master teacher, she could be strong. Master teacher. Instead of developing slowly, at that time, Master could be at her mercy. The reasons for practicing have increased. Of course, these last two sentences Lang Luoli did not say, but who knows? Hu Jiuyue's heart is not also think so. When Hu Jiuyue heard senior sister Ling's words, she also felt that the other party had a point. Then, without delay, he continued to begin his cultivation. At this time, Bai Yue was still sunbathing on the roof. The slender cat's tail waved in the air and spun a few times. Her cute little head was patted on her soft cat paws with a thoughtful expression. Yesterday, I was chased by the sisters to the room of the master. Although I tasted the taste of the master, but it seems that I always feel like forgetting something. What's going on exactly? As she reminisced, she stuck out her little pink tongue and licked her white hair. She had just stuck out her tongue when she jerked back to the memory. Yeah, she hadn't licked her master's fur yet. Yesterday, when she got taller, she was clearly able to lick it, but it ended up making her so immersed in her master's scent that she forgot about it. She had come here to repay her master's kindness, and ended up taking advantage of him 3 times. If she didn't even help her master teacher with something as trivial as this lick of hair, what kind of repayment was she? With that in mind, she leapt off the roof in a few catwalks and landed deftly on the ground. Her nose was unusually sensitive, and she could smell that master was in this house. The windows in this house were open. She didn't take the door. She just took a flying leap and dug in. Coming inside, her pure white eyebrows furrowed. The expression was slightly puzzled. There's some strange odor in the house. The smell wasn't too bad. It was just that she had never smelled this before and felt a little curious. Chunyi was currently wrapping his arms around Phantom Petite, and the two of them were sleeping soundly. It's better to say you're sleeping soundly than to say you've just fallen asleep. Baiwei made a cat jump vertical leap and landed on Chenyi's body. Chenyi only felt that something heavy was pressing down on his body, and it was a little difficult to breathe. He didn't wake up the first time, though, and was somewhat disoriented. Baiwei took this opportunity to slowly extend her little pink tongue. Her head was just about to stick out when she realized something was wrong. Master's body doesn't have white hairs like hers either. How can you lick this? Apparently, she just found out about it. She lifted her head to her master's face. There's a lot of them on the top of the head. This one hasn't been licked. Finding the right direction, Bai smiled, her little pink tongue sticking out once more. Chen Yi, who was in the middle of his sleep, slowly furrowed his brows. A Tarzan-like suffocating feeling, as if he had encountered a ghostly pressure. It also felt like something was blocking my nose and it was a little hard to breathe, but difficult as it was, the flavor was very sweet and nice. Shortly afterward, his eyes snapped open. What caught my eye was a very large pink bow. Chen Yi recognized this bow. It was on top of the dress Baiwei wore for a long time. Baiwei's white silk soft feet leaned on his body. Chen Yi couldn't help but blush just as soon as he felt this soft and tender touch. Baiwei slowly stretched her head back and smiled when she saw that her master had woken up. Good noon, master. Chen Yi. Chen Yi reached out his hand and grabbed onto her whitened neck, lifting her up. What are you doing? Baiwei's whole body vacated the air. Her appearance was very cute, and she returned with a smiling face. Help master do what every demonic beast does. Comfortable. Master. She looked at her master teacher with a face full of joy, obviously waiting for his praise. Chen Yi only felt that his hair was wet at the moment, and his brain was, although Baiwei's doesn't smell bad. On the contrary, it's also somewhat sweet smelling, but sticky and greasy is always a bit strange. Hello. However, looking at her expression of waiting for praise, Chen Yi was also too embarrassed to spoil her fun. Only a gentle smile. Well, it's cozy, but master is not a demonic beast, so he doesn't need to. Oh, lick the fur, but your kindness is appreciated. Thank you. Su Ji Qian, who was beside her, also slowly woke up when she heard the conversation between the two. Chapter 76, The Self-Deceiving Ling Luoli. Good morning, master, Su Ji Qian said lazily, and her soft voice when she just woke up was also very pleasant to the ear. Chen Yi softly replied back, well, you're also good. But it's already noon. Oh, Qianer. Su Ji Qian rubbed her eyes and looked towards the side. Is it noon already? You guys, what is this? She had a puzzled look on her face at once. Baiwei struggled a bit in her master's hands and eventually landed in the middle of the two. Her soft tender hands grabbed Su Ji Qian and smiled. I'm waking up master. Su Ji Qian smiled gently when she heard her words. Senior sister Bai must have retained the habits of a demonic beast and wanted to help everyone. This is too adorable for white sister. Su Ji Qian smiled and rubbed her head. Meanwhile contentedly, he put his head, patted on his master's shoulder. Getting up early in the morning and having the first sight of her handsome master teacher made her feel very happy. At this moment, 3 people were lying on the bed, with Baiwei in the center, and Chen Yi and Su Ji Qian on each side. The look is very much like a couple that is bringing up a cute child. The CP sense is pulled full circle. Chen Yi began to get up and organize after a short period of sobriety, and Su Jiqian was also helping senior sister Bai to organize her styling while changing her clothes. Shortly afterward the 3 pushed open the door to the room together and walked out. Come to the square. Lang Luoli had been meditating, and when she sensed her master's appearance, she opened her beautiful eyes and happily greeted him. Hello master. Wait, how come senior sister is also with us? She had just finished her greeting when she noticed the anomaly. Yeah. Why hadn't she just thought of that? Master lost his sleeping place, so where did master spend the night? I don't think I spent the night in elder sister's room. Since we've all spent the night together, it's self-evident what has happened. Damn it! Abomination! Damn it! Soon, she saw that her master teacher was holding Baiwei's hand. Seeing that Baiwei was also with her, Lang Luoli suddenly calmed down. With her understanding of senior sister, even if senior sister was being open, she shouldn't be so open as to be in front of senior sister Bai. In other words, if senior sister Bai also spent the night with them yesterday, then nothing should have happened between the two, just simply slapped. Thinking of this, Lang Luolui let out a long sigh of relief. If it was just sleeping and resting, she could still take it. Self-deluded Lone Lorley increased. Chunyi was a little embarrassed as he looked at the disciples who woke up early to practice. The disciples were all cultivating so hard, but it was him, the master teacher, who was slacking off. Chunyi said with an apologetic expression, "I'm sorry for the delay, master. Let's begin our cultivation. The master will personally guide you." It was noon, and he felt the need to seize the time to guide everyone in their cultivation. Hu Jiuyu stood up at this time, and she took Chinye's hand. The expression was full of care and worry. "Seriously, master doesn't need to apologize. It was the moon that caused the master to lose his house to live in. Master must not have rested well yet. There's no need to rush about cultivation. Master come to Yuer's room first to rest for a while. Think of it as Yuer making it up to you." Hu Jiuyu was envious in her heart when she learned that her master had actually spent the night in her senior sister's room. Why didn't the master come to her? Could it be that in her master's heart, she was not as attractive as her senior sister, but regardless of her image in her master's heart, she will always love and cherish him? Chenyi had wanted to reject her words, wanting to say that compensation or something was no longer needed. After all, last night, the eldest disciple had really made up for it, hard, in their place, but Chenyi had always found it difficult to refuse the sincere gazes of his disciples. "Well then, master will go with you to check it out." The camera panned out, and the disciples and Chenyi came to Hu Jiuyu's room together. Hu Jiuyu's room inside a kind of sandalwood aroma. Into the eyes are elegant and noble. The table was neatly organized with some jewelry and jewels. The cupboards were also full of princess-like outfits, the dresses exquisitely embroidered. She rarely wore this kind of clothing though, and mostly wore the maid's outfit she was most comfortable in. The quilt on her bed was even folded without a crease, and the whole room was organized. Seeing this scene, Chenyi had to praise her, because after seeing Su Jiqian's room, it really wasn't comparable. In Su Jiqian's room, the rouge and other things placed on the table were in a mess, and the selected stockings were thrown everywhere on the bed, but some of them were taken off by Chenyi for her is all. Chenyi rubbed Hu Jiuyu's head and complimented, "Well, it's nice and neat." Hu Jiuyu was also very happy to receive her master's praise. She smiled and wrapped her arms around her master's neck, kissing her master beautifully on the cheek. "Then if master has no place to go tonight, can you come and spend the night in Moon's room?" Chenyi, well, he was going to say that the house would be fixed today and there was no need, but looking at his third disciple's exuberant appearance, he couldn't really say anything. Langluoli watched Hu's senior sister's intimate gestures from the side, and doubts gradually arose in her heart. When did senior sister Hu become so bold that she started to put her arms around her master's neck in front of everyone? With her understanding of senior sister Hu, she definitely wouldn't have dared before. Strange. Langluoli didn't want to give up this good opportunity to her senior sister. She went up and held her senior's hand and said, "Master, come and take a look at Lear's room as well." Though she didn't think it was too ethical to grab this opportunity with her senior sister, but if she didn't make a move, she was afraid she wouldn't know when, if ever. Just let sister Hu wait a little longer. With the principle that looking at one is also looking at one, and looking at two is also looking at two. Chenyi also followed Langluoli over. Arriving in front of Langluoli's room, Chenyi felt the temperature around him drop dramatically. "Ha, why is it so cold? Lil, what do you keep in your room?" Although Chenyi wasn't afraid of the cold, he could still feel the temperature change. He then released his spiritual energy, helping himself and the rest of the disciples to cancel out the cold. When Langluoli heard her master's words, her expression changed and she looked slightly flustered. She couldn't feel a single bit of cold herself. That's why lately, when he sleeps with the ice sculpture of his master. As usual, she would have hidden the ice sculpture during the day, and it was only right that the temperature in the room returned to normal. After all, she didn't want its other people to find out that she even had this fetish yet. She would die of shame if anyone else found out, not even her master. Just then, Chenyi was about to push open the door of the room and go in to take a look. Langluoli surged forward and blocked her master's movements. The mouth panicked. Master, wait a minute. My room might be a little messy. I'll go in and clean up first. You'll be in later." Chapter 77 Langluoli's master's identical ice sculpture. Before Chenyi could reply, Langluri hurriedly opened the door and drilled in, and incidentally unlocked the door to prevent outsiders from entering. Seeing that senior sister Su was full of curiosity as she tried to look in through the window, she even pulled the curtains closed. Really? Why is senior sister curious about everything? That was close. If my senior sister finds out, she'll definitely laugh at me, right? Langluoli was furious when she thought of her senior sister's expression. Find a chance to teach sister a lesson. Suki Sin? What have I done to me? Lang Luoli looked at the ice sculpture of her master placed on the ground, and for a moment, she was a bit flustered. She had accidentally, without realizing it, carved so many. Now that everyone is waiting outside, where should we put these ice sculptures? She couldn't destroy them all. She couldn't let go of them as she carved them out one by one. And that's still Master's ice sculpture. So whoever dares to destroy her will dare to fight for her life. Just as Lang Luoli was panicking, she saw her large closet. It was literally her saving grace. Lang Luoli opened the closet and stuffed all the statues in. Only then did she open the door to the room and welcome everyone in. It's all organized. You can come in, Master. She was breathing a little heavily as she spoke, obviously tensing up as if she was worried about something. Chunyi curiously walked in and looked at the neat house and marveled. It's already clean. What's there to organize? Lang Luoli's sheets and bedding were ice blue, neatly laid out on the bed and not folded together. There were some ice blue earrings and necklaces on the table as well, which were pretty, but the entire color scheme of the house was ice blue, which made it seem monotonous. Chunyi walked over to the table, took an earring out, and helped Lang Luoli put it on. Simultaneous praise. This should look good on you. Lang Luoli looked at her master teacher in surprise. Her earlobe still had his warmth on it. Master teacher had just actually complimented her on her good looks. It seems like even senior sister has never been actively praised by her master. This is a special treat for her alone. Lang Luoli excitedly hugged her master, smilingly burying her face in her master's arms. Master Chief or whatever. Perfect. If only she could cuddle and sleep with her master all day long in the future, instead of being a cold ice sculpture. At this moment, Lang Luoli hugged her master and turned her back to her closet. Suji-san wandered around the house, looking here and there. She said to herself, usually senior sister Lang is secretive and doesn't let us enter the room to take a look. I thought there was some shocking secret in senior sister Lang's room, but it turns out there's nothing. Say, senior sister Lang, is blue the only color in your room? Let sisters see if your clothes are only blue as well, she said as she made her way to the closet and was about to open the closet door. Lang Luoli was originally hugging her master and had no intention of ignoring this senior sister, but suddenly she heard her senior sister mention the closet, and suddenly her brows furrowed and her face changed drastically. She immediately turned back and was about to stop her senior sister. If she let her master know that she had secretly carved so many ice sculptures of her master, she would definitely say that she was a perverted disciple, right? When the time comes, if the master dislikes her and expels her from the division, the consequences are unimaginable. But she was ultimately one step behind her senior sister. Suji-chan had just pulled the closet door open, when countless ice sculptures came gushing out as if they were mountains and seas. She was pressed right in and collapsed to the ground, and Lang Luoli, who realized that everything was exposed, similarly softened her legs and fell to the ground. Her face was flushed to the point of redness, her mouth opened like a wave, and her shyness went straight to the top. It's over. It's all over. And how could Chunyi know what was in his second disciple's mind? He walked up and picked up an ice sculpture and looked at it closely. Is the engraving for the master? Is very similar. I didn't realize Lear had this craft. It's very good. Chunyi picked up a few more statues as he watched. Are all of them engraved for the master? Actually, if Lear has this hobby, she can also carve a moment of its other people. Lang Luoli's expression, which was about to cry out, shrunk violently as she listened to her master's words. Master didn't even scold her? Obviously, Master Chief wasn't thinking in that direction, just thought she liked carving ice sculptures. Really? What is she worrying blindly alone? Lang Luoli didn't hear her master's insults, but instead received understanding and affirmation. She stood up excitedly, picked up one of the ice sculptures she was most pleased with, and handed it to her master. Master, this is for you, favorite Master Chief. Being able to give her master teacher an ice sculpture that she had carved with her own hands simply made her happy. It was only at this time that Suji-chan reached out from among the ice sculptures and slowly climbed out. She gasped violently, feeling nearly crushed by the ice sculpture. She looked around and realized that her surroundings were surprisingly full of master's ice sculptures. Suji-chan immediately exclaimed, "Wow, go on. Senior sister Lang, you actually carved so many. It's really hard to see that you are a senior sister Lang. Perverted disciple." Lang Luoli didn't hear her master's insults, but instead heard senior sister Sue's. Her expression clouded at once, her body shaking with anger. This senior sister, if it wasn't for senior sister opening her closet, she wouldn't have to worry about being discovered by her master. It didn't do any good to be found out, but it was always a hell of a ride for her. It's not even if senior sister opened her closet privately, but she even had the nerve to scold her. If it can be tolerated, Langluoli can't tolerate it anymore. Ice. Fall. Jutsu. Strong gusts of wind blew violently through the house, interspersed with snowflakes as hard as iron flakes, whistling and rolling. When Su Jiqian felt the envelopment of the mighty pressure, silk of cold sweat immediately flowed from her forehead. Her fear, alarmed, said, "Senior Sister Lang, you shouldn't be in the house." Releasing skills. Soon after, the 5 masters and disciples stood in the square, and on top of Su Jiqian's head, between the 2 corners, a large bag bulged. Su Jiqian sincerely bent and bowed towards Langluoli. "Senior Sister Lang, Senior Sister was wrong." Langluoli bulged her mouth and reluctantly accepted her senior sister's apology. Bai Yue saw that her master had successively visited everyone's rooms, but not her own, always feeling that something was missing. She took her master's hand and shook it, softly. "Master, come and take a look at Wire's room as well." Chen Yi nodded, also somewhat curious about what Bai Yue's room would be like. Chapter 78, The Statue of the Remaining Shadow. Cute Lori's room must be pink too. The camera pans out and the 5 men come to the roof tiles of the house. Bai Yue found a comfortable place and plopped down beautifully while smiling. "This is it. Master wants to rest with me?" Chen Yi. "So you've been spending the night on the roof?" "Where? There are actually quite a lot of rooms in the Heavenly Xian Palace. You can just find one to stay in." Bai Yue shook her head. "I don't know why, but I've always felt especially safe resting on high ground, and it's warm and cozy." Chen Yi only felt even more puzzled after hearing this. "Come on, you're obviously a white tiger. Why are you getting more and more like a house cat?" But since she liked it, then Chen Yi couldn't say much. After all, races are different and we have to learn to understand and respect them. After a short rest, the crowd began to cultivate. Hu Jiu felt that her cultivation had reached a critical point, and soon after, she broke through to the 4th heavenly realm of the Hotian realm, and Su Jiqian is still hovering in the 2nd heaven. I am afraid that it will not take long to be surpassed by Hu's senior sister. In order to catch up with everyone as quickly as possible, she practiced extra hard this time. The time slowly came to evening. Late at night, Su Jiqian was still meditating in the corner, concentrating on comprehending the mysteries of the Gong method. Due to the high intensity of transferring the spiritual energy in her body had long been drenched in fragrant sweat. The dress was also wet with fragrant sweat and fit tightly against her skin. The graceful curves are exceptionally striking. The black shiny oil stockings were similarly soaked, as if water would come out when they were wrung. It always feels as if I've reached a bottleneck and can't break through. The master should not have rested yet, so it's good to go ask the master. Thinking in her heart, Su Jiqian stood up and walked towards her master's hall. On the way, she suddenly felt a figure darting behind her. She turned around and realized that it was Bai Yue who was running in a hurry. "Senior Sister Bai is in such a hurry. What is this about? I think I went out to play. I'll be back soon." Su Jiqian didn't think much about it, so she continued to walk towards the master's hall. At this moment, Chen Yi was pacing back and forth in his room. In his hand was the ice sculpture given by Langluoli. Chen Yi unexpectedly found that this ice sculpture was probably specially made, and surprisingly, it wouldn't melt due to the temperature, and it always emits cool air, making it very comfortable to keep around in the summer. Chen Yi was thinking about where it would be more appropriate to place this ice sculpture. After all, it was from his beloved 2nd disciple and had to be kept well. In the end, Chen Yi placed this ice sculpture on the nightstand next to his bed. That's when he smiled with satisfaction. Just then, the door to Chen Ye's room was suddenly opened. As soon as Chen Yi turned around, he saw that it was the eldest disciple who had walked in, so he asked suspiciously, "Chanel, more to come?" "Just yesterday. For master's sake. I'm afraid your body can't take it." Su Jiqian had come to see her master this time for matters regarding cultivation, not for anything else. Seeing the concerned look on her master's face, Su Jiqian felt a little amused. "Is that all you can think of when you see me, master? What a perverted master, but disciples like." As she spoke, she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around her master's waist, kissed it afterward. As the saying goes, once you're back in the game, you're back in the game, and then you're mush. Chen Yi also let her fiddle with it, and only after a long time did the two separate. Su Jiqian had thought about talking about cultivation matters, but once she saw her handsome master teacher, she was a bit pressed. "Forget it, let's put the cultivation thing aside for now. By the way, master, it's a little late, but would you care if I sweat on you? I've just been practicing and I'm a little dirty." Chen Yi always felt that today's eldest disciple was particularly charming and very attractive to him. It even felt like today's eldest disciple was going to be a lot more flirtatious than even usual, but for a moment I couldn't say where. Chen Yi sniffed, only to realize that it was the fragrant sweat of the eldest disciple's body, emitting an unparalleled aroma. The aroma! He was practically defenseless against it. Not at all. It's more like your scent emanates and attracts me even more. Hearing her master's otherworldly compliments, Su Jiqian unexpectedly also blushed in a rare manner. Master, really? Master, I find it difficult to break through the realm when I'm cultivating. Can you help me look at it, by the way? Chen Yi, simple. Just help you unclog it. Master, is that how dredging the meridians works? Hush, just do what the master says. Can master lie to you? Outside Chen Yi's great hall, in the middle of Lang Luoli's room, Lang Luolui carved a rare one-to-one equivalent ice sculpture of her master this time. I didn't dare to carve it before because it wasn't easy to hide for fear of being discovered. This time it had all been discovered, so she let go. After finishing the ice sculpture, Lang Luoli beautifully placed it on her bed. She then changed into her favorite pajamas and went to the bed for a tight ice sculpture cuddle. A slender, whitened leg just rode on top of the ice sculpture. A pair of snow-white, slender, moist jade hands stroked back and forth across the ice sculpture. On the face, on the chest, on the waist, on the... I didn't carve it out because I've never seen it there. Lang Luoli played for a while and felt that it was simply not enjoyable enough and lacked feeling. From under the bed, she pulled out an identical ice sculpture to the one she had given to her master. The expression was thoughtful. The ice sculpture she had given to her master was specially made, and it used her newly learned shadow retention formation inside. At the eyes of the ice sculpture, images can be factually transmitted. Although Lang Luoli feels that peeking at the master's privacy is extremely bad behavior, it is felt to be a retrograde act, but she still couldn't hold back, sending that ice sculpture out. Lang Luoli held the ice sculpture at this time and hesitated in her heart for a long time. Strange flames had long risen in her heart as she caressed her master's equivocal ice sculpture just now. She didn't think she could sleep without a good indulgence. Just sneak a peek. The master should not be able to find out. As long as you don't make your master angry. Wait, master wouldn't sleep without pajamas, would he? Hey, wouldn't that be nice? Just one look, one glance, she muttered, and then powered up the ice sculpture's projection array. Seeing the scene in the image, her eyes widened with shock. Chapter 79, The Strange Lang Luoli. The image does not have the ability to transmit sound, but only projects a scene in front of you. The eyes of the ice sculpture are facing the master, the window position above the bed. She could see that the image was swaying back and forth. Unsurprisingly, it's the ice sculpture that's shaking, so the mapped shadows are shaking too. Strange, is the ground shaking? No, master is so close to me. If the ground is shaking, how could I not feel it? Lang Luolui murmured. In the image, she couldn't see a human figure, so perhaps master had placed her ice sculpture in a higher place. Just as she was feeling a little disappointed, she suddenly saw a strand of hair floating by in the image. Lang Luoli, is it master's hair? That's not right. Master's hair isn't this smooth. It looks like a girl's. The image wasn't very clear, merely flashing a strand of hair that she couldn't tell whose it was. Lang Luoli's curiosity was piqued, and she only felt even more unable to sleep. She pondered slightly, then suddenly came up with a crooked idea. Master's hall was destroyed yesterday, which is why master went to spend the night in sister's room. Then wouldn't it be possible for her to get the right to spend the night with Master Shifu tonight after smashing down his great hall when he wasn't looking? What a good and filial disciple. The more Lang Luoli thought about it, the more excited she became in her heart. Above her ice blue staff, a surge of spiritual energy had even begun to surface, but reason eventually overcame desire. Master Teacher is not a little cutie. How could he have smashed the great hall down without Master Teacher knowing? How about smashing it and then blaming it on sister? Anyway, elder sister had screwed her over so many times, it shouldn't be too much for her to do the same in return. Obviously, Lang Luoli hadn't given up on the idea yet. But Lang Luoli, how do you know? Her senior sister is also in the hall. Lang Luoli finally shook her head and collapsed onto the bed. Smearing people and all that, she still couldn't do it. Just have to commiserate. Lang Luoli looked at the image of no one. Shortly afterward, her expression was slightly satisfied, and she collapsed helplessly onto the bed, slowly falling asleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yi did not sleep last night as he worked hard to help his eldest disciple clear his meridians, and the eldest disciple had finally resolved his confusion, and thought that he would break through before long. Su Jiqian's head was buried in her master's warm chest, her expression unparalleled in contentment, but equally exhausted to the point of exhaustion. At this angle, Su Jiqian just managed to see the ice sculpture placed on the bedside table. She asked curiously, "Senior, that ice sculpture, did senior sister Leng send it to you?" Chen Yi nodded. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Su Jiqian's expression was thoughtful. "I don't know if I'm just being paranoid, but yesterday it always felt like someone was watching. He. But in front of the ice sculpture made by senior sister Leng, it's still a different feeling. Yesterday, it was as if she had the feeling of being watched. The emotions are also much more." Before getting up, the two had some more pillow talk in bed. Chen Yi had always said whatever he had to say about his great disciple, except for the matter of crossing over, and never hid anything, and the eldest disciple will also reveal his true thoughts to his master, such as trivial things in his daily life, or what's happening with his sisters and what's what. The two were soulmates, not some carnal-only relationship. They love each other, which is why they do things to make each other happy. The two made small talk for a while before getting up and organizing. Instead of sleeping until noon this time, the two ended up in the early morning, because the two of them didn't sleep at all. After organizing their image, the two of them came to the square together. Hu Jiuyu was already meditating and practicing in the square. What surprised Chen Yi was that Lang Luoli did not appear. According to his understanding of Lang Luoli, she should be the one who got up the earliest and practiced the hardest. Chen Yi first led the two disciples to meditate and cultivate for a while, and only after some time did Lang Luoli come out of the room. Her hair was cascading behind her head, not tied up, and it was clear that she had gotten up in a bit of a hurry and crossed right over. Her expression was also a bit tired. There are times when masturbation, and being with yourself, is quite exhausting. Seeing her in this state, Chen Yi asked with concern, "Leer, what's wrong with you? Not feeling well? Sick?" Chen Yi didn't think that there was such a thing as illness for cultivators in this world, but the second disciple does look a bit like this. Lang Luoli only felt warmth in her heart when she heard her master's concern. But, it's hard to say if she was born sick or not. "I'm afraid that only master can cure her of this disease." "Thank you master for your concern, Leer. It's fine." Chen Yi nodded. "That's good. If you want to rest more for a while the master doesn't blame you. Pay more attention to your body is good. If you cultivate, with master accompanying you, we have plenty of time." Chen Yi was not the stricter master teacher. Even compared to a normal master, his intensity could be said to be too easy to be easy. In Chen Ye's opinion, he was close to being invincible. At least this continent has found no enemies. Then his disciples, naturally, would not be in danger of losing their lives. Realm advancement that was fast or slow was no longer important. As long as the disciples are healthy and happy, all the rest, he, as the master, would eradicate. Lang Luoli knew her master very well and naturally knew that her master would not blame her for this. However, when she felt her master's concern, she was still touched to the core of her heart. She walked over to her master's side and sat down on her knees. His expression was filled with affection as he looked at his master, and his pupils were about to turn into blue love hearts. "Master." Chen Yi also felt his heart beat a little faster when he was looked at by her like this. What's going on with the second disciple today? He just cared. How come it seems like he wants to eat him? I have to say, the second disciple with her long hair was also looking good. Although the second disciple's figure was not voluptuous, she was tall, her skin was cold and white, her features were delicate and cold, and her sense of aura was drawn out. When paired with longer-than-life legs, it's hard to imagine how to resist the charm. Yu, why are you looking at master like that? Lang Luoli realized that she had lost some of her temper and hurriedly turned her head away sheepishly. No, nothing. By the way, have you guys seen senior sister Bai? Where did she go? Lang Luoli was a bit shy, so she hastily changed the topic. It wasn't just her who wanted to ask. The other disciples had long been puzzled by this as well. Hu Jiuyu hadn't seen the shadow of her lovely senior sister since she got up early in the morning. Even on the roof of the house, where Bai Yue liked to lie down, there was no sign of her. It's as if, just vanished into thin air. Chapter 80, The Disappearing Bai Yue. Although Bai Yue had come to the heavenly Xian Hall quite a bit later compared to the other disciples, but these days, she is around at all times, and we are all living happily together. Everyone had long since come to think of her as a good friend, not some outsider. Chen Yi even considered him his fourth personal disciple. The sudden disappearance of the disciple was obviously a bit worrying for Chen Yi. There was a feeling of emptiness in his heart when someone very close to him suddenly disappeared from his side. Just then, Su Jiqian recalled. Yesterday, I meditated until very late, and I think I saw senior sister Bai. She left in such a hurry I thought she was out for the day. Her expression was somewhat self-condemning, as if she was blaming herself. If she had paid more attention at that time, was it possible that senior sister Bai wouldn't have suddenly disappeared? What if she's in some kind of danger? Then she'll blame herself even more. After all, in this sect, as the biggest senior sister, although she was usually out of tune, however, she still holds her sisters in high regard and has a strong sense of responsibility. Chunyi rubbed her head and said gently, "It's not your fault, and it's for the master to have the responsibility. It was master who failed to care for her, and must have had something important to do when he left so suddenly." According to the rules of most sects, it was a very serious act for a prodisciple to leave without permission and not yet report to his master. But Chunyi wasn't angry. In his opinion, Bai Yue must have encountered some problem, some reason that he couldn't tell, and that's why he left without saying goodbye. Bai Yue must really need him now, for master to release his divine sense to probe. The thought that the fourth disciple might be in danger made Chunyi a little anxious. He first released his divine sense to cover the entire Tianxian sect and did not see Bai Yue's shadow. He then continued to expand his divine sense to the entire spirit void mountain. The time came yesterday evening. Bai Yue was originally sleeping on the roof. A pair of white cat paws were used as pillows by her and patted underneath in a very cute manner. Just as she was about to fall asleep, a sudden thud woke her from her slumber. The loud sound was a dragon's roar, and the sound was somewhat low, as if it was the roar of a huge dragon that had awakened from the distant past. When Bai Yue heard this dragon roar, she immediately frowned. There were many demon kings in the spirit void mountain, but there was only one demon that could emit a dragon roar. The only demon emperor in the spirit void mountain. The dragon emperor who was in charge of countless demon kings. Long Lan. This dragon roar that Bai Yue recognized. This dragon roar utilized spiritual power to hide it, and only those who were of the same demon race could hear it. Generally, it is only when there is a concern for the safety of the entire spirit void mountain demon race, or when the help of all the demons is needed, that this dragon roar will resound out. From there, he summoned the demon kings scattered throughout the land and went to discuss the matter. However, Bai Yue had already worshipped under the heavenly Xin sect, so naturally, she didn't need to listen to any dragon emperor's instructions. But Dragonlance had been close to her before, and the two had often hung out together during these long years of her being a demon. Long Lan had also done her a great favor, and she was considered to owe the other party a favor. It would be a shame if she didn't go and help. She wasn't some demon who knew what she was doing. If she didn't go when she knew her benefactor was in danger, she would blame herself for the rest of her life. With that in mind, Bai Yue looked toward her master's room. A strong person like master, if she asked for master's help, even the most difficult problems could be solved, right? However, she already owed her master teacher the favor of saving her life. How could she be so ashamed to trouble master teacher? This matter had nothing to do with her master and her sisters, so it was better for her to solve it alone. Bai Yue stood up and unexpectedly realized that senior sister Su was still practicing. She left in a hurry without a greeting so as not to be noticed and alarmed. The spiritual void mountain was vast and boundless, and even with a speed like Bai Yue's, it took an hour to reach Long Lan's cave. Long Lan was the strongest demon in the spirit void mountain, and the last time Bai Yue saw her, her realm had the sixth heaven of the Violet Mansion realm. Even in this continent, it was hard to imagine anyone being her opponent. The reason why the entire spirit void mountain could become a gathering place for demonic beasts was because of her shelter, and unusual human cultivators could not enter. That's why there is this Lingshu mountain which has maintained its original flavor. The Tianxian sect had been able to remain undetected by intruders and undisturbed by outsiders, but it was also with her help. Although Chunyi wasn't afraid of any enemies, having a Zhang Sanli see every now and then would bother him. When Bai Yue arrived at Long Lan's cave, the place was already bustling with activity. A dense crowd of human cultivators had gathered outside the cave, and they could not be seen at a glance. The Purple Mansion realm powerhouses from who knows where had also gathered here, and the divine hidden realm cultivators even looked much more inconspicuous. Bai Yue's rough calculation showed that there were nearly 1,000 people. Countless pressures loomed out from the bodies of these cultivators, making the surrounding atmosphere horribly oppressive. These cultivators were a few thousand meters away from the Spirit Void Mountain territory, as if they were discussing something. Bai Yue didn't slow down anymore and flew towards Long Lan's cave. The cave wasn't dark, and a fire was lit around it. The walls were studded with gold glittering trophies, weapons, jewelry, everything. While the stuff looks valuable, the arrangement is a bit messy and lacks aesthetic appeal. Coming inside the cave, there were already quite a number of demonic beasts gathered inside the cave at this time, and they were bustling around discussing something. The reason why we, Spirit Void Mountain, have been able to live peacefully until now is all dependent on the Dragon Emperor's shelter. But now that the Dragon Emperor has failed to cross the tribulation, his realm has fallen to the second level of the Violet Mansion realm, and he is also heavily injured, making it difficult for him to fight. Human cultivators have been spying on our Spirit Void Mountain's resources for a long time. Our Spirit Void Mountain this time, I'm afraid it's going to end. Transitional Thunder Tribulation was not exclusive to cultivators at the transitional stage. Generally at the Purple Mansion realm, every small realm breakthrough would trigger a small-scale Thunder Tribulation. Although the Thunder Tribulation of the Purple Mansion realm was worlds apart compared to that of the transition stage, every time it was also hovering on the border of death. That was why many cultivators would stop at the ninth heaven of the Divine Hidden Realm and never break through, seeking a peaceful life. But there are always cultivators who want to pursue a higher goal, even if they have to gamble their lives. But it's not always lucky. Baiwei crossed over the group of demons and came to the front alone, looking at Long Lan with some concern. The dragon race is the most special demon race, which itself does not need to cultivate into human form, and is born free to transform. Dragonlance was still in her human form at this point, and she sat on her golden throne with a saddened look on her face. She was very tall, and if you did the math carefully, that was the height of 2 Baiwei. Chapter 81, Meeting of the Demon Race. Her skin was a cold white color, her features were delicate and cold, and her pair of particularly long and slender legs were exceptionally striking. Her temperament was a bit similar to Lang Luoli's, but the difference was that Lang Luoli's temperament gave people a feeling of being uninviting. Long Lan's words, on the other hand, gave people a feeling of heartfelt fear, as if they were born superior. She has a pair of Y-shaped dragon horns and a golden crown on top of her head. Although her injuries could not be seen on the outside, she could feel that her breath was very weak. When Long Lan saw Baiwei's appearance, he barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Bai, you're finally here. What made you want to get up and take human form?" Still so cute. What a demonic beast becomes in human form depends on what it was like when it was a demonic beast. For example, when Baiwei was still a white tiger, she was actually considered a cute type among the demon race. Only this is not visible as a human. I have a name now. My name is Baiwei. Stop calling me Bai. What's wrong with you? Being so careless that you failed to make a breakthrough? With Baiwei's understanding of Long Lan's talent was so good that it was heaven-defying. And even though breaking through the Purple Mansion realm was dangerous, it wasn't always so bad that he was injured. Hearing her words, Long Lan's expression was a bit unwilling. How could this emperor's breakthrough fail? There was a mole who moved. The news that this emperor's realm has fallen to the second level of the Violet Mansion realm is probably also spread by that mole. I just don't know. Who is trying to plot against this emperor? Forget that for now. There are more important things. After saying that, Long Lan stood up from his throne. Her eyes were resolute as she looked around at the group of arriving demon kings. Aloud, I am very happy that you all have come. Human cultivators have coveted our Spirit Void Mountain's resources for a long time, and today they have surrounded us with a group of people because they want to see Spirit Void Mountain in one fell swoop. The call for you all to come here today is to join forces to resist the incoming enemy. What do you all have to say? After the crowd of demons learned of the reason for summoning them, they all looked at each other for a while and discussed. It is rumored that among the human cultivators, even the old antiquities who have been in seclusion for thousands of years have ended their seclusion and participated in this siege, threatening to remove the Dragon Emperor's dragon horn and turn the spiritual roots into medicinal herbs to make top-notch breakthrough pills. It's rumored that that old antique has a cultivation of the fifth heaven of the Purple Mansion realm. How can we possibly beat it? The entire reason why Long Lan was able to become the Demon Emperor was because of her strength. Its rule over the territory is so loose that it is difficult to form a unity of purpose. Now that Long Lan's realm had plummeted, many demon kings had begun to have different hearts. After a short discussion, the many demon kings came forward and said, "We, the Lion King clan, have decided to live on a different continent, so farewell. The Spirit Void Mountain is indeed a good place, but our Divine Cow clan does not intend to participate in this matter. Goodbye. Our Skyfox clan is also." Numerous demon kings began to take a stance, intending to migrate out of this place with their clansmen and not participate in the battle. Soon, after a farewell, the cave was nearly empty, with very few demons left. Seeing the scene, Long Lan's expression was very heavy, but he didn't stop them from leaving. Long Lan had been the demon emperor for several thousand years, and she had never favored any demon, much less actively harmed anyone. Even when she was patrolling the territory and saw an injured demon, she would step in to save it. When there was an attack from a foreign tribe, she would likewise help her clan. how many demons she had saved in these thousands of years, and how many times she had been wounded in bitter battles as a result, she had long since lost track of. As a result, when it needed to get to everyone today, this is what we got in return. To say she wasn't sad would be a lie. The reason why she didn't stop everyone from leaving was because in her opinion, as the demon emperor, it was only right for her to protect the clansmen, and it was also the freedom of the demon kings to leave if they wanted to. Among the demon race, there would rarely be a demon like Bai Yue, who truly knew how to repay kindness. This was why Long Lan liked spending time with Bai Yue the most and would become friends with her. This excellent character of Bai Yue seems rare and precious at this moment. Long Lan looked at the remaining demon kings and said to the demons, "The other demon kings have all left, so I'm afraid it's hard to take on the enemy with just us. You too, go away. Don't waste your lives for nothing. It is sufficient for this emperor to answer the battle alone. Even if this emperor's realm falls drastically, but after burning his life, he will still be able to cause his enemies to suffer heavy losses." As a dragon emperor, Long Lan's nature was unchangeably arrogant. Even in a life-threatening situation, she was reluctant to show her vulnerable side. She wanted to let all her enemies know that she was the emperor of Spirit Void Mountain, and even if she was injured, she was not something that others could underestimate. The demon kings who still remained in the cave were all loyal subjects who had long since taken human form and followed Long Lan. Before Long Lan became the demon emperor of Lingshu Mountain, there was no such thing as discrimination in the immortal cultivation world back then. It's been a couple thousand years since I did the math. When there was no discrimination, there were many demons who took human form and they would integrate into human society and live. Dragonlance was at the beginning of her kingship then, and she took many transformed demons with her as she explored around. Only then something really horrible happened that caused the different races to hate each other. After that Long Lan had nowhere else to go, which is why he brought these demons back to Lingshu Mountain. Nowadays, the ones still in the cave, besides Bai Yue, were the old demons that had followed her for countless years. The remaining demons, hearing that Long Lan wanted them to leave, knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty the Dragon Emperor, we are willing to follow you to the death. We will never back down. His Majesty has treated us with great kindness. We won't just run away like those rats." Dragonlance nodded when she saw everyone take a stand. She then looked to the side at Bai Yue. No, Bai Yue, you'd better go. The enemy is too strong for you to be of much help." If it was in the past, Bai Yue of the Zifu realm would still be able to have a fight, but now that it had changed into an innate realm cultivator, it was really difficult to go back into battle. Long Lan didn't want her to die for nothing either. That's why he said so. Bai smiled and shook her head. "Don't worry, I can take care of myself. Master taught me Linglong Xian Gong. Even if I can't defeat enemies in the higher realms, I shouldn't have a problem staying alive." When Long Lan heard her words, a trace of doubt flashed across his lofty face. "Master? What master?" That said, "I'm still curious as to where you've been going all this time you've been disappearing." She hadn't finished her sentence. Suddenly outside the cave there was a rumble. A sound. The entire cavern began to tremble, vaguely showing signs of collapsing. Not surprisingly, the siege should have already begun outside. Chapter 82, Gao Xian Tian. Sensing that the outside world was attacking, Long Lan frowned. She lifted her feet and headed out of the cave. "Is it already attacking? No time for us to prepare. Go out and meet the enemy." She walked quickly towards the outside of the cave, her eyes full of perseverance, without the slightest hint of timidity, even if she knew that this could be her last battle. Outside Dragonlance's cave, about a few minutes ago, Gao Xian Tian, who was known as Tai Xian Shangren, was the highest existence in the human cultivation realm in the Origin Deep continent for thousands of years. It was said that he had lived for more than 4,000 years, and his realm had reached the fifth sky of the Violet Mansion realm long ago. Countless sects threw out olive branches and wanted to draw him in, but he was so focused on pursuing the great Tao of eternal life that he rarely appeared on the mountain. This time, he had come out of the mountain because he had learned of the news that Long Lan had failed to cross the threshold. The demon race was covered in treasure in the eyes of human cultivators. If he could defeat Long Lan and refine him into an elixir, he might be able to break through to the sixth sky of the Zifu realm as well. That was why he had contributed the most during the siege of Dragonlance's cave. Gao Xiantian said to the two Zifu realm experts beside him, "That Dragon Lan has placed a ban outside this cave and is cowering inside, not daring to come out. Fellow Daoist Sikong, fellow Daoist Chigu, let's unleash our attacks together and force her out from inside." The cultivator who was called Daoist Sikong was named Sikong Kue, with a realm of the second heaven of the Violet Mansion realm, and was likewise the best of the cultivators in this continent. Sikong Kuei returned. That's fine. But remember, what was agreed upon at the beginning cannot be changed. You take the dragon's horn. I want the dragon's heart. My 100 live soul restoration pill is just short of this last herb. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Cultivators focused on reputation, and taking the human race to make pills, or the demon race, was damaging to their reputation. The human race is the same race. Naturally, there is no need to say more. The devil race belongs to the humanoid race, although the human cultivator also discriminates against the devil race as well, but ultimately there will be some reservations. But the demon race was completely different. Although the demon race could take shape, in the human cultivators, they would always be animals, livestock, so the dead demons, whether they are taken for alchemy or eaten, will not be condemned in any way. Gao Xiantian nodded. That's natural. Fellow Daoist Qi Gu, do you have any comments? Although Gao Xiantian was the strongest of the three, he, who had always been cautious, still had to be wary of the people around him. After all, he had lived for so long that he had offended countless people. It would be dangerous if someone backstabbed me when the fight started later. Negotiate the conditions before starting the war. There are nearly 1,000 cultivators present. In a moment, even if you want to breach the contract, you will have to weigh the situation. That person who was called Dao Friend Qi Gu was named Qi Gu Shang. He was the patriarch of the Pill God sect, and his realm also had the third sky of the Violet Mansion realm. Although his realm wasn't low, his combat power was so poor that I'm afraid it was about the same as the dead Sanyuan sect patriarch. Qi Gu Shang stroked his long white beard and said with a kind face, "In advance, unless you are defeated, our Pill God sect will not participate in this battle. I brought all the disciples here today, mainly because I heard that within the Spirit Void Mountain, there is an immortal Chan living. After Long Lan loses his ability to fight, I'll take my disciples and go forward to pay homage to the immortals, to see if I can find a chance. Pill God sect disciples less cultivate combat techniques, do not like to fight. The whole sect to refining medicinal materials, medicinal pills, healing the sick to save people. The Pill God sect's combat strength was considered to be at the bottom of the list amongst the several great sects in this continent. Several large sects were outwardly respectful to the Pill God sect. After all, they might need them one day, but behind their backs, not many people can look down on them. In the world of immortal cultivation, strength is honored, and even if you refine your medicinal herbs well, you are ultimately at the mercy of others. Gao Xuantian's face showed disdain when he heard his words. You really believe in the legend of some immortal Qin? I see. That's no more than the Sanyuan sect patriarch eating his own fruit and attracting feedback from the heavenly Tao. Even if the legendary immortal Chen exists, he couldn't possibly be within this Spirit Void Mountain. The matter of the three elements sect patriarch using demonic cultivators to refine pills also spread. The crowd was more convinced that it was the Sanyuan sect leader who had done so much evil than they were convinced that it was Chen Yi who had overthrown the Sanyuan sect, causing the heavenly Tao to look on in disbelief and send in immortals to suppress it. How could Chen Yi be some kind of immortal? How could he be secluded in this Spirit Void Mountain? That's ridiculous. Qi Gu Shang didn't reply, but only shook his head faintly and stepped back. Regardless of whether Immortal Chan really existed or not, when Long Lan lost his ability to fight, he would know if he went to take a look. It would be best if he did. He had nothing to lose if he didn't. The reason why we had to wait for Long Lan to lose his ability to fight before going to the Immortals was because Long Lan wouldn't let the human cultivator enter the Spirit Void Mountain, so they couldn't get in even if they wanted to. Gao Xiantian gave a playful cold snort when he saw him retreating backwards. Humph, what a coward. That's just it, even without the old guy. Fellow Daoist Situ, don't delay any longer. You and I can just join forces. Situ Kuei nodded, and the two of them gathered their spiritual energy together. As the spiritual energy surged, the pressure of the Purple Mansion realm gradually spread out in all directions. Powerful to frightening spiritual energy filled the palms of the two, causing the surrounding earth to tremble with it. The air was crushed and deformed, and countless earthen rocks were shaken and flipped upside down. In the distance, countless cultivators of lower realms retreated, fearing that they would be injured by the aftershocks. Some of these cultivators were from other sects and some were ordinary casual cultivators. For this siege, they didn't need to make a move. They had come for the sole purpose of exploring the treasures of the Spirit Void Mountain. The Spirit Void Mountain had been isolated from the outside world for nearly 1,000 years, and countless heavenly treasures had been bred inside. As soon as Long Lan died, they rushed in a swarm, and any herb or spirit stone they could pick would be considered a great chance. As the pressure around them loomed to its limit, the two Gao Xiantian unleashed their attacks together. The attack struck Dragonlance Cave, and in an instant, a boom was heard. A sound. The outer prohibitions were crumbled and cracked, showing signs of collapsing at any moment. Gao Xiantian laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it looks like that demon's words are true. With Long Lan's previous strength, it's impossible for the forbidden formation she laid down to be broken so easily. It's easy as pie to catch her now. Just as he was laughing, at the entrance of the cave, a figure slowly stepped out. The silhouette was stunningly beautiful in appearance, with a tall and qualitative figure, and a pair of beautiful eyes like eagles, which were currently locked onto the crowd. Her eyes were like knives as she stared at Gao Xiantian. A condescending and cold voice rang out, as if it was a crowd that was ordering. This emperor's defeated general. How dare he come to violate my borders? Have you forgotten the rules you once agreed upon? Do you want me to teach you again? Chapter 83, The Injured by Yue. A condescending and cold voice rang out, as if it was a crowd that was ordering. This emperor's defeated general. How dare he come to violate my borders? Have you forgotten the rules you once agreed upon? Do you want me to teach you again? Spirit Void Mountain had not always been peaceful. The reason why it had been able to settle down until now was all due to Long Lan using his strength to fight his way out. Once Gao Xiantian had attempted to invade Spirit Void Mountain, but was defeated by Long Lan with a few moves. But Gao Xiantian was forced to sign an agreement to never come back to Spirit Void Mountain again, and only then did Long Lan release his little life. Otherwise he would have died here a long time ago. Gao Xiantian smiled teasingly, oblivious to her questioning. Old Me has never heard of an agreement between a human race and a demon race. Today, Old Me will act on behalf of the heavens and exterminate you, a demonic beast that plagues the earth, lest in letting you hurt the innocent. Long Lan clenched his dragon teeth in anger when he heard his words. She had been living in the Spirit Void Mountain for many years. How had she ever harmed anyone's life? The reason why Gao Xiantian had said all this was just to put a label on her so that he could find a trumped-up reason. That's a lot of nonsense. Even if you say anything today, this emperor will not let you leave again. Die! Long Lan scolded in a cold voice, then leapt up in the air. Her right hand gradually transformed into a dragon's sharp claw, a scarlet giant claw that was hideous and terrifying. Red flames burned at the heart of her claws, blazing as if she held a sun in her hand. She snapped her right paw up and then swung it down. Dragon flame. Flames erupted from the center of her claws like gushing rivers and seas. The rolling heat wave drew the trees 100 meters away to incinerate. Gao Xiantian looked at the incoming flames, his expression gradually becoming grave. I didn't expect that Long Lan, who was heavily injured and whose realm had plummeted, would still be able to unleash such a terrifying attack, worthy of being the king of all demons, the last dragon of the legend. However, he had cultivated the Cave Xian divine skill for thousands of years, so it was not something that could be blocked easily. Dongxian palm. Gao Xiantian gathered his green-colored Xian Qi into his palm, and a huge palm print emerged. Transparent green palm prints struck out from his palms and collided with that flame. The flames were like a tumbling Yangtze River as it continued to slap the green-colored palm prints. The pressure of the two attacks shook the heavens and earth, and the dark clouds receded. On the side, Situ Kuei was trapped by the rest of the demon race and was unable to get out for a while. Bai Yue nervously watched the scene in front of her, ready to provide support at any time. Long Lan's body was already empty of spiritual energy, and she was burning the last of her life fighting. Every flame struck was burning her heart and soul. Ahem! Long Lan only felt the qi and blood in her body churning, and when she failed to hold back, scarlet blood coughed out of her mouth. Drops of blood, running down the corners of her mouth, looked a little miserable. Gao Xiantian scoffed as he resisted the attack. You're just dying. Why don't you surrender quickly, and I'll give you a good time. What Long Lan couldn't eat the most was taunts, and her eagle eyes like knives locked onto Gao Xiantian in death. Gao Xiantian suddenly felt bad for some reason. It was as if flames were burning in Long Lan's eyes. She clenched her right paw into a fist, which was wrapped in flames, and whacked it towards that green palm print. The green-colored palm imprint was smashed into smithereens in an instant. Long Lan had overdrawn her physical strength, causing her to bleed at her eardrums, and her internal organs had long been damaged. Even if she won this battle, she wouldn't survive another day. After she shattered the green palm print, her speed didn't stop and her huge dragon claw grabbed towards Gao Xiantian. Gao Xiantian had wanted to mock Long Lan, but he didn't expect her to suddenly come on strong. This sudden strength was as if he had seen Long Lan at his peak. It was impossible for him to fight against Long Lan at his peak. Gao Xiantian hurriedly released the life-preserving talisman he had stored for an unknown period of time. A barrier wrapped around him. Dragonlance dragon claws slashed at the barrier, which cracked in an instant. It wouldn't take long before Gao Xuantian's life-preserving talisman would be shattered. Gao Xiantian looked towards Qi Gu Shang and shouted, "Fellow Daoist Qi Gu, it's time to make a move. I can't hold it much longer." Hearing him shout, Qi Gu Shang was riding a tiger for a while. He said he'd only do it if the others lost, but that was also considered a polite remark. After all, he didn't expect Gao Xiantian, who was at the fifth heaven of the Purple Mansion realm, to have failed to beat the heavily injured Long Lan. That was really unexpected of him. Qi Gu Shang didn't want to make enemies, even if it was the demon race. However, in front of a large number of cultivators, if one puts his own clan's cultivators to death, I'm afraid that he will have to take the blame. Qi Gu Shang's face was filled with caution, and behind him were numerous disciples waiting for his word. In the end, Zigasheng didn't move, but instead turned his head. Afterwards, no matter if Gao Xiantian was dead or alive, he would do his best to heal him, and consider it to be the end of his benevolence. When Gao Xiantian saw him turn his back, his forehead veins rippled with anger. Qi Gu Shang, you're truly a disgrace to the human race. Just as the barrier in front of Gao Xiantian was about to shatter, suddenly he saw a figure in the distance. The figure was a demon clan member, the very same mole who had tipped them off. At this moment, it was flying close to Long Lan's back, intending to stab him to death with a single strike. Seeing the figure of that demonic beast, it was as if Gao Xiantian saw the hope of life. Bai Yue was always watching the scene from a short distance away, and she quickly discovered the demonic beast that had attempted to sneak attack. Bai Yue recognized her as the first Tiger King clan leader who had chosen to leave the cave not long ago. "Long Lan, watch out!" Bai Yue shouted, while immediately darting over. Her speed was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Long Lan's side. She hugged Long Lan's waist with all her might, then jerked backward. At the same time, the Tiger King's sharp claws grabbed over. The sharp claws didn't touch Long Lan and just managed to grab Bai Yue's arm, and Bai Yue retreated back with Long Lan, and the two of them fell heavily to the ground. It tumbled several times and finally hit the rocks before coming to a stop. Long Lan stifled a grunt, and after a brief moment of disorientation, he hurriedly climbed to his feet. She grabbed Bai Yue's shoulder and asked with concern, White, are you okay?" Bai Yue covered the arm on her hand, a large amount of blood staining her petite body red. At the wound, a dark purple aura was even surfacing. That was the toxin being eroded. The Tiger King had coated his sharp claws with poison, and was bound to sneak Long Lan to his death in one move. Bai Yue barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "I'm fine. Have said I have a name. Stop calling me White. Watch out. They're coming again." Bai Yue shouted violently, and by now, Gao Xiantian had already chased after him. The Dongxian palm once again condensed at his palm, and this time, the pressure was even more terrifying compared to last time. "Won't be giving you a chance. Go to hell." Gao Xiantian roared and slapped his palm at the bottom. Long Lan turned back to look at Bai Yue, who had already poisoned her body. Her eyes were firm, ready to die. She ended her human form and gradually transformed into her original form. His huge body resisted Bai Yue's body. Chapter 84 Long Lan's Crisis. Chen Ye's Arrival. The original appearance of Dragonlance was that of a huge, bright red dragon. The body size is up to tens of meters high and nearly 100 meters long. A pair of massive wings extended from her brawny back, and vicious, hideous fangs grew out of her dragon's mouth. The Dragon Emperor's true body was enough to make any demonic beasts look at it and couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground. Even the traitorous Tiger King, who was following behind Gao Xiantian when he saw this scene, couldn't help but take a few steps back. The look was slightly timid. However, when he saw the weak breathing of Long Lan, and the weak appearance of the dragon scales on his body that had fallen off and were bleeding, it took the Tiger King a moment to realize that her intimidating presence was no longer there. It was only barely stabilized. Long Lan opened his bloody mouth and looked at the green palm prints that gradually attacked him. A roaring flame coalesced from her mouth, and as it reached its apex, it violently burst out. Long Lan tried to use her dragon flame to parry the attack once more, but she, who had already overdrawn her body, could no longer be in a position to support an attack of this magnitude. The flames only lasted for a moment before their momentum shrank. If this palm slapped on Long Lan's body, the weakened her would definitely die. The Tiger King looked at the Dragon Emperor who was about to die, and his expression was filled with excitement above. Before Long Lan arrived at Lingshu Mountain, the Tiger King was originally the supreme king of this Lingshu Mountain. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, let alone in accommodating a Dragon Emperor. Long Lan and him were enemies from the moment they met. Only after defeating the Tiger King, Long Lan did not kill him, but the root of the rebellion was buried, and the Tiger King was always waiting for an opportunity. And in the meantime, the conflict between the two men was intensified by various trivial matters. It was about 100 years ago that the Tiger King stumbled upon Bayawei, who was a white tiger. Although Bayawei was also of the Tiger clan, she was different from the Tiger King's branch and did not know each other. At that time, the Tiger King was attracted to Bayawei's soft and moist fur and wanted to pursue her, but was rejected by her. After that, the Tiger King wanted to use force and leave an heir. In fact, this was not uncommon among demonic beasts, and there was no such thing as law in the society of demonic beasts. Eventually Bayawei naturally fought him to the death. Just as Bayawei was about to lose the battle, Long Lan stepped in to interrupt the two, and after that, he even followed the ways of the humans and set down a few rules and regulations to stop similar things from happening. It was also at that time that Bayawei first recognized Long Lan and the two became close friends, but what Long Lan did naturally inspired the Tiger King's displeasure even more, and he was bound to find an opportunity to get rid of her. 100 years later, Long Lan made a breakthrough and collected countless heavenly materials for her breakthrough, and the Tiger King took this opportunity to move among her breakthrough herbs. Knowing that even then he might not be a match for the Dragon King, the Tiger King secretly invited another outsider. That's what made it happen. The Tiger King looked at Long Lan, whose life was hanging in the balance, and smiled broadly. I really didn't expect that the incredibly proud Dragon King would die in front of me today. When you die, I'll cut off your head as my trophy. As he said that, his eyes looked lecherously at Bayawei, who had fallen to the ground poisoned. And you, little white tiger, I can't believe you're here too. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. I'll lock you in a cave and savor it. When Long Lan heard her taunts, she was only a little resentful at first, but after she heard Bayawei, her eyes were filled with anger. She let out a huge roar, and the terrifying dragon roar shook the eardrums of everyone in front of her. But this is just a last-ditch struggle. The green-colored palm imprint had already attacked in front of her. Long Lan knew that her life had come to an end, and she looked with some reluctance at the loyalists who had fought for her, as well as Bayawei, who was in danger because of her. It's just a matter of her losing her life. But her friends, do they have to die because of her? She felt deep remorse for this, and a slow trickle of water escaped from the membranes of her dragon's eyes. Demon Break Palm. Ice Drop Technique. Execution Slash. 3 clear female voices were heard at the same time. The baleful palm imprint that permeated, corrupting everything, was the first to descend from the sky, violently striking at that green-colored palm imprint. The green-colored palm imprint was struck by this impulse and tilted to the side, but Dragonlance was so big that this attack could still hurt her. The snowflakes then drifted away from the sky, and the huge ice cone once again struck on top of the green palm imprint, which was once again askew. The last huge chopping blow was mixed with air-breaking sounds and rolled in, completely knocking that green palm print away. One could hear a rumble. With a sound, the green-colored palm print struck on top of the huge mountain on the side. But that wasn't the end of it. The full force of the Purple Mansion Realm 5th Sky Strike still had no intention of stopping, and continued to devastate into the distance. It was unimaginable to imagine that if this attack hit Long Lan's body, I'm afraid that Bayawei would also die for sure. Long Lan had never seen such a strange attack before, and she curiously looked towards the sky above. Above the sky dome, 3 figures floated. At the head of the group was Su Jiqian, who was wearing a long purple dress, and whose right hand was floating in a dense purple mist. Next to her was Leng Luoli, who was dressed in an ice blue dress, holding a transparent ice staff and looking down with a cold face. The last, and the most special-looking Hu Jiuyu. She had gotten a silver-white armor from somewhere and wore it on her body, setting her off to the extreme. The taller-than-human longsword in her hand vaguely reflected the sun's rays, and her wheat-colored skin and perfect figure revealed her toughness, as well as her otherworldly beauty. When Long Lan saw these 3 people, his expression was slightly puzzled. She didn't know these 3 women, so why did they save her? Moreover, the configuration of these 3 people was very strange. A demon, a human, and an elf from a distant continent. How did these 3 come together? Just then, she heard a voice behind her. Where? It's alright. Master is here. Take this elixir and you'll be back as good as new. Dragonlance looked behind her in confusion. She hadn't sensed anyone approaching earlier. When had the person behind her come from? Chunyi was behind Long Lan at this moment, holding Bayawei in his arms. Not long ago, he had used his divine sense to cover the entire Spirit Void Mountain, and soon discovered Bayawei's trail. He saw that Bayawei was in danger and immediately rushed over. Arriving at the scene, he saw Long Lan protecting Bayawei behind him. Although Chunyi didn't recognize who Long Lan was, he still instructed his disciples to save him, and then rushed to Bai Yue's side at the first opportunity himself. Bai Yue was poisoned at the moment, and her sanity was a bit off. Still, she recognized it instantly as her master's, whose scent she could never smell wrong. Feeling the warmth of her master's body heat, she couldn't help but rub herself into his arms. Chapter 85, The Dragon's Nose Cannot Be Touched. Feeling the warmth of her master's body heat, she couldn't help but rub herself into his arms. The furry ears, rubbing against Chen Ye's chin tickled. Bai Yue looked a little downcast, her expression a little self-condemning. She flopped down in her master's arms and said softly, "I'm sorry, master, I've caused you trouble again." Without waiting for her to finish, Chen Yi stuffed the healing pill into her mouth, then hugged her tightly and stroked her head. He said softly, "Wei, you are now a disciple of your master. No matter what difficulties you have, you can talk to your master. You are master's person. No matter what, master will be responsible for you. You don't need to blame yourself. You're not alone now. You still have your master, and your sisters. We can bear any difficulties together." Chen Yi didn't know why she suddenly left, but it seemed to him that she must have encountered something urgent. The moment he accepted Bai Yue as a disciple, he had already viewed her as one of his own, and no matter what it was, he wouldn't stand idly by. Chen Yi rubbed her head and continued, "The master hopes that in the future you won't leave without saying goodbye. Everyone will be worried about you." As the elixir entered her body, Bai Yue could no longer feel the pain. She could only feel the warmth of her master's breath and his broad chest. Not only did master not only save her twice, but he also inherited her top-level techniques. Even when she left without authorization and caused trouble for her master, he surprisingly didn't blame her. Thinking back to the last few days of living with Sifu, the master's father is simply too good for her, too good to be true. In this world, she couldn't imagine a better person than her master. Her emotions for her master were so strong that she no longer knew how to express them. "Master, master, master, Wei won't be leaving master, ever." Bai Yue buried her face in her master's arms and hugged him tightly, shouting 3 times in a row. Lori's soft legs just wrapped around her master's body and her arms wrapped around his neck. The entire person hung directly on the master's body. He couldn't wait to merge his entire being into his master's body. She was a little emotional, and tears slowly trickled down from the corners of her eyes as she was moved to cry in pain. She no longer came to him simply because she liked the smell of her master, and to repay him. Bai Yue was truly in love with her master at the moment, so much so that she was trembling all over, so much so that she couldn't help herself. She just wrapped herself around her master's body and didn't let go for a long time. Chen Yi patted her white back and said softly, "Although I don't know what's going on right now, those people on the other side, they should be the enemy. When master gets rid of them, he will take you back." When Bai Yue heard her master's words, she nodded and reluctantly got off her master's body. "Go to your sisters first. Everyone is worried about you," Chen Yi said. The efficacy of the system's healing elixir was excellent, and Bai Yue had now recovered as good as new. She rose up into the air and came to her sister's side. "Senior sisters, Wire has caused trouble for everyone." She apologized guiltily to the 3 senior sisters. Hu Zhou carried the giant sword behind her back and hugged her up with a smile on her face. "Your business is everyone's business, and that's no trouble." Su Jiqian had the look of her own child being bullied, and was currently cruising dead below. She has a strong sense of responsibility herself as the oldest sister. When he learned that his white senior sister had actually been bullied just now, the entire person became furious. Whoever it was, she had to make the other person pay. Seeing that senior sister Bai was safe and sound, Lang Luoli also breathed a long sigh of relief and stepped forward to comfort senior sister Bai's emotions. After Chen Yi settled Bai Yue down, he flew longitudinally to Long Lan's body. He had just seen Long Lan and Bai Yue fighting side by side, so he thought that Long Lan should be Bai Yue's friend. Naturally, in that case, Chen Yi couldn't just ignore it. Thinking of this, Chen Yi exchanged another healing pill and threw it to her. "This is a healing elixir.